What is the first rule of the apocalypse? Sufficient supplies? Exceptional strength? Or a cautious personality? No, none of these. These can only be considered the basic conditions for survival in the apocalypse, not the rule. So, what is the rule? Simply put, when faced with difficult choices in the apocalypse, you must prioritize the first rule as your primary course of action, and never let external forces interfere. For example, when the team of survivors you lead encounters two victims surrounded by zombies, and a team member wants to step in to rescue them. At this moment, do you choose to save them or not? When you weigh the pros and cons and decide that the number of zombies is too overwhelming, potentially putting your team members at risk of injury or death, you choose not to save them. However, the kind-hearted team member calls you cold-blooded and openly questions whether you are a qualified leader. At this moment, what would you choose to do? Would you choose to observe the victim's situation and try to minimize your own risks while attempting a rescue? Or would you reprimand the kind-hearted team member, kick them out of the team, or perhaps step down and let them take over as the leader of the team? No, I choose to kill this team member. Why is that? Because my number one rule in the apocalypse is kill the do-gooders first. What are we waiting for if we don't kill this kind of person? Even though it's already been said that rescue carries risks, this guy still shamelessly insists the captain go save those victims? This is practically a do-gooder. Besides, these two victims appeared way too suddenly. What if it's a trap set by another group of survivors? They could be waiting for us to be surrounded by zombies while they reap the benefits. If this kind of person doesn't die, it's simply unjust. Zhang Hao closed the post he had just replied to, muttered a few words, and prepared to lie down for a nap. Just then, a few shouts came from outside the door. Boss Zhang, today's goods have arrived. Please come and inspect them. Coming. Zhang Hao instantly perked up and hurried outside. What greeted him was a mountain of cargo boxes piled high. Farmer's 3-punch, Kong Shuifu instant noodles, canned fruits, chicken, duck, fish, beef, pork, fruits, and vegetables. Everything was there. Boss Zhang, according to your purchase list, we've pre-ordered 30 tons of rice and flour, 1,000 boxes of Kong Shuifu instant noodles, and 40 tons of Farmer's 3-punch water. The female supplier in charge smiled slightly. 30 tons of golden dragon vegetable oil, 10 tons of assorted chicken, duck, fish, and pork, and other goods, all here. A total of 500,000 worth of goods. Would you like to check them? No need, we've been working together for years. I trust you. Just move the goods directly into the second-floor warehouse. Keep the fruits and vegetables separate, don't crush them, Zhang Hao instructed, shaking his head. Alright, rest assured, came the reply. The person in charge smiled even more attentively and immediately began instructing everyone to move the goods. After a full hour, all the goods were finally arranged. The person in charge asked, Boss Zhang, the goods are all placed. Should we continue delivering according to the list tomorrow? Yes, stick to the list as usual, Zhang Hao nodded in response. Alright, then we'll come back tomorrow. The person in charge left with his team, but a few subordinates were quite puzzled along the way. Manager Lu, do you think this guy is crazy? Even if he runs a fresh produce supermarket, given the scale of his business, handling 40 to 50,000 worth of goods daily is already the limit. Now he's bringing in 10 times that amount. Can he even sell it all? Exactly, other items might be fine since their shelf life lasts for years, but fruits and vegetables spoil in just a few days, right? Plus, Zhang Hao dismissed most of the supermarket staff a month ago. What do you think he's trying to achieve? Stockpiling supplies and dismissing employees. It feels so neurotic, like he's preparing for the end of the world or something. Manager Lu chuckled lightly and said nonchalantly, why bother figuring out what he's up to? Maybe he's just got too much money and doesn't know what to do with it. We can't understand the world of the wealthy. Even if it were the end of the world, so what? Money still needs to be made. The manager makes a good point. At the supermarket entrance, Zhang Hao watched the supplier's people leave. Indeed, a month ago, he had dismissed 8 employees, leaving only a young man named Fang Ping, to whom he offered a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. Seeing the boss walk in, Fang Ping respectfully said, Boss, I'll go check the goods. Go ahead. Zhang Hao nodded. Although he trusted the supplier, the goods still needed to be checked one by one. However, it couldn't be done in front of the supplier. After all, they were old friends who had cooperated for many years, and some face had to be given. Fang Ping walked into the back warehouse and came out after a while, honestly reporting, Boss, the goods are fine, completely consistent with the purchase list. That's good. Keep an eye on tomorrow's goods for me. I need to go out for a while, Zhang Hao said. Okay, boss. Fang Ping nodded slightly, tactfully refraining from asking about the boss's destination. Zhang Hao looked at him and smiled with interest. Aren't you curious about the purpose of me stockpiling so many goods? Curious, but I won't ask, Fang Ping responded softly. Why not ask? Zhang Hao asked curiously. Because asking is useless. When the boss wants to tell me, he'll naturally speak up, Fang Ping said honestly. What if I don't plan to tell you? Zhang Hao asked. That's fine too. I don't have parents. You're the person I trust the most, and you definitely wouldn't harm me. Otherwise, you wouldn't pay me such a high salary, Fang Ping said with a silly smile. Foolish boy, boy, go home. We're not opening for business today." Zhang Hao paused for a moment, then lightly laughed and patted his shoulder, signaling that he could leave. After closing the supermarket doors, Zhang Hao walked up to the second floor and looked at the warehouse filled with mountains of supplies, feeling a surge of satisfaction in his heart. Then, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! A flash of white light, and all the supplies instantly disappeared. This was not magic. Zhang Hao had stored all the supplies into the mithril ring on his left hand. This ring was a spatial ring with an extremely spacious internal space, totaling 1 billion cubic meters. Time inside the space was completely frozen, so he didn't have to worry about food spoiling. As for the reason for stockpiling, it was actually quite simple. The apocalypse was imminent. At that time, over 80% of humans on Blue Star would turn into zombies, and within a few years, 15% of humans would die. Some would be bitten to death by zombies, others would die at the hands of humans, and many would starve to death due to hunger. The collapse of production lines and various factors would lead to an extreme shortage of survival supplies during the apocalypse. For a single sausage, a piece of bread, or even a sip of water, people might turn against each other. Zhang Hao was a reborn survivor who had fought to the end in the previous apocalypse. 3 months ago, he began frantically stockpiling supplies, using his identity. As a supermarket owner, he paid a deposit of 5 million to suppliers to secure 50 million worth of supplies. As for the remaining 45 million balance, there was no need to worry. When the apocalypse arrived, it would essentially be free. So far, the spatial ring had stored 1,000 tons of meat, 3,000 tons of rice and flour, 100,000 boxes of instant noodles, 4,000 tons of mineral water, 3,000 tons of purified and filtered water. There were also 2,700 tons of various edible oils, 800 tons of vegetables, 500 tons of fruits, and 100 tons of compressed biscuits. The meat was mainly pork, but there was also chicken, duck, fish, and beef. The instant noodles came in a variety of flavors, including braised and spicy options. The vegetables were comprehensive, including cabbage, greens, radishes, and lettuce. Fruits were primarily watermelon and cantaloupe due to their high water content, with plenty of apples and pears as well. As for the compressed biscuits, he didn't plan to eat them. First, because they were hard to swallow, and second, because he intended to trade them for more valuable items in the future. These small packages, though not particularly tasty, could fill a stomach, and their value in the apocalypse was self-evident. 50 million worth of supplies was barely enough. Although Zhang Hao wanted more, he didn't have enough money. Suppliers weren't fools. If the supplies exceeded the supermarket's capacity, they wouldn't provide them. Zhang Hao's supermarket had only 2 floors, with each floor covering less than 200 square meters. It couldn't compare to large supermarkets, so naturally, suppliers were unwilling to take on greater risks. Of course, it wasn't just food. He also stockpiled some essential tools for daily life, such as nylon ropes, tents, compasses, flashlights, mobile phones, computers, binoculars, maps, generators, portable solar charging panels, lighters, and so on. Although mobile phones couldn't access the internet during the apocalypse, downloading some learning materials was still possible. Occasionally, he could play offline games or watch some action movies to pass the time. As for medicine, Zhang Hao didn't stockpile much. He only purchased a small amount of alcohol, bandages, gauze, iodine, anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, and the like. During the early stages of the apocalypse, the human body remained very fragile and indeed required treatment with ordinary medicine. However, not long after, some lucky individuals began to awaken various abilities, such as nature-based, physical-based, elemental-based, mental-based, and spatial-based powers. Humans could rely on these abilities to gradually enhance their physical fitness. Minor injuries wouldn't require medical treatment and would heal on their own, while severe injuries often wouldn't have time for treatment before leading to death. In his previous life, Zhang Hao awakened the lightning element ability on the day the apocalypse broke out. Although this ability was relatively common and resembled a mage in a game, not every lightning element awakener could become a mage. Each person's talent for their ability varied, and even with the same element, the abilities they comprehended differed. Some could control their ability to form spherical lightning in their hands, causing massive damage. Others could diffuse electric arcs through their pores to paralyze the enemy's nerves, and some could attach lightning to blades, making them sharper. However, on the second day after awakening his ability, Zhang Hao comprehended a unique skill. He could channel the lightning within his body to stimulate his cells, keeping them in a state of high-intensity activation, thereby making his physical body more powerful. When the lightning stimulation reached its limit, it could even cause lightning to continuously spray out from all his pores, forming a lightning armor that enveloped his entire body, providing dual protection alongside his physical body. Moreover, if he stimulated his brain cells, he could accelerate the speed of his neural responses. Thus, he named this ability Thunder Body Refinement. With his formidable physique, he fearlessly faced low-level zombies. Zhang Hao relentlessly slaughtered zombies, his strength growing rapidly, surpassing most other awakeners. awakeners. Not long after, he also mastered long-range lightning abilities, ultimately becoming a rare melee tank mage. Whether in long-range or close combat, he was nearly invincible, capable of breaking through the siege of thousands of low-level zombies alone. From then on, he earned a resounding title, Thunder God. Unfortunately, in his previous life, he was ultimately a lone wolf. No matter how strong one person is, it's impossible to fend off all enemies. Zhang Hao, occupying a resource-rich supermarket, naturally attracted the attention of many top-tier awakened individuals. A great battle was imminent, and faced with a situation where the enemies outnumbered him, Zhang Hao suffered severe injuries and was on the verge of death. However, perhaps fate had other plans. He was saved by an earth element awakened individual who had been hiding in secret. Yet, the enemies pursued relentlessly. To buy time, this awakened individual ultimately chose to sacrifice himself to cover Zhang Hao's retreat. Zhang Hao was filled with mixed emotions. While he was fortunate to escape, he deeply regretted the loss of his savior who had selflessly given his life. Later, he learned that this awakened individual was none other than his supermarket employee, Fang Ping. When the apocalypse broke out, Zhang Hao initially wanted to be a lone wolf. He gave some supplies to Fang Ping, whom he found agreeable, and encouraged him to join other awakened teams to stay safe by sticking together. However, this young man was sentimental and deeply moved by Zhang Hao's small gesture of kindness. He kept it in his heart and was willing to risk his life to help Zhang Hao. Although Zhang Hao eventually returned to Linhai City and wiped out the awakened forces that had besieged him, Fang Ping could never return to his side. Clenching his fists, Zhang Hao said resolutely, "Fang Ping, this time you won't have the chance to sacrifice yourself. I'll lead you in building the strongest awakened force and becoming the uncrowned king of Linhai City. In the apocalypse, fighting alone is not feasible. No matter how strong one is, it's impossible to fight against the entire world, especially when the crises of the apocalypse are as overwhelming as raging waves, ready to crush anyone who makes a single misstep. Only unity ensures survival." Of course, he wasn't going to accept just anyone. The principle of better fewer but better is universally understood. Perhaps ordinary people would be needed when rebuilding production lines in the future, but at least in the early stages of the apocalypse, he only needed elites. There are only 2 days left before the apocalypse breaks out. The supermarket is spacious enough. With 2 floors, it can accommodate dozens of people and serve as an initial base. However, the zombies evolve rapidly, so reinforcement and modifications are necessary. After finalizing these ideas, Zhang Hao began to act. He ordered a batch of thick steel plates to reinforce the front and back doors with 2 layers. He cleared out half of the shelves and used steel plates to create 6 small compartments, each about 7 to 8 square meters, resembling containers. Inside, he placed wooden beds and simple furniture. The shelves on the second floor were completely cleared, leaving only a bed, a few sofas, a coffee table, and other items. The warehouse remained intact, still storing some long-lasting supplies to avoid drawing attention. Fang Ping's loyalty was decent but still required further observation, so for now, Zhang Hao was the only one living on the second floor of the supermarket. With the help of professionals, the modification process wasn't complicated and was completed by the early hours of the night. The next morning at 7:30, Fang Ping arrived at work on time. As he pushed the door open, he was stunned. "Oh my goodness, what happened to the supermarket? Did a thief break in?" "It has nothing to do with thieves. I just made some slight modifications. From now on, you don't need to go back to that shabby rental house of yours. You can just live here," Zhang Hao said with a smile. Fang Ping hesitated for a moment and asked, "It's possible, but is such a modification allowed? Shouldn't we report it to the higher-ups first?" "I know, but making the modifications first is no problem. What if they don't allow it?" "It won't matter if they don't allow it, because by then no one will care about these things." Fang Ping was somewhat puzzled. "What does that mean?" Zhang Hao patted his shoulder and said calmly, "Because the apocalypse is coming tomorrow, and surviving will already be difficult for everyone. Who will have the time to worry about such trivial matters?" "What? The apocalypse is about to break out?" Fang Ping asked in shock, his expression puzzled. "Boss, you're not joking, are you? If it's true, will social order collapse?" "Well, what do you think? Why do you think I've stockpiled so many supplies? Do you really think I did it out of boredom?" Zhang Hao casually closed the door and said calmly, "Tomorrow at 12:10 p.m., a large number of zombies will be rampaging through the streets. Our Linhai City has a permanent population of 50 million, and it's estimated that 30 to 40 million will turn into zombies. Do you think social order will collapse?" "Boss, will I turn into a zombie?" Although Fang Ping felt a bit scared inside, he still found some comfort. Of course, he wisely refrained from asking how the boss knew the apocalypse was about to break out. "You trust me just like that? Don't you think I'm crazy?" Zhang Hao asked with a smile. "I don't think so, and besides, I've been following you for 4 years. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be living such a good life. So even if you're crazy, I'm willing to go crazy with you." Fang Ping scratched his head, a simple and honest smile appearing on his face, a smile so sincere it was free of any ulterior motives. Zhang Hao looked at him and said seriously, "That's exactly why I kept you. Other employees are just employees, but you're different. You're someone I can trust in the apocalypse. Of course, two people alone can't stand against the apocalypse, so we need more like-minded friends, and this modified supermarket will be our initial base." Fong Ping hesitated before speaking, "But boss, I've read a lot of apocalypse novels, and everyone says that supermarkets like this are the first target for survivors to fight over. Wouldn't this be too dangerous? For ordinary people, that's true, but on the flip side, we can also fight back against them. The key is whose fists are stronger." "You don't need to worry about that," Zhang Hao replied ambiguously. "While awakened individuals are indeed powerful, at the beginning, they have no idea how to strengthen their abilities and can only progress through slow exploration. He could use this to gradually outpace his opponents. Once he earned the title of Thunder God, he would naturally attract more talent and establish his own force of awakened individuals. By then, there would be no need to worry about being targeted. Moreover, the supermarket was only a temporary base, because zombies evolve at an extremely fast rate. The low-level zombies in the early stages wouldn't pose much of a threat. Aside from their heightened sense of hearing, they had no other significant advantages. But as time went on, zombies would grow stronger, and their hearing and sense of smell would become increasingly acute. Some zombies might even be able to detect faint breathing and heartbeat sounds. Even more terrifying was the possibility of zombies awakening. When tens of millions of superpowered zombies sealed off Linhai City completely, that would be the real trouble. By that time, no place within the city would be suitable as a base, and they would have to relocate to more remote suburbs. Fong Ping asked eagerly, "Boss, so what are we doing today? Is there anything I can help with?" "You stay here to receive the goods sent by Manager Lu. I'll go to the flower and bird market on East Street for a stroll and buy a bird while I'm at it." "Buy a bird? What kind of bird?" "Buy a raven." "A raven? I've never heard of it." "Well, to put it simply, a raven is a type of crow. It has black feathers all over its body, which under sunlight exhibit a metallic sheen of blue or purple. It is the largest among all passerine birds," Zhang Hao explained. "Oh, then boss, you go ahead." Fong Ping nodded obediently. "All right, I'm off." Zhang Hao left the supermarket and headed toward the flower and bird market. In fact, the raven he was looking to buy was not an ordinary crow but one on the verge of mutation. After the apocalypse arrived, not only did humans on Blue Star turn into zombies, but various creatures also had the potential to mutate. However, some creatures were spared and, like humans, had a certain chance of developing special abilities. Mutated creatures posed a significant threat to survivors, such as tigers, leopards, lions, and other large predators. On the other hand, some creatures were domesticated by humans before mutating and later became assistants and companions to human survivors, such as domestic dogs and pet pigs. What Zhang Hao was searching for was a raven chick on the brink of mutation, and it was an exceptionally rare psychic type capable of unleashing powerful mental attacks. If an awakened individual's mental strength wasn't robust enough, just one blare from the raven could cause their brain to explode. In his previous life, Zhang Hao was ambushed by this raven, trained by the enemy. If it weren't for the fact that, during that period, he had already used lightning to stimulate his brain cells and his mental strength was not weak, he might have died on the spot. Even so, he was momentarily dazed, which gave those people the opportunity to severely injure him. Therefore, he deeply realized, no superpower is invincible. There will always be someone who can inherently counter your abilities. So, he had to gather elites and strengthen his forces, and this psychic raven was the second partner he had planned to recruit. When he arrived at the flower and bird market, he began searching as soon as he walked in, visiting one shop after another but finding nothing. "What's going on?" Although the intelligence from my previous life didn't specify which shop, it was definitely the flower and bird market on East Street, and it should have appeared today. Could I have come too late? Zhang Hao was a bit puzzled and unwilling to give up, so he walked into the last shop. As soon as he entered, the shop owner smiled and asked, "Young man, what kind of bird are you looking for? A parrot? A pigeon? We have all kinds here. Do you have ravens?" "The largest kind," Zhang Hao replied. The shop owner said apologetically, "Are you talking about a raven? I'm really sorry, but our shop did have a raven chick. However, it was bought just half an hour ago." "He really came late?" Zhang Hao was stunned and hurriedly asked, "Can you tell me who bought it?" The shop owner lowered his head apologetically and said, "Dear customer, I'm sorry, but due to professional ethics, our store does not disclose any personal information about buyers. If you really want it, I can transfer another one from the warehouse for you, because, as you know, the saying goes that when a crow caws thrice, disaster befalls, so most people find this bird somewhat ominous. Very few people buy it, and the store usually only keeps one in stock." "No, that's good. Was that crow the one with blue and white eyes?" Zhang Hao pressed further. "Yes, it's very unique. I'll give you 1,000. Tell me who the buyer is." "Sorry, sir, I really can't." 10,000. "Sir, this isn't about the money." 20,000. "Ah, this, how could I accept this? I'll give you 50,000. Just tell me who the buyer is. I only need his name, no other information." information. This 50,000 in cash is yours. Zhang Hao pulled out 5 stacks of cash and slammed them heavily on the counter, his face showing an unwavering determination. Deal. The shop owner nodded helplessly. There was no other way, the offer was just too generous. You really can't blame him for lacking resolve. A full 50,000. Selling a bird only brings in a few hundred, and baby birds are even cheaper. The shop's daily profit isn't much either. He did have professional ethics, but what could he do when the offer was so high? Tell me, who bought it? Zhang Hao asked. Lu Yun. I think you might have heard of that name, the shop owner replied. Lu Yun? Are you talking about the logistics manager for fresh produce suppliers across all districts in our city? Are you sure it's her? I'm sure. Zhang Hao's face instantly darkened. Lu Yun? This woman had even helped him deliver goods yesterday. So, in his previous life, was it her who instructed that raven to secretly attack him? It made sense. Before the apocalypse broke out, others might have known his supermarket had supplies, but they had no idea how much. Only Lu Yun was among the few who knew he had stored millions worth of resources. That's right. In his previous life, he hadn't been reborn, but he did have a spatial ring. With his apocalyptic anxiety, he instinctively sensed that this might be a sign of the impending apocalypse, so he had preemptively ordered a large batch of goods from Lu Yun. According to his investigation, as the largest fresh produce supplier in Linhai City, the company headquarters had over 10,000 employees, and when the apocalypse broke out, more than half of them turned into zombies. Even the boss wasn't spared, plunging the entire company into chaos. Later, however, an unknown awakened individual reorganized the company and established a survivor base at the headquarters. Using the vast reserves of supplies in the supplier's warehouse, she attracted talent and quickly became one of the top awakened forces in Linhai City. But this person was extremely low-key, always issuing orders through her pet raven. No one knew who the leader of this force truly was. Now, the truth had finally come to light. Originally, the plan to deal with him was devised by Lu Yun. However, because Zhang Hao's reputation was too prominent, unexpectedly, she used some irresistible benefits to provoke the interest of other forces in him, thereby rallying a large number of awakened to launch a siege against him. To ensure cutting off his chances of escape, Lu Yun secretly sent the raven to attack him. The plan was almost flawless, but unfortunately, a traitor appeared among the siege team. Fang Ping, remembering the kindness Zhang Hao had shown him in the past, saved him at a critical moment, though he ultimately lost his life. If it weren't for Fang Ping, Zhang Hao would have been dead beyond saving. Lu Yun, oh Lu Yun, in this lifetime, you must die. No one can save you. I swear. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao's heart surged with murderous intent. Filled with endless hatred, he left the flower and bird market. At this moment, outside the supermarket entrance, a large number of supply boxes were being continuously transported to the warehouse on the second floor of the supermarket. Lu Yun was boldly directing her subordinates at the front, holding a bird cage in her hand. Inside the cage was a plump fledgling bird, featherless and its species indistinguishable. Fang Ping glanced up and down and asked, Manager Lu, what species is this bird in the cage? Lu Yun explained with a smile, this is a raven, a type of crow. It has just been born, its eyes aren't even open yet. I have to keep an eye on it. Fang Ping was a bit puzzled, a fledgling? Why not raise an adult crow? Because when a fledgling opens its eyes for the first time, it recognizes the person in front of it as its mother. So, training crows usually starts with fledglings. Adult crows are very difficult to tame, and the process is quite complicated. Besides, I enjoy the sense of accomplishment from gradually raising a fledgling, Lu Yun said cheerfully. Fang Ping scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, is that so? My boss also really likes crows. He went to the flower and bird market on East Street this morning and should be back soon. He likes them too? That's perfect. Fellow bird enthusiasts, I'll have to chat with him later. There are so many tricks to feeding crows, Lu Yun was saying when a young man walked over. It was the supermarket owner. Fang Ping stepped forward, noticed the boss's dejected expression, and asked, Boss, you didn't manage to buy one? No, although there are a few, none of them suit my taste. Manager Lu, you actually managed to get a raven? You like this breed too? Zhang Hao's gaze fell on the birdcage in her hand. That's right, I carefully selected this one. Lu Yun answered proudly. This one has such great features, Manager Lu, would you be willing to sell it to me? A hint of anticipation flashed in Zhang Hao's eyes. Hearing this, Lu Yun felt a bit troubled. I got up at 6 in the morning and spent a long time picking it out. If you really like it, I'll give you a check another day. I really like it. 50,000. I'll pay 50,000 to buy it, Zhang Hao said without hesitation. Boss Zhang, it's not about the money, Lu Yun tried to explain. 100,000. Zhang Hao raised the offer. Brother, don't do this, Lu Yun quickly said. 1 million. This is my utmost sincerity. Zhang Hao's gaze was resolute. No, hey, this really isn't about the money. Lu Yun felt a bit anxious. 10 million. I'll take it. Zhang Hao's voice was firm and powerful. Alright, then I'll let brother Zhang have it. It seems you truly are a bird lover. I hope you treat it well. On the surface, Lu Yun appeared reluctant, but inside, she was overjoyed. Ha ha, that Zhang guy really is an idiot, actually spending 10 million on a featherless fledgling? What a complete fool. She had been willing to sell it for just 1 million earlier. Who could have guessed he'd offer such a high price? Although she, as a logistics manager for the supplier, was already quite wealthy, a crow that might not even survive was absolutely no match for 10 million. This deal was practically a steal. However, Zhang Hao did not transfer the money immediately but instead wrote her an IOU with his fingerprint on it. Manager Lu, I'll owe you this 10 million for now. Once the goods are ready, I'll pay you along with the balance. Is that okay? No problem, haha. Boss Zhang, you're so straightforward. Lu Yun agreed on the spot. Zhang Hao was an honest person, and with the IOU in hand, she had nothing to worry about. Seeing how happy she was, Zhang Hao almost couldn't hold back his laughter and quickly lowered his head to look at the cage. Confirming that the fledgling hadn't opened its eyes on its own yet, the weight in his heart finally lifted. Next, he needed to deal with Lu Yun herself. He couldn't bear to take another glance at the fledgling. Lu Yun, still uneasy, gave a few reminders. This fledgling should be opening its eyes by tonight. When that happens, you need to take care of it carefully. A fledgling raven in this state requires a lot of nutrition. It's best to feed it once every hour. Start with chicken feed mixed with water, and it's best to add some minced pork and chopped vegetables, mix them together, and form a small meatball to feed it. The meatball shouldn't exceed a quarter of the fledgling's head size, or it might choke to death. After it finishes eating, use a straw to give it a few drops of water. Maintain this feeding routine for a month, and it will be able to fend for itself. Thank you, Manager Lu. Zhang Hao nodded. This young lady was quite kind-hearted, but when it came time to deal with her, he wouldn't hesitate. After all, who told her to stir up trouble in her past life? After finishing her instructions, Lu Yun looked at the supermarket in puzzlement and asked, Boss Zhang, are you planning not to run the supermarket anymore? Renovating the interior of the supermarket into so many containers? Yes, it's closed. Lu Yun didn't press for a reason, but her brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of concern. This Zhang guy had stockpiled so many supplies, dismissed his employees, and now was renovating the supermarket. Could it be that he intended to default on the remaining payment? That wouldn't do. She would definitely get scolded harshly by her boss when she got back. Noticing Lu Yun's expression, Zhang Hao said with a faint smile, are you worried that I might freeload off you? This is a society governed by the rule of law. I don't have that kind of ability. Although that's the case, today is the last delivery. Shouldn't we settle the balance a little? Lu Yun cautiously probed. Even settling a part of it would be fine. It's not that we don't trust you, but 45 million is no small amount, Boss Zhang. What do you think? Sure, no problem. Zhang Hao revealed a slight smile. Before noon tomorrow, come to my supermarket. I'll give you the balance in person and take the opportunity to treat you well. You've worked hard these past 3 months. That's great, Boss Zhang. I'll be there on time tomorrow. Manager Lu agreed happily. Zhang Hao secretly chuckled to himself. Ha ha, give you the final payment? I'll be waiting for you tomorrow, right on time, to meet your doom. The next day, at 11:30, Lu Yun arrived early on the second floor of the supermarket, followed by 2 employees. Fong Ping politely welcomed them in. Seeing the visitors, Zhang Hao stood up from the sofa. Manager Lu, you're here so early? I thought you'd arrive at 12. It seems you're quite eager. No choice, our boss is pressing hard for the payment, so the sooner the better. Honestly, I don't care when the final payment is made. After all, I can only make a little money from this deal. Lu Yun feigned a pitiful look. I know, let's sit down and talk. Alright, thank you. Lu Yun sat down with 2 employees, and Fong Ping served them Longjing tea one by one. After expressing their thanks, the 3 sipped the tea slowly. As they chatted, it was almost 12 o'clock. Lu Yun seemed a bit restless. Boss Zhang, are you planning to pay the remaining balance today or not? Could you give us a definite answer? If you're really short on cash, we can come back another day. Fong Ping also looked at the boss, wanting to know his response. Ever since he learned that the apocalypse was imminent, he knew the boss was planning to default on payment, but he still didn't understand why Lu Yun was asked to come to the supermarket today. Zhang Hao said frankly, I can't pay today. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Isn't this just messing with me? Boss Zhang, this kind of trickery isn't very decent. Not just today, I won't be able to pay in the future either. Lu Yun angrily said, what do you mean? Are you planning to default on payment? Zhang Hao, let me tell you, there isn't a single supermarket in Linhai City that dares to freeload off our company. Do you believe I'll sue you right now? We signed a contract, and it's clearly written in black and white. I'll make you lose everything. Just wait. After saying this, Lu Yun angrily stood up, ready to leave with his underlings. Who could have expected? Just as they stood up, their vision blurred, and the 3 of them felt dizzy, as if completely drained, then collapsed limply to the ground. You actually drugged the tea? What are you trying to do? Lu Yun pointed at the teacup on the table, but before she could finish her sentence, she and her subordinate fainted. Fong Ping was completely shocked. The boss actually drugged Lu Yun? What is he planning to do? No way, right? Am I supposed Just to keep watch for the boss later? I have no idea how long the boss will take to finish. Xiaofeng, go close the door, Zhang Hao instructed. Alright, boss. Coming back to his senses, Feng Ping closed the door of the first floor supermarket, walked over to the boss, and asked, Boss, what's next? Tie them all up, make it tight. Got it. Feng Ping found some nylon rope in the warehouse, wrapped it 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right, firmly binding their hands and feet. To prevent them from standing up and escaping, he also secured the 3 of them to the legs of the coffee table. Well done, Zhang Hao praised. Hee, it's alright. There's only 10 minutes left before the apocalypse arrives. Xiaofeng, are you afraid? I'm not afraid, because I'm not alone. Before the apocalypse, the boss could give me a good life, and after the apocalypse, I believe you can still give me a good life. Feng Ping thought seriously for a moment. I'm not very bright, but whatever the boss tells me to do, I'll do it. I just hope you won't abandon me in the future. Then what if I ask you to kill someone? Zhang Hao asked. Kill someone? I can. Whoever the boss wants me to kill, I'll kill. Do you want me to kill Lu Yun? No problem at all. I'll do it right now. Feng Ping didn't hesitate for long. After all, with the apocalypse here, killing wasn't considered illegal. He grabbed the ashtray on the coffee table and prepared to smash it against Lu Yun's head. Although his hand trembled slightly, his posture was unusually fierce, exuding the aura of a reckless fool. Alright, there's no rush right now. Zhang Hao shook his head and couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself, this kid is really reckless. Without distinguishing right from wrong, he casually wants to kill someone. He's even more aggressive than Fat Tiger. However, this could be considered a form of trust. Time passed little by little. At 12:10, chaos suddenly erupted outside. Countless people collapsed in pain, black sticky fluid seeping from their mouths, while their friends, companions, and loved ones turned into zombies. Roars and screams echoed continuously, some cried for help, some despaired, and others fearlessly awaited death. Roar, roar, gag, gag. Honey, don't scare me. Why are you vomiting black blood? Don't bite me there. My most proud part will be gone. Ha, isn't it just a zombie? What's there to be afraid of? Come bite me. I've been wanting to turn into a zombie for a long time. Help! Somebody save me. My whole family has turned into zombies. Who will save me? It's over. It's over. The apocalypse is here. Everyone run. Chaos and blood became the main theme of the moment, and most people struggled to protect themselves. Feng Ping, through the tightly closed window, saw this unbearable scene, covering his mouth and trembling. Although he had mentally prepared himself, fear still surged in his heart when he saw the devastation outside. At this moment, Lu Yun woke up. Dizzy and disoriented, she didn't notice what was happening outside, merely staring blankly at the ropes tied around her. Zhang Hao, what are you trying to do? Are you crazy? This kind of joke is not funny at all. We live in a society governed by law now. You're asking for death. You're so noisy. Zhang Hao impatiently dug at his ear, then picked up the fire axe placed nearby and slowly walked toward her. The axe blade scraped against the ground, producing a piercing screech that instantly made the atmosphere terrifying. Seeing this, Lu Yun's expression turned panicked. You want to kill me? I don't remember offending you. We have no grievances or enmity. Why are you doing this to me? I beg you, spare my life. You can do whatever you want to me, just please let me go. Sorry, I can't let you go. He raised the fire axe, the blade slicing through. With a squelch, blood spurted from Lu Yun's fair neck. She clutched her neck, convulsed a few times, and unwillingly breathed her last. Ah, that felt good. Zhang Hao felt an immense sense of relief. In this life, we indeed had no grievances, but I'm sorry, you offended me in your past life. At that moment, a low growl came from the side. The 2 employees were spewing black liquid from their mouths, their eyeballs completely white, with pupils condensed into a single black dot. Their veins turned black and purple, their skin pale and bloodless, making them look terrifying. But due to the nylon ropes binding them, they could only stay in place, unable to move. Feng Ping hesitated for a long time before mustering the courage to say, "B-boss, since they've turned into zombies, how about I take care of them?" You're not afraid? Zhang Hao asked in surprise. Feng Ping said firmly, being afraid won't help. Sooner or later, we have to take the first step. It's better to overcome the fear early. Besides, I need to gradually become stronger. I can't keep holding you back. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment and said, the idea is good, but these low-level zombies aren't that weak. Let me demonstrate first, and you can kill the second zombie. How about that? Got it, boss. Feng Ping nodded obediently. Remember, the biggest weakness of these zombies is their heads. You must aim carefully before striking. However, in the early stages of the apocalypse, human strength is not very strong, and swords or knives may not necessarily hit the target. Even if they do, they might not be able to sever the neck. People who are not skilled with such weapons will find it hard to exert force and may even get the blade stuck in the bones. Therefore, in the early stages, a weapon that is easy to wield and doesn't require much skill is needed. The easiest weapon to use is the fire axe. This weapon requires almost no technique. As long as you swing it hard with both hands, you can kill zombies, as long as your aim is accurate. The only downside is that the fire axe is not light, and most people lack endurance in the early stages. Swinging it a few times might leave them exhausted, but it's still still quite effective against one or two zombies. Zhang Hao said as he pointed at the zombie's body. Zombies don't feel any pain. If your aim is poor, try to find an opportunity to chop their legs. Without legs, zombies lose their threat. Additionally, they only think about eating humans. People either get bitten to death or, if lucky enough to escape, turn into zombies. Make sure they don't bite you. Oh, right. Try not to touch the black liquid that flows from their mouths and bodies either. Fong Ping raised his hand and asked, does this black liquid also carry a risk of infection? Not really, but it does make people feel sick. Zhang Hao glanced at him. Then he turned around, and the fire axe in his hand swung down sharply. With a crunch, the zombie's head fell off, and filthy black liquid splattered everywhere. Fong Ping watched in stunned amazement. So cool. You can be this cool too. Come on. Zhang Hao smiled and handed him the fire axe. Fong Ping imitated him and chopped off the head of the second zombie. Although he was a bit clumsy and needed 2 attempts to succeed, he had done quite well. Fong Ping seemed a little excited. Boss, what do we do now? Go out and kill zombies? What's the rush? It's too chaotic outside. Let's wait for things to calm down a bit. More importantly, we need to figure out our abilities and gradually strengthen them. That way, we can efficiently eliminate more zombies. Zhang Hao patiently explained. Alright, Fong Ping nodded. He had awakened earth-based abilities but had not yet grasped their full potential. As his abilities matured, he could create earth spikes remotely to kill zombies and might even have a chance to burrow into the ground for rapid movement. Fong Ping was somewhat frustrated. Isn't this just like Earthwalker Sun? What's wrong with Earthwalker Sun? Such a powerful survival ability isn't impressive? Even when faced with a large group of zombies, you wouldn't be afraid. Who could bite you if you burrow into the ground? Zhang Hao comforted him. Then, boss, what type of ability do you have? Lightning-based. Wow, then you must be Sikongjin. You must be really strong. Of course. Alright, enough talking. It's time to get down to business. Zhang Hao took a dagger and pried open the skulls of 2 zombies. After stirring around a bit, he found 2 small crystal cores, only the size of mung beans, and black in color. After cleaning them, he opened his mouth and swallowed the crystal cores. Then he sat cross-legged and decisively activated his ability. ZZZT. ZZZT. Thunder spread throughout his body. His cells became increasingly active under the intense stimulation, and apart from his head, the rest of his body visibly grew stronger. The most noticeable part was, just starting out, his abdomen already showed muscle contours. Moreover, faintly perceptible arcs of electricity flickered and disappeared around his body, looking incredibly cool. 2 minutes later, he opened his eyes. Zhang Hao stroked his chin, silently pondering. With the experience accumulated in my previous life, I was able to use the initial ability Thunder Body Refinement on the same day. 2 level 1 ability crystal cores made me slightly stronger. Other abilities will require absorbing more crystal cores. The physical enhancements aren't too significant. Although I can't compare to level 2 zombies, taking down 3 or 4 level 1 zombies is still no problem. Zombies, awakened ones, and mutated creatures are all categorized by levels. Levels 1 to 3 are low-level zombies, with slightly enhanced hearing and a very small chance of awakening abilities. Levels 4 to 6 are mid-level zombies, with highly developed olfactory and auditory systems, a certain probability of awakening abilities, and the ability to use basic powers. Levels 7 to 9 are high-level zombies, most of whom can awaken abilities and master various powers proficiently, boasting astonishing combat strength. Level 10 and above are referred to as transcendent. All zombies produce ability crystal cores in their brains. Awakened ones can absorb these cores to enhance their abilities, thereby accelerating their strength growth and comprehending new powers. The higher the zombie's level, the larger the crystal core and the greater the energy. Fong Ping blinked. So this is the ability crystal core the boss mentioned? It looks so weird. Do you think we have this thing in our heads? Yes, zombies, awakened ones, and mutated creatures all have them. Zhang Hao pointed at Lu Yun lying on the ground and said with a faint smile, it's not just absorbing zombie crystal cores that can make you stronger. Human and mutated creature ones work just as well. I plan to let you absorb Lu Yun's ability crystal core. This. Can I refuse? Fong Ping looked very troubled. He felt he couldn't quite accept it psychologically. No, I know you feel uncomfortable, but our goal has never been humans. If our kind targets us, the crystal core can't be wasted. You'll get used to it sooner or later. Zhang Hao took a dagger and pried open Lu Yun's skull. After stirring for a long time, white and red brain matter spilled all over the ground, but there was no trace of the ability crystal core. What's going on? There's actually none? Zhang Hao froze. What did this mean? It meant that this woman had been a completely ordinary person all along. In an instant, he understood why Lu Yun had never been willing to show herself in her previous life, always relying on the Raven to deliver orders. It was because she didn't dare meet awakened individuals face to face. Although awakened individuals and ordinary people appeared almost identical on the surface, once abilities were used, their identities could be easily discerned. Lu Yun couldn't prove this to her subordinates, as no awakened individual would willingly be led by an ordinary person. Thus, she had no choice but to keep up the pretense. Coupled with the presence of the mutated raven, her subordinates never suspected anything. It had to be said, this woman was truly bold and meticulous. In her previous life, she had established the top awakened force in Linhai City as an ordinary person. Though her luck was somewhat lacking, she could still be considered a model of a female warlord. It seems this time it's not your turn. What a pity. Zhang Hao sighed. Not a pity, not a pity. I'll just kill a few more zombies later and it'll be fine. Fong Ping was somewhat puzzled. Boss, I don't quite understand. Since humans can awaken supernatural abilities, why is it that most awakened ones in the apocalypse aren't much different from ordinary people? Like me, even though I'm an awakened one, why do I still need to absorb ability crystal cores for a while before I can use various powers? What's the reason for this? Zhang Hao explained, it's actually very simple. Let me give you an example using a game. Abilities are equivalent to your mana bar, and ability crystal cores are your experience points. Only by leveling up can you unlock the corresponding skills. Also, you said that early stage awakeners are no different from ordinary people. That's actually a misconception. Absorbing ability crystal cores can simultaneously enhance physical fitness rapidly. The gap between a level 1 awakener and an ordinary person isn't very noticeable, but once you reach level 2 or higher, the improvement is significant. A single person taking on over a dozen zombies wouldn't be a problem. Fong Ping seemed to understand. So the speed at which awakeners unlock skills depends on each person's talent? That's right, someone like me who unlocks skills on the same day is truly one in a million. Boss is really amazing. I don't even know when I'll be able to comprehend it. Fong Ping felt a bit dejected. On one hand, he worried that his talent might be insufficient and would hold him back in the future. On the other hand, he was concerned that not unlocking skills would prevent him from better assisting the boss. Zhang Hao saw through his thoughts, patted him on the shoulder, and said, don't be discouraged. Your talent is also very strong. It won't be long before you unlock your skills. Really? Zhang Hao wasn't joking. After all, back when so many awakened individuals in Linhai City surrounded him, all of them were the top tier of the city, yet Fong Ping was able to escape with him from the crowd. This was enough to prove that Fong Ping's talent in supernatural abilities was undoubtedly among the best. Boss, should we go kill zombies now? It's still too chaotic outside. The number of zombies on the streets must be overwhelming. If we get surrounded, that would be dangerous. Let's wait until the situation stabilizes. Zhang Hao shook his head. Actually, they could kill zombies now, as long as they chose the right location. But the problem was that the supermarket was located on the street, and the front entrance was completely inaccessible. The back door led to a high-end residential area, but the layout was too complex, and there were also many zombies. If they got trapped, it would be troublesome. He decided to wait until his abilities reached level 2 before considering entering. Above the supermarket was an old apartment building, the kind without elevators, with only 7 floors at most. The back door led to an alley, and both sides provided access to the apartment building. This type of residential building could actually serve as a beginner's dungeon. Fong Ping could grow quickly, but he also had a little creature to take care of. The raven had opened its eyes last night, and Zhang Hao hadn't slept a wink, feeding it every hour. He was utterly exhausted. If he let Fong Ping take care of it, he worried that the bond wouldn't be strong enough, leading to a failed taming attempt. He had spent so much effort just to make this little creature recognize him as its master. After all, this was a mutated creature of the psychic type. Psychic creatures varied in strength, but this mutated raven was undoubtedly one of the best. In his previous life, his mental strength was enough to rank in the top 10, yet this raven could make him dazed for a second, proving its exceptional supernatural talent. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened. At first, Lu Yin must have faced doubters under her command, but unsurprisingly, they were all taken out. Mental type attacks are hard to detect, leading others to mistakenly believe she was a mental type awakener, which allowed her to deceive everyone. Such a powerful mutant raven, how could one not pay attention? Now that the apocalypse has begun, the raven should have awakened as well. Who knows if there will be any changes? Zhang Hao looked at the little creature in the birdcage. It had already grown some black down feathers, not many, but it looked much better than before. It had also grown bigger, and its blue and white eyes sparkled with a lively light. Honestly, it was quite adorable. Zhang Hao asked with concern, Raven, are you hungry? I'll go get you something to eat. The raven shook its head, indicating it didn't want to eat. Zhang Hao was astonished this little creature actually understood him. It had only been a few minutes since its mutation, and its intelligence had already developed to this extent. But perhaps, aside from humans, ravens themselves are inherently intelligent animals. Their compact body structure makes their brain cells more complex, giving them exceptional learning abilities. Thus, ravens can use or create tools to achieve their goals, like the classic story of the raven drinking water. Domesticated ravens exhibit even more remarkable intelligence, capable of mimicking human speech like parrots and even counting. The high intelligence brain thin cell structure, combined with its powerful mental-type talent, is likely what makes this mutant raven so special, right? This hypothesis seems quite reasonable. To test its intelligence, Zhang Hao cautiously asked, "Raven, who am I to you?" The raven called out twice, "Mom." Fong Ping, Zhang Hao, both of them were stunned. This raven could actually talk? Isn't this a bit too much? Could it be that you were reincarnated too? However, through later experiments, they discovered that while it could understand most of what was said, it could only speak simple words in short phrases, and couldn't yet manage complex responses. But as for calling Mom, Zhang Hao felt it needed to be corrected. "Raven, you need to call me Dad, not Mom. I'm male. Do you understand what male means?" The raven shook its head adorably, looking very confused. "Alright, follow me, Baba, Boobie, Papa." The raven called out, not it's Papa. Don't you understand Pinyin? It's Dad. Dad, can't even learn 2 words? You're driving me crazy. Raven, hey good son, don't be mad. Zhang Hao, Fong Ping, goodness, this raven even took advantage of the boss? Impressive, not even old 6 can compare to you. So you were pretending to be clueless earlier? You've actually already learned? Just to mess with me? You're really naughty. Zhang Hao was so angry that veins popped on his forehead. The raven shook its head innocently, as if saying, I don't understand what you're talking about. Zhang Hao picked up the birdcage and threatened fiercely, "Do you believe I'll stew you right now? I've never had iron pot stewed raven in my life." The raven surrendered. "I was wrong, Daddy." Seeing it so obedient, Zhang Hao was so angry that he laughed. But to be honest, seeing it able to tease people right after awakening made the effort worthwhile. Staying up all night to feed it was worth it. And as the boss suffered his first setback, Fong Ping, standing nearby, was already laughing uncontrollably. Zhang Hao made a gesture and stared dangerously at Fong Ping. "What are you laughing at? No one is allowed to talk about my embarrassing moments. Got it? Or else, you're dead meat." Fong Ping held back his laughter. "Alright, dead meat." After this little episode ended in confirming that the raven had accepted its master, Zhang Hao finally felt relieved. After resting for a few hours and confirming that the situation outside had stabilized, Zhang Hao instructed Fong Ping, "Stay on the 2nd floor and guard the raven. I'll go to the upper units to deal with the zombies. Once it can act independently, you can join me in action." "How do we contact each other if something unexpected happens?" Fong Ping nodded. "I've stocked up on 100 walkie-talkies. We'll use them to stay in touch when the time comes." "Got it, boss." Zhang Hao walked downstairs and opened the back door. Outside the back door was a narrow path which slanted toward the Jinyu residential area, with 3 main gates to the east, west, and south. The supermarket's rear aligned with the south gate, but since the residential area only kept the east and west gates open, there were only 3 scattered zombies on this path. "Just 3? I'll deal with them first, then clear out all the zombies in the first unit." After finalizing his plan, Zhang Hao began to act. Holding a riot shield in his left hand and a fire axe in his right, he approached the nearest zombie. The zombie, upon seeing him, reacted like a dog spotting feces, drooling black saliva, and lunging at him with a howl. Zhang Hao easily repelled the zombie with a push of his riot shield. Taking advantage of the moment, he swung his fire axe with his right hand, and with a crunching sound, the zombie's head fell cleanly to the ground. After dispatching the first zombie, the other 2 snarled and charged at him, but he swiftly took them down one by one with ease. Thanks to the thunder-tempering body, my strength allows me to swing the fire axe single-handedly dozens of times without tiring. But this level of power is still far from enough. I need to absorb more ability crystal cores, and it is also necessary to stimulate the cells on the surface of the skin as much as possible to enhance my external defense. Even a level 1 zombie wouldn't be able to bite through my skin. By then, I wouldn't need to carry a riot shield anymore, and the efficiency of a dual-axe warrior killing zombies would practically double. This thought was truly exhilarating. Zhang Hao felt a surge of excitement and quickly took out 3 crystal cores. After returning to the first floor of the supermarket to finish absorbing them, he headed out again, turned left, and climbed the stairs. The first 2 floors of this apartment building were all shops, while the 3rd floor and above were residential units, with only 2 households per floor. He went straight to units 301 and 302 on the 3rd floor. Standing at the door, Zhang Hao paused to think. The house was likely occupied by zombies, though in rare cases, it could be survivors. If it turned out to be zombies, breaking the door wouldn't be an issue. He didn't have a key anyway, and breaking the door would inevitably make noise. But if it were survivors, barging in like this might seem a bit impolite. So, he decided to knock 3 times as a gesture of courtesy. If there was no response or if the sound of zombie growls came from inside, he would break in, kill the zombies, and take the supplies. If someone responded, he would move on. Knock, knock, knock. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, the sound echoing. From inside, there seemed to be a chilling growl, clearly indicating that the zombies had been drawn to the door. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Oh, lucky me, I hit the zombie jackpot. Without any hesitation, he swung his fire axe and smashed it down. Bang! Having absorbed a total of 5 ability crystal cores, his strength was immense, and he easily broke through the thin security door. 3 zombies immediately tried to rush out, but he wasn't foolish. If they all came out, wouldn't he be surrounded? The shield could only block one side, so he held the riot shield with his left hand, forcefully pinning the 3 zombies at the doorway. Then, he struck 3 times in quick succession, and all 3 zombies fell to the ground, as fragile as paper. Just like that, using agile positioning, Zhang Hao cleared all the zombies from the 1st to the 6th floor. A total of 4 floors and 8 households yielded 32 ability crystal cores, of which he absorbed 15. Generally, a level 1 awakened individual could absorb 20 crystal cores to advance to level 2, but every awakened person had a limit to how many cores they could absorb. For Zhang Hao, 15 per day was his maximum. For most awakened individuals, absorbing 10 cores was considered impressive, while 4 or 5 was the norm. Moreover, while absorbing the ability crystal cores, Zhang Hao also converted part of the energy into electricity to enhance his physical strength. He estimated that he would need to absorb another 15 cores to reach level 2. No rush, no rush. Other awakened individuals still don't know that zombies have these things in their brains. By the time they figure it out, we'll already be far ahead. Leave 15 crystal cores to absorb tomorrow, 10 for Fangping, and the remaining 7 can be given to Raven. It might even help its growth. After finalizing his plan, he rested for a moment, then headed to the 7th floor, room 701, and knocked on the door. Terrifying roars followed. He raised his hand and smashed open the security door, and instantly, a large number of zombies surged out, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Even with a shield, it was of no use. What? Did I just hit the jackpot with a zombie horde? 30 zombies? Was this family hosting a gathering before the apocalypse? Zhang Hao froze. 30 zombies. He could only handle a dozen at most right now and couldn't fend off attacks from all sides. With his physical strength still insufficient, 30 zombies were simply too much to handle. Seeing the zombies about to rush out, he decisively chose to flee. Fortunately, the physical fitness of this zombie group was inferior to his, and in no time, he returned to the supermarket, completely shaking them off. Fangping was already waiting at the door, looking worried. Boss, are you okay? I'm fine. Got a decent haul. You go ahead and absorb some. Let's see how many you can take. Fangping took the crystal cores handed to him by the boss and began absorbing them. 5 minutes later, 12 crystal cores had disappeared. Boss, I can't absorb anymore. I feel like if I keep going, the crystal core in my brain is going to explode. Not bad, quite talented. Zhang Hao nodded, feeling gratified by Fangping's progress. Absorbing 12 crystal cores in one day was already considered top-notch among level 1 awakeners. Boss, how many did you absorb? Fangping asked curiously. 15. Wow, that's amazing. Boss, why do you think the number of crystal cores absorbed by each person is different? Isn't that simple? Everyone's talent is different, and the amount of energy a crystal core can hold each time varies, just like the human stomach. Each person's stomach capacity is different, so the absorption efficiency naturally varies as well. Zhang Hao patiently explained, some people can eat more, while others can only eat less. Eating too much can make you feel stuffed, so digestion is necessary. The crystal cores in the brain work the same way. Oh, I see. Fangping suddenly understood. Where's Yaya? I'll go feed it a little. Zhang Hao went upstairs, looked at the raven in the birdcage, and raised the crystal core, asking, little one, can you absorb this? I want it, I want it. The raven seemed very eager, cawing loudly. Call me Dad, and I'll give it to you. Dad. Ah, good boy. Remember to absorb them one by one. Zhang Hao revealed a fatherly smile as he handed over 5 green bean-sized ability crystal cores while reminding it. The raven opened its mouth and swallowed all 5 at once. What the heck? What are you doing? Even if you can absorb them all at once, won't you choke? You're way too bold. Zhang Hao panicked a little and was about to grab some water to help it. As a result, the little creature was completely unharmed. Instead, its black feathers became fuller, and it even grew slightly larger. A look of longing appeared in the raven's eyes, and its beak opened wide again. Daddy, I want more. When his own child wants to eat, what can a father do? Of course, he has to satisfy it. Zhang Hao unhesitatingly took out the crystal cores he was holding. These were originally saved for tomorrow, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. He knew very well that once Fangping and the raven grew up, facing zombies together would be much faster than fighting alone. By then, the number of crystal cores they could obtain daily would no longer be 30 but dozens or even hundreds. He also wanted to see just how strong this little one's talent truly was. One by one, then another, 2 by 2, then another 2, adding to the 5 earlier. The raven had already absorbed a total of 14 crystal cores. 14? Just a little less than me? TSK, isn't this 1 cow compared to 10 bulls? That's incredible. Zhang Hao was somewhat surprised, but he had anticipated it. This kind of talent was only slightly inferior to his own. To be honest, most of the talents of the famous awakeners in Linhai City in his previous life were not even as good as a crow. No wonder they managed to use mental skills to catch him off guard back then. It's worth mentioning that the raven's black feathers had become radiant, growing from 7 or 8 centimeters to 20 centimeters, and basic conversations were no longer an issue. It could now completely fend for itself. Free from the constraints of the birdcage, the raven flew up to the second floor. After quite a while, it finally landed on Zhang Hao's shoulder. Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. The crow can fly now, huh? It grew so fast in just one day. I wonder when it will be able to take me flying too. The raven seemed reluctant. I treat you like a father, but you want to ride me? Zhang Hao retorted. Why not? Of course not. You're a father, not a knight. But I can't fly. You can learn by yourself. But I don't have wings. How can I learn? Not having wings, is that my fault? Have you learned some skills? Believe it or not, I won't give you crystal cores in the future. Zhang Hao was so angry his blood pressure rose again. The raven stubbornly replied, I can handle it myself. What are you going to use? Zombies don't feel pain. Mental attacks are completely useless. I can kill humans. You know, that guy with the surname Fong isn't bad. In the future, I just need to glare at his head and it will explode. Earth element crystal cores must taste really good. As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly changed. Zhang Hao placed his hand on its crow head, his eyes narrowing slightly. You're joking, right? Are you? Tell me, are you joking? The raven was about to stubbornly hold its ground, but upon seeing the other party's expressionless face, it immediately realized the gravity of the situation and decisively lowered its head to admit fault. I was joking. I'm sorry, Daddy. Zhang Hao nodded in satisfaction, his tone softening. Admitting your mistakes and correcting them makes you a good child. Raven, I am your daddy, so you have to listen to me. No matter when or under what circumstances, Fong Ping is one of us. He cannot be killed. Other humans can, but who to kill must be decided by me. Do you understand? The raven trembled as it replied, understood. Good, let's go. Continue killing zombies. Zhang Hao released his grip and headed toward the first floor of the supermarket. In fact, if the raven had dared to defy him one more time just now, he would have crushed its head. He did indeed want to establish a force of awakened individuals, and elites were important, but the prerequisite was absolute loyalty. Without loyalty, no matter how talented, they would only be a ticking time bomb in the future. The raven's behavior earlier clearly showed that it was genuinely afraid of him. It wasn't just due to the suppression of power but a deep-seated fear in its heart, an emotion that cannot be faked. That was why he spared this young raven. He wasn't worried about it betraying him in the future. After all, even Lu Yun, an ordinary person, had managed to tame it back then. Zhang Hao believed he could do the same. Coming out from the back door of the supermarket, 7 zombies appeared in the alley, clearly the ones from the 7th floor earlier. At first, Fong Ping was quite inexperienced, but under Zhang Hao's guidance, he quickly became adept and easily took down the 7 zombies. Then, they moved on to the zombies in the apartment hallway. Fortunately, these zombies didn't stay in one spot when no one was around. Instead, they wandered aimlessly, so they weren't densely packed. Soon, all 30 zombies were dealt with. Arriving at 702 on the 7th floor, Fong Ping asked, Boss, should we break the door down? Wait, knock first. Breaking the door down was clearly not a good idea. What if there was another group of zombies inside? Learning from their last experience, if they heard chaotic noises from behind the door, they would simply skip it and come back tomorrow after leveling up to a 2nd tier awakened. If the number wasn't too large, then they would break the door, block the position, and easily handle the zombies. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks on the door, no response. Zhang Hao and Fong Ping exchanged a glance, and suddenly, Zhang Hao kicked the door open. The door gave way instantly. Fong Ping raised the riot shield, only to find that just 2 zombies emerged. Surprisingly, they weren't wearing anything. A man and a woman, seemingly a couple. The man looked nonchalant, while the woman trembled, her body covered in black sticky fluid oozing from her mouth. The scene was extremely unpleasant to look at. Don't look at indecent things. Fong Ping shouted loudly and covered his eyes. Embarrassed, he swung his axe and directly chopped off the heads of the zombie couple. Boss Zhang shook his head helplessly, thinking this guy was ridiculously shy. Clearly, he wanted to look so badly, even his fingers were peeking through. Just look if you want to, what's there to be embarrassed about? Zhang Hao teased. This is respect for them. Fong Ping blushed. Respect my foot, they've all turned into zombies. You respect them, but they may not necessarily respect you. If you want to kiss that female zombie, she'll turn around and tear your jaw apart, believe it or not. Boss, stop talking, that's really disgusting. Really, your mental resilience is lacking, it needs improvement. Zhang Hao curled his lips and began scavenging for supplies. Residents like these usually didn't have much, at most some frozen meat or vegetables. In the apocalypse, there's no electricity for refrigerators, so food preservation is impossible. However, it's only been half a day, so the items haven't spoiled yet. Although the quantity was pitifully small, even a little meat is still meat. Small amounts add up, and once the resources from the other 3 units are cleared out, it should accumulate to a decent amount. The 2 of them arrived at the bathroom door. Usually, there would only be a bit of paper or sanitary pads better than nothing, right? This kind of door didn't require Boss Zhang to step in. Fang Ping gave it a gentle push, and the bathroom door opened. But then, a flash of a blade appeared inside. A buzzcut young man charged at them with a kitchen knife, shouting, "Zombie, die, you bastard. I'll fight you to the death." However, Fang Ping had already raised the riot shield. The kitchen knife struck it without causing any damage. Fang Ping said helplessly, "Brother, you're attacking the wrong people. We're not zombies." The buzzcut young man saw them and exclaimed in surprise, "You scared me to death. I thought it was zombies banging on the door." "Boss Zhang, is that you? Did you come specifically to save me?" Who are you?" Zhang Hao felt awkward. He didn't recognize this person at all. The buzzcut young man gasped and said, "I'm Zhao Hai. I often shop at your supermarket. Have you forgotten? Alright, how did you end up in the bathroom?" Although Zhang Hao still had no recollection, he could only respond casually. After all, most of the residents in this apartment building had been to his supermarket. How could he possibly know every single one of them? "My parents turned into zombies. At the time, I was in the bathroom. I didn't even have time to react and could only lock myself in. What's wrong with this world? How did the apocalypse suddenly happen?" My parents were so unlucky," Zhao Hai lamented sorrowfully. Fang Ping sighed, "My condolences. It's okay, I can handle it." Zhao Hai saw his parents killed at the door and showed surprise on his face. "Did you kill them? Did you come specifically to save me?" Zhang Hao didn't want him to misunderstand. "Yes, we killed them, but not to save you. We fought our way from the first floor to the 7th floor, and there are no zombies left in this unit. We'll head to other units to clean up later." "Wow, that's impressive. You cleared everything from the 1st to the 7th floor? Can I join you?" Zhao Hai exclaimed. "Have you awakened your superpower?" "What superpower?" "It's a kind of feeling. Anyway, those who awaken know they are awakened." "I'm not sure. I just felt pretty good while pooping earlier." "Then do you dare to kill zombies?" "No, I don't dare. They're zombies. Isn't that just asking to die?" Zhang Hao shook his head and refused. "Sorry, you can't join us." Zhao Hai became a bit anxious, frowned, and said, "Why? You're so strong. Taking me along wouldn't be a problem, right? Although I can't do anything, I can't cook or do laundry, I can cheer for you. As strong individuals, don't you need mental support?" Fang Ping almost rolled his eyes on the side. "Useless at everything, and you still have the nerve to want to join? This guy is really thick-skinned." "We don't need you." Zhang Hao firmly shook his head. Then can you give me something to eat?" Zhao Hai asked again. "Why should we give it to you?" You have so many things in the supermarket, giving me a little won't affect you, right? Why are you so stingy?" Zhang Hao couldn't be bothered to respond to him, called out to Fang Ping, and then walked toward the door. However, who would have thought that this guy still wanted to pester them, shouting loudly, Hey, you broke my door and you're just leaving like that? All of you stay here. I'm not unreasonable, and I'm not asking for much, just compensate me with 10 boxes of instant noodles, 10 barrels of water, and 50 cans of food." Hearing this, Zhang Hao turned around, revealing a faint smile. "What else do you want?" "Keep talking. Then give me a few more bags of rice and flour. They need to be fresh, the old ones won't last. Also, 2 boxes of dried noodles. If you can protect me and take me to a safe place." Before he could finish speaking, there was a sharp sound as Zhang Hao's axe suddenly swung down, cutting him in half at the waist. Blood and entrails splattered everywhere, leaving a gruesome scene. Even in death, Zhao Hai's face still bore a blissful smile, as if he had just envisioned 10 boxes of instant noodles coming his way. Zhang Hao was completely indifferent to this, turning around and leaving with Fang Ping. Although such people weren't necessarily disgusting, they were indeed excessive. They had helped him kill zombies, and he, an ordinary person locked in a bathroom, faced either starvation or being bitten by zombies, with almost no chance of survival. They saved his life, yet he shamelessly demanded supplies? And, with such outrageous requests? Where's the shame? Zhang Hao felt no guilt over Zhao Hai's death. Originally, today had been quite fruitful, but Zhao Hai's presence had been extremely irritating. After killing him, Zhang Hao felt much more relieved. Over the next 10 hours, the remaining zombies in the 3 apartment buildings were completely cleared out, yielding a total of 112 first-level crystal cores. It was a rewarding haul, and by now, it was already late at night. Even awakened ones needed rest, so the two of them went downstairs together and returned to the supermarket. The Raven took charge of keeping watch, and the night passed without incident. Early the next morning, the two of them, along with the Raven, began absorbing crystal cores. Zhang Hao sat cross-legged, with faint arcs of electricity flickering across his body. After spending 15 minutes and absorbing 15 crystal cores, he finally advanced to level 2. Moreover, the effective thunder body tempering made his skin extremely tough. Level 1 zombies could no longer bite through it, and his physical fitness had greatly improved. His 8-pack abs became visible, and the dual-axe warrior was about to make his debut. Additionally, he mastered a second skill, Thunder Explosion. He could now release electricity from the pores of his hands and continuously control it to form a sphere, which had immense destructive power. Fang Ping absorbed 12 crystal cores and also advanced to level 2, mastering the skill. Earth Spike. The Raven absorbed 14 cores and advanced to level 2 as well, achieving a higher mental level and mastering the skilled mental slowdown, which was highly effective against awakened individuals. Since they had all become level 2 awakened, the number of level 1 crystal cores required for further upgrades had significantly increased. Zhang Hao now needed 150 cores, Fong Ping needed 120, and the Raven required 140. Even with an ample supply of level 1 crystal cores, it would take more than 10 days to upgrade. Although level 2 crystal cores could speed up the process, it was only the second day of the apocalypse. Even with rapid zombie evolution, level 2 zombies were still extremely rare and couldn't be relied upon. Fong Ping also realized this issue. Boss, what should we do now? Should we keep killing zombies? Of course, we need to kill zombies. We can't just sit around waiting for them to evolve to level 2, that would be too slow. But, while killing zombies, we also need to pay attention to outstanding awakened individuals and gather a large amount of supplies. Zhang Hao's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. We can't recruit too few people. We need to establish at least a 5 or 6 person awakened squad first. When the time comes, we can pull off something big. Fong Ping humbly asked for advice. What can we use to recruit awakened individuals? In the early stages, you can use supplies or crystal cores as incentives, and later gradually foster relationships among team members. Of course, you also need to secretly assess their character. If someone is too much of a saint, just eliminate or get rid of them. The most important thing is loyalty. Anyone disloyal is not welcome, no matter how talented they are. Zhang Hao's plan was not that simple. In his previous life, top-tier awakened individuals could generally be recruited in advance as long as there was no enmity. However, with the apocalypse already underway, he was unclear about the early situation and could only see if he happened to encounter suitable people. Suddenly, a few recruitment targets flashed through his mind, and those people were not far from here. Taking Fong Ping and Raven with him, he headed to the first floor. Just as they were about to leave through the supermarket's back door to look for people, there was a violent knocking at the door. Outside, a woman was screaming hysterically for help. Boss Zhang, save me. There are so many zombies chasing me. Ah, I'm going to die. Boss Zhang? The way she addressed him made it seem like she was a regular customer who had shopped at the supermarket before. However, upon hearing her cries for help, Zhang Hao did not immediately feel moved. Instead, he turned to the side and asked, Xiao Fong, what do you think we should do? Fong Ping felt a bit uneasy and cautiously said, how about asking her how many zombies are behind her? Was she bitten? If there's no big issue, let's give her a hand. What if she turns out to be a talented awakener? It'd be a good chance for us to confirm and recruit her. Of course, I'll follow the boss's orders. If you say save her, we'll save her. Zhang Hao looked at the Raven on his shoulder. What about you? The Raven responded succinctly, no rescue, women are trouble. Zhang Hao actually didn't want to rescue her either, but he decided to teach Fong Ping a lesson today. So, as the boss, he agreed. Fong Ping asked through the door, Miss, how many zombies are behind you? Have you been bitten? I haven't been bitten, there are only 2 zombies. They're coming, please open the door, I'm begging you. The girl screamed, her voice filled with pleading. Fong Ping opened the door, and the girl scrambled inside in a panic. 2 level 1 zombies were already close. Fong Ping used the riot shield in his left hand to block them, and then quickly dealt with the zombies in 2 moves. The back door was shut tight. The girl, with tearful eyes, was clearly shaken. Miss, don't worry, it's all over now. Fong Ping comforted her. Thank you, and also Boss Shan. If it weren't for you, I would have really died. After regaining her composure, Zhou Ruyu expressed her gratitude to them. Fong Ping was no fool and wouldn't trust her easily. He carefully checked the girl over and, after finding no bite marks, felt slightly relieved. Although he wasn't afraid of newly infected level 1 zombies, Zhou Ruyu was someone he had asked the boss to save, and if anything went wrong, it would definitely anger the boss. Fortunately, this girl seemed to be just an ordinary person. Zhang Hao asked coldly, no need to thank me, it has nothing to do with me. Let me ask you, where did you come from? Tell me in detail about your escape. I escaped from the Jinhua residential area behind the supermarket. Since I live alone, I usually just order takeout, so there wasn't much food at home. I held out for one night, but I was so hungry that I had no choice but to flee. Zhou Ruyu said weakly, luckily, I live on the first floor, and the building I live in is very close to the gate, so the escape route wasn't very long. Escaped from the main gate? Which main gate? Zhang Hao asked again. The south gate. Oh, are you an awakened? What awakened? I don't understand what you mean. It's okay, I was just asking casually, you don't need to overthink it. Zhou Ruyu pleaded pitifully, then can you give me some food to eat? Boss Shang, I'm really starving, I'll definitely repay you in the future. How will you repay me? With your body? Zhang Hao's expression was teasing. Zhou Ruyu felt both ashamed and angry, struggling to endure it. Sorry, I'm not that kind of person. My family is very wealthy, I can give you a lot of money. Is that acceptable? Money? Do you think money is still useful? Why wouldn't it be? Social order will eventually be restored. Right now, it's just Linhai City facing a zombie crisis. ridiculous. Things definitely won't stay this bad forever. Zhou Ruyu thought about her situation and realized these words were of no use. She could only swallow her pride and plead, "Boss Zhang, could you give me some food? I know you're a good person. I'm begging you. I'm not a good person. There's no way I'll give you food for free. You need to prove your worth. Either go out and kill a zombie, cut off its head and bring it back, or stay hungry. It's your choice." Zhang Hao didn't care at all and couldn't be bothered to worry about whether she was hungry. Although he had plenty of supplies, he still needed to use them sparingly. Any random survivor coming to beg him for food without offering anything in return, there was no way it would be that easy. "I wouldn't dare. I'm just a weak woman." Zhou Ruyu was almost in tears. That pitiful expression on her face could make someone who didn't know better think she had suffered some great misfortune. Fong Ping originally had no intention of helping, but as she approached, her tear-streaked face leaned against him, her slender, fair arm lightly brushing against him, leaving him blushing and flustered. In the end, after her persistent pleading, he had no choice but to take out a bucket of instant noodles. Zhang Hao spoke in a harsh, uncompromising tone. "Your shouting earlier attracted a few zombies. Once they disperse, you need to leave this place. Remember, don't make any noise. How am I supposed to survive on my own?" "That's your own problem." Zhou Ruyu bit her lip and said pitifully, "Can't I stay? I can cook for you, wash clothes. I'm not afraid of hardship." Zhang Hao asked again, "Are you an awakened?" "I don't understand what you mean." "Then forget it." Zhang Hao shook his head and remained silent. Fong Ping felt a bit reluctant in his heart, but he still chose to follow the boss's instructions. After all, the boss must have his reasons for doing so. After slowly finishing her instant noodles, Zhou Ruyu stood up. The roaring sounds outside had already disappeared, and it was clear that the gathered zombies had dispersed, but she had no intention of leaving. "What? Do you want me to personally throw you out?" Zhang Hao's tone gradually revealed impatience as he began urging Fong Ping to drive the woman away. Fong Ping, helpless, had no choice but to comply. He opened the supermarket's back door and tried to push the frail woman outside. However, Zhou Ruyu clung tightly to the doorframe, refusing to leave no matter what, even resisting forcefully, causing Fong Ping to retreat in embarrassment. At the same time, she shouted loudly, "Help! He's assaulting me, courting death." Zhang Hao's expression suddenly changed, and his right hand fiercely reached for her head. No one could have anticipated why. Zhou Ruyu did not panic. She raised her hand, and a half-inch bone spike emerged from her fingertip, gleaming with a sharp, cold light, aiming straight for Zhang Hao's heart at an incredible speed. "The one who's dying is you," she said coldly. "Zhang, this supermarket is mine now." The ruthless expression on her face was unmistakable. She thought she had the upper hand, but she never expected. The seemingly sharp bone spurs couldn't even pierce the skin, forcibly blocked outside. Zhou Ruyu froze in shock. How could this be? Zhang Hao's defense couldn't even be breached by the attack of a level 1 zombie, let alone a level 1 awakened. Killing her didn't even require the raven's mental sluggishness. While she was stunned, Zhang Hao's hand had already gripped her head, his 5 fingers suddenly exerting force, the cracking sound of her skull chilling to the bone. With a loud bang, Zhou Ruyu's head instantly exploded, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere, covering Fong Ping's face entirely. It happened so fast from the moment he acted to her death, it took less than 1.32 seconds. Coming back to his senses, Fong Ping lowered his head in shame. "I'm sorry, boss, I was wrong." Zhang Hao stared directly at him, his tone carrying stern reproach. "Xiao Fong, simply admitting your mistake isn't enough. Do you know where you went wrong?" Fong Ping was at a loss for words. You don't know where you went wrong? You're completely confused right now. Do you think she acted out because I refused to take her in? You're wrong. Her target from the very beginning was us. More precisely, it was this supermarket. No one would fail to understand how important supplies are in the apocalypse, and it's inevitable that many awakened ones would come to trouble us. This woman is extremely bold, but apart from having a decent talent for abilities, she's completely useless otherwise. She said she escaped from the south gate of Jinue community, but she doesn't even know that the south gate has never been open. She claimed she didn't encounter too many zombies on the way, but the zombie stench on her is too strong, completely unlike that of an ordinary person. I asked her twice if she was an awakened one, and she repeatedly denied it. She also knew that a sudden appearance of an awakened on someone else's territory would definitely arouse suspicion, so she absolutely couldn't admit her identity. Yet, when she easily killed 2 zombies, she showed no surprise, completely exposing her identity. Shouldn't an ordinary person be shocked upon witnessing such a scene? She wasn't. This woman surnamed Zhou hasn't spoken a single truthful word from start to finish, even using her body to win your favor. With ulterior motives, you still gave her instant noodles? Zhang Hao reprimanded mercilessly. And you thoughtfully added a sausage for her? Fong Ping, are you completely stupid? Or are you blinded by lust? Even a crow knows women are trouble, and you don't? If you like women so much, then go find one. I don't need you. Sorry, boss, I was wrong. I realize my mistake now, and I won't dare to do it again in the future. Fong Ping's face was full of guilt. Zhang Hao ignored him. To be honest, although this woman was full of flaws, she might might have succeeded if it had been an ordinary awakened person. Beautiful women naturally evoke a protective instinct in people, and lust can cloud judgment, making it easy to overlook her clumsy lies. Fang Ping, being young and inexperienced with women, acted this way, which was understandable. Not every survivor can immediately adjust their previous mindset of protecting the vulnerable at the beginning of the apocalypse. In this brutal world, there is no difference between men and women. Everyone is struggling to survive, so why should being a woman entitle you to demand help from others? Is helping you an obligation? If no one helps you, do you harbor resentment or even seek revenge? Moreover, this woman clearly had malicious intentions, so killing her was not an issue. In the apocalypse, one must be ruthless, even forcing oneself to be selfish, otherwise, death is the only outcome. Fang Ping's earlier behavior was overly naive, but it was largely due to his wavering thoughts, which caused him to lose basic judgment. Therefore, there was still room for improvement. Zhang Hao said coldly, just this once. Don't let it happen again. Thank you, boss. Fang Ping let out a sigh of relief and began reflecting on his actions. The boss had been incredibly kind to him, and he vowed never to make such a mistake again. Over the next few days, they cleared all the zombies from 3 old apartment buildings, collecting a total of 407 first-level crystal cores in 3 days. During this time, Fang Ping also changed. When encountering women with ulterior motives, he acted directly, splitting their heads open. As for opportunistic troublemakers, he dealt with them as well. Comrade Fang turned over a new leaf, reverting to his straightforward and brash self, much to Boss Shang's satisfaction. At noon, they were by the window on the second floor of the supermarket. Zhang Hao held a telescope, constantly observing the street. The number of wandering zombies on the street was quite considerable. Although there were only 70 or 80 in front of the supermarket, it was absolutely not the time to recklessly go out and kill them. Any commotion could potentially attract a large number of zombies. While first-level zombies couldn't break through defenses, Zhang Hao also had moments of exhaustion. If hundreds or thousands of zombies blocked the way, there might not even be a chance to escape unless a team could be formed to barely attempt it. This situation left people feeling helpless. He had originally wanted to do something big, but there simply weren't enough people. Just as Zhang Hao was about to eat, a young boy appeared on the distant street. Through the telescope, Zhang Hao saw the boy cautiously moving along the wall. When faced with a dozen zombies blocking the way ahead, he threw a stone. To divert them, if there were only a few zombies, he used agile movements to avoid their line of sight. The boy's maneuvers were astonishing. He crouched behind a piece of board, and right in front of the board was a zombie. The zombie showed no reaction, its black saliva dripping as the boy smoothly slipped past. What's going on? Zhang Hao widened his eyes in shock. First-level zombies might not have sharp senses, but they shouldn't fail to notice something so close. Blocking the view with the board was one thing, but could its sense of smell also temporarily fail? Or was this little brat somehow related to the zombie? Zhang Hao watched as the boy skillfully navigated the street, eventually turning right into an alley and disappearing. Damn, this is absurd, Zhang Hao thought to himself. This boy must be a favorite of Lady Luck. Just as he was about to say something, Fang Ping hurriedly came up. Boss, there's a boy knocking on the back door, saying he wants to see you. Came straight to the door? Zhang Hao was somewhat surprised but did not let his guard down. He and Fang Ping walked downstairs together and opened the door. Sure enough, it was the nimble lucky boy from earlier. The boy looked about 15 years old, with black curly hair. Although his face showed some fatigue, his expression seemed to carry joy and anticipation. As soon as he entered, he got straight to the point. Boss, can I join you? This sudden request caught Zhang Hao off guard. Although Fang Ping was not very approving of this little kid, he didn't say much, leaving everything to the boss's decision. Zhang Hao asked, what's your name? Are you an awakened? My name is Hu Xiaonan, and I am an awakened. Then what type is your ability? Natural, elemental, or mental? None of them. I can't clearly define which category my ability belongs to, but I know my basic skill is danger foresight. Zhang Hao became interested. Oh, how exactly does it work? In what form? I can foresee danger through divination, using my ability to make specific objects display the level of danger in the form of colors. Like this. Hu Xiaonan took out a 5-cent coin from his pocket, muttered softly, and then tossed the coin upward. The coin flipped several times in the air before landing steadily in his palm, emitting a faint green glow. Green light represents safety, yellow light indicates very low danger, orange light signifies moderate danger, red light means extreme danger, and purple light represents a life or death situation. Hu Xiaonan revealed a confident smile. With me on board, everyone can move freely in the apocalypse. This kind of ability should be enough to impress the boss, right? Zhang Hao fell silent. He did not respond immediately. Was Hu Xiaonan's ability impressive? That was certain. Being able to foresee danger, how could that not be considered remarkable? In the apocalypse, this was practically a cheat-like ability. No wonder she could so deftly evade the pursuit of zombies. In fact, in his previous life, he had heard of Hu Xiaonan's name, the prophet. The ability she awakened did not belong to any common system, nor was her combat capability outstanding. It could truly be described as unique. In the entire Linhai city, she seemed to be one of a kind. Back then, after he joined the awakened team, her ability made her famous, eventually becoming the second in command of a top-tier faction. In his previous life, Hu Shaonan did not join, clearly because she had foreseen, with her ability, that it was not safe to be around him. In this life, he planned to form an awakened team, which led her to approach him voluntarily. There was no need to think twice, he absolutely could not let her slip away. This girl prioritized her own safety. As long as he protected her well, the possibility of betrayal would be eliminated, and he could slowly cultivate their relationship in the future. Without further hesitation, Zhang Hao nodded. Welcome to the team. Hee, thank you, boss. Hu Shaonan giggled. Zhang Hao asked, you were able to avoid so many zombies because of danger forewarning, right? Not entirely. Danger forewarning isn't omnipotent. The conditions for divination are quite stringent. If the phrasing of the divination is incorrect, it can easily lead to failure or even produce erroneous predictions, Hu Shaonan patiently explained. The reason I could avoid the zombie hordes is because I have a second skill, Zero Presence. This skill allows me to minimize my aura to the greatest extent, making it impossible for zombies to detect my scent. At the same time, combining it with danger forewarning enables me to avoid zombies to the maximum extent. Zhang Hao felt slightly uneasy. She actually had a second skill? 2 skills at level 1? This was practically cheating, wasn't it? If it weren't for her lack of combat ability, this was basically the template of a protagonist. Zhang Hao asked again, what do you mean by the phrasing of divination? It's just a verbal description of the divination event, which must meet the 4 basic elements of time, place, person, and event. Otherwise, the divination results will have varying degrees of deviation, Hu Shaonan replied. Then you should be able to divine for other people too, right? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Divining for others is possible? Wouldn't that mean there's a lot of room for maneuver? For example, assessing the danger level of a team going out to fight zombies on the street, or screening new members joining the team? Of course, he had something important in mind. Can you help me divine something? Help me divine the danger level of us collectively heading to the headquarters of the largest supplier in Donlin City tonight to loot their warehouse supplies. Zhang Hao looked serious, with a hint of excitement in his heart. He had never forgotten the importance of supplies. Although there were quite a lot of supplies in his spatial ring now, they would be far from enough once the team grew larger. The early days of the apocalypse were undoubtedly the best time to scavenge for resources. The company Lu Yun worked for before her death was the largest fresh produce supplier in the entire city. Delivering 50 million worth of goods had actually been quite easy. If it weren't for the need to supply various supermarkets in the city every few days, those 50 million worth of supplies could have been handled in a single day. A supplier warehouse of that scale would definitely have a massive amount of resources. Otherwise, Lu Yun couldn't have risen so quickly. Zhang Hao had never forgotten this from the beginning, but the supplier's headquarters had over 10,000 employees. At this point, more than half of humanity had turned into zombies. Although 5 days had passed and zombies would wander aimlessly when they couldn't find people, there would definitely still be some left behind. Moreover, with insufficient manpower, Zhang Hao had never brought it up. Now, with Hu Shaonan, a future super prophet, they could completely assess the feasibility of this operation in advance. Hu Shaonan asked, is it that supplier called Hailing? Yes, Zhang Hao nodded. Wait a moment, let me think about the phrasing for the divination. This should be about right. Tonight, Zhang Hao, Fong Ping, and I will head to the headquarters of the Hailing supplier to scavenge warehouse supplies. Will it be dangerous? Hu Shaonan pondered briefly and murmured softly. Then, she flicked her index finger, tossing the coin into the air to spin. When it landed in her palm, the coin emitted an orange glow. Orange glow? Relatively dangerous? Boss, how about we call it off? Hu Shaonan was a bit scared. She had no combat ability whatsoever. If she were the only one injured, what would she do? Zhang Hao pointed to the raven on his shoulder. You didn't mention all the elements of my character. There's also this one. Hu Shaonan was stunned for a moment. Do we have to bring this black chicken too? Before Zhang Hao could respond, the raven immediately started cursing. You're the chicken, your whole family are chickens. My goodness, this chicken can actually talk? An ignorant fool who's never seen the world. You're the fool. If you're not a fool, how can you not tell the difference between a chicken and a crow? Oh my god, are your eyes too mung beans? This crow suggests you dig them out and feed them to the dogs. Do you believe I'll strangle you? How can a chicken have such a foul mouth? Hu Shaonan felt like she was about to explode with anger, but the raven chuckled. I heard a huge joke. Want to try pinching me? I can blow your head off with just one look. Zhang Hao couldn't stand it anymore and stopped their argument. Alright, stop fighting. The raven is indeed a great help. You can include it and try divining again. Okay, boss. Hu Shaonan added the raven back in. The divination result shows a yellow light. Although it's not a green light, the danger is minimal, and that's good enough. After all, in the apocalypse, the word safety itself is a luxury, and true safety can only be created with one's own hands. Zhang Hao originally wanted to perform more divinations, but Hu Xiaonan was already drained. After all, divination also consumes abilities. Right now, he is only a level 1 awakener and can perform divination a maximum of 5 times a day. He had already used it twice before coming to the supermarket, so he was out of chances. But it must be said, the skill is really useful. Zhang Hao looked at Fang Ping and said with concern, being so weak at such a young age is not good. Xiao Fang, go make a few hearty dishes, stew some pork rib soup to properly nourish Hu's body. Fang Ping scratched his head awkwardly. Boss, I don't know how to cook. Then go learn. I have cooking videos stored on my phone. Figure it out yourself. We've been eating instant noodles for days, and I'm sick of it. No. Alright, I'm on it, boss. Fang Ping was convinced and reluctantly went to cook. Using a small electric pot, it took him 3 hours to prepare 5 dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, spicy chicken wings, spicy boiled fish, cold pork head salad, and stewed ribs. The dishes looked decent in appearance, but the smell was rather peculiar. Fang Ping sat on the chair, feeling a bit uneasy. Zhang Hao scooped a bowl of rib soup, took a big sip, and his face instantly turned black and white before spitting the soup out in a fit of rage. Put! What the hell is this? Xiao Fang, did you put poop in it? Good heavens! Zhang Hao was almost furious enough to fly off the handle. He wasn't exaggerating, it was truly disgusting. This stuff couldn't even be called rib soup, it was more like poop soup. The taste was eerily similar to feces. Hu Xiaonan, unwilling to believe it, thought to himself, no matter how bad it tastes, it can't possibly be worse than poop, right? Ha! As a foodie for so many years, he figured he'd know if this stuff was made of poop after trying it. Then, he vomited all over the place. Hu Xiaonan gave the ultimate review. This dish isn't poop, but it's better than poop, surpassing it in every way. Fang Ping felt a bit heartbroken, but after tasting it himself, he almost foamed at the mouth. In the end, the 3 of them opted for instant noodles. To soothe their wounded souls, Zhang Hao added 3 sausages and 2 marinated eggs. But the cooking problem still needed to be solved. None of the 3 had any talent for cooking. Were they really going to make the raven learn to cook? Wouldn't that be a bit inhumane? Zhang Hao glanced at the raven. Raven, how about watching a cooking video? The raven howled, Dad, be a human, will you? I admit I'm not human, but you are truly a dog. I'm a crow, so why do I still have to cook? Zhang Hao could only give up. The raven was only 5 days old, and this was indeed a bit inhumane. He decided to wait until it grew up. If it could chat fluently in just 5 days, wouldn't learning to cook in a month be a piece of cake? At 1:30 a.m., the 3 people and 1 raven were fully prepared to head to the Hailing Supplier Building. That place was about 20 kilometers north of East Street, relatively close to the northern 5th ring near the city outskirts, but still not considered the city center. Why act at night? Because first-level zombies have poor vision. As long as they don't catch your scent, they're no different from blind people, making it much safer. To prevent the supermarket from being looted, he stored all the supplies in the space ring before leaving and exited through the back door of the supermarket. Fang Ping raised his hand and asked, so how are we getting there? Are we walking? The raven replied, of course, we're flying. Hu Xiaonan rolled her eyes. You can fly. Can we fly? If you can't fly, what are you so proud of? You sneaky little devil. Watch out, or I'll eat your chicken wings. Idiot, these are crow wings. Ignoring the antics of the 2 jokers, Fang Ping cautiously asked, Boss, with your meticulous planning, you must have already prepared a means of transportation, right? This was awkward. Zhang Hao really hadn't prepared anything. It wasn't that he forgot, but rather that he had overlooked it. The apocalypse had already erupted, and vehicles in the city were jammed to the point of gridlock. Regular cars and trucks were no longer viable, and only 2-wheeled vehicles could navigate the streets freely. For instance, motorcycles, electric bikes, or even bicycles, though bicycles were too slow and exhausting. Motorcycles were fast, capable of reaching the destination in 20 minutes, or even 10 if one wasn't afraid of accidents. Electric bikes were slightly slower but could still make it in half an hour. However, he truly hadn't prepared anything at all. So what now? Walk there? That was clearly not an option. Even if they were second-level awakeners, traveling 20 kilometers at full speed without rest would still take 4 to 5 hours. And that's under ideal conditions. Hu Xiaonan was only a first-level awakener, physically frail. With a burden like her, it might take 6 or 7 hours to reach the destination, and by then, it would already be daylight. A nighttime surprise attack would be a joke at that point. Fang Ping looked at the boss's lack of response and immediately understood the situation. The 3 of them, along with the crow, fell into an awkward silence. After a brief moment of thought, Zhang Hao spoke up. Getting transportation isn't difficult. 500 meters to the left of the supermarket, there's a father and son bike shop that specializes in electric bikes. Let's go raid it and stock up while we're at it. Boss, you're so smart. Let's get moving then. Fang Ping complimented briefly, and then everyone headed toward the car dealership. A few minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Still, at the back door of the alley. Shops like this usually have a back door. Following the usual practice, they knocked first. A few knocks echoed, but there was still no response. Instead, 3 to 5 zombies were drawn to the noise. Fong Ping easily dealt with them and looked at Zhang Hao, asking, "Boss, no one is responding. It seems like it's either empty or they've already turned into zombies. Should we break the door?" "Break it." With the boss's approval, they were about to break the door. Just then, the door creaked open, and a young man with yellow-dyed hair appeared. His eyes were blackened like a panda's, clearly even weaker than Hu Xiaonan. Sigh, so young yet already lacking self-restraint. The yellow-haired man suppressed his impatience and asked, "Who are you looking for?" What a pity, it seemed this car dealership wasn't unoccupied after all. Both Zhang Hao and Fong Ping felt a bit disappointed. "I'm looking for old son from the dealership. I run the fresh produce supermarket next door. We've had some dealings before." Zhang Hao's response made Huang Ma glance him up and down. "I've heard my dad mention you, Boss Zhang, right? Come in and talk. It's not safe outside." The three followed him inside. This car dealership had only one floor, with a small lounge in the corner. The rest of the space was filled with various electric vehicles, numbering over 100 at a glance. There were many styles, including foldable electric bikes, electric motorcycles, electric scooters, and elderly three-wheeled electric vehicles. "Are you looking for vehicles?" Huang Mao got straight to the point. "Yes, we want 3 for commuting. These two-wheeled ones are just right. Let me tell you, the foldable one is convenient to carry, but the speed is average, the battery life is poor, and it can only be ridden by one person." The blonde-haired guy patiently recommended, "Electric motorcycles are fast, with a top speed of 50 kilometers per hour. They have good battery life and shock absorption, with almost no obvious drawbacks. I guess you wouldn't consider scooters either. This one is small and portable, but the shock absorption is poor. If the road is uneven, it'll really give you a hard time. Which one do you want?" "Electric motorcycle. This certainly requires no hesitation. This one is better. Although others can occasionally come in handy, their cost-effectiveness is too low. If they can be obtained for free, then it might be worth stockpiling some." "Aha, what do you plan to use for payment?" "Money is useless now. You're the supermarket owner, so let's use supplies instead. We'll negotiate a price, and if you think it's fair, you can buy it," Huang Mao said straightforwardly. "All right," Zhang Hao nodded. The original price for 3 electric scooters was 6,500 yuan. "I'm not asking for much, just give us 300 pounds of pork, 100 pounds of rice, and 40 bottles of Farmer's 3 Punch, and throw in 50 boxes of Jispin as a bonus. This price could originally buy this much in supplies, so don't think I'm being greedy." "That's too much. How about reducing the pork by 100 pounds? Zhang Hao turned around and left, unwilling to waste any more words with him. Did he really think Zhang Hao was a pushover? Before the apocalypse, 6,000 yuan could indeed buy so many things, but now it's the apocalypse, even though only 5 days have passed. 3 electric scooters couldn't be exchanged so easily. When resources become scarce, the city will no longer be a gathering place for humans, and these things will be useless in the suburbs. Forget about 300 pounds of pork. 3 electric scooters wouldn't even trade for a cup of instant noodles or a single sausage. That would be nothing short of being treated like a dog begging for scraps. Moreover, buying is just for convenience. If you really want to find an electric scooter, you can always find a means of transportation on the street with a little time. Besides, your shop isn't the only one around here, so why insist on pestering you? Isn't that just irrational? Honestly, only he has some decency. If it were an unreasonable awakened one, they wouldn't even need to spend a single penny on you and could easily deal with you." Seeing Zhang Hao and his group about to leave, the yellow-haired man became a bit anxious and cheerfully persuaded, "Don't go, let's discuss it further. Business isn't usually settled in one go, right? How about you name a price?" Zhang Hao replied, 10 buckets of instant noodles. "And then? That's it. Do you think I'm a beggar? Not selling, not selling." The blonde-haired man was furious. Although he and his father lacked food, trading 10 buckets of instant noodles for 3 cars? Even if he agreed, his father would never consent. Sure, the streets were dangerous, but with some risk, they could still find food. If worse came to worst, they could raid Zhang's supermarket, loot all the supplies, and kill everyone there. After all, killing in the apocalypse wasn't a big deal. A sinister thought crossed the blonde-haired man's mind. Seeing them heading toward the back door, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Hey, don't go through the back door, use the front door. Because this shop belongs to my dad. Either you go through the front door, or don't leave at all." "The front door? This guy wants the zombies to trap us." Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of danger. Just as he was about to do something, strange noises came from the corner lounge, chaotic and heavy breathing. Both male and female voices were present, but the woman's voice sounded peculiar, as if her mouth was blocked by something unknown, making it hard to hear clearly. Zhang Hao's expression shifted slightly, and he began to form a guess in his mind. However, he couldn't be bothered to intervene. Such things were all too common in the apocalypse. When humans are desperate, many women willingly comply. Sometimes, half a pack of biscuits or a bucket of water is enough to secure a night. Right. If you can provide a few days' worth of food, you can have complete control. There are no limits to the positions you can demand, only limits to your imagination. Of course, this only applies to beautiful women. If they're unattractive, even if they offer themselves, no one would be interested. The heavy breathing ceased, and the lounge door opened. The car shop owner, Sun Kai, came out, pulling up his pants, a cigarette dangling from his mouth and a look of disdain on his face. Seriously, it's useless. Not even a bit satisfying. We need to catch a woman soon. I'll go tomorrow, Huang Mao replied. Son, you handle it. All right. The blonde-haired man licked the corner of his mouth and headed toward the lounge. Hearing the conversation between the father and son, Zhang Hao and the others couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. When they turned their gaze, they were met with a nauseating scene. Sure enough, the father and son were doing that, but the partner turned out to be a female zombie? My goodness, what kind of brainless behavior is this? The zombie was completely naked, her limbs bound to a chair, and her mouth sealed shut with tape. The disgusting black slime couldn't ooze out, so she actually looked relatively clean, and her appearance was even at the level of a class beauty. But that doesn't justify such depraved madness. Fang Ping immediately reacted, covering Hu Xiaonan's eyes with both hands. Don't look, not suitable for minors. The next scene is pay-per-view content. Hu Xiaonan looked intrigued. He was indeed a bit curious because he'd never seen anything like it. Not just him, Fang Ping hadn't seen it either. Zhang Hao, however, had witnessed it a few times in his previous life, including group zombie activities. Those scenes were downright eye-searing and could leave a deep psychological scar on anyone. Sun Kai saw the person in front of him and said flippantly, "Oh, isn't this Boss Zhang here to buy an electric bike? My son was joking with you earlier. The price was indeed a bit high. How about this? 3 electric bikes for 5 bags of rice and flour plus 10 boxes of jispin. That's a pretty fair price, right? What do you think?" Not great. Zhang Hao shook his head. Really? Not even 5 bags of rice and flour? How are we supposed to do business in the future? Don't be so heartless. I probably won't be able to do business with you in the future. What do you mean? Sun Kai looked puzzled. Zhang Hao glanced at the open door of the lounge, watching the blonde-haired man working hard, his face extremely pale, with a trace of sympathy in his eyes. Do you know? Anyone bitten or scratched by a zombie will inevitably turn into a zombie. We know. But you don't know, there's another possibility of infection, and that is mating with zombies. Anyone who has relations with a zombie will also be infected by the virus. Sun Kai panicked. Even if there are protective measures, it won't work? No, it won't work. Your fate is already sealed. It's over. It's all over now. Sun Kai took several steps back, and the blonde-haired man heard it too. The two collapsed completely, their minds blank with terror. They never imagined that their attempt to find a female zombie for some deep interaction would end in such a tragic fate. The apocalypse magnifies the evil in human nature, and some people commit all kinds of atrocities. Although the father and son were also influenced by this magnification of evil, they hadn't completely fallen into depravity. They feared punishment if social order were restored, so they chose to capture a female zombie alive, only to end up becoming zombies themselves. Why? Why are you only telling me now? Zhang Hao, you must be trying to harm me, isn't that right? Go to hell. In despair, Sun Kai lunged at Zhang Hao, roaring. With a bit of black viscous liquid dripping from the corner of his mouth, he was clearly beginning to transform into a zombie. The ever-loyal Fang Ping couldn't just stand by and watch. He stepped forward, raised his axe, and ended Sun Kai's life with a single blow. The blonde-haired youth had already fully transformed into a zombie and was swiftly dealt with by Fang Ping as well. These people were truly ignorant. They were clearly awakened ones, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to capture a zombie alive without harm. Why choose such a dangerous endeavor? Alas, if you don't seek trouble, you won't find it. Hopefully, they'll grow some sense in their next lives. The female zombie, having gone days without food, was so weak that even her whimpering sounded feeble, a disgrace to her kind. Fang Ping pulled out a dagger, pierced her head, and then covered her with a piece of clothing. It wasn't out of kindness but because there were children present. Scenes unsuitable for children must be strictly avoided. Only adults can engage in righteous critique. After collecting their crystal cores, he naturally claimed all the electric scooters, about 140 to 150 in total. Glancing at the time, it was already 2 a.m. It was about time to set off. He donned his helmet and prepared to depart. 3 electric scooters, nicknamed Faxia, were ready to roll. The raven on his shoulder sang a little tune with flair, while behind the scooters, zombies drooling black saliva were being dragged along, a bizarre sight that was both laughable and tragic. Riding our beloved motorcycles, let's hope there's no traffic ahead. Not afraid of the zombies chasing us, they have 2 legs, but our bike has 2 wheels. The raven had already scouted the road ahead. Zhang Hao planned a relatively safe and direct route with fewer zombies, even though they were a bit high-profile along the way, and the crows singing even attracted a group of zombies to follow them. There was actually no real threat. Level 1 zombies, while slightly stronger than ordinary humans, had no chance of catching up to the speed of an electric electric bike. However, after some time, as the zombies evolve, they might become more dangerous. Not only would their physical abilities improve, but they might also evolve into mutant zombies with special abilities. Even if they can't catch up to you initially, they could potentially destroy the electric bike from a distance, which would still be quite dangerous. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. For safety reasons, Zhang Hao sent the Raven to gather intelligence, including the number of zombies and the location of the warehouse. Soon, the Raven returned with the information. There are quite a lot of zombies, estimated to be in the thousands, but they are scattered. The warehouse is located 400 meters from the west gate, which is the closest point to us. However, there are quite a few zombies wandering nearby, estimated to be 200 to 300, so walking directly there would be quite risky. How's the road condition? Zhang Hao asked. The road is very complicated, with 7 or 8 small cars blocking the way. The electric bike can barely pass, but the speed will be very slow, and there's a high chance of being surrounded by zombies. Is the west gate open? Locked. Did you go into the warehouse? Are there any survivors? There are survivors, a total of 23 people, led by 3 individuals, most likely awakened ones. Zhang Hao fell into deep thought. The intelligence brought back by the Raven was quite important. Whether it was the zombies, the warehouse location, or even the survivors, all would affect the upcoming plan. Although the warehouse location was the closest, there were also many zombies, making it impossible to ride an electric bike. But directly forcing through wouldn't work either, as they might be trapped by zombies before even entering the warehouse. Suddenly, Zhang Hao had an idea. Are there any large vehicles nearby, like large trucks or heavy-duty vehicles? The Raven thought for a moment and then said, yes, there are several heavy-duty trucks parked on the street outside the west gate. Then there's no problem. We'll drive the heavy-duty trucks straight through the west gate and the zombies won't be able to stop us. Shan'an, you do a divination to assess the danger level of this operation, setting the time for 5 minutes from now. Alright, boss. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's instructions, Hu Xiaonan also became serious. She raised her hand and tossed a 5-cent coin, while softly chanting, 5 minutes. Later, will it be dangerous for me, Zhang Hao, Fang Ping, and Raven to drive the heavy truck to the warehouse location of the hailing supplier headquarters? The coin landed, emitting a yellow glow. The danger level was low, which meant they could proceed. The 3 humans and 1 Raven immediately sprang into action, riding the tractor straight toward the west gate. The heavy truck crazily rammed into the zombies, sending them flying, with intestines and internal organs scattered everywhere. Ha ha, this is awesome. Too fierce, absolutely too fierce. These zombies are way too weak. Fang Ping exclaimed excitedly, saying this kind of reckless behavior was a first-time experience. Hundreds of zombies were smashed to pieces as if they were made of paper, creating an incredibly spectacular scene. As the warehouse drew closer, Zhang Hao's expression grew slightly serious. Raven, go inside and open the door for us. If anyone tries to stop you, deal with them directly. The Raven spread its wings, quickly took off, and disappeared into the ventilation duct. Inside the warehouse, the remaining people were mostly from the supplier's logistics department. Some were responsible for cleaning, others for inventorying newly stored items, and a few were security personnel for the warehouse. When the apocalypse broke out, over 7,000 of the company's 10,000 employees turned into zombies, and the remaining 3,000 survivors were soon devoured by the zombies, leaving only about 100 people. Some were lucky enough to escape, while others hid in other buildings of the company. The people in the warehouse were relatively fortunate, as their numbers were already small, and there were only 1 or 2 zombies. However, they were soon killed by 3 awakened individuals, who naturally became the leaders of the survivors. This warehouse was enormous, divided into smaller sections, with abundant supplies neatly stored together by category. It was equipped with professional cooling facilities to prevent spoilage. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, to prevent the warehouse supplies from deteriorating, they were lucky enough to find backup power, allowing the warehouse's electricity to run for a while longer. Most of the supplies remained intact, providing enough food and drink to sustain them for 5 days. However, some people began to express differing opinions internally. We can't stay here forever. We'll have to go out sooner or later. Yeah, don't you want to go out? My wife is still waiting for me at home. There are so many supplies here. While we can't take everything, it's enough to last until the national rescue arrives, right? Why did the apocalypse suddenly happen? I don't want to die. Some people couldn't help but burst into tears. As an awakened one, Li Tian impatiently shouted, shut up, all of you. Don't we all want to leave this hellhole? There are hundreds of zombies outside. Going out is practically a death wish. Wang Sanshan also lost his patience and said coldly, if any of you want to leave, we won't stop you, but don't make any noise or pull any stunts when you go out, or we won't show any mercy. A beautiful woman whispered, then can I take some food with me? You can't take anything. Just because the 3 of us killed the zombies, otherwise you would have been dead long ago. The supplies here belong to the group. If you want to leave, you can, but you can't take any supplies with you. This statement immediately silenced everyone else. They understood that leaving without without supplies was essentially suicide. They were all ordinary people, and none of them had the confidence to find food in the apocalypse, especially with the countless zombies outside. It was better to stay. Moreover, these three awakened individuals were not to be trifled with. Those who had opposed them before had already been killed. Even if people wanted to resist in their hearts, they were powerless to do so. Something's wrong. Something feels off. Wang Gu Li Gu. There's movement outside the door. It's the sound of a car. Zhao Hu, who was responsible for guarding the door, hurriedly reported to the two. Wang Sanshan and Li Tian exchanged a glance and immediately rushed to the entrance, only to find a crow suddenly squeezing through the vent on the electric gate. The three of them froze in unison. A crow? Did it take a wrong turn? But the raven headed straight for the button to open the door, causing their expressions to change drastically. Exclamation point. Could this be a zombie crow? Damn it. This crow is about to open the door for the zombies. Xiao Hu, kill it quickly. Wang Sanshan and Li Tian were shocked, while Zhao Hu reacted swiftly, gripping his machete to deal with it. He was no ordinary person but a level 1 awakened. Although he couldn't compare to someone as powerful as brother Li Tian, he was on the same level as Wang Sanshan, and a few zombies posed no threat to him. However, what seemed like an easy strike was effortlessly dodged by the raven. Then, with a sudden swipe of its sharp claws, Zhao Hu's head exploded instantly, leaving everyone stunned. Li Tian, Wang Sanshan. Zhao Hu's death was not unjust. Even though the combat power of the raven was inferior to that of a psychic-type awakener, it was still a proper level 2 mutant creature. You, as a mere level 1 awakener with limited skills, dared to challenge it? That's something only protagonists can pull off. Not to mention, the raven had the mental slowdown skill, which was more than enough to deal with a level 2 awakener. Zhao Hu stood no chance. At this moment, the raven cleverly pressed the button on the door, and the electric gate slowly opened. A heavy truck barreled in, along with a few half-dead, miserable-looking zombies. Once the truck was fully parked in the warehouse, the raven closed the door again. During this time, a few zombies tried to sneak in but were swiftly dealt with by Fangping. Witnessing this, the ordinary people in the warehouse fell silent. Even their own awakeners were intimidated by these individuals, so as mere commoners, they dared not act recklessly. Zhang Hao scanned the room and fixed his gaze on Wang Sanshan. Are you their leader? No, not me, it's him. Wang Sanshan pointed to Li Tian behind him. Li Tian stepped forward, frowned, and questioned, who are you people? Why are you forcing your way into my warehouse? This is way out of line. My apologies, I just wanted to borrow some supplies, Zhang Hao said with a smile. Borrow supplies? Li Tian wasn't afraid, but he wasn't foolish either. He was well aware of these people's strength, so if he could use supplies to send them away, that would be ideal. After a moment of thought, Li Tian made his proposal. There are only 3 of you, so I'll give you 15 pounds of frozen pork. If you ration it, it should last 5 or 6 days. Zhang Hao lied through his teeth. I've got hundreds of people under me. This little bit of meat won't be enough to fill their stomachs. Give us more. Hundreds of people? Li Tian didn't believe his lies, but he couldn't completely refuse either. How about 50 pounds of pork plus 20 pounds of beef and vegetables? This is already my utmost sincerity. Not enough. Then how much do you want? All the supplies in the warehouse. Are you messing with me? Do you really think you can treat me, Li Tian, like a pushover? Li Tian's face darkened, gripping the large guillotine knife as anger flared in his eyes. Zhang Hao smirked playfully. Yes, I am messing with you. Got a problem with that? Damn it. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Today I'll take your life. Li Tian cursed as he charged forward. He wasn't blinded by rage. He was well aware of the formidable strength of the people before him. But he wasn't weak either, was he? After the initial zombies in the warehouse were dealt with, they managed to extract 3 crystal cores. Wang Sanshan and Zhao Hu didn't dare consume them, fearing infection, but Li Tian, having read apocalypse novels, knew that crystal cores were the key to becoming stronger. Without hesitation, he swallowed them. Sure enough, his physical abilities improved significantly, inflating his confidence to an uncontrollable degree. If it weren't for the sheer number of zombies outside, he would have already ventured out to collect more crystal cores. No matter how strong this group was, they were just bold, nothing more. So Li Tian wasn't intimidated. If anyone dared to extort him, well, these people were destined to die. However, just as he charged forward, Zhang Hao suddenly raised his hand and swung, sending the fire axe flying. Clang! Li Tian's expression changed drastically as he raised his knife to block, but the immense force caused the guillotine knife to fall from his hands. The fire axe shattered several ribs in his abdomen. Blood surged within him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily into the wall. The scene was brutal, evoking pity. Wang Sanshan, who had intended to assist, was so terrified that he wet his pants. Everyone was a level 1 awakened, so why was Zhang Hao so strong? It was utterly unreasonable. Zhang Hao slowly approached the barely breathing Li Tian and said coldly, why? We have no grievances or enmity, so why are you targeting me? Li Tian's expression was bleak, his heart filled with regret. From the moment this man entered the warehouse, he had been targeting him. The hostility hostility was obvious. His attitude toward Wang Sanshun was somewhat antagonistic but nowhere near as intense as it was toward him. Why? They didn't know each other, so why go for the kill upon meeting? If he had known how strong Zhang Hao was, he wouldn't have tried to act tough, even if it meant losing the warehouse. Zhang Hao asked, "What was your relationship with Lu Yun before?" "Leader." "Then that's correct. There is enmity between us." However, that was enmity from a past life. Zhang Hao had actually recognized Li Tian at first glance. He was also a member of the logistics department under Lu Yun's command. Among the awakened ones who had hunted him down in his previous life, Li Tian was one of them, and the first to strike against him. At that time, Li Tian was full of arrogance, believing himself to be unmatched among the physical type awakened ones, and that no one in the entire Linhai city could compare to him. Thus, Li Tian decisively launched an attack against him. The result was a heavy blow. This guy couldn't even break through his defense and was almost cut down by Zhang Hao in one strike, narrowly escaping. If it hadn't been for the brief distraction caused by the raven at the time, Li Tian would have already died. Later, Fang Ping sacrificed himself to protect Zhang Hao, but even after his death, his corpse could not rest in peace. Fang Ping was tortured by Li Tian for 3 whole days and nights. By the time Zhang Hao returned to Linhai City, Fang Ping's body was already in a completely mutilated state. Thus, Zhang Hao wiped out Lu Yun's awakened forces in one fell swoop, and the still living Li Tian was tortured by him for 10 days and nights. After his death, his corpse was crushed over 100 times. Finally, Zhang Hao used high-voltage lightning to shatter Li Tian's bone fragments into dust, truly reducing him to ashes. Although Wang Sanshun wasn't as hateful as Li Tian, he was also one of the awakened who had besieged Zhang Hao back then. In this lifetime, Zhang Hao could never forget the hatred, and everyone who had targeted him would pay a bloody price. Some might say, "Oh, that was all from a past life. In this life, they haven't provoked you. Why not be magnanimous and recruit them to serve you?" Instead, magnanimous? It's easy to talk when you're not the one suffering. If it were you, endlessly hunted, living in constant fear, with your brother tortured for 3 days and nights, could you be magnanimous? Those who don't understand the situation but urge you to be magnanimous should stay far away. Otherwise, when the lightning strikes, they might get caught in it. If circumstances allow, kill these people. Otherwise, even if they don't become a major threat in the future, they'll still disgust you. So whether it's the past life or this one, I, Zhang Hao, will never let go of my grudges, because an eye for an eye is my motto. Seeing the growing intensity of killing intent in Zhang Hao's eyes, Li Tian was filled with fear, trembling as he knelt and begged for mercy. "Please spare me, I beg you. I'm also a very powerful awakened one and can serve you. Please, have mercy. You are not worthy." The axe in Zhang Hao's hand fell. With a crunching sound, Li Tianyi met his end, and Wang Sanshun was not spared either. The remaining 20 ordinary people mostly trembled in fear, keeping their mouths tightly shut, not daring to voice any objections. Next, it was time to get down to business. The fresh produce warehouse was extremely vast, covering an area of 12,000 square meters. Based on different storage temperatures, it was divided into 3 main zones: frozen, chilled, and ambient temperature. The frozen warehouse occupied 6,000 square meters, the chilled warehouse 4,000 square meters, and the ambient warehouse 2,000 square meters, with supplies so abundant they were hard to count. Faced with such a massive warehouse, Zhang Hao's eyes sparkled, and he almost drooled. Ha ha, jackpot. This is a real windfall. But now there was a problem. Zhang Hao couldn't plunder the supplies in front of these people. If they later discovered that the warehouse spanning over 10,000 square meters had been emptied, they might connect the dots, and spreading the news could cause significant trouble. Perhaps he should just kill them outright? Zhang Hao didn't actually resist such an idea in his heart. Killing this group of ordinary people would solve everything, and he wouldn't have to worry about exposing the spatial ring. Fang Ping certainly wouldn't have any objections either. Ever since Zhang Hao taught him a lesson last time, the young man's loyalty had been exceptionally high, willing to handle anything for his boss. Killing a few ordinary people? Naturally, that wouldn't be a problem. However, Hu Shaonan might not easily accept it, as he was still just a child. If it were any other awakened individual, Zhang Hao wouldn't bother with such trivial matters, but Hu Shaonan was the future prophet. At present, even his danger prediction skill had already made the team significantly stronger, and this was just one of the basic divination skills. In the future, he might even comprehend more powerful abilities, such as dreaming of the future. This skill was no exaggeration. Its literal meaning was the ability to dream about the future. Although the visions were fragmented, having survived the perilous post-apocalyptic world, Hu Shaonan could use this ability to prepare for what lay ahead. Yes, you can. So, it's definitely necessary to consider the child's emotions. Fang Ping noticed Zhang Hao's furrowed brows and seemed to understand something. He leaned over and whispered, "Should we take action? Boss, you can send Hu Shaonan away first, and I'll handle them. Leave this dirty work to me. Even if Hu Shaonan finds out, it won't have anything to do with you." "Yes, you can." Zhang Hao felt a slight stir in his heart and thought to himself, what kind of nonsense nonsense is this guy saying? Anyone with eyes can see that he's my most loyal employee. And yet, he says killing these ordinary people has nothing to do with me as the boss? Isn't this just self-deception? I feel like he's making things up, sneaking around, and imagining things out of thin air. Just as Zhang Hao was about to refute, a beautiful woman stood up from the crowd. She was the one who initially requested to take supplies, with a mole on her chin that, while noticeable, did not detract from her beauty. She walked over gracefully, but Fang Ping stepped in front of Zhang Hao, holding a guillotine knife like a cold-faced guardian deity. What? Trying to use your beauty to seduce the boss? Ha, my boss doesn't fall for that kind of trick. Zhang Hao was truly exasperated. I do. Especially the kind that's free. This fool is really making me laugh and cry at the same time. Just move aside already. But given the current situation, Zhang Hao had no choice but to tough it out and said calmly, if you have something to say, say it. The woman took a step back, revealing what she believed to be her most attractive smile. My name is Bai Jia. I used to be the accountant for this warehouse. I want to make a deal with you. A deal? Let's hear it, Zhang Hao responded. You came in through the west gate driving heavy trucks, right? When you easily killed Li Tian just now, I realized that you and the person beside you are not ordinary, awakened ones. So, I want to ask you and him to escort us out. As long as we make it past the west gate, that should be manageable, right? Bai Jia said slowly. Oh, what reward can you offer? Zhang Hao asked. The reward is all the supplies in this warehouse. Take as much as you want. Hearing this, Zhang Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. You make it sound like this warehouse belongs to you. If I kill you, I can still get the supplies. Why bother going through the extra trouble? Bai Jia replied confidently. Because you don't dare to kill me. Such misplaced confidence. If I want to kill you, no one can stop me, Zhang Hao sneered. Indeed, no one can stop you, but I can perish with you. As long as I press the button in my hand, the warehouse's alarm system will echo throughout the company. By then, hundreds or even thousands of zombies will block this warehouse completely. No matter how strong you are, it's impossible to kill so many zombies. So, do you still dare to kill me? Bai Jia held up the remote control, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. The mole on her upper lip trembled slightly, exuding confidence, as if certain the other party would compromise. After all, the west gate is less than 400 or 500 meters from here, and the rear compartment of the heavy truck can fully accommodate them. It's just a few minutes' journey. Why not take the chance? But in the next second, the smile on her face froze instantly. Zhang Hao stepped forward, raised his hand, and gripped her neck. His 5 fingers suddenly tightened, and with a crisp crack, Bai Jia's fair neck was snapped. The overly clever Bai Jia fell to the ground with wide-open eyes, dying with unresolved resentment. I hate being threatened the most. Zhang Hao's expression was cold as the alarm blared throughout the company, but he remained indifferent. Before her death, Bai Jia had indeed pressed the button on the remote control. This woman had clearly lied. She was actually the 4th awakened one hidden among this group. Otherwise, with his speed as a level 2 awakened, an ordinary person wouldn't have been able to react and make any extra moves. Although Zhang Hao was surprised, he felt no regret. He recalled how Lu Yun had once gathered so many people to hunt him down, declaring that if he handed over the supplies, she would spare his life. But Zhang Hao didn't care at all. Upon returning, he immediately wiped them out. Seeing Bai Jia killed, the remaining people instantly fell into chaos. A few young men stepped forward, filled with righteous indignation. Demon, why did you kill her? You executioner, why won't you help us? We're going to die anyway, so why not fight him to the end? 3 or 4 young men charged forward. Among them, 1 or 2 seemed genuinely enraged, as if they had some unclear connection with Bai Jia. But Fang Ping still stood in front of Zhang Hao, his guillotine blade dancing in his hand, taking lives one after another. With a chilling killing intent, he declared, if you're not afraid to die, come on. A bunch of idiots and self-righteous saints who can't play the moral high ground? If you don't die here today, then that's a stain on society and a grave disrespect to my boss. With a swing of the guillotine in his hand, another reckless life was taken. Now, only 12 or 13 people remained, but Fang Ping stopped because the zombies were already closing in. The headquarters of Hailing Company was extremely spacious, and it would take some time for thousands of zombies to gather, so they had to move quickly to break out. Fang Ping, take Hu Shaonan to start the car, Zhang Hao decisively instructed. I'll go to the warehouse to scavenge supplies. Yeah, you patrol the warehouse at low altitude. If the number of zombies exceeds 1,000, notify me immediately. Yes, boss. Okay, Dad. 3 people and 1 crow each went their separate ways. Zhang Hao walked into the cold storage warehouse and opened the doors to the categorized storage rooms one by one. The first storage room contained frozen seafood, including various shrimp, crab meat, ribbonfish, oysters, clams, yellow croaker, lobster, scallops, squid, and more. The second storage room was filled with frozen meats, including pork tenderloin, pig heads, pig ears, beef shank, bull penis, chicken wings, chicken legs, duck necks, and large duck legs. Take them all, take them all. With these delicious foods, there will be no worries about meals in the future. The third storage room contained contained frozen vegetables, including green peas, carrots, corn, broccoli, asparagus, and leafy greens. Vegetables are, of course, indispensable. You can't just eat meat, you need to supplement with vitamins too. Take them all. Take them all. Ha, what a great harvest. So happy, the joy was almost overflowing. The frozen section is truly abundant, offering not only meat, seafood, and vegetables but also some semi-prepared foods like golden chicken cutlets, croquettes, dumplings, hand grab, pancakes, fried dough sticks, pan-fried buns, crispy meat pies, fish balls, beef balls, hot pot base ingredients, and more. A total of 90,000 tons of supplies were scavenged from the frozen section. Notably, there were also several thousand boxes of ice cream, popsicles, snow lotus desserts, large puddings, and so on. After finishing the collection from the frozen section, they moved on to the cold storage, which mainly contained fresh vegetables and fruits such as tomatoes, lemons, dragon fruits, and others, totaling 40,000 tons. Next was the room temperature warehouse. Apart from live seafood, it mostly contained side foods, appliances, and daily necessities, such as toilet paper, cups, air fryers, water dispensers, instant noodles, spicy strips, dried tofu, self-heating hot pots, self-heating rice, meat floss cakes, and so on. The total was 20,000 tons, not much, really. Just as he was pondering, a raven squeezed in through the ventilation duct, looking extremely anxious. There are already 700 or 800 zombies blocking the entrance, and more are heading this way. That alarm is maddening. The warehouse door is about to be forced open. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. So soon? Then let's go. Zhang Hao felt a bit disappointed. The warehouse's power system was still operational, which undoubtedly meant there was a backup power source. This thing was equivalent to a giant battery that could last a long time. If they were to establish a base in the future, it would definitely come in handy. But finding it now, clearly, there wasn't enough time. They would have to wait for another opportunity to return. By this time, the main door had been severely deformed from the impact. With a loud crash, the door was forcibly broken through by the horde of zombies. Fang Ping rammed through them. Zhang Hao quickly got into the vehicle and gave the order. Fang Ping stepped on the gas pedal, and the engine roared as they sped out of the warehouse entrance. The starving zombies let out piercing screams but were no match for the power of the heavy truck. The zombies were smashed to pieces, and they soon drove onto the street. As for the risk of exposing the ring, no need to worry, those dozen or so people had already been overwhelmed by the zombie horde, devoured until not even scraps remained. It was truly tragic, evoking a sense of pity. Despite hundreds of zombies chasing behind them, there was no panic, as they couldn't catch up with the truck. Suddenly, the vehicle jolted and bumped violently for a moment before quickly stabilizing, though its speed noticeably slowed. What's going on? A roadblock? There wasn't one on the way here, Fang Ping said, frowning deeply. Zhang Hao, sitting in the passenger seat, glanced at the rearview mirror, his expression tightening slightly. One of the rear tires blew out, so the speeds dropped a bit, but it's fine. The zombies can't catch up, and there shouldn't be any roadblocks. Just after saying this, the car jolted again, and another rear tire burst. The speed suddenly dropped several times, and the zombies behind took the opportunity to climb onto the roof. Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. Why did another one burst? Where did this roadblock come from? It's not a roadblock. It's the zombies doing, Zhang Hao said grimly. What? These stupid zombies can actually cause a blowout? Boss, what do we do now? You guys get off the car, take the electric scooter and head back. I'll deal with them. No way. Boss, you. Before Fang Ping could finish speaking, Zhang Hao interrupted. Don't say those sentimental words. These level 1 zombies are nothing to me. You guys will only hold me back. Xiao Fang, take Hu Xiaonan back to the supermarket. Alright, boss, you must be careful. Fang Ping decisively took Hu Xiaonan out of the car while the number of zombies was still manageable. Riding the electric scooter previously parked by the roadside, Zhang Hao sped toward the supermarket. Before leaving, he had Hu Xiaonan perform a divination for him, which resulted in an orange light indicating moderately dangerous, but still within his tolerance range. The raven did not leave, as it could fly and wasn't considered a burden. In case an awakened individual attacked later, it could provide assistance to Zhang Hao from a distance. Dad, you're not really staying behind just to cover for them, are you? The raven perched on Zhang Hao's shoulder, seemingly pondering something. The zombies earlier hadn't blocked the way, and Zhang Hao could have left with Fang Ping, but he chose to stay behind, which was clearly unusual. No. Zhang Hao shook his head. Then what exactly are you doing it for? To eliminate future troubles. Future troubles? What kind of troubles? You'll find out soon. Go watch from a distance, they're closing in. Zhang Hao stood his ground, gripping the firefighting axe with both hands, his expression calm and composed. The axe swung wildly in his hands, shattering one zombie after another. A dozen first-level zombies swarmed him, but when their sharp teeth bit into his skin, they broke off instantly. The zombies froze in shock, and a few clever ones showed puzzled expressions. Was this still human skin? They tried to flee, but Zhang Hao effortlessly decapitated them. The ground was littered with zombie corpses, and Zhang Hao stood like a war god. Though he felt no fatigue, he pretended to be weary, seemingly luring a specific target. Sure enough, a zombie hidden among the horde couldn't resist. It quickly raised a kitchen knife and swung it at Zhang Hao's neck. However, Zhang Hao was prepared. He tilted his head slightly, easily dodging the attack, then turned and brought the axe blade down on the zombie's head. The zombie retreated hastily, seemingly waiting for an opportunity. Recalling the zombie's earlier actions, Zhang Hao's heart sank. As expected, it's a second-level zombie, and an intelligent one at that. It must be eliminated. Here, low-level zombies can evolve and occasionally awaken abilities, but most low-level zombies are mindless. Even mid-level zombies at level 4, despite awakening abilities, are merely a bit smarter and at most evade attacks. However, high-level zombies above level 7 are different. Not only do they possess abilities, but they are adept at using melee weapons, have significantly enhanced intelligence, and some can even devise meticulous plans. Idiotic zombies are not scary. The truly terrifying ones are those with intelligence. The cleaver-wielding zombie before him, despite being only at level 2, not only knows how to evade attacks, but also understands how to use weapons and even targets the truck's tires to bring it to a halt. It cleverly hides itself among the zombie horde, letting a large number of level 1 zombies exhaust Zhang Hao first, then stepping in to finish him off when he shows signs of fatigue. What does this imply? It indicates that this zombie's intelligence is already remarkably high. Traits that should only belong to advanced zombies are being displayed at level 2, skipping 4 levels or even more. Such a zombie will undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. Since it has already been encountered, no matter what, it must be dealt with. Moreover, after evolving into advanced zombies, some zombies gradually realize they can absorb the crystal cores of their kind to enhance themselves. Earlier, they had used the heavy truck to kill at least 100 zombies. If this cleaver zombie were to absorb them, it might evolve to level 3 in just a few days. If that happens, things will truly become troublesome. Once this cleaver zombie develops such awareness, its speed of evolving into an advanced zombie will accelerate even further. Therefore, it must be eliminated as early as possible. Although his awakened ability is not of the physical type, the thunder body tempering skill has made his body incredibly strong, comparable to any level 2 physical type awakened individual. Since they are of the same level, there is no reason to fear. Zhang Hao decisively charged forward, but the cleaver zombie turned and fled. It seemed to want the level 1 zombies to wear him down, but Zhang Hao was not about to let it escape so easily. If you don't fight me, then I'll leave here. You should know, these ordinary zombies can't stop me at all. As soon as the words fell, the cleaver zombie halted its steps, clearly understanding Zhang Hao's meaning. Then it turned around, revealing a sinister grin, and lunged at him. The cleaver and the fire axe collided fiercely. The cleaver zombie was evidently no match for Zhang Hao in terms of strength, let alone the fact that its weapon was inferior to the fire axe. After several clashes, the edge of the cleaver was already chipped and completely unusable. The cleaver zombie froze, its weapon was ruined? What now? Ha, nothing but cold salad. Zhang Hao's right hand suddenly swung down, the axe blade aiming straight for the cleaver zombie's head. However, the cleaver zombie remained utterly unflustered. The fingertips of its left hand began to emit a blue glow. A chilling aura spread abruptly as its fingers became encased in hard ice, crushing the axe blade with sheer force. At the same time, its left hand flashed blue again, forming an incredibly sharp ice blade that gleamed menacingly in its grasp. SSS. The cleaver zombie actually spoke, clearly convinced that the human before it would meet his end under this ice blade. Yeah, strike. At the critical moment, Zhang Hao shouted loudly. Not far away, the raven's eyes flickered with white light, and the mental slowing skill was immediately activated. The cleaver-wielding zombie froze. Instantly, Zhang Hao discarded the remaining axe handle and activated his ability in the palm of his right hand. Arcs of electricity began to flicker, emitting crackling sounds. Die! Take my thunder blast! At that moment, the arcs of electricity in Zhang Hao's hand condensed into a dazzling thunder bomb. His hand directly pierced through the zombie's head, which then exploded with a loud bang, scattering red and white brain matter everywhere. The lightning in his hand extinguished instantly, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Successfully killing this second-level ability zombie, especially one with intelligence, was no easy feat. This creature even possessed ice-based abilities, easily crushing his weapon. No wonder Hu Xiaonan's divination indicated danger. Now it all made sense. However, the brains of low-level zombies are necrotic, while high-level zombies are different. Their intelligence has been developed, and their brains seem to have come back to life, though they are not the same as human brains. Their instinct to eat humans remains unchanged, as if operating on a completely different system. Zhang Hao wasn't entirely clear on the specifics, but one thing was certain: after gaining intelligence, high-level zombies were no longer immune to mental attacks like low-level ones. Thus, the Raven's skill successfully hit its mark earlier. At this moment, zombies around them were recklessly charging forward, but Zhang Hao remained unfazed. After retrieving the second-level crystal core from the cleaver zombie, he mounted his electric bike and quickly left the area with with the Raven. He didn't bother searching for the first-level zombie crystal cores, as his energy was nearly depleted. He didn't want to kill even one more zombie, let alone exhaust himself searching for cores amidst the zombie horde. He would have to find another opportunity to recover them later. Half an hour later, he rode his electric scooter back to the supermarket. Fang Ping asked in surprise, "Boss, you're actually okay?" Zhang Hao replied irritably, "You were hoping something would happen to me?" "No, I was just worried about you." Alright, I'm too tired. Let me sleep for a while." Zhang Hao went upstairs to the second floor, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep immediately. Today had been filled with too many trivial matters: killing zombies, outsmarting humans, and even taking down a second-level intelligent zombie with special abilities. His body was utterly exhausted. Setting out in the middle of the night, witnessing the disgusting, dry zombie series, and suffering severe mental trauma had left him both mentally and physically drained. How could he not be tired? The Raven had an easy day today, so it took on the night watch. Fang Ping and Hu Xiaonan whispered a few words on the first floor before each returned to their own shipping container to sleep. "Brother Fang, do you think the boss is different from us?" "Of course he's different. The boss is wise, brave, clever, and overwhelmingly powerful. Isn't that normal?" "That's not what I meant. When we came back to the supermarket, didn't you notice the shelves and warehouse were completely emptied? The boss must have taken everything in advance, right? And then? But there were no signs of the boss transporting goods. Do you think he might have a second ability, like spatial powers?" "Xiao Hu, as long as you understand it in your heart, all we need to do is be dedicated and do our utmost to help the boss. There's no need to concern ourselves with anything else." "Alright, Brother Fang." Although Fang Ping was momentarily stunned, he wasn't a fool. The boss had stockpiled so many supplies for 3 consecutive months, only for them to be completely cleared out the next day without any signs of transportation. How could he not make the connection? Moreover, during the final evacuation this time, the boss lingered in each warehouse for such a long time. How much could one person carry? Even an idiot would realize something was fishy. But as an employee, while curiosity was allowed, overstepping boundaries was not. He only needed to do his job well. Hu Xiaonan hadn't yet reached this level of understanding, but he suddenly felt that following Zhang Hao promised a bright future. After all, in the apocalypse, having no worries about food and drink was already the greatest comfort. The next day, at 8 in the morning, the goods on the first floor shelves were neatly arranged again. Hu Xiaonan and Fang Ping exchanged a glance but tacitly refrained from saying anything. However, their mindsets had changed, at least to some extent. Zhang Hao began tallying up yesterday's gains and reflecting. The stockpile of crystal cores hadn't increased much. After accounting for today's consumption, 360 crystal cores remained. The increase in supplies was indeed significant. The warehouse had been looted for a total of 150,000 tons, which, combined with the previous stockpile, brought the total to 166,000 tons. Risk and reward always go hand in hand. During the final retreat, I did get a bit carried away. Although the heavy-duty truck is extremely sturdy, it has its limits. If surrounded by thousands of zombies, the truck could very well be forced to a stop. Fortunately, that Tier 2 zombie was overly cautious and didn't choose to puncture the tires immediately. Otherwise, the truck wouldn't have even made it out the gate. Supplies are important, but there's only one life. I'll have to be more careful next time. But what about the crystal cores we didn't retrieve yesterday? I can't just let them go to waste. Going back as a group just for the cores doesn't seem worth it, and it's dangerous. Sending one person? That would be a death sentence. Should I go myself? As the boss, how could I do such menial work? His gaze then landed on the Raven perched on his shoulder. With an encouraging expression, he said, "Yeah, you go." The Raven looked utterly confused. "Dad, I'm begging you to act like a human being." "Raven, are you serious?" Zhang Hao, "Of course. Dad, I'm just a crow." The Raven's face was full of resentment, and a strong sense of resistance surged like a tide. "But you're not an ordinary crow. You're an exceptionally talented mutant Raven. Low-level zombies have intelligence so low. They're like fools, they won't attack creatures other than humans." Zhang Hao explained logically, "So even if there are countless zombies, you won't be in danger. Plus, you're very smart now, and collecting crystal cores is quite simple. Crows are naturally strong learners, and ravens, being top students in the mental category, had mastered a large vocabulary in just 5 days. Moreover, Zhang Hao had previously shown it a map of Linhai City, and the Raven memorized all the details in just half an hour, practically becoming a mobile, living map. Using some simple tools posed no problem either, let alone completing a straightforward task like retrieving crystal cores. Yet the Raven still didn't want to go. But what if I encounter one of those intelligent zombies like yesterday? It might attack me. But you can fly, zombies can't fly. But even if I can get the crystal cores, how can I collect them all? That's simple. Why should I? Zhang Hao fetched a small black backpack from the second floor and slung it around its neck. To prevent the backpack from falling off, he had specially designed cross-shaped straps, and the size was just right. The Raven was stunned. happened? Where did this bag come from? Zhang Hao smiled. I modified it overnight yesterday. The children's version suits you perfectly. The Raven couldn't help but want to ask, are you a dad or a dog? You actually stayed up all night yesterday to modify a pet backpack for me just to collect crystal cores? Raven, pull yourself together. You are the only psychic expert in our team. This mission is all up to you. When you come back, we'll celebrate for you. You're the best. Under the continuous praise from Fengping and Hu Xiaonan, Raven finally set out and returned after 2 hours. Since level 1 crystal cores are only the size of mung beans, the small backpack could easily hold them. Zhang Hao asked, how many? Should be around 200, right? Not 200, only 182. While collecting the crystal cores, I found that some of the zombie crystal cores near the warehouse had already been taken. It might have been done by that level 2 intelligent zombie from yesterday. No wonder they killed 200 zombies but only collected 182 cores. Zhang Hao felt a moment of tension but then quietly breathed a sigh of relief. That zombie had clearly realized that consuming its kind could accelerate its evolution. Unsurprisingly, it had just reached level 2 yesterday, killed so many zombies, and secretly scavenged to level up. Fortunately, it was dealt with in advance. However, in the early stages of the apocalypse, the differences between awakened individuals are relatively small, which is understandable. Once Thunder Body Refinement strengthens his physical body, he will be able to release lightning through all his pores, forming a highly intense dual-layer defense. By then, zombies of the same level won't even be able to break through his defenses. At higher levels, he can use lightning to stimulate brain cells, surpassing the limits of neural response speed, making it possible to fight across levels. Adding the previous 360, there are now a total of 542 level 1 crystal nuclei. This amount is enough for the entire team to advance to level 3. Boss, what's the plan next? Should we continue killing zombies or start scavenging for supplies? Fengping asked. Zombies can't be spared, and supplies can't be abandoned either. But the next target is too big, so we must at least form an awakened team before setting out. For now, let's use the Jinyu residential area behind the supermarket as the scavenging location. While killing zombies, we should also keep an eye out for talent. If we find suitable individuals, we'll recruit them into the team, Zhang Hao said slowly. Alright, should we start taking action now? There's no rush. I'll head next door first and be back shortly. After exiting the supermarket's back door, Zhang Hao walked about 10 meters to a barbershop. The shop was called Airpang Art Scissors Studio. He knocked lightly on the back door but received no response. In his previous life, although he had heard the names of many top-tier awakened individuals, few truly understood their backgrounds. This barbershop was one of them. The shop was run by a pair of chubby siblings, affectionately nicknamed Depang and Airpang by their acquaintances, which inspired the shop's name. Zhang Hao wasn't sure how the siblings rose to prominence, but he remembered that early in the apocalypse, they had already made a name for themselves as the black and white duo. The brother awakened dark powers and excelled in assassination, while the sister awakened light powers, initially capable of healing teammates. Together, their efficiency in killing zombies was remarkable, and they soon established their own faction of awakened individuals. The barber shop was not far from his supermarket, and before the apocalypse, Zhang Hao had good conversations with them, considering them friends. In his previous life, Lu Yun had incited many awakened individuals to hunt him down. Although the siblings didn't show up in person, they sent several teams of awakened individuals to support him. Zhang Hao deeply appreciated this favor and, coupled with their straightforward personalities, decided to proactively invite them to join his team. With no response, Zhang Hao decided to break in. As soon as he entered the shop, he was greeted enthusiastically by 3 zombies draped in barber capes. Zhang Hao immediately chopped off their heads as a gesture of thanks. The shop was small, only 70 to 80 square meters, and the bloodstains on the floor had already dried. There was a small lounge in the back, but it was almost devoid of supplies. Zhang Hao silently speculated, did they die? Probably not. Most likely, they escaped to another location. After all, with the apocalypse just breaking out, aside from capable individuals like Zhang Hao, almost no one would dare use a street-facing shop as a gathering point. It would be suicidal. As for the father-son duo Sun Kai from earlier, they weren't brave, they were just incredibly foolish. They belonged to the group of people who gave up on survival in the apocalypse, driven solely by their selfish desires. Because his siblings were absent, Zhang Hao decided to temporarily give up and join Fengping and the others in scavenging the Jinyu residential area. Whether it was zombies or supplies, everything was collected. Since Fengping was already capable of handling things on his own, Zhang Hao and he split up to act separately, greatly improving efficiency. Hu Xiaonan, who lacked combat ability, stayed in the supermarket. As a mascot, the Raven was responsible for protecting her, as it was a level 2 mutated creature and had no problem serving as a bodyguard. Jinyu residential area was a high-end community with a total of 14 residential buildings. Each building had 4 units, each unit had 30 floors, and each floor had 4 households. Even if calculated based on an average of only 2 people per household and excluding the remaining survivors, this area still had at least tens of thousands of zombies. After 5 full days, Zhang Hao finally cleared all the zombies in building number 1 of Jinhua residential area, harvesting 632 level 1 crystal cores, while the supplies were negligible. On this day, Zhang Hao successfully advanced to a level 3 awakened and comprehended his third skill, Thunder Enchantment. As the name suggests, this skill involves releasing lightning and attaching it to weapons, significantly enhancing their durability and lethality. It is considered a highly practical skill. If Zhang Hao had possessed this skill earlier, the ice-type zombie would not have been able to crush the fire axe with its bare hands. Instead, its body would have been paralyzed and its reaction slowed. The effect is even more pronounced when dealing with awakened individuals. Additionally, the skill Thunder Body Tempering has made his physique much stronger. Attacks below level 3 can hardly break his defense unless employing swarm tactics. Moreover, he can now release lightning through all his pores to a certain extent. But the energy consumption is too high, and it can only be maintained for 1 second, unable to form a sustained thunder armor. Therefore, it cannot be used for now unless he reaches level 4 awakened or higher. However, this goal is currently unimaginable, as level 1 crystal cores have almost no effect on him anymore. Even with an ample supply of crystal cores, it would take over 3 months to reach level 4. Level 2 crystal cores could speed up the process, but level 2 zombies are extremely rare. As for level 3 crystal cores, those probably only exist in dreams. But that's okay, after some time, these zombies will evolve. During this period, the main goal is to gather talent and form a team of awakened individuals. Then, leading everyone to carry out a second major operation. This time the looting location will be even larger than the previous fresh food warehouse. Everyone can look forward to the harvest this time. The collection of crystal cores along the way cannot be overlooked either, as the consumption will be significant once the group grows larger. Gradually, Fong Ping and Raven also reached level 3, leaving 774 level 1 crystal cores. Although Hu Xiaonan is still some distance away from level 3, she already possesses the basic combat power of level 2. With Raven's cooperation, they began sweeping through building 2 of the Jinhua community. During this time, they encountered some awakened individuals, but most were opportunists taking advantage of the situation, or persistently demanding supplies, and there were even those saint-like people requesting to be escorted to other cities. Isn't that asking for the impossible? So, in these 5 days, they hadn't recruited any suitable team members. What's going on? Could it really be that I'm too demanding? Zhang Hao frowned deeply, feeling a bit frustrated. But the quality of this group of people is really poor. I'd rather die than accept them. I just don't believe. I really can't find suitable team members. Jinhua Community, Building 2, Unit 1, 28th floor, in the living room. 10 subordinates were struggling to chew on compressed biscuits, while their leader, Ho Jinglong, was enjoying bread. Xiao Lu swallowed his food with difficulty and took a sip of water. Boss, our food and water are running out. At most, we can only last until tomorrow. We must go out and find some more. The middle and upper floors of this unit have already been looted by us. Our luck is just too bad. There isn't much food. Where do you think we can go? To other units? Or the lower floors? Ho Jinglong asked in return. It's not entirely impossible. Then you go? I don't dare. Then why are you spouting nonsense here? Although each unit in this building has a security iron door, after the power outage in the community, the power supply was destroyed by zombies. This led to many zombies wandering around the community in lower floors, making them too afraid to go downstairs. Initially, there were over a dozen of them searching door to door in the middle and upper floors, but encountering 3 to 5 zombies at a time resulted in casualties, let alone venturing to other buildings. While a level 2 awakened could barely manage, among these people, Ho Jinglong was the only level 2 awakened. As the leader, he was even less likely to take risks. He wouldn't do it even if the danger was minimal. Since he had subordinates, why not let them handle it? Losing a person was no big deal. Once food was obtained, everyone would stop complaining. Seeing that no one dared to go out, Ho Jinglong spoke up. Alright, whoever among you is willing to go out and scavenge for food, I'll give you some crystal cores to help you reach level 2. Xiao Lu was a bit tempted but didn't step forward. The others also remained unmoved. The allure of the crystal cores was indeed great, but one needed to stay alive to absorb them. Previously, several people had been lost just to kill 60 or 70 zombies, yet Ho Jinglong, as the leader, had taken all the crystal cores for himself. To keep his subordinates working, killing zombies, and collecting supplies, he verbally promised to distribute the crystal cores based on merit. However, after obtaining the supplies, he immediately went back on his word. If it hadn't been for everyone complaining a couple of days ago, he wouldn't have reluctantly handed out 2 crystal cores per person to appease them. Everyone harbored resentment, but no one dared to challenge him outright, as Ho Jinglong was a ruthless figure who might very well kill them if provoked. But this time, using the same excuse again, and falling for it would make them fools. Seeing that none of his subordinates spoke up, Ho Jinglong's expression suddenly turned cold. None of you are willing, huh? Do you want me, the leader, to go myself? What use do I have for you then? Everyone instantly fell silent, as if struck by a chill. At this moment, in the crowd, the chubby Sumo quietly suggested, there are quite a few zombies on the lower levels, but the boss is a level 2 awakened. If we all act together, the zombies might not pose too much of a threat. Plus, with more people, we can gather more food and water. What do you think? This suggestion was quite reasonable, and even the other subordinates expressed their agreement. However, Ho Jinglong was clearly displeased. So, are you trying to teach me how to do things? Not at all, not at all. Sumo immediately shut his mouth. Beside him, Su Mengyan rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, Big brother, why are you saying so much? This guy is a total coward. Counting on him to kill zombies? You might as well hope someone comes to rescue us. It's just a try, otherwise, we're really going to starve to death. Sumo clutched his stomach and sighed helplessly. He used to weigh over 200 pounds, but in the past few days, he'd lost nearly 20 pounds. Their whispered conversation did not escape the ears of the level 2 awakened Ho Jinglong, who suddenly came up with an idea. I remember you used to run a barbershop on that street right in front of the south gate of the neighborhood? Yes, boss. Sumo answered reluctantly, a sense of unease welling up in his heart. Ho Jinglong smirked, his eyes glinting with a sinister light. Isn't there a supermarket right next door? If no one's there, you'd better loot everything. Sumo, I believe you can handle it. I really can't. Boss Zhang is definitely in the supermarket, and he has over a dozen employees under him. After 10 days of development, the situation must be far from simple. There's no way I can get the supplies. Sumo felt a bit flustered. In truth, he wasn't clear about Boss Zhang's situation. On the day the apocalypse broke out, he and his sister had fled back home, staying in this apartment in Building 2 of Jinyue Community. However, later on, in order to survive, he joined Ho Jinglong's group of survivors. Who would have thought this guy was completely unfit to be a leader, driving him half to death with frustration? And now, this man was actually asking him to go to the supermarket? If Boss Zhang was there, it would be trouble. So, Sumo could only start rambling, hoping to distract the other party and change his mind. But Ho Jinglong wasn't having any of it. He cut him off mercilessly, then just borrow a little, huh? Aren't you pretty close with him? He's not going to refuse to give you a bit of food, right? Sumo tried to argue again. Boss, I just think. I don't care what you think. I care what I think. Ho Jinglong glanced at Su Mengyan, the threat in his tone unmistakable. Sumo, your sister may be a little chubby, but she's got some looks. If the brothers don't get anything to eat, well, we'll just have to eat people. You wouldn't dare. If you dare to harm a single hair on my sister's head, I'll fight you to the death. Sumo stood up, a fierce expression on his face. Ho Jinglong stepped forward, humiliatingly, patted his chubby face, and mocked without mercy. You're just a level 1 awakened. What are you going to fight me with? Sumo, do you really think you're someone important? Sumo clenched his teeth, his anger almost erupting. However, Su Mengyan, standing beside him, tightly held his hand, forcing him to calm down. He understood that he absolutely couldn't act impulsively. Those who had resisted before were without exception all killed in the end. The gap between a level 2 awakened and a level 1 awakened was enormous. But someone like Ho Jinglong, who lacked combat experience, could still be killed if everyone attacked together. However, there would definitely be casualties, and no one was willing to take that risk. Moreover, he had a sister who was completely defenseless. If he gambled and lost, it wouldn't matter if he died. But what about his sister? Would she suffer humiliation and die? That was absolutely not the outcome he wanted. So he could only endure, hoping for a turning point someday. Ho Jinglong walked back again, his tone shifting as he smiled. I'm a good person, Ho Jinglong. I never force my subordinates to do things they don't want to do. Sumo, if you don't want to, then forget it. When there's no food left and everyone is starving and desperate, they might want to play games with your sister. Don't take it personally when the time comes, alright? So, does anyone feel like playing now? Xiao Lu immediately took the lead in jeering. Want to play? Whatever the boss says goes. Play the game. Play the game. Ha ha, I've been itching for this for a long time. Boss goes first, we'll follow after. Just a bit chubby, but it'll do. Others also began to jeer, and some even started taking off their pants, their cannibalistic desires completely unhidden. Su Mengyan's face turned pale as she could only clutch the corner of her brother's clothes, trembling behind him. Sumo gritted his teeth and compromised. I'm willing to go. Please spare my sister. Whether she's spared depends on your performance. Then my sister and I will set off right now. That won't do. What if you run off with her? Your sister has to stay. Sumo knew he couldn't argue with the other party. Leaving no hostage behind was simply not an option. Fortunately, Ho Jinglong promised him that he wouldn't touch his sister before getting the food. This guy was naturally suspicious, so to prevent Sumo from escaping, he sent his trusted subordinate, Xiao Lu, to keep an eye on him. With no electricity in the elevator, they had to take the stairs. Xiao Lu, holding a watermelon knife, looked a bit worried. There are at least 50 or 60 zombies on the lower floors. How are we supposed to get out? We'll just charge through. There's no other choice. If we're lucky and the zombies are spread out, we might have a chance. If they're clustered together, then we'll just have to fight. Do you really think we can count on some kind soul to clear out all the zombies on the lower floors for us? Sumo said, expressionlessly. In truth, he had a plan in mind. If they really couldn't make it through, he would kill Xiao Lu from behind and then take advantage of the zombies being distracted by eating him to make his escape. This way, the chances of success would be higher. Xiao Lu sighed. Ah, what bad luck. Aren't you one of Ho Jinglong's men? Why would he send you to your death? Who knows? Just bad luck, I guess. The two chatted casually as they walked to the 8th floor. At this point, their expressions turned serious because going further down would mean encountering a large number of wandering zombies. They had to descend quickly. As Sumo had said, either they were lucky enough to break through or unlucky enough to be bitten to death by zombies. Damn it! Let's go for it! The two exchanged a glance, took a deep breath, gripped their watermelon knives tightly, and ran as fast as they could. However, things became increasingly strange along the way. Zombies were indeed present at first. There were 2 or 3, but by the 4th or 5th floor, there were only 1 or 2, and by the 2nd floor, there were none at all. The most shocking sight was the street, which was piled with zombie corpses, at least 50 or 60 of them. The zombies had died in gruesome ways. What's going on? Could it be that some kind-hearted person helped us kill all the zombies on the lower floors? Sumo and Xiao Lu exchanged a glance, their shock written all over their faces. 50 or 60 zombies, and so densely packed, could be wiped out like this? Whose handiwork could this possibly be? At the very least, it had to be a level 2 awakened, right? Just as the two were still trying to steady their emotions, the doors of several nearby houses suddenly opened. Out came Zhang Hao, Feng Ping, Hu Xiaonan, and a few others, along with that salted fish's raven. Sumo was slightly surprised. Boss Zhang? De Pang? What are you doing here? Zhang Hao, seeing Sumo's slightly thinner chubby face, was momentarily stunned and began to form some guesses. After a brief conversation, he roughly understood Sumo's situation. The siblings were actually being exploited in another team? But how did they rise to power in their previous life? Could it be that they endured humiliation and bore the burden, slowly growing stronger, and eventually seized Ho Jinglong by the throat? Then they spent some time clearing the team, and the siblings gradually made a name for themselves as the black and white duo of doom? That should be it. Boss Xiang, were all these zombies killed by you? Sumo asked uncertainly. Yes, we killed them. Initially, it was to collect supplies. The building next door, Block 1, has already been cleared by us. Sumo was utterly shocked. The entire building's zombies were wiped out? That would be at least 700 or 800 zombies, right? That fierce? His employee here also seemed quite strong, though. His expression was a bit blank, well, except for that little kid and the crow. Could they possibly team up to take down Ho Jinglong? No, that wouldn't work. Ho Jinglong might be weak, but he had over a dozen people under him. If that guy decided to go down fighting, Boss Zhang could also be in danger. For a moment, Sumo hesitated again. However, he still provided enough information. There's no more supplies upstairs. Our people have already scavenged everything. The food we've stockpiled over the past 10 days is all gone. So Ho Jinglong sent us down to gather supplies. There are only 50 or 60 zombies left in the stairwell, and he sent just the two of you to collect supplies? Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Sumo gave a wry smile. Yes, there's no other way. So, what are your plans next? Zhang Hao asked again. I wonder if Boss Zhang could lend us some food and water. I promise to repay you in the future. If I can't get supplies, my sister and I will be in big trouble. I'm really out of options, Sumo said with a pleading tone. Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. What's your relationship with this person next to you? Not much of a relationship. He's Ho Jinglong's trusted aide. What? Hey, are you done talking? You've scavenged so much food, share some with us, will you? Our boss is also a level 2 awakened. Show some respect. Making friends opens more paths. Xiao Lu seemed a bit impatient, constantly chattering. Zhang Hao's expression remained calm. Xiao Feng Ping understood immediately. With a swing of the cleaver in his hand, he directly killed the long-winded Xiao Lu, blood splattering everywhere. This scene left Sumo wide-eyed in shock, unsure of what to say, but he couldn't help feeling a sense of satisfaction in his heart. At this moment, Zhang Hao picked up Xiao Lu's head, gently placed it in his arms, and revealed a devilish smile at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry about anything. Go up and kill Ho Jinglong, and there won't be any trouble. Actually, from Sumo's worried expression just now, Zhang Hao had already guessed what the other was thinking. The brother and sister were already at the end of their rope. Even though they saw a glimmer of hope, they were worried about implicating him, so they didn't actively seek help and only asked him for a little food and water. Based on his knowledge from his previous life, this brother and sister were not the type to go back on their word. Aren't you one of Ho Jinglong's men? Why did he send you to your death? Who knows, just bad luck, I guess. The two chatted idly as they gradually reached the 8th floor. At this point, their expressions grew increasingly increasingly grim. Any further down, they would encounter a large number of wandering zombies. They had to muster all their strength to rush downstairs quickly. As Suemo had said, either they'd be lucky enough to break through, or they'd be unlucky and get bitten by the zombies. Damn it, let's go for it. The two exchanged a glance and took a deep breath. Then, gripping their watermelon knives tightly, they dashed downward with all their might. However, the further they ran, the stranger it felt. Zombies did exist. At first, there were 2 or 3, but by the 4th or 5th floor, there were only 1 or 2 left, and by the 2nd floor, there were none at all. Even more bizarre, the streets were littered with zombie corpses, at least 50 or 60 of them. The zombies had died in extremely gruesome ways. What is going on here? Could it be that some kind-hearted person helped us kill all the zombies on the lower floors? Suemo and Xiaolu exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock they couldn't hide. 50 or 60 zombies? And taken out in such a concentrated area? Who could have done this? It must have been some big shot, at least a level 2 awakened, right? Just as they were trying to steady their emotions, the doors of several nearby apartments suddenly opened. Out walked Zhang Hao, Feng Ping, Hu Xiaonan, and a few others, along with that lazy raven. Suemo was pleasantly surprised. Boss Zhang? Big fatty? What are you doing here? Zhang Hao saw Sumo's slightly gaunt face and was momentarily stunned, a hint of speculation forming in his mind. After chatting for a bit, Zhang Hao roughly understood his situation. The siblings were actually being exploited in another team? But how did they rise to prominence in their previous life? Could it be that they endured humiliation and hardship, gradually grew stronger, and then decisively ended Ho Jinglong's life? After that, did they spend some time cleaning up the team and, together with his sister, gradually earned the title of the black and white duo? That must be it. Boss Xiang, were all these zombies killed by you? Suemo asked uncertainly. Yes, we killed them. It was originally to gather supplies. The building next door, building number 1, has already been cleared out by us. Suemo was shocked and found it hard to believe. They had killed all the zombies in the entire building? That must have been at least 7 or 800 zombies, right? So fierce? He thought to himself, this employee also seemed very strong, apart from that little kid and the crow. Could they possibly team up to kill Ho Jinglong? No, that wouldn't work. Although Ho Jinglong was weak, he had more than a dozen subordinates. If this guy decided to go down with the ship, Boss Zhang might also be in danger. Suemo quickly dismissed the idea, but he still provided enough information. There are no supplies left upstairs. Our people have already scavenged everything. The food we stockpiled over the past 10 days has already been eaten. So Ho Jinglong sent us down to gather supplies. There are only 50 or 60 zombies in the stairwell, and he sent just the 2 of you to collect supplies? Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. Suemo gave a bitter smile. Yes, there's no other way. What are your plans next? Zhang Hao asked again. I wonder if Boss Zhang could lend us some food and water. I will definitely repay you in the future. If I can't get supplies, my sister and I will be in big trouble. I'm really out of options, Suemo said with a pleading tone. Actually, it's not that complicated. What's your relationship with the person next to you? Not much of a relationship. He's Ho Jinglong's trusted aide. What? Hey, are you done talking? You've scavenged so much food, share a bit with us, will you? Our boss is also a level 2 awakened. Show some respect. Making friends opens more paths. Xiao Lu seemed a bit impatient, grumbling non-stop. Zhang Hao's expression remained calm. Xiao Feng Ping immediately understood. With a swing of his guillotine blade, he struck down the endlessly chattering Xiao Lu, blood instantly splattering across the floor. The scene made Sumo's eyes widen, but deep down, he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. At that moment, Zhang Hao picked up Xiao Lu's head, gently cradling it in his arms as a devilish smile curled at the corner of his lips. Don't worry, once we go upstairs and take care of Ho Jinglong, there won't be any more trouble. In truth, from Sumo's worried expression just now, Zhang Hao had already guessed his thoughts. The siblings had reached a dead end. Even though they saw a glimmer of hope, they were worried about implicating him, so they didn't actively ask for his help, only requesting some food and water. Based on past interactions, these siblings were not the type to go back on their word. Back then, Zhang Hao hadn't provided them with any substantial help, only because they got along well before the apocalypse. When the crisis came, Suemo still sent people to support him. Such genuine siblings deserved assistance. Even if they didn't join the team, it didn't matter, help should still be given. The debt of gratitude from the previous life must be repaid in this one. Although Suemo was moved, he still had some concerns. But Ho Jinglong is a level 2 awakened, and he has more than 10 level 1 awakened under him. Isn't this too dangerous? Should we call for more people? No need, with us here, it's more than enough. Zhang Hao revealed a confident smile. Actually, not to mention him, even Feng Ping and Raven could easily handle it. That Ho Jinglong had no real combat experience and might not even be able to defeat Hu Xiaonan, a level 2 classmate. Alright, then who gets the kill? Take it. What's the point of this? There is no point. It's just for show. Suemo thought to himself, what does he mean by making me carry the severed head just for show? And And that smile you had just now, it was seriously creepy. Still uneasy, Suemo asked, so how are we going to kill Ho Jinglong? Shouldn't we at least have a plan? What plan? We just go in and kill him. With that, Zhang Hao led Fangping upstairs. Suemo felt a bit panicked. Wasn't this way too reckless? Since there were no supplies left on the higher floors, they didn't stop until they reached the 28th floor. At Zhang Hao's signal, Suemo had no choice but to bite the bullet and knock on the door. Wang Er, who was guarding the door, looked through the peephole at Zhang Hao and the others. Instead of opening the door, he coldly questioned, Suemo, what's the meaning of you bringing people here? Are you planning to betray us? It's not betrayal. Didn't the boss want to borrow supplies? I brought the supermarket owner to negotiate personally. How many of them are there? Are they armed? 3 people, no weapons. Where's Xiao Lu? I don't see Xiao Lu. Zhang Hao couldn't be bothered to say more. He glanced at Feng Ping, who raised the guillotine and struck fiercely. With a bang, the security door was broken open. Suemo reacted quickly, flinging Xiao Lu's head in his hand. The sudden break-in left Wang Er stunned. Instinctively, he caught the object thrown at him, but when he saw the bloody head, he shuddered, horrified, and quickly threw it away, screaming in terror, "Ahead! Mamma mia!" Before he could finish screaming, Feng Ping's blade fell, and Wang Er was dead. The severed head traced an arc through the air and landed on the coffee table around which the others in the living room were gathered. A few timid subordinates recoiled in fear. Ho Jinglong, however, showed no sign of fear. Although he hadn't killed many zombies, he had killed plenty of people. Standing up, Ho Jinglong coldly questioned, "Who are you? Why are you killing people without any reason? Wasn't it you who sent people to borrow supplies from me? And now you're questioning me? You want supplies? I kill your subordinates. Do you have a problem with that?" Zhang Hao sneered disdainfully. No problem. As long as you give me supplies, kill as many as you want. Although Ho Jinglong was furious inside, he didn't dare to act tough. After all, subordinates could always be recruited again. He didn't care about them. The most important thing was that the other side, with only 3 people, dared to act so recklessly. There was a good chance they had more than one second-level awakened individual, so it was better to show weakness. Seeing such a weak Ho Jinglong, Zhang Hao shook his head and provoked, "You don't even have the guts to get angry after killing your own subordinates? A leader like this? Truly disappointing. How about this? Whoever dares to attack Ho Jinglong, I'll give each of you 10 boxes of instant noodles, and for the one who kills him, I'll throw in an extra 5 cans of meat." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became restless. Previously, they didn't dare to resist because there wasn't another awakened one on the same level as Ho Jinglong, but this person's blatant disregard gave them hope. Kill Ho Jinglong. Ha ha, as long as we act, there's food. I don't want to be the first to die. Get him. Kill that bastard Ho Jinglong. I've had enough of him. The crowd was immediately incited. Out of the 12 people, 8 of them attacked. But Ho Jinglong was, after all, a second-level awakened. No matter how inexperienced he was in combat, with so few opponents, there was no way he would lose. Soon, 8 corpses lay on the ground. Ho Jinglong wiped his cleaver clean, spat on the ground, and said coldly to the rest, "All here to die, huh? Did you really think I'd be easy to mess with? What a bunch of idiots. Now there are only 4 of you left. Don't think I didn't notice you were about to make a move just now. Here's the deal, go kill him for me, and I won't hold you accountable." The remaining 4 had no choice but to bite the bullet and step forward. But, as expected, all of them died under Feng Ping's massive guillotine blade. With every swing, there was an inexplicable sense of artistry in his movements, making Ho Jinglong's eyelids twitch. Clearly, this person was much stronger. "You misunderstood. I don't have the time to divide you all. I just suddenly felt like indulging my twisted sense of humor, that's all." Zhang Hao's expression was full of mockery. "I know you are not ordinary awakeners, and even among second-level awakeners, you are top-tier powerhouses, but do you really think I came unprepared? I've long been wary of Suemo, that ungrateful wolf, betraying me. Now your sister is in my hands. Don't take another step forward. Let me leave here, or I'll kill her on the spot." Ho Jinglong crouched down and roughly dragged the bound Su Mengyan out from behind the sofa. The large machete grazed her fair neck, his gaze filled with cruelty. "Don't touch my sister, you're courting death." Sumo's expression was flustered, and he already seemed a bit at a loss. Sure enough, it was a miscalculation. He shouldn't have been so reckless. However, the panic was far from over as Feng Ping quietly emerged from the tiles behind him like a mole. With a squelch, a dagger pierced directly through Ho Jinglong's head. In his final moments, he heard Feng Ping's merciless taunt, "Sorry, you misunderstood. We are level 3 awakeners. So what if you have hostages? Killing you doesn't even require the boss to act personally. Even if you, Ho Jinglong, worked hard for another 100 years, you wouldn't compare to a single toenail of my boss." With a heavy thud, Ho Jinglong collapsed to the ground, dead. In the end, he had still wanted to struggle, at the very least, to drag Su Mengyan down with him. But what he didn't know was that, in order to protect the hostage, Feng Ping, acting on the boss's instructions, had decisively used his ability, Earth Spikes, the moment Ho Jinglong tried to seize Su Mengyan. 5 earthen spikes pierced through his limbs, both arms, and both legs. What? You're asking where the fifth spike went? That one was even more brutal. It shot up from between Ho Jinglong's legs, piercing through his abdomen from below, mangling his internal organs. The sheer agony left him completely helpless, unable to move a muscle. In fact, he was already as good as dead, but to make absolutely sure, Fong Ping used his newly mastered third ability, Burial. He immediately melded into the earth and, from behind, a dagger emerged from the ground, stabbing straight through Ho Jinglong's skull, a swift and fatal finishing blow. Ho Jinglong never even had a chance to hurt the hostage. The only drawback was that Fong Ping's third skill was still new and consumed a lot of energy. He could only stay underground for about 10 seconds. Su Mo and Su Mengyan were stunned. The hostage situation and Ho Jinglong's death had happened so quickly. The second level awakened, who had originally left them breathless, had died so easily? So powerful. Is this what a third level awakened is like? Terrifying indeed. If Fong Ping is this strong, then how powerful must Boss Zhang, whom he admires, be? They simply couldn't imagine. Zhang Hao patted Su Mo's shoulder and asked with a smile, "Big fatty, how does it feel?" "Amazing, so powerful," Su Mo exclaimed in awe. "I didn't mean that. I'm asking, how did it feel to kill that group of people? Do you think they really deserved to die, or should they have been let off lightly?" Zhang Hao asked again. "I don't think so. They deserved to die 100 times over. Anyone who dares to speak disrespectfully about my sister, killing them 100 times wouldn't be too much. They're just a bunch of trash." Zhang Hao nodded to himself in satisfaction. He was pleased with Su Mo's answer. What he feared most was that Su Mo would take some bleeding heart view, thinking these guys were just mouthing off and hadn't really insulted his sister, so didn't deserve to die. If that were the case, Zhang Hao honestly wouldn't dare to recruit him. These men weren't just talking, they simply hadn't gotten the chance yet. If Su Mo hadn't run into him, hadn't found food and water, or had even died at the hands of zombies, then Su Mengyan, without her brother's protection, would have become nothing but an outlet for their lust, brutally abused and eventually killed. So these people deserved to die. Zhang Hao didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. "Big fatty, little fatty, are you willing to join us? Ha? Is it really possible? My sister and I are only level 1 awakeners, while you are already level 3. Wouldn't we be dragging you down?" Su Mo, on the other hand, felt somewhat flattered and filled with self-doubt. Zhang Hao smiled and said, "Don't worry, your talents are very strong. You're just lacking crystal cores for now. Once you join, I'll give each of you 50 crystal cores first, so we can upgrade you to level 2 awakeners before anything else." 50 crystal cores? Su Mo was so shocked that he was left speechless. The dozen or so awakened individuals in their group had spent over 10 days barely managing to gather 60 or 70 cores. Yet Boss Zhang casually waved his hand and offered them 100 just for joining? What kind of wealthy level was this? What was there to hesitate about? Join immediately. Zhang Hao thought for a moment and gave a slight reminder. After all, you've just joined, so you're still unfamiliar with many abilities, combat strategies, and the characteristics of zombies. When we get back to the base, you can ask Hu Xiaonan. He only joined 5 days ago. Don't go to Fong Ping for advice. His combat style isn't very suitable for you. Hu Xiaonan also nodded. Looking at this 15-year-old boy, Su Mo and Su Mengyan felt slightly more balanced in their hearts. He had just joined the team and was surely a level 1 awakened. However, the result left them stunned. He was actually a level 2 awakened? Could it be that he leveled up within 5 days of joining? This young boy's talent was truly extraordinary, instantly making them feel immense pressure. Speaking of which, why was Fong Ping's fighting style unsuitable for them? Because Fong Ping had comprehended a second skill at level 2, allowing him to form armor on his body, surface using soil, providing considerable defense. Most level 2 zombies couldn't break through his defense, except for special cases like the ice element zombie from last time. As a result, Fong Ping wasn't afraid of infection, and he had already embarked on the path of a reckless fighter. Moreover, he possessed a ranged skill called Earth Spike and a stealth skill called Burrow. With these abilities, he practically combined the roles of mage, warrior, and assassin, making him incredibly versatile in combat. Therefore, Su Mo and the others' fighting styles were not suitable. Su Mo had dark element abilities and could transform into a shadow in the future, making him a formidable assassin. As for Su Mengyan, her initial role was a dedicated healer, though her later development was uncertain since her abilities were light element rather than healing specific. Raven's mental abilities were barely considered support, while Hu Xiaonan's divination served as the team's ultimate safety guarantee. As for Zhang Hao, naturally, he was the backbone of the team, a damage-dealing tank. Now, with roles like mage, assassin, warrior, support, and healer all complete, Zhang Hao felt an immense sense of satisfaction. After recovering Ho Jinglong and the others' crystal cores, the group returned the same way. On the night the awakened team was established, they enjoyed a steaming hot butter hot pot on the second floor, which moved Su Mo and Su Mengyan to the point of almost crying. They had been eating compressed biscuits for the past few days and were practically sick of them. But upon joining the new team, the leader prepared such a lavish meal for them, making them feel both honored and under immense pressure. What if the leader leader had misjudged them? What if their talents were too weak and they dragged the team down? Would they be kicked out of the team? And would they ever get to enjoy such hot pot again? Seeing the anxious expressions of the siblings, Zhang Hao couldn't help but comfort them. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Your talents are truly exceptional. Just absorb the crystal cores step by step. Besides, we eat hot pot every day. It's not specially prepared for you. Alright, boss, Suemo nodded. Since they didn't know how to cook before, they had been living on instant noodles. Later, they realized how foolish that was. How could they not even manage to make hot pot? Just toss in a hot pot base, boil some water, and throw in lamb rolls, white vermicelli, tripe, pork intestines, and shrimp paste. Isn't that a guaranteed delicacy? However, even with hot pot, they ate it for a whole week straight. Although they hadn't gotten sick of it yet, Pai Yanzi couldn't take it anymore. The burning pain was unbearable. So, they still needed to learn how to cook. Zhang Hao thought to himself. He wondered if these two knew how to cook. The girl should know, right? With that thought, he looked expectantly at Su Mengyan and asked, Erpang, do you know how to cook? It doesn't have to be anything fancy, just normal meals will do. Our team is in urgent need of a skilled chef. I can cook, and I even have a certificate for it, Su Mengyan replied modestly. That's awesome. My god, the chef is finally here. Ha ha, at last, we don't have to eat hot pot every day. It was truly unbearable. Zhang Hao, Fang Ping, and Hu Xiaonan were ecstatic. Just listen to this, how could anyone say such a thing? Complaining about eating hot pot in the apocalypse? If the starving survivors heard this, they might be so furious they'd swallow poison and end it all. Pang, tomorrow's meals are up to you. Thanks for your hard work, Zhang Hao said with a smile. It's no trouble at all. This is what I should do. Su Mengyan nodded, feeling a bit relieved. Fortunately, she had previously studied at a culinary school in another city, later earning a level 1 chef certificate and working in the kitchen of a 5-star hotel for a few years. However, to reunite with her brother, she gave up that job and returned to Linhai City to run a barbershop together. Unexpectedly, not long after they started the business, the apocalypse broke out. She had thought this skill would be useless, but to her surprise, her new boss valued it. Su Mengyan was also grateful that she could cook after all. If the siblings couldn't keep up in battle, at least they could make up for it by cooking. The two exchanged a glance, then went back to devouring the meat. However, at the dining table, besides the 5 of them, that seemingly ordinary crow actually joined them at the table. Its expression carried a hint of human-like emotion, making it seem quite strange. Noticing Suemo and Su Mengyan glancing at it from time to time, the raven couldn't help but speak up. Hey, what are you looking at? Never seen a crow eating hot pot before? A crow can actually talk? The siblings were so shocked that the mutton in their mouths fell out. The raven, full of disdain, said, ignorant fools, I can do more than just talk. I can curse too, and I can sing and dance rap. Chicken, you are so beautiful, baby. Yeah, don't treat the new team members like that. Can you be a bit more polite? Zhang Hao frowned and stopped him. This guy was really too sharp-tongued. Most people couldn't handle it. Only Hu Xiaonan, who was familiar with Raven, could argue with him just for fun. Suemo said nonchalantly, Boss, it's okay. We won't bother arguing with a talking pet. After all, we are awakened, and in the future, we'll be killing even more zombies. Oh, really? So what if you're awakened? I'm a mutated Raven, and a level 3 one at that. Even though I'm a bit of a slacker, I've killed way more zombies than the two of you combined, Raven said arrogantly. So what if you can cook? I, Raven, am the smartest. If I wanted to learn, there's nothing I couldn't master. Who knows, maybe I'll even play basketball in the future. You two need to recognize your place. You're the weakest in the entire team, both in status and strength. Oof, that's enough. It's just bluffing. Don't pay it any mind. Zhang Hao flicked its head with a slap, making it squawk loudly. Suemo and Su Mengyan were hit hard again. So, the weakest in the team were actually them? Oh my god, could it be that they couldn't even compare to a raven? You don't need to compare yourselves to Yaya. Even among mutated creatures, its talent is among the best, almost on par with mine. Zhang Hao comforted. Hearing this, the siblings felt slightly better, but they didn't want to continue discussing the topic. Suemo thought for a moment and said, but don't crows like to eat carrion? Are you sure eating hot pot is okay? Before the words were out, the raven said disdainfully, crows never like eating carrion. Although they are intelligent, they don't have the powerful hunting abilities of eagles. Without hunting skills, should they just starve to death? So they have no choice but to scavenge for what's available, like carrion, insects, or other birds' eggs. Crows are omnivorous animals. Our digestive systems are much stronger than yours. If we can eat carrion, why wouldn't we be able to eat lamb and hot pot? Truly ignorant humans. Alright, boss. Is that so? I've learned something new. Suemo nodded humbly. If he didn't know, there was no point in arguing. The raven, full of pride, said, not bad, your attitude is acceptable. From now on, you may address me as the learned crow and serve as my personal maid. I'll teach you knowledge, and you can groom my feathers. Little Su, such an opportunity is rare, so why aren't you bowing to greet this royal self. Suemo was stunned. Is this still a crow? Could it be that a human soul resides in your body? Zhang Hao flicked its head again. Don't show off just because you've learned a bit of knowledge. Whether you're a person or a crow, you need to learn humility, understand? Truly knowledgeable people never claim to be knowledgeable, just like me. The raven obediently replied, okay, daddy. What did you just say about Xiao Su? And what's with this, your majesty thing? What kind of nonsense have you been watching? I saw some TV dramas and movies stored on the phone. There seems to be one called The Legend of Jin Huan, and it's really addictive, especially that line. The love and time of these past years have ultimately been misplaced. Zhang Hao said irritably, watch fewer of these dramas in the future. No way, your majesty, I can't do that. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll confiscate your phone, and you won't watch anything anymore. Alright. The raven appeared to give in on the surface but secretly planned to watch in secret later. What if Zhang Hao finds out later? At worst, just kneel down and admit the mistake, it's no big deal. After finishing the meal, Zhang Hao sat on the largest sofa, with a map spread out on the coffee table, while the others sat around him. Our awakened team has been fully formed. The next big target is a granary located 40 kilometers away. It's massive, probably twice the size of the warehouse from last time. Zhang Hao glanced around and continued, moreover, Depang and Airpang have just joined the team, and are not yet familiar with team coordination. The combat power of level 1 awakened individuals is also limited, so we'll first continue sweeping through building number 2 of the Jinue community. Once they level up to level 2, we'll take action. What do you all think? No objections. Whatever the boss says goes. Same here, I'll follow the boss's lead. Hu Xiaonan and Feng Ping exchanged a glance, understanding each other. This time, they finally confirmed that the boss definitely possessed spatial abilities and could store a large amount of supplies. Otherwise, how could the targets always be so massive? Although they had their suspicions, the two tacitly chose to keep this secret. In their view, this was a sign of the boss's trust in them. If he allowed them to guess, it meant he wasn't intending to hide it. Su Mo and Su Mengyan also nodded and said, we have no problem either. Although they didn't understand why the target was set on a granary, going to such a large-scale location didn't seem very practical. With just 5 people and a crow, how much could they possibly take? Why not choose a nearby supermarket, underground mall, or department store? Those places were closer, and each trip could yield a decent amount of supplies. Despite their doubts, asking the boss for a reason would be too tactless. Besides, the boss had just saved them today, all they needed to do was follow orders. After some discussion, everyone sat around chatting. As the smell of hot pot lingered on them, Su Mengyan wrinkled her nose and said, the smell is too strong. I want to take a shower. Boss, there should be running water here, right? Su Mo also whispered, I want to shower too. It's been over 10 days, and I smell awful. Zhang Hao looked at them, his tone gradually becoming serious. Don't use the tap water, and don't bathe with it. Remember, absolutely don't drink it. That water has already been contaminated. Su Mo and the others were all shocked. The water is contaminated? Does that mean tap water is undrinkable? Boiling it doesn't help either? No, it doesn't help. Awakened ones are slightly better off. Drinking a little might just cause stomach pain, but drinking too much could still be life-threatening. For ordinary people, even one sip could be fatal. Bathing is also out of the question, as it would weaken the awakened ones. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Ordinary people would die after drinking it? Even awakened ones couldn't drink too much? And bathing was off limits too? But what could they do without tap water? Water sources were absolutely critical. Having food but no water would still lead to death, wouldn't it? Zhang Hao had actually known for a long time that the water would become contaminated, and it wasn't just tap water. Reservoirs and underground rivers would also become undrinkable. After the apocalypse broke out, many people didn't die at the hands of zombies but rather from drinking contaminated water. This was precisely why he had stockpiled a total of 7,000 tons of water. Among them, 4,000 tons were mineral water, and the remaining 3,000 tons each were purified water and filtered water. For now, this was sufficient, but in the future, once a settlement was established and the population grew, this amount of water would be a mere drop in the bucket. However, there was a potential solution. Awakened ones of the light element could use the skilled light of purification to purify water resources. For instance, in his previous life, Su Mengyan had possessed this skill, but the problem was, awakened ones of the light element were exceedingly rare. Moreover, light of purification required at least a 7th level awakening to comprehend, which meant a long wait. If one's talent for abilities wasn't sufficient, they might never grasp the skill. Not every light element awakened. One had the opportunity to learn it. Even if someone reached the 7th level and mastered the skill, the amount of water they could purify was extremely limited. This issue couldn't be resolved for the time being, and they could only wait and see if the future would bring any breakthroughs. There is some purified water in the warehouse. This water can be used for bathing, washing vegetables, and so on. Whoever wants to use it, just go ahead. The warehouse also has bathtubs, wash basins, shampoo, shampoo, body wash, and other items I prepared in advance. Everyone can take a set and keep it in their own room for use. Zhang Hao's words brought surprise to everyone. Fang Ping and Hu Xiaonan knew that the supplies in the warehouse were just a drop in the bucket, so they didn't feel distressed. They took some water and a bathtub and left. However, Su Mo and Su Mengyan, who were unaware, thought they should save resources, feeling that such wastefulness was unacceptable. Su Mengyan hesitated for a moment. Big brother, how about we go together? Together? Sis, are you okay? You're already this grown up. How about this? I'll wash first, and if you don't mind, you can use the water I leave behind. What do you think? This doesn't seem very appropriate, does it? Why not? It's the apocalypse now. Every bit we save counts. Su Mengyan's face flushed with embarrassment, but she had no other choice. Zhang Hao looked on speechlessly. While saving is a good thing, this is a bit much. Just take the water you each need. How old is your sister now? Using her leftover bath water, if word gets out, can you still call yourself her brother? Exactly, the boss already said so. Alright, thank you, boss. Su Mo and Su Mengyan carried the water and went to their respective rooms on the first floor. After they left, the raven showed a pitiful expression. Daddy, I want to take a bath too. Zhang Hao was a bit puzzled. Didn't I just give you a bath yesterday? Why do you want one again? The raven confidently said, Miss Mengyan is taking a bath all by herself. How pitiful that no one is there to scrub her back. I can go scrub her back and even apply body wash. Zhang Hao sneered. Wow, I didn't expect you to be such a pervert. I couldn't tell at all. Hee, I learned it from Dad. Nonsense, how could someone as proper as me possibly be a pervert? Then can I go? The young lady must have already taken off her clothes by now. She must be anxiously waiting for me. Don't even think about it. Stay put and behave. Woo woo. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes at it. You're just a crow. What are you even thinking? She just joined, and you're already pulling these stunts. Don't scare her away. That night, everyone geared up and set out to clear the zombies in building number 2. Building number 2 seemed relatively fortunate. Apart from one unit, there weren't many zombies. It wasn't until the last unit that they managed to collect over 200 crystal cores. There were also quite a few survivors in the building, including 1 or 2 newly formed teams of awakened individuals. In Unit 4, on the 17th floor, they opened the door and were greeted by a jackpot of zombies, 40 of them in total. Fang Ping, clad in an earth armor and wielding a guillotine blade, charged in and began slashing wildly, taking down the zombies, one by one. His fearless and valiant demeanor was like that of a war god, leaving everyone else stunned, especially Su Mengyan and Su Mo. This style of combat was indeed difficult to replicate, but in just one night, they had all grown significantly. Ha, this feels amazing. Come on, trash zombies, die for me. When Fang Ping cut down the last zombie, the dirt armor on his body crumbled. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he walked out the door and grinned foolishly at Zhang Hao. Boss, it's done. Zhang Hao looked at him and reminded, this time was to let you experience the skill, but next time, unless you encounter a life-threatening danger, you must not use this skill. It consumes too much energy, and you can only maintain it for 3 minutes. If the danger isn't resolved or you haven't broken through the zombie encirclement after 3 minutes, then it will truly be dangerous. Remember to save some energy in advance and be ready to use burrow to avoid danger at any time. Fang Ping nodded earnestly. I understand, boss. He actually knew very well in his heart, this skill couldn't be used casually, and he couldn't truly compare to the boss's brute strength. The boss's defense permanently enhanced his physical body, while he could only be considered a temporary hero. After collecting the crystal cores, the team went up to the 18th floor. 3 of the apartments on the 18th floor were open, and the zombies and supplies inside had already been cleared out, leaving only the last apartment. As usual, Fang Ping stepped forward to knock on the door. There were survivors inside, and a strange sound came from within. Oh well, that feels great. Slow down, just a moment for those outside the door. I'll be right there. Before long, the door opened, revealing a young man. The young man was handsome, with freshly washed, damp hair. A strand of wet bangs on his forehead added a touch of flair, giving off a faint Yanzu vibe. However, compared to the protagonist and the readers present, his looks still fell far short. Are you all here to patronize Xiaoya's business? 5 people? Oh wow, even a kid and a woman? You guys are really something, but Xiaoya is tired today. Wu Yanfeng, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, said nonchalantly, and it's already 3 in the morning. How about you come back tomorrow? Xiaoya's too worn out to serve you properly, and it wouldn't be good if things got unpleasant. My apologies to you all. Next time I'll give you a 50% discount. Fang Ping and the others were stunned, not expecting this room to be a service venue, leaving them momentarily speechless. Just as Zhang Hao was about to speak, a woman appeared at the door and jokingly scolded Wu Yanfeng with a smile. Old Wu, that's enough. What does my business have to do with you? Didn't I serve you enough just now? Wu Yanfeng replied with a grin. That's enough. If only we had another half an hour, that would be perfect. Stop bragging. With your body, even 10 minutes is already overachieving. Half an hour? You'd probably drop dead on the spot. There are outsiders here, don't expose my secrets. I have a reputation to maintain. reputation, my foot. If it weren't for the fact that we're acquaintances, I wouldn't even bother taking your measly business. Xiaoya said with a look of disdain, what on earth does a level 2 awakener like you do all day? Hurry back to your own place and stop bothering my business. Alright, I'm off. Take care of yourself, Xiaoya. If 5 people won't do, take them one at a time. Be careful you can't walk tomorrow, Wu Yanfeng teased. Yeah, I know. Stop talking nonsense and get lost. Alright, I'm leaving. Seeing Xiaoya lose her temper, Wu Yanfeng shook his head and left with a wry smile. He walked downstairs, seemingly not a resident of building number 2. Zhang Hao, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel surprised. This business was doing quite well, even managing to attract residents from other buildings to visit. How interesting. So annoying, always so much nonsense every time. Sorry about that, dear guests. I hope you weren't too amused. Xiaoya put on a professional smile. No problem. Who was that just now? Zhang Hao asked curiously. His name is Wu Yanfeng, a resident of building 4. He's one of the few level 2 awakeners in this community and has his own awakening team. He's been coming here to hang out quite often recently. Xiaoya introduced with a smile. I'm just an ordinary person. I used to do this job before, and after the apocalypse broke out, with nothing else to eat, I had no choice but to continue my old trade. Fortunately, the reputation I built up before was pretty good. Quite a few old customers became awakeners. They often come to support my business, so life is still manageable. Oh, I see, Zhang Hao suddenly understood. No wonder the zombies and resources in this building were so scarce. It turned out the awakeners had already cleared them out. This place had become the only entertainment venue, making someone like Ho Jinglong, a coward, an exception. Xiaoya glanced around at Zhang Hao and his group, her expression slightly troubled. Guests, I can handle kids and women, but with the 5 of you together, I'm afraid it's a bit much. I've been busy all day and really can't manage it. How about one at a time? I can give you a discount. Before Zhang Hao could say anything, Fong Ping eagerly asked, how much exactly? My boss and the others won't come, just me. For one person, there are 3 packages, 2, 5, and 8. Specifically, can you give an example? 2 means 2 cups of instant noodles, or you can use your hands. 5 is 5 cups of instant noodles, or water. Hands and mouth are all allowed. 8 is 8 cups of instant noodles, or water. Full service. Play as you like. Which package would the guest prefer? I want. Before Fong Ping could finish, Zhang Hao slapped him hard, making him clutch his forehead in pain. Want what? What are we here for today? Can't distinguish priorities? Next time. Zhang Hao almost rolled his eyes at him. It wasn't that he wouldn't let Fong Ping release himself, such things were common in the apocalypse, but today they were here to train new team members, and playing around here was out of the question. Fong Ping had to give up, but he couldn't help admitting that the price was really cheap, at least 10 times cheaper than the prices of the ladies in the alleys before the apocalypse. Zhang Hao thought so too. In the early stages of the apocalypse, it wasn't difficult for the awakened to scavenge supplies, but by the mid to late stages, the price would be at least 5 times lower. By then, he wouldn't even have enough to eat, let alone indulge in entertainment. Fong Ping could only apologize to Xiaoya. Sorry, I'll come back next time to support your business. We have serious matters to attend to, and we've wasted your time. It's okay, take care, dear customer. Xiaoya wasn't angry and still politely flashed a sweet smile. However, just as they were about to go upstairs, a burly man walked toward them, followed by 3 lackeys, cursing, I've been listening to you babble on for ages. If you're not playing, just say so earlier, making me wait all this time. Xiaoya, come on, shall we try something different today? I don't mind, brother Hu. Xiaoya could only respond with a smile. Although she was reluctant, she had no choice but to comply for the sake of her livelihood. Noticing that brother Hu wasn't carrying anything, she hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Hu, didn't you bring money? I don't do credit here. Isn't it just a few packs of instant noodles? Do you think a level 2 awakened like me would lack those supplies? I'll pay you after we're done. Come on, get in the room. I can't wait any longer. Zhou Hu roughly pulled Xiaoya toward the room. Xiaoya struggled. Brother Hu, this breaks the rules. It really can't be done. Slap. Zhou Hu swung his hand, and Xiaoya fell to the ground. Her face instantly became red and swollen. Damn it. I just want to take advantage for free. So what? How much money have I given you? Can I even have one free chance? Don't resist me. This time, my brothers and I will have fun together. Ha ha ha. Brother Hu is mighty. Let's play together. Let's play together. Zhou Hu's words excited his underlings. Xiaoya struggled desperately, shouting, No, no, I'm under Wu Yanfeng's protection. Aren't you afraid of offending him? Afraid of him? Just a pretty boy, that's all. Besides, do you really think I didn't investigate thoroughly? He has absolutely nothing to do with you. I don't believe he would stand up for you. Brother Hu couldn't be bothered to say more and was about to lead his underlings to commit violence. At this moment, Zhang Hao at the door remained indifferent, while the girl Su Mengyan couldn't bear to watch the scene. However, at that moment, a flash of cold light appeared, and 4 icy throwing knives sliced through the air, instantly killing 3 level 1 awakeners. The remaining ice knife shot straight toward Zhou Hu's neck, but he caught it with both hands and crushed it into ice shards. Seeing the handsome young man at the door, Zhouhu's expression darkened. Wu Yanfeng, are you really going to meddle? If you kill my people today, I can kill yours tomorrow. Don't forget, I'm also a level 2 awakener. I'm definitely meddling in this. Moreover, I won't give you the chance to leave. Even though we're both level 2, there's no comparison between you and me. Wu Yanfeng couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He spread his hands, and the moisture in the air quickly condensed into an ice bowl, with frost continuously forming. With a sharp whistle, a slender arrow shot through the air at an astonishing speed. Zhouhu froze in shock as the arrow pierced his forehead, and he fell to the ground, dead. Xiaodao's expression was complex. Old Wu, thank you. You're a good person. Don't thank me. I'm not a good person. In the apocalypse, good people don't live long. I just have my own principles. Wu Yanfeng shrugged, flashing a charming smile. In my opinion, others can at least rob or steal, but you can only rely on your body to barely survive, enduring all kinds of bizarre people and demands every day. Making a bit of money is really not easy, so no matter how much you bully the weak, you shouldn't owe them. Wu Yanfeng was absolutely right. In the apocalypse, everyone has their own principles. Although Xiaoda was an ordinary person, being in this line of work meant she had to endure all kinds of grievances, sometimes even facing abuse and beatings. But she also had her own persistence, which was to never allow credit. No matter who it was, even if it was an awakened one, there were no exceptions. As an ordinary person, she had to stick to her principles. If Zhou, who brought his lackeys to freeload today, more people would come to freeload her business tomorrow. How could she survive then? It was like today, without Wu Yanfeng's help. If she were lucky, she would just endure daily torment. If unlucky, she might be killed on the spot. No one cared about the life or death of an ordinary person. She could have agreed to Zhou without principles, but even if she survived that way, it would just be a miserable existence. Therefore, Xiaoya was unwilling to compromise. To be honest, her relationship with Wu Yanfeng was purely business. They weren't even friends. She hadn't expected old Wu to step in and help. Xiaoya showed a sincere smile. Your principles are your principles, but you helped me, so I have to thank you. If you don't mind the money I earned, I can give you some food. Wu Yanfeng joked. No need, our team doesn't lack that. If you really want to thank me, how about serving me for free? A life-saving favor. It's worth at least an hour, right? Alright, then come in, and I'll serve you right now. Ahem, forget it, forget it. Wu Yanfeng felt a bit awkward. He was obviously joking earlier. Freeloading wasn't his style. Watching the two banter, Zhang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had clearly seen the battle just now, where Wu Yanfeng instantly killed 3 level 1 awakeners with an ice blade. Even when facing Zhou, who was of the same level, he could decisively create ice arrows and swiftly kill the opponent from a distance. Such ability was truly rare. Being able to instantly defeat someone of the same level, Wu Yanfeng's talent was undoubtedly exceptional. Of course, talent was one thing, but his combat awareness was also remarkable. At the time, although Zhou was furious, he hadn't yet realized that the situation had escalated to a life-or-death confrontation. In Zhou's eyes, this was just a woman, and as for why it led to a life-and-death confrontation between awakeners, he didn't care. However, he didn't know that Wu Yanfeng had immediately used a level 2 skill. Moreover, this arrow was extraordinary, belonging to the long-range speed type of level 2 skills. Because of this, he was able to decisively take down Zhou before the latter could react, which was the key to Zhang Hao's stunning performance. Ruthless and without hesitation. If Wu Yanfeng could advance to level 3, he would undoubtedly be a force to be reckoned with. What puzzled him even more was, he felt as if he had seen Wu Yanfeng somewhere before. In his past life, he was familiar with all the top-tier awakeners, yet he couldn't find anyone who matched Wu Yanfeng, not even someone with a similar aura, which he found truly strange. Just as he was in shock, 3 level 1 awakeners rushed up the stairs, furious and intent on avenging their boss, Zhou. Damn it! How dare you go after my boss? You're asking for death. Brothers, Wu Yanfeng must be exhausted. Let's get him. Avenge the boss. Kill him. Wu Yanfeng's face turned cold, and he was about to make a move when he saw Fang Ping beside him already. Understanding his intent, Fang Ping drew the dagger from his waist and swiftly dealt with the enemies before returning to Wu Yanfeng's side. Thanks, brother, Wu Yanfeng said gratefully. That skill just now had indeed consumed a lot of energy. Although killing these few people wouldn't have been difficult, the other party's proactive assistance was still worth appreciating. Fang Ping smiled faintly. No need to thank me. Zhou insulted my boss, so killing his men is perfectly reasonable. Oh, is that so? Those few seem to be people of principle, so we should get along well. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Wu Yanfeng. Wu Yanfeng smiled and extended his hand. I'm Zhang Hao. The two introduced themselves by name, making a simple acquaintance. Wu Yanfeng could tell that Zhang Hao's team was no ordinary group. They were very strong, so he was keen to make friends. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, admired Wu Yanfeng, finding him to be a carefree person with his own principles, especially the phrase "good people don't last long in the apocalypse," which deeply resonated with him. The more they talked, the more they hit it off. Wu Yanfeng simply called over his team members, and they gathered with Zhang Hao's team in Xiaoya Xiaoya's living room. The door was wide open, and everyone in the living room drank and chatted freely while eating fried peanuts. Bloody corpses lay on the ground and in the hallway, but no one paid them any mind, which somehow added a peculiar charm to the scene. The picture looked somewhat absurd, but in reality, some people can tell at first meeting whether they can become friends. Brother Zhang, this food is really nothing special, just a few plates of peanuts. If only there were some cold pig tongue salad, bean curd with vermicelli, or some small cold sausages, that would be bliss, Wu Yinfeng muttered. Xiaoya rolled her eyes, full of disdain. Even these few plates of peanuts were earned through my hard work. If you can't get used to it, why not go to sleep? In your dreams, you'll have everything. Come on, couldn't you at least make a cucumber salad? Don't tell me you don't even have cucumbers at home? Of course we do, but are you sure you want to eat them? Wu Yinfeng was stunned when he saw Xiaoya's suppressed smile. You're so busy every day, and you still use this? Isn't your usual business enough for you? Then what else? Do you really think those men are so great? They're all a bunch of wimps. Am I still the best? Get lost. All you do is brag. Are you eating or not? No, I refuse. Wu Yinfeng chose to refuse. Whoever wants to eat this can eat it. He has no such interest. Zhang Hao smiled helplessly and said, come to my base another day. I can handle these. Really? You're not lying to me? No, I'm not. I run a supermarket just in front of the community. Next time, you can bring your team over if you have time. Impressive, my bro. Then next time I have some free time, I'll come over to bother you a bit. What shocked Wu Yinfeng wasn't just this. What surprised him even more was that Zhang Hao had actually turned a street-side supermarket into a base and hadn't been looted by other awakened ones. What does this signify? It means their strength is formidable. Being strong and well stocked with supplies, they were definitely worth befriending. However, Wu Yinfeng was also a man of principle. If he truly wanted supplies, he would definitely trade crystal cores for them. On the other hand, Zhang Hao didn't just find Wu Yinfeng agreeable, he also thought that if he could recruit him into the team, it would be a great addition. However, at this stage, most awakened ones were proud and ambitious, and Wu Yinfeng might not be willing to work under someone else. It would have to be a gradual process. If it didn't work out, being friends was also fine, there could still be benefits in the future. After everyone had drunk enough, Wu Yinfeng decided to leave with his team. Before leaving, he teased with a smile, Xiaoya, be careful and stay safe tonight when you're alone. Instead of worrying about these things, why not go out and scavenge more supplies and take good care of my business? That way, I'll be grateful to you. Xiaoya rolled her eyes a few times and responded, I'll try, but make sure to be careful next time. Don't let others take advantage of you for nothing when I'm not around. Wu Yinfeng said with a smile, isn't that why I have you to back me up? That's true. Alright, let's go. Brother Zhang, we'll meet again next time. Take care, I won't see you off. Wu Yinfeng waved his hand and left gracefully. This time, he killed Zhouhu, and others wouldn't care about principles or not. They would only see that Wu Yinfeng killed a level 2 awakened. Because of Xiaoya, easily associating that Xiaoya's business was under his protection. If other awakened had any other ideas, they would have to seriously consider whether they were qualified. Xiaoya sighed, I owe another favor. Zhang Hao glanced at her curiously and asked, does old Wu like you? I think maybe you should be with him. It would give you some support. Impossible, there's absolutely no way he likes me, because he has never had feelings for me. Fong Ping and the others were shocked. Never had feelings? How is that possible? Then what was the sound in the room last time? Xiaoya noticed their confusion and said dejectedly, old Wu has come many times, but every time he just lies down and lets me give him a massage. He has never made any inappropriate moves. Even when I took off my clothes to tease him, he sternly refused, and he even angrily told me not to do that again, or he wouldn't come anymore. I know he despises me. He doesn't think I'm good enough. Old Wu won't even touch me. How could he possibly like me? This man is truly remarkable. Staying composed in such a situation, just for a massage? Although Xiaoya isn't stunningly beautiful, she's still an attractive woman. She was completely exposed, yet old Wu remained so calm. Fong Ping and the others couldn't understand it, but they were deeply impressed. Zhang Hao held a different opinion. After pondering for a moment, he said, maybe old Wu likes you too much, so he doesn't dare to take that step. Anyway, I don't think he's the kind of person who likes to meddle in others' business. Being good to someone, it's either out of lust or because he has ulterior motives. Xiaoya was just an ordinary person. What could Wu Yinfeng possibly want from her? He didn't even desire her body, so it could only be love, right? But in the apocalypse, love was too rare, and some relationships couldn't even be called love. Right now, people could still scavenge some food, but when resources became scarce, couples might betray each other over a single sausage. Men might even offer women to others in exchange for food. Zhang Hao had seen too much of this. He never hoped for, nor did he desire, love. He felt that such emotions were a burden in the apocalypse, even somewhat redundant. He didn't look down on those who clung to love in the apocalypse, but he himself would never yearn for such feelings. He just wanted to survive, and if he could make it to the end, that would be even better. Women would only slow him down when killing zombies. Is that so? Maybe. maybe. Xiaoya felt a slight stir in her heart, but it quickly settled again. Even if old Wu liked her, so what? She was just an ordinary person, and she was no longer pure. How could she be worthy of old Wu? Whether before or after the apocalypse, she had never dared to hope for precious love, nor did she deserve it. After parting ways with Xiaoya, Zhang Hao returned to the supermarket. Over the next few days, the team collected a total of 365 crystal cores. Combined with their previous stockpile, they now had 1,339 level 1 crystal cores and only one level 2 crystal core. Suemo and Su Mengyan had both advanced to level 2 and had each awakened their respective abilities. Suemo can manipulate people's shadows to carry out silent assassinations, a skill known as shadow manipulation. Meanwhile, Su Mengyan has mastered a skill called light healing. Simply put, she can use light to heal allies with astonishing effectiveness. As long as it's not a case of missing limbs, she can restore them to their original state. Now their team of awakened ones can finally count on having a healer. However, as time went on, the number of awakened teams in the vicinity gradually increased. Most of them were first-level awakened individuals who were largely unaware of the existence of crystal cores and were still in the exploratory phase. A smaller portion consisted of second-level awakened individuals. These teams usually discovered crystal cores by accident after smashing a zombie's head in slowly formed squads led by second-level awakened ones, with most members being first-level awakened. While their overall strength wasn't impressive, their numbers were considerable. Wu Yanfeng, after taking down Zhou Hu last time, boosted his team's reputation, making most people hesitant to provoke them. However, the growing number of awakened teams also led to increasingly scarce resources in the area. Places like Jinue Community, which were easy to clear of zombies, had long been looted clean. On the streets, while the number of zombies had decreased, there were almost no supplies left. Many people had their eyes on Zhang Hao's supermarket but dared not act rashly. On one hand, it was because of his close relationship with Wu Yanfeng. On the other hand, they were wary of his background. Besides, no one was foolish. Anyone bold enough to set up a base in such an obvious location was either reckless or completely unafraid of being targeted. By the window in the living room on the second floor, Zhang Hao was gently stroking the raven's sleek feathers, a hint of contentment on his face. The raven, too, stretched out in a posture of enjoyment. At that moment, Fang Ping walked over, hesitating as he said, "Boss, recently, more and more awakened ones have been passing by our supermarket. Some even knock on the door, pretending to test our numbers. Supplies in the area are getting scarcer, and it seems they're getting restless." "How many teams are there currently?" Zhang Hao asked calmly. "On the surface, only 2. It's unclear in the shadows, but I estimate there are 4 teams. Too few. It's actually 6. 6 squads? Boss, how do you know that?" Fang Ping asked in surprise. "You've spent too little time underground and can't eavesdrop on the enemy's intelligence for now, so I sent Crow to investigate. Currently, they are unaware of the existence of mutated creatures, so they won't pay attention to a crow eavesdropping nearby," Zhang Hao explained. "I see. So, should we act now?" "Not yet. We need to find an opportunity to catch them all in one go, and also use this to intimidate others." "But if they don't act in a short time, are we just going to wait?" Fang Ping asked again. "We won't wait. If they don't make a move by early morning, then forget it. The granary is far more important than these people's lives. If we wait too long, the grain will spoil," Zhang Hao said, shaking his head. "Boss, what if we leave and they break in again?" "That's simple. Spray red paint at the main entrance and write an 8-character warning to them. If they ignore the warning and break into the supermarket, we'll deal with them when we get back." "What 8 characters?" Fang Ping asked curiously. Zhang Hao gave a chilling smile, tinged with a hint of cruelty. "This place is claimed. Trespassers will die. The Ravens had already scouted everything out yesterday. There were a total of 6 teams eyeing the supermarket, with 32 people in all. Unlike ordinary groups, 12 of them, including both captains and vice-captains, were second-level awakened. The remaining 20 were first-level awakened, making them the most elite force in the area around the supermarket. Wu Yanfeng's squad was about on par with them. "Boss, there are 12 second-level awakened in total. Even though we're not afraid of them, if they band together, they could pose a threat to Hu Xiaonan and the others." After hearing the intel, Fang Ping couldn't help but feel a little worried. "How about I coordinate with the Ravens and carry out a decapitation strike? We'll assassinate all their leaders. That should be enough to make the rest back off." "Your method is feasible, but it lacks deterrence. Simply killing the captain will make them think we're nothing special. We need to resolve this once and for all, at least in the short term, so that those nobodies won't dare to jump out again. Therefore, we must annihilate all 6 of these teams, leaving no one alive." Zhang Hao's expression was icy, exuding a faint killing intent. What Fang Ping said was indeed reasonable. Although they were level 3 awakeners, Hu Xiaonan and the others were only level 2, and neither Hu Xiaonan nor Su Mengyan were skilled in combat. They could handle a few level 1 zombies, but asking them to fight awakeners was truly too much. Moreover, at this stage, the gap between awakeners wasn't that significant. They weren't like zombies, who were so dumb they couldn't even dodge. 12 elite level 2 awakeners working together could potentially kill a level 3 awakener. But would this make Zhang Hao back down? If he truly feared the union of awakeners, he wouldn't have set up the base in the supermarket in the first place. If these people had substantial resources on them, he might even consider playing the long game to reel them in. But they were so poor they could barely afford to eat. Zhang Hao harbored grand ambitions. He hoped to quickly scour the various warehouses in Linhai City and fill the spatial ring with massive amounts of supplies. A full 10 billion cubic meters. The current total supplies probably occupied less than 1/10,000,000th of that, right? Even if he couldn't fill it completely, he wanted to at least reach 1/10,000th. However, this group of people was like flies buzzing around his ears, preventing him from focusing on collecting resources. Therefore, they must all be killed to instill fear in other awakened ones, making them temporarily hesitant to provoke. By the time everything settles down, they will have grown sufficiently. The inflated mindset will inevitably lead the awakened ones to target the supermarket again, and by then, they surely won't be as destitute as they are now, right? Then Zhang Hao began rounds of killing and releasing, creating an illusion of imminent success for them while collecting their supplies and crystal cores, continuously reaping the benefits. This group wanted to seize resources and play dirty, but they didn't realize the most heartbreaking thing is that they couldn't even play dirty as well as others, nor could they discern the true identity of their opponent. Ha ha! Zhang Hao not only wanted to play dirty, but also to become the best at it. At this moment, next door to the supermarket, the door of Airpang Art Salon was tightly shut, with a few candles lit inside, creating a somewhat gloomy atmosphere. However, many people were gathered inside, actually 36 people, not 32. The extra team was a 4-person squad led by Wu Yinfeng, though his expression was impatient. Why did you call me here? If there's something to say, just say it quickly. Oh, really? Wu, killing that useless Joe who has made you so arrogant? We're all people of some standing here, and it took over 10 invitations for you to show up today. Do you really think we have no temper? Bai Bo mocked. Exactly. Are you really giving us no face at all? Tian Bao added with a cold smile. Killing an awakened one over a woman, truly impressive, ha he he. Others chimed in, and the atmosphere instantly became tense, as if everyone was just venting through words. So, you called me here today just to criticize me? Wu Yanfeng's expression grew increasingly displeased. Of course not. We heard you have a good relationship with the boss next door and hope you can act as our introducer so we can borrow some supplies from him, Bai Bo said with a soft laugh. How much do you want to borrow? Let me make it clear first, I can't guarantee anything. Not much, just all the supplies in the supermarket. All the supplies? Are you kidding me? Do you really think I have nothing better to do? I don't have time to play games with you. Wu Yanfeng was annoyed by their unreasonable demands and was about to get up and leave when Bai Bo spoke leisurely. I suggest you don't leave just yet. Take a look at this first. He pulled out his phone and opened a video showing Xiaoya tied up at home. After watching the entire clip, Wu Yanfeng forced himself to stay calm. So what? What does kidnapping Xiaoya have to do with me? Do you really think I killed Zhou Hu last time to stand up for her? I just didn't like that guy, that's all. Is that so? Then I'll kill her right now. Bai Bo sneered, pulling out a walkie-talkie to give the order. Wu Yanfeng felt a chill spread through his body and couldn't stay seated any longer. Enough. What exactly do you want? Xiaoya is just an ordinary person. Why drag her into this? Didn't I just say? I want you to cooperate with us to take all the supplies from the supermarket. We were worried you might not cooperate, so we kidnapped her, Tian Bao said with a cold smile. It's actually quite simple. We're concerned that the owner and Fangping, who wields the guillotine, might both be level 3 awakeners. Even though we have the advantage in numbers, casualties are inevitable. Aren't you close with him? Bai Bo gave a sinister smile and revealed his plan. Tonight, go to the supermarket to drink with him, then secretly drug him. You don't need to knock everyone out. As long as either the supermarket owner or Fangping goes down, it's a success. I'll release your woman. How about it? Alright, I promise you. Wu Yanfeng walked out the door, his back exuding determination. In the supermarket next door, Zhang Hao listened to the Raven's report, his expression unchanged. This group of people really had no guts, actually sending Wu Yanfeng to drug someone? A team of more than 30 people, including 12 second-level awakeners, and they still didn't dare to confront head-on? But he was also curious about Wu Yanfeng's choice. Would it be the woman or his friends? If he gave up on Xiaoya, Zhang Hao would feel relieved. At least it would show that he didn't value women woman too much. If he betrayed his friends for a woman, Zhang Hao could understand, but he would never forgive it. Although they had only met by chance, their bond was genuine. Betraying your brothers for a woman, even if out of desperation, is no excuse for harming your friends. If Wu Yanfeng really did that, then sorry, he would have to die along with that scum Bai Bo and his gang. After a while, there was a knock at the back door. Zhang Hao went downstairs, and Fang Ping opened the door. Seeing Wu Yanfeng's 3 underlings looking anxious, Mao Su quickly said, "Boss Zhang, Bai Bo's group is coming after you. Our boss says you need to leave immediately, or it will be too late." "I know that. Where's old Wu?" Zhang Hao asked. "Those despicable people from Bai Bo's group kidnapped Xiaoya, intending to use this connection to harm you." Naturally, the boss couldn't agree, so he went alone to Jinue community to rescue her. Hearing Mao Su's response, Zhang Hao frowned slightly. It seemed his judgment of people was indeed accurate. "Can he handle it alone? Does he need help?" Zhang Hao asked. The boss said he's fine. Bai Bo has already gathered 6 teams of awakeners at the neighboring Yijian Fang, but the one guarding Xiaoya should only be a level 1 awakener, so it shouldn't be a big problem, Mao Su replied. Zhang Hao hesitated for a moment and said, "I think it's still somewhat risky. Although Xiaoya is an ordinary person, the other side might set a trap. How about you go and help him?" "But the boss is worried you'll be surrounded, so he sent the 3 of us to help you retreat." Zhang Hao shook his head, his tone firm. "We will not retreat. These people are hardly a threat. Since they've already gathered together, we might as well take them all out in one go." These words were truly domineering, causing Mao Su and the other 2 to shudder involuntarily. Over 30 awakened individuals, including 12 second-level awakened ones, taking them all out in one go? For most people, they might think this was just boasting, but seeing Zhang Hao's demeanor, they gradually felt convinced, as if this could really be achieved. Zhang Hao actually didn't want to kill anyone in the supermarket. After all, it would be so bloody, leaving a mess everywhere that would need to be cleaned up, far too troublesome. "Then we will go help the boss. Wishing you a triumphant return, Boss Zhang. You too." Without saying more, Mao Su quickly went to support the boss. Zhang Hao immediately gathered everyone and instructed, "The upcoming battle will be a melee. Hu Xiaonan and Su Mengyan, who are not skilled in combat, will stay in the supermarket. If anything unexpected happens, notify us via the walkie-talkie. Fang Ping and Su Mo, you two will launch a surprise attack from the back door. Fang Ping, adapt to the situation as needed, and Su Mo, focus on mobility. Yaya and I will block them at the front door to ensure no one escapes. I'm naming this operation Operation Fish Kill." "Boss, what does fish mean?" Fang Ping raised his hand to ask. "Fish means small fry," Zhang Hao replied. "Move out immediately. Finish the fight within 10 minutes, and head straight to the granary afterward. Don't forget, supplies are our primary target." Zhang Hao waved his hand, and the team quickly set off. Fang Ping picked up the guillotine blade and slung it over his shoulder. Su Mo held a dagger, his figure flickering in the shadows. Raven carried an air of arrogance, exuding wildness. Zhang Hao crossed his twin axes, arcs of electricity flashing. Though there were only 4 of them, they carried the momentum of an army. At this moment in the art scissors workshop, Bai Bo's lips curled slightly, seemingly full of confidence in victory. Beside him, Tian Bao appeared somewhat worried. "Old Bai, do you think that guy surnamed Wu will really listen to us? What if he tips off Zhang Hao? Why not send someone to keep an eye on him?" "No need to keep an eye on it. That woman is too important to Wu Yanfeng. In the apocalypse, isn't betraying friends a common thing? They've only known each other for a few days. Why would Wu Yanfeng give up a woman for Zhang Hao?" Bai Bo sneered disdainfully. "But Wu Yanfeng is really stupid. Aren't women just consumables in the apocalypse? He actually thinks there's such a thing as love. What an idiot." Bai Bo completely looked down on Wu Yanfeng and didn't believe he would tip anyone off. Would he really be afraid of a woman dying? At that moment, knocking sounds came from both the front and back doors simultaneously. Bai Bo frowned and was about to lead his men to check it out when, with a loud bang, both doors were forcibly broken open. Seeing 4 people blocking the doorway, Bai Bo's expression darkened. That guy Wu actually dared to come. Giving up a woman for a friend, impressive. I underestimated him. Zhang Hao scanned him up and down. "You're Bai Bo? The one looking to die? Courting death? Isn't that you? Just the 4 of you dare to block us? Do you really think a level 3 awakened is invincible?" Bai Bo couldn't help but laugh. "Since you've walked right into the trap, then go die. The supplies are ours now." Tian Bao's lips curled into a sinister grin, killing intent radiating from him as he charged toward Zhang Hao with several level 2 awakened in tow, their momentum fierce. However, the next second, bang! Tian Bao's 7 orifices bled, and his head exploded directly. White and red brain matter splattered everywhere. Bai Bo and his group were all stunned, standing frozen in place. What just happened? Why did Tian Bao's head suddenly explode? Could it be a rare psychic ability? Could Zhang Hao have dual abilities? But even if it were a mental attack, it shouldn't be like this. Tian Bao was considered one of the top level 2 awakened among them. How could he not withstand even a single blow? Zhang Hao's lips curled slightly, his expression indifferent. Back when the Raven Raven reached level 3, he had already mastered the second skill, mental piercing. This skill is the most common form of mental attack, typically used by mental ability users to harm enemies, which is considered decent. However, the Raven's innate talent for abilities is exceptionally powerful. As a result, unless facing a mental type awakener, she could instantly blow the head off any level 3 or lower awakener with a single strike. However, since she had only just mastered this skill, it consumed a significant amount of ability energy, allowing her to use it only 5 times a day. But that was already enough to send enemies scattering in fear. Although Zhang Hao was not afraid, facing over 30 awakeners, he chose to endure and protect himself as much as possible. Bai Bo tried to stay calm and shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid, everyone. Even if it's a mental attack, it can't be used continuously. There must be a limit to the number of times it can be used. If we all attack together, we have a chance to defeat him." Before he could finish speaking, in the next second, bang, the head of the underling next to Bai Bo exploded instantly. Why? Then, as if fireworks were blooming, heads began exploding one after another. In just 4 or 5 seconds, the number of level 2 awakeners was reduced by nearly half. Everyone was instantly filled with fear. They were not afraid of regular fights, but what? Everyone scrambled to escape, but Fong Ping and Su Mo sneered coldly, slamming a hand onto the ground. "Leave? My boss hasn't given you permission to go." As soon as the words fell, swoosh, swoosh, sharp earthen spikes suddenly shot up from the ground, piercing through 5 first-level awakeners, leaving them dead in a gruesome manner. However, it wasn't over yet. The shadows of the spikes continued to writhe and solidify, transforming into black blades that shot out like arrows. Caught off guard, the group suffered heavy casualties. After the headshot incident, their morale had already crumbled, and they had no intention of uniting. In no time, the group of over 30 was reduced to just one, Bai Bo. Bai Bo stood frozen on the spot. Over 30 people were wiped out by just 4? And I was actually thinking of robbing these people of their supplies? What kind of high-level idiot am I? If you're this strong, why didn't you say so earlier? If you can't beat them, join them, that much I understand. Boss Zhang, why didn't you kill me? Bai Bo asked nervously. Take a guess. So, what? Did you take a liking to me and want to invite me to join you? What do you think? My boss wouldn't bother with trash like you, Fong Ping replied, his face full of disdain. Alright then. Bai Bo pursed his lips. It's simple, have your men release Xiaoya, and I'll let you go. Release that woman? That? I'm afraid that's not going to happen. I already gave the order for my men to get rid of her. By now, she's probably long dead. Bai Bo answered honestly. Zhang Hao didn't dwell on it further. Xiaoya's life or death didn't matter much to him. If it weren't for Wu Yanfeng taking an interest in her, he wouldn't have bothered at all. Oh, then you're useless now. No, Boss Zhang, I'm still useful, I beg you. Damn it. If I die, I'll take someone down with me. Fong Ping walked over, ready to finish him off. Bai Bo didn't sit idly by, gritting his teeth. His body radiated a dazzling light. The scorching energy of the light element seemed capable of burning everything. Fong Ping's eyes narrowed slightly as he activated his earth armor to cover his entire body. Although he wasn't injured, a large portion of the earthen armor melted away, clearly showing the strength of this attack. Fong Ping swung his guillotine blade sharply, and Bai Bo's head fell to the ground. However, he was still surprised and turned to the boss, saying, if I hadn't used the earth armor, I'd probably be seriously injured if not dead. This guy wasn't lying. He really is a remarkably gifted awakened one. That's why you must never underestimate other awakened ones, especially in the early stages. You have to be extra cautious to avoid being caught off guard. Moreover, Bai Bo turned out to be of the light element, the same category as Su Mengyan, but leaning toward an offensive type of awakened one. The light element itself has immense potential. Su Mengyan's abilities aren't obvious yet, but as her level increases, her strength will undergo a dramatic transformation. Her powers not only allow her to heal with light but also to imbue her body with the power of light, achieving unimaginable speeds. When speed reaches its peak, it equates to power. The light and heat Bai Bo unleashed earlier could have burned a third-level awakened one, unskilled in defense, to a crisp on the spot. After collecting their crystal cores, Zhang Hao returned to the supermarket. Just as he was about to rest, desperate cries came from outside the door. Opening the door, he saw Mao Su with tears streaming down his face, holding someone who looked like a charred piece of coal in his arms. Boss Zhang, save the boss. I'm begging you. If he doesn't get treated, he's going to die. Zhang Hao is shocked. This is Wu Yanfeng? Burned beyond recognition, what on earth happened? After asking, he learned that Wu Yanfeng had confidently gone to rescue someone but fell into a trap. Bai Bo's men had already filled the room with gas, and as soon as he arrived, they remotely ignited it using fire-based powers. The entire room exploded like a gas tank. Xiaoya died on the spot, beyond saving. If Wu Yanfeng hadn't instinctively covered himself with a thick layer of ice to protect his internal organs and head, he would have been burned to a crisp right then and there. But even so, it's just struggling to survive. Zhang Hao quickly made a decision. Airpang, save the person first. Su Mengyan's body shimmered with golden light, light, soft and tranquil, as strands of golden light slowly entered Wu Yanfeng's body. The blackness on his body gradually faded, revealing fresh new skin, tender like that of a newborn baby. He's getting better. Boss is finally getting better. Mao Su was overjoyed, and the other two team members also showed expressions of delight. Truly worthy of being a level 3 awakened, to have such a powerful healer under their command, capable of curing even such severe injuries. However, Su Mengyan's expression was far from relaxed, cold sweat continuously dripping from her forehead, her delicate body trembling slightly. Zhang Hao asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "Boss, Wu Yanfeng's injuries are too severe. Many of his internal organs have been burned. My abilities can't restore his organs for now unless I reach level 3. Su Mengyan's words struck like a thunderbolt, and Mouse's emotions instantly plummeted. Zhang Hao frowned and asked, "Is this the only way?" "There is another way, which is to let Wu Yanfeng absorb a level 2 crystal core, but it must be an ice-type one. Only by absorbing the crystal core and enhancing his abilities can his body partially self-heal the internal organs, and I can also use light healing to assist in his recovery," Su Mengyan replied. "A level 2 ice-type crystal core? Doesn't the boss happen to have one?" Fong Ping said in a daze. "What a coincidence." No, it wasn't coincidence, it was fate. After killing the cleaver-wielding zombie, he hadn't absorbed that crystal core for so many days. Originally, he thought a single level 2 crystal core was like a drop in the bucket and planned to save up more to level up to level 4 in one go. Who would have thought it would come in handy today? Without hesitation, Zhang Hao quickly took out the blue crystal core and forcibly stuffed it into Wu Yanfeng's mouth. Fortunately, he hadn't completely lost consciousness and instinctively began absorbing the energy. After more than 10 minutes, Wu Yanfeng's breathing gradually stabilized, narrowly escaping danger. Mao Su and the other two repeatedly expressed their gratitude, but Zhang Hao said nothing and turned to go upstairs to the second floor. That night, Wu Yanfeng woke up, walked to the second floor of the supermarket, and sat across from Zhang Hao. By the window, the two sat silently for a while before Wu Yanfeng finally spoke. "Brother Zhang, if you don't mind, I'd like to follow you from now on." "Why?" Zhang Hao asked in return. "Because I don't seem to be suited to being a leader." "Just because of this?" "No, actually I realized it from the beginning. I just didn't want to admit it." "Oh, do you regret it?" "Regret? Regret what?" "Regret meddling in the first place. That way, Xiaoya wouldn't have been dragged into this." "No, you're wrong. It's not about meddling, it's that you shouldn't have had any involvement with her from the start. I hope you can achieve that in the future. If you can't, then I really can't let you join." Wu Yanfeng is a man of principles, and Zhang Hao equally insists on his own principles. He doesn't want to recruit a troublemaker. Wu Yanfeng's actions themselves were not wrong. The problem lies in his lack of strength, which makes him unable to protect the people he cares about. Therefore, he has to learn to stay away. Even if Xiaoya's life is devoid of dignity, at least she is still alive. Even if she dies in the future, at least it won't be because of him. If it really doesn't work out, with a second level awakened like you providing close protection, would Bai Bo still have had the chance to kidnap her? And now look, she's gone for good. You, Wu Yanfeng, think too highly of yourself, while Xiaoya feels unworthy of you. Since both of you are so hesitant and can't face things openly, why not just part ways and forget each other? Harassing her every day without doing anything meaningful, aren't you just asking for trouble? It's the apocalypse, who still dreams of ideal love. Everyone should just make do and get by, and stop yearning for more. Thinking about this, Zhang Hao suddenly felt a headache. What's so great about love? Isn't killing zombies satisfying? Isn't collecting supplies satisfying? Anyway, he would never waste so much energy on some ridiculous love for a woman. In the apocalypse, freeloading is the way to go. Actually, you can't entirely blame Wu Yanfeng. After all, at the beginning of the apocalypse, how many people could easily change their old-fashioned ways of thinking? Except for people like Zhang Hao, who doesn't want a beautiful love, who hasn't had a reckless youth. Nobody's perfect, everyone has their flaws. Didn't Fong Ping also make a huge mistake before? Yet Zhang Hao still forgave him. This wasn't because he was truly magnanimous or selfless, but because he understood Fong Ping's character and knew he could become a truly reliable partner in the apocalypse. If someone had been cold-blooded and ruthless, killing indiscriminately from the start, Zhang Hao wouldn't have dared to bring them into the group, because this kind of personality is either flawed or possibly belongs to a reborn. Having gone through all this, Zhang Hao recognized him. In his previous life, he was a top-tier awakener, known by the title Cold-Faced Killer. This person always seemed like a lone wolf without any companions, and had an extremely reclusive personality, killing countless people. However, he never killed the innocent, targeting only those inhumane beasts, often mingling in entertainment venues, which gave him a relatively good reputation in the eyes of most people. Yet, this person always wore a cold mask, and no one could see his face clearly, though many believed he was a handsome man. It seems that in his previous life, Wu Yanfeng managed to survive by sheer luck, but his face was disfigured by Bo's subordinates. Xiaoya's death changed his personality, causing him to wander alone in the apocalypse. Apart from Zhang Hao himself, Wu Yanfeng was considered a fairly successful awakener in his previous life. With a bit of guidance, he could still become an excellent teammate, at least that's what Zhang Hao thought. Then what should I do in the future? Wu Yanfeng asked. You shouldn't ask me, you should ask yourself what you want to do, Zhang Hao replied. I don't know. Wu Yanfeng lowered his head. When you witness the cruelty of the apocalypse, you'll understand that people need to become selfish, not towards their own, but selfish when facing others. Zhang Hao's tone turned serious. Then I'll listen to you from now on, brother Zhang. Wu Yanfeng smiled faintly. Alright, old Wu. Zhang Hao also smiled. The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere lightened a bit. Although Wu Yanfeng was a year older than Zhang Hao, their relationship was not defined by age. Wu Yanfeng deeply remembered Zhang Hao's kindness and was determined to prove himself to Zhang Hao in the future. After chatting briefly, Zhang Hao reminded him not to use tap water and mentioned related incidents before gathering everyone together. Besides the newly joined Wu Yanfeng, there were 3 new team members. Zhang Hao spoke slowly. You 3, introduce yourselves. Mainly explain your ability systems and powers to facilitate future team cooperation. Mao Su scratched his head. My name is Mao Su. Mao as in Mao Su, but not the Su from Mao Su, rather the Su from Sun Su. I am a level 1 awakened, and my ability is rock-based. I can use it to create large rocks to attack enemies or build walls to block enemy advances. Yo, not bad. Zhang Hao listened with satisfaction, surprised to find a rock-based ability user. This type of ability doesn't stand out much in early combat, but it's a different story later on. After all, the mineral veins on Blue Star are countless, and in the future, when constructing large foundations, a rock-based awakened can be invaluable. Coupled with Feng Ping's earth-based ability, it's practically the perfect concrete engineering team. If there were a wood-based awakened, then civil engineering would be covered too, making infrastructure projects much easier. Zhang Hao looked at the next person. And you? This female awakened spoke nervously. My name is Zhang Fei. Zhang is in Zhang Fei, but not the Fei from Zhang Fei, rather the Fei from Sophie. I am a level 1 awakened, and my ability is wood-based. I haven't grasped any specific skills yet. Sorry. It's okay, no need to apologize. The wood element is naturally like this, not good at offense. Zhang Hao was not disappointed. Instead, he was quite pleased. With both the earth and wood elements now complete, there would be less to worry about when building a new base in the future. Although the warehouse currently mostly contained food, there were almost no construction materials, which would definitely be needed for infrastructure in the future. When the opportunity arises, they could stock up at a building materials market. In the early stages, no one would pay attention to the importance of these resources. My name is MOU. I have a metal-based ability and am a level 2 awakened. I don't have much offensive capability. The ability I've mastered so far allows me to melt most metals and use my power to reforge them into new metals, significantly enhancing the sharpness, durability, and toughness of weapons, as well as other metallic properties, MOU introduced succinctly. What? A rare metal-based ability? And the power to melt and reconstruct the properties of metal? This ability might seem ordinary, but it's actually not. In the early stages of the zombie outbreak, good weapons are essential for killing efficiently. Zhang Hao and Feng Ping are so powerful, but don't they still need weapons? While abilities are more efficient, their usage is limited each day. As the zombies' physical strength gradually increased, Zhang Hao had already gone through 5 or 6 fire axes in just over 10 days, which was becoming unsustainable. But with MOU, it would be different. He could melt metal and elevate weapons to a whole new level. He was practically a super blacksmith. Moreover, based on the intelligence Zhang Hao had from his previous life, metal-based abilities would also be highly useful in construction in the future. Transporting hundreds or even thousands of tons of steel would be no problem at all. Transportation was a minor issue. The truly important aspect was the formidable combat power of metal-based abilities in the later stages. They could even remotely control large numbers of metal golems, which could be loaded with multiple times the amount of explosives for suicidal, destructive attacks, specifically targeting zombie hordes. These 3 people were truly talented. Although they currently lacked combat power, their potential for the future was undeniable. Zhang Hao asked with great anticipation, can you forge a battle axe for me? Oh, no, make that too. Double-edged ones, is that possible? Now. MOU was taken aback. Yes, now. Zhang Hao answered firmly. MOU did not hesitate and immediately began smelting. Feng Ping retrieved 20 fire axes from the warehouse and neatly arranged them on the ground. MOU raised his hand and touched each fire axe one by one. Instantly, the axes all transformed into silver liquid, which flowed and intertwined in the air, resembling a scene from a sci-fi movie, extremely dazzling. Before long, 2 brand new battle axes appeared before them. Both the axe heads and handles were made of metal, entirely silver in color, with a double-bladed design, about 80 centimeters long. The axe blades gleamed with a chilling light. Ha, this is amazing. I love these axes. Zhang Hao exclaimed excitedly. Men, isn't it natural for them to like this kind of thing? Just a slight feel, style, and the axe reforged with supernatural abilities is indeed extraordinary. Its weight is 4 to 5 times heavier than before, and its sharpness and durability have also been greatly enhanced. If he encounters that cleaver-wielding zombie again, Zhang Hao wouldn't need a weapon covered in lightning. With this axe alone, it wouldn't be easily crushed. This guy is truly top talent. He must be well protected, relationships nurtured, and not let those sneaky ones poach him. The boss now possessed such a powerful weapon that Su Mo and Fang Ping were left dumbfounded, almost drooling. Brother Mou, can you make one for me too? I don't like using axes. Could you make me a short sword? About 50 centimeters would be fine. I just want a dagger, brother. Alright, one at a time. Mou was surprised by the enthusiasm he received. After reforging weapons for Fang Ping and Su Mo, a slight sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead. Zhang Hao asked with concern, "What's wrong? Have you reached your limit already?" "No, I can still create 2 weapons." Zhang Hao looked at Su Mengyan and Hu Xiaonan and asked, "Can you make metal armor? The kind that can cover the whole body and still allow free movement?" "No, boss, you're overestimating me. I have to follow certain rules when smelting metal," Mou said slowly. "For example, if I smelt the metal from a fire axe, the weapon I create can only be an axe, not any other kind of weapon. The same principle applies to Fang Ping's daggers and short knives. I need a physical object as a reference. Unless you give me metal armor, I can't forge it. That's the situation for now. I can't say for sure if it will be possible in the future." "Is that so?" Zhang Hao fell into deep thought. He actually wanted to provide Hu Xiaonan and Su Mengyan with some defensive measures because they had to act tonight, and the zombies would soon evolve again. They were not skilled in combat and needed to protect themselves. After all, in case of an accident, Zhang Hao and Fang Ping couldn't always be by their side. If high-level logistics talents like Hu Xiaonan and Su Mengyan were to die, it would be a huge loss. Initially, he thought that with metal armor, there would be no need to worry about safety issues, but now it seemed that this method wouldn't work. Wait, would the metal protective gear used by baseball players work? Although it couldn't provide complete protection, it would at least offer some level of safety. Hu Xiaonan and Su Mengyan were both level 2 awakened, definitely not ordinary people. They had the ability to resist, so this kind of protective gear would surely be effective. Zhang Hao shared this idea with Mou. The answer was affirmative, and soon Mou crafted 2 brand new sets of metal protective gear. With the physical fitness of level 2 individuals like Su Mengyan and Hu Xiaonan, wearing them wouldn't be too cumbersome, and their safety would be greatly enhanced. 3 o'clock in the morning, on the first floor of the supermarket. Zhang Hao was fully equipped, and the 5-person team was ready to set out again. Wu Yanfeng asked, "Brother Zhang, should I join this operation? I just joined and want to contribute. Although the other team members aren't strong enough, I can still be of some help." "No need, your team needs to look after the warehouse. The supplies can't be lost." Zhang Hao refused. "Alright, we'll take care of it." Wu Yanfeng and his team members felt slightly moved. They had just joined today, and Zhang Hao was already entrusting them with such an important place. If this wasn't trust, then what was? Especially Zhang Hao's care for Mou and the others, which made them feel deeply honored. With such a simple move, their loyalty was significantly boosted. However, in reality, they were completely unaware of the true purpose of this operation, the granary, nor did they know that the supplies were merely a drop in the bucket. Zhang Hao remained vigilant. Even though he used his space ability as a cover on the surface, it was only for those with relatively high loyalty, like Fang Ping and Hu Xiaonan. Although Su Mengyan and Su Mo were trustworthy, they had only joined a few days ago. The human heart is unpredictable, and relationships must be cultivated gradually. Only after loyalty is established can some information be revealed bit by bit. Therefore, before leaving this time, he did not take any supplies from the warehouse. Instead, he used this method to test whether they would steal the supplies and run away. As for Wu Yanfeng, Zhang Hao had no interactions with him in his previous life. Relying solely on reputation, it was impossible to determine whether this person might betray him in the future, so everything had to proceed slowly. However, these people were all top-tier awakened individuals in his previous life. Thus, there was no need to be overly stingy with food. In the future, if more people joined, dealing with newcomers whose backgrounds were completely unknown would require a different approach. Food would need to be used to gradually cultivate loyalty. Those who performed well could enjoy abundant meals, while those with high loyalty could receive refined weapons crafted by Mou, the blacksmith. Only in this way could everyone become more united. In the middle of the night, 5 people rode electric scooters, quickly heading toward their destination. About an hour later, they arrived in the area where the granary was located. This place was far from the city center, with few zombies on the streets but quite a number of survivors. The surrounding shops and supermarkets appeared empty, clearly having been looted long ago. However, there were always people scavenging. A young man ran out of a small convenience store clutching 2 loaves of bread. Behind him was a woman around 40 years old, seemingly the owner of the store, tightly grabbing onto the young man to stop him from escaping. "Please, just leave me one, just one, okay? I went through so much trouble to hide this bread. I haven't eaten in 3 days. If you take it, I'll starve to death. Those awakened ones already looted my store. Don't you have any conscience? The woman cried and pleaded, but the young man remained indifferent. What does your starving to death have to do with me? If I give it to you, then I'll starve to death. I want to live too. Get lost. If you don't let go, I'll kill you. I won't. Give it to me. Give it to me. The woman stubbornly held onto the young man, and the two were locked in a standoff. At this moment, an awakened individual strolled over. He was holding 2 cans of meat, and said kindly, "All right, stop fighting, you two. I'll split these 2 cans of meat between you. It should be enough to last a few days. Times are really tough. Ordinary people have no way to survive." Thank you, the young man and the woman said joyfully. Did they just encounter a kind-hearted awakened one? Should they ask him to take them in? Or perhaps, however, as the awakened approached, he pulled out a dagger with his left hand and stabbed several times, leaving the middle-aged woman lying in a pool of blood. The young man, terrified, tried to run, but, with a whoosh, the awakened threw the dagger, embedding it in his head. The awakened picked up the bread and left indifferently. Now there's no need to fight over it. I'm truly a great person, aren't I? This scene left Fong Ping and the others dumbfounded. Such a shocking twist. What they thought was a kind-hearted person turned out to be a killer who handed over a can of food, only to kill the two in an instant and take the bread. A human life, a loaf of bread. Zhang Hao had no time to dwell on it and couldn't be bothered to think too much. After all, this was the apocalypse, where killing and being killed happened constantly. For a bit of food, for survival, any means could be justified. Was that person wrong? Not really, it was simply survival of the fittest. These two were just ordinary people, like Xiaoya, caught in the conflicts of the awakened, dying without even leaving a trace of humanity. Pulling his thoughts back, they continued on their way. The group of 5 passed through a large square and came across a massive shopping center. It had 6 floors and a total building area of at least over 200,000 square meters. The first and second floors were clothing stores, the third to fifth floors were large supermarkets, and the 6th floor housed furniture and general goods. Most importantly, it hadn't been looted. Wow, boss, there must be a ton of supplies in here. Should we go in? Fong Ping asked excitedly. Go in? Are you stupid? This kind of large shopping center had peak daily traffic of over 100 or 200,000 people. Now there are at least several thousand zombies inside, and they're packed tightly together. Do you want to go in and die? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes at him. A shopping center of this scale was something 5 people couldn't possibly handle. Even though Zhang Hao was not afraid of being infected by a level 1 zombie, at most, he could only kill about 100 zombies after entering. After that, he would feel exhausted, and would ultimately have to call it quits. Unless the team expanded to a certain size, he wouldn't consider these issues. Some might ask, aren't there people in the granary? Of course, there were, but only about 100 or so. Moreover, managing the granary was relatively simple and didn't require too many people. The most crucial point was that the granary was enormous, and the zombies weren't as densely packed as in a shopping mall, making it less dangerous. Additionally, since the awakened team was still small, no one would target such a large objective. After listening to the boss's explanation, Fong Ping finally gave up the idea of looting the shopping mall. The 5 of them continued on their way and soon arrived outside the granary's gate. The zombie guard at the gate howled and roared but was blocked by the electric retractable gate and couldn't get out. It seemed he hadn't had a chance to eat anyone in a long time. The retractable gate had one advantage: it was relatively low, only about 1.5 meters tall, so Zhang Hao and the others easily climbed over it and took care of the zombie guard in passing. Upon entering, they found numerous warehouses, both large and small, arranged neatly and in order. This place is really big. Where's the granary? Boss, why can't I see it? Sumo asked. Ignore the other warehouses. They're mostly filled with equipment for processing grain. We just need to find the largest warehouse, that's where the grain is stored. Inside, there will be specialized grain silos, Zhang Hao replied. I always thought a granary was just a big cylinder filled with grain. Turns out I was really ignorant, Su Mengyan muttered softly. Shall we start scavenging now? Fong Ping asked. No rush, let Hu Xiaonan do a divination first before we act, Zhang Hao said. Alright, today, Zhang Hao, Fong Ping, Raven, Suimo, Su Mengyan, and I will scavenge this granary together. Will it be very dangerous? Hu Xiaonan raised her hand and tossed a coin. With a snap, the coin landed in her palm. The coin glowed, emitting a dazzling red light. Everyone's expressions changed instantly. Red light? Doesn't that mean it's extremely dangerous? In this situation, someone might die, right? Fong Ping said with a grave expression. Suemo witnessed this situation for the first time, feeling both astonished and puzzled. Why is it red light? Didn't the boss say that the zombies in the granary aren't densely distributed? Why is it so dangerous? Su Mengyan cautiously asked. Could the divination be wrong? Impossible. There's nothing wrong with my divination phrasing. If the crisis isn't caused by zombies, then it must be due to other factors, like an awakened one, Hu Xiaonan said with certainty. But didn't the boss say that no one would come to such a big target like the granary? Fong Ping asked in confusion. Zhang Hao shook his head. Not necessarily. The granary itself has a massive storage capacity. Even without the electronic insulation facilities that have failed, the granary's thermal insulation tiles, insulated wall panels, and insulated warehouse doors are enough to preserve the grain for several years. Awakened ones who understand this might realize it too. So even if they can't take it away, they might use this place as a base. With the availability of supplies, it will naturally attract more people to join. So what should we do now? Should we retreat? Fong Ping asked worriedly. No need to retreat for now. The danger Hu Xiaonan mentioned is mainly directed at you. I'll go in alone to investigate the situation. At the very least, we need to know how many awakened ones are there before making a decision. Zhang Hao did not ignore the crisis. He understood in his heart that in his previous life, after being reckless for so many years, countless people had tried to kill him but failed. Retreating now, without even seeing the danger, would be too cowardly, wouldn't it? The name of Thunder God of War wasn't earned by being timid. Besides, he always felt that something was a bit off. Then I'll go with you, boss. I'm also a level 3 awakened, and I can help you in critical moments, Fong Ping said. Alright, Fong Ping, Raven and I will go together. You three stay here. Su Mo, you're responsible for protecting Hu Xiaonan and Su Mengyan, Zhang Hao decided. Okay. They dared not disobey Zhang Hao's orders, but as they watched their departing figures, they couldn't help but feel a sense of unwillingness in their hearts. Once they returned, they must advance to level 3 next time. They wouldn't be the ones dragging everyone down. Soon, the three of them found the largest warehouse. Standing in front of the door, Fong Ping hesitated and asked, Boss, should we break the door? The electronic lock must have failed, right? No need to break the door. Although most of the doors in the granary are electronic, the granary itself was built to withstand disasters, power outages, earthquakes, and other emergencies. It can still be pushed open without electricity, Zhang Hao explained. Oh, got it, Fong Ping replied. The two of them pushed the door open with effort. The warehouse was dim and pitch dark, making it impossible to see anything. Fong Ping took a flashlight out of his backpack, shone it into the distance, and discovered numerous small silos storing grain. Moreover, at a glance, they were densely arranged in a neat and orderly manner. The brackets held them up in the air, giving off a unique artistic vibe. Fong Ping was puzzled in his heart. Boss, something doesn't seem right here. None of the silos have been opened, and there was no one lying in ambush at the entrance when we came in. It doesn't look like there are any awakened here. You're right, something's off. There shouldn't be any awakened here. So, what exactly is the crisis Hu Xiaonan mentioned? Let's search the area first. Don't split up. We'll check everything together one by one. Understood, boss. Zhang Hao and Fong Ping moved slowly, gradually discovering some rat bones that seemed to have been gnawed clean by some creature. Then, they came across over a dozen human skeletons, completely devoid of flesh, leaving only the bones. Humans were here? But why did they end up like this? Fong Ping curiously reached out to touch the bones, but Zhang Hao suddenly felt his eyelids twitching, and the raven appeared unusually agitated. Vaguely, she seemed to catch a glimpse of some kind of creature. Suddenly, the skeleton collapsed, and black bugs began crawling out from behind it. Each one was as large as a fist, and their sheer numbers were horrifying. There were at least several hundred. Cockroaches? No, mutant cockroaches. Run, Xiao Fong, we can't stay here. Zhang Hao hurriedly pulled Fong Ping back. However, a large number of cockroaches suddenly appeared behind them, surrounding them completely. At this moment, Zhang Hao's expression changed drastically. These mutated cockroaches actually knew how to attack from both front and back? There must be a cockroach king among them with a certain level of intelligence. Moreover, this cockroach king had absolute control over the other mutated cockroaches, enabling them to coordinate their attacks. No wonder the crisis foretold by Hu Xiaonan was so dangerous. An entire swarm of mutated cockroaches. There must be at least 1,000 of them, right? 1,000 level 1 mutated cockroaches. Escaping seemed like a mere dream. What should they do now? Boss, what do we do? We're about to be surrounded. Fong Ping shouted anxiously while slashing at the cockroaches one by one. Zhang Hao, however, remained calm. As he killed numerous cockroaches, he suddenly noticed that some of them were very small, only the size of a thumb. He immediately thought of a way to break through. Not all of these cockroaches are level 1 mutated creatures. Some of them have just hatched and are actually just ordinary cockroaches. Ignore the small ones. As long as we kill the larger cockroaches and break through toward the door, the swarm moves very slowly. There will definitely be openings, and we can escape. Zhang Hao's words reignited Fong Ping's confidence. The two of them completely ignored the ordinary cockroaches, letting them jump onto their bodies, and desperately charged toward the exit. Fortunately, these mutated cockroaches couldn't fly, and their movement speed was slow. They finally escaped through the granary's main door. The swarm of mutated cockroaches stopped chasing as soon as they reached the door, as if the cockroach king had ordered them to retreat. Zhang Hao seized the opportunity to shut the door, and the two of them gasped for breath. This escape was far from easy. If these cockroaches cockroaches had been capable of infecting like zombies, they might have truly been in danger. After a brief rest, Fangping asked, "Boss, what do we do now?" "The granary has been taken over by this group of mutant cockroaches. I'm afraid it's unlikely we can gather any supplies." "Not necessarily, there's still a chance. We can use poison to kill them. Boric acid can kill cockroaches. These cockroaches have only recently mutated and haven't yet developed immunity to boric acid." Zhang Hao happens to have this kind of powder. Although not much, he has a large bag, roughly 10 pounds, which is enough to kill this group of cockroaches. "But boss, didn't you say there's a smart cockroach king among them? If we go in, we'll be surrounded and won't even have a chance to use the poison," Fangping responded. "That makes sense, it really is a problem. Moreover, cockroaches, like crows, are omnivorous creatures. They can eat meat, vegetables, grains, basically anything, and are not picky eaters. Simply placing boric acid alone won't fool the cockroaches. The poison must be mixed with some regular food to attract the mutated cockroaches to consume it. Mixing the poison with food isn't difficult, but the problem is how to deliver the poison. That cockroach king won't just stand by and watch you poison them. Unless..." Zhang Hao's gaze fell on the raven perched on his shoulder. "Me again? Seriously?" The raven let out a wail. It felt its dad was being completely unreasonable, always treating it as a laborer. All it wanted was to be a lazy, carefree raven. Why was that so hard? Zhang Hao said earnestly, "You're a mutated creature too, so those cockroaches won't attack you. You have a perfect opportunity to quietly deliver the poison. I've already discovered that they're hiding beneath human skeletons. All you need to do is place the poison nearby. The mindless cockroaches will definitely eat it. It's very simple." "How is it simple? What if that cockroach king comes after me?" The raven looked worried. "It won't. Even if it does come after you, you can fly. None of these cockroaches can fly, so there's nothing to worry about." "What if the cockroach king can fly? Then just take it down. It's intelligent, so your mental spike can directly blow its head off." "What if its level is higher than mine? How is that possible?" "At this stage, it's almost impossible for a level 3 mutant creature to appear. You're invincible, go for it, Crow. Once you've gathered enough supplies, you can lie at home every day and binge-watch TV dramas." Under the praise of Fangping and Zhang Hao, the raven had no choice but to comply. For the sake of a leisurely life in the future, it could only endure for a while. Although, this group of mutant cockroaches were omnivorous, judging by their frenzied behavior just now and the cleanliness of the bones, they probably hadn't eaten for several days. So, Zhang Hao took out a small electric meat grinder, using pork as the main ingredient, mixed it with cabbage into a paste, and then added boric acid powder. He also drizzled a generous amount of sesame oil and sugar to ensure it was sufficiently tempting, then shaped them into small balls. Fangping swallowed and said, "It smells so good. Can I eat it?" "Go ahead, as long as you're not afraid of ascending to heaven on the spot." Will eating boric acid kill you?" "A small amount won't, but to make sure they die, I put in 3 gene of boric acid. That's enough to kill both cockroaches and humans." "Want to give it a try?" Zhang Hao asked, half smiling. "I'll pass." Fangping conceded immediately. He took out the raven's little backpack and stuffed all the meat chunks inside, weighing over 10 gene, so heavy the raven could barely keep steady in flight. Zhang Hao opened the main door, and the raven staggered in. Zhang Hao left the door slightly ajar, watching quietly. He saw the raven unzip the bag with its beak and dump the meat chunks beside the piles of bones at the front and back, then prepared to leave. But suddenly, a swarm of cockroaches appeared. They ignored the meat and charged straight for the door, trying to attack Zhang Hao and Fangping. Even more alarming, a cockroach the size of a soccer ball buzzed its wings and flew straight at the raven, a vicious glint in its eyes. "This cockroach can fly, it's coming towards me," Raven exclaimed. "Why aren't they eating the meatballs?" Zhang Hao asked. "This cockroach is very intelligent, it must have ordered the other cockroaches not to eat the meatballs." "What do we do now?" "I'm going to run away, Dad, I'm scared, my legs are trembling a bit, sob, come save me." Raven kept screaming, moving frantically, trying to avoid being chased by the cockroach. But no matter how fast the cockroach flew, it couldn't catch up with Raven's tail. "Kill it, now is the perfect opportunity. It's no match for you, this mutated cockroach is only level 2. Zhang Hao shouted immediately. "Ha, weaker than me?" The raven turned around, its eyes flashing with determination. A powerful mental force instantly invaded, causing the mutated cockroach unbearable pain. Alright, then, the cockroach's entire body exploded, and the cockroach king was instantly killed. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward, especially considering the raven's frantic escape earlier, which now seemed particularly comical. "Good grief, so you were weaker than me all along? Then how did you have the audacity to chase me so relentlessly? Truly putting on airs, or just a reckless cockroach brute?" Without the cockroach king's command, the group of cockroaches became completely disorganized. They had already been starving for several days, so the moment they saw the meatball, they immediately started devouring it. In less than 2 or 3 minutes, they were all poisoned and lay dead. Even the dozen or so that missed out on the meatball were easily dealt with by Zhang Hao and Fangping when they entered. Looking at the ground covered with cockroach corpses, corpses, Zhang Hao nodded in satisfaction. After eliminating the ordinary cockroaches, there are probably over 500 level 1 mutated cockroaches left. That's more than 500 level 1 crystal cores. Combined with what we've accumulated before, we should be able to break the 2000 mark, which is more than enough to support a team of 20 people. What? Dad, this is all thanks to me, the raven boasted proudly. Yes, you did a great job this time. If only you'd been a little braver earlier, Zhang Hao teased. Oh dear, who would have thought a level 2 mutant cockroach could be so fierce? I even thought it was level 3. So scary, underscore. Alright, it's time to get down to business. Fong Ping and Raven, go guard the door. Got it, boss. Fong Ping had no complaints whatsoever. On the contrary, a sense of honor tied to his duty grew even stronger in his heart. When the boss took out the boric acid earlier, he hadn't avoided Fong Ping's gaze. He had witnessed with his own eyes a bag of boric acid instantly appear before him, as if by magic. Dual abilities of spatial and lightning manipulation confirmed. However, the boss had only allowed him to witness all of this. What did that mean? It meant he was the boss's most loyal follower. He vowed to uphold this belief to the end, to always stay by the boss's side, unwavering and steadfast. In the warehouse, Zhang Hao opened several silos, all of which were filled with grain, not finished products. Most of it was rice, sorghum, soybeans, and wheat, all of which could be stored for several years. Rice needed a specialized dehusking machine to turn it into rice, while wheat required a flour mill to produce fine white flour. Although the process was not complicated, it was not exactly easy either. Zhang Hao was not worried about this. In the future, he could have MOU manufacture these machines, or he could simply stockpile some machines. After all, the space was large enough and they wouldn't take up much room. Perhaps he should also find a metal materials factory to stockpile some stainless steel, iron, aluminum, carbon steel, and brass, which would definitely come in handy when building a new base in the future. However, there was no rush for now. He decided to take care of the immediate tasks first. Zhang Hao closed the lids and swept over each small silo with his spatial ring, collecting them one by one. Each silo contained 100 tons of grain, and with a total of 4,000 silos, that amounted to a full 400,000 tons of grain. Another big harvest, Zhang Hao thought with satisfaction. Adding this to the previous 200,000 tons, the total stockpile had reached 600,000 tons. It was a small step closer to filling even 1/10,000th of the spatial ring's capacity, though there were still millions of steps to go. The road ahead was long, but he was in no hurry. These grain silos could be preserved for a long time even without electricity, so there was no need to worry about spoilage. Moreover, at this stage, even if there were other spatial ability users, stockpiling just a few tons would already be considered an extraordinary feat before they fully developed their powers. Therefore, there was no need to worry about being preempted. After completing the stockpiling, Zhang Hao walked out the door. Fong Ping curiously asked, "Boss, all done?" "All done. Let's go." "Yes, boss." Fong Ping was full of energy. Soon, they arrived at the main gate and joined up with Hu Xiaonan and the others. Apart from Hu Xiaonan, who had somewhat guessed the situation, Su Mo and Su Mengyan were completely clueless. What exactly had happened? Was the danger too great, making this trip in vain? They had no complaints. As long as everyone was safe, that was the best outcome. In their imagination, they couldn't possibly fathom that Zhang Hao had actually taken the entire grain warehouse's stock, an astonishing 400,000 tons. On the way back, they passed by that large shopping mall again. 10 awakened teams, harboring a sense of luck, went inside, but within seconds, screams echoed out, followed by complete silence. Unsurprisingly, this group had perished. Su Mo gasped. A 10-person team of awakened ones died as soon as they entered? They couldn't even last 10 seconds? My god, how many zombies must there be in there? That's why I said, don't even think about it. The boss will take us to loot it sooner or later. Fong Ping was brimming with confidence. He now believed the boss was capable of anything. Well, is it raining? Su Mo was about to say something when a drop of rain fell on his forehead. He touched his forehead and found it was black liquid, completely different from rainwater. Su Mengyan asked in confusion, black rain? No way. Could it be some kind of bird droppings? Before Su Mo could feel disgusted, Zhang Hao suddenly looked up at the sky, his expression unprecedentedly serious. This is acid rain. Everyone, head back at full speed, no delays. Isn't acid rain supposed to be black? Su Mo asked, puzzled. This acid rain is very peculiar, possessing all the characteristics of acid rain. Don't worry about the color. If humans in the apocalypse can turn into zombies, it's not surprising that acid rain turns black. He thought to himself that he must quickly find a safe place. This rain is not just ordinary precipitation. Anyone exposed to it will experience a temporary reduction in physical fitness. Awakened individuals above level 4 can resist the acid rain, but anyone below level 4 is not spared. If exposed for too long, even level 3 awakened individuals might become weaker than level 2. Level 2 would degrade to level 1, and level 1 would revert to an ordinary person. Ordinary people who stay in the rain for too long could even fail face fatal consequences. The most critical issue is, this black acid rain will cause zombies to collectively evolve. All zombies will experience a significant enhancement in hearing and smell, and a small number of zombies may even awaken special abilities. Moreover, at night, zombies will become extremely violent, with combat power far exceeding their usual levels, and their sense of smell and hearing will become even sharper. This black rain will last for 7 days and nights, and as time progresses, more and more zombies will evolve. By the time the black rain ends, all zombies will have evolved to level 2, and some special zombies may even evolve beyond level 3. For ordinary awakened individuals, this is nothing short of a nightmare. In less than a month, all zombies had evolved to level 2. However, how many awakened individuals are there in the entire Linhai city? The city has over 1 million survivors, but after excluding ordinary people, there are only 200 to 300,000 awakened individuals, and the number of level 2 awakened individuals might not even reach a few thousand. Facing tens of millions of level 2 zombies, how could there be any chance of survival? Even outside the city center, where zombie density is relatively lower, nighttime brings the zombies into their berserk mode, making hiding in houses completely useless. Their keen sense of smell is enough to detect the scent of humans. The larger the gathering of people, the more likely it is to attract large-scale zombie attacks. The chances of survival are slim. This is a massive test for humanity, and those awakened individuals who can endure this ordeal will undoubtedly become true elites. But this reign is utterly unreasonable, with no scientific basis whatsoever. It's as if the heavens are displeased with humanity and deliberately gave zombies a powerful buff, seemingly intent on wiping out all survivors on Blue Star. Fortunately, before the apocalypse broke out, Zhang Hao had reinforced the front and back doors of the supermarket with 2 layers of thick steel plates, precisely for this moment. Undoubtedly, this is both a crisis and an opportunity. A uniform wave of level 2 zombies will allow him to rapidly advance to level 4, enabling him to recruit other awakened individuals with overwhelming strength without the need for further selection, because anyone who survives this wave of elimination is essentially an elite. However, out of the millions of survivors, how many will manage to cling to life? Zhang Hao couldn't help but curse inwardly. This damned apocalypse doesn't give people a chance to live. If I ever find out who's behind this apocalypse, I swear I'll take them down. Not only in Linhai City, but the entire Earth was experiencing black rain. This scientifically inexplicable black rain was making the situation for humanity increasingly dire. Fortunately, at least this rain had some color. Normal people wouldn't willingly go out in the rain, but there were always some irrational individuals. They believed that since the black rain could evolve zombies, perhaps it could also grant humans some kind of evolution. Especially those ordinary people who had not yet awakened any abilities, they were unwilling to remain ordinary and would rather endure humiliation from the awakened ones. While the idea was good, it was utterly foolish. These people either ended up dead or were devoured by zombies. What? You say someone should kindly warn everyone to prevent heavy losses among the human survivors? In the previous life, someone did exactly that, advising both the awakened and ordinary people not to go out in the rain. And the result? It only provoked their rebellious nature. Ordinary people felt it was an attempt to stifle their only chance at awakening abilities. Consequently, more people who couldn't think straight flocked to the streets in groups, only to be killed by the black rain. Some, who didn't dare to get wet, thought they were clever by collecting the rainwater in bowls and drinking it, only to drop dead within minutes. Ordinary awakened ones believed this was an attempt to stifle their hope of becoming stronger. The result was predictable. The awakened ones also suffered heavy losses. The most outrageous part was that after the black rain ended, many began to denounce that kind-hearted person, accusing him of pretending to advise while secretly harboring malicious intentions to reduce the human population. Some even labeled him an anti-human terrorist. In the end, the person couldn't bear the pressure and chose to commit suicide. This was essentially no different from the cyberbullying that existed before the apocalypse. Zhang Hao, of course, wouldn't meddle in others' affairs. The life and death of others had nothing to do with him. He only needed to inform his own people. What? The black rain can evolve zombies? And zombies enter berserk mode at night? Even hiding in houses won't help? After these 7 days of black rain, all zombies will evolve to level 2? My god, how is anyone supposed to survive this? The team members were all shocked after hearing this. Although Fang Ping had heard the boss mention it before, he didn't know the specific details, so he was also surprised. Zhang Hao said calmly, "For others, this is extremely dangerous, but for us, it's actually a huge opportunity. Killing second-level zombies can help us reach level 3 awaken faster and also help level 1 awaken quickly advance to level 2. As long as we take some time, it's not a problem for everyone to reach level 3. By then, as long as we're not surrounded by a large number of second-level zombies, there won't be any life-threatening danger." That's indeed the case. To absorb level 1 crystal cores, at least 1,500 are needed to reach level 4, and it would take take a full 3 months. But with level 2 crystal cores, the situation is completely different. It should take less than a month to upgrade. The accumulated 2000 plus level 1 crystal cores can be used to train new team members, while the level 2 crystal cores can be given to outstanding members, allowing them to also reach level 3. Moreover, once someone reaches level 4, it will be a turning point. Not only will their physical fitness increase several times, but their mastery of abilities will also experience a qualitative leap. Zhang Hao planned to use the team's strength to first elevate himself to level 4. Next would be Raven, and finally Fangping. As for the others, it would depend on their performance. Just as they were still discussing, a violent roar suddenly came from the entrance of the shopping mall. Roar! Roar! A large number of zombies suddenly surged out of the main entrance. These zombies seemed to have been injected with stimulants, their eyes all turned black, exuding a violent and decayed aura. The zombies sprinted swiftly, roaring as they charged toward the street. Some of them had black mucus dripping from their mouths as they rushed straight at them. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Was this the berserk mode? You guys retreat first. Fang Ping, Sumo, protect Hu Xiaonan and Su Mengyan. Zhang Hao decisively gave the order. Got it. Boss, be careful. Fang Ping didn't ask what the boss was planning to do because he had already guessed. The boss was so powerful, there was no way anything would happen to him. So, he focused on doing what he was supposed to do. Fang Ping and the others got on their electric scooters, weaving around one car after another, speeding down the street. Fortunately, although this group of zombies was not slow, they were still just level 1 zombies and couldn't catch up with the speed of the scooters. Watching them gradually disappear into the distance, Zhang Hao slipped into a nearby shop. Although there were a few zombies inside, he easily dealt with them. While the zombies' berserk mode was powerful and allowed them to detect human scent, their priority was to chase multiple targets. The more people there were, the more relentless the zombies became. Conversely, those acting alone were relatively safer at night. Of course, this safety was only relative, as the zombies' sense of smell was still limited. If there were no human scents near a zombie horde, a lone person walking into the group would be practically throwing themselves into a trap. Luckily, there were plenty of humans nearby. When the zombies from the shopping center appeared, they immediately went after the larger targets. Zhang Hao's reason for staying behind was obvious: to seize the supplies in the shopping center. Once all the zombies left to hunt, he could quietly loot the place. After nearly 20 minutes, the shopping center finally returned to silence. The zombies had probably all left. Are there really no zombies left? Raven asked uneasily. There shouldn't be. There might still be a few, but definitely not too many. It won't be too dangerous for us, Zhang Hao replied. Alright, then let's go in. Zhang Hao quietly entered the shopping mall. He barely glanced at the clothing stores on the first and second floors, heading straight to the large supermarket on the third, fourth, and fifth floors. As expected, there wasn't a single zombie. They had all gone out to forage. The third floor was filled with daily necessities, such as pots, pans, bowls, toilet paper, disinfectant, toilet cleaner, and so on. These items, well, they would definitely come in handy, and since there was still time, he decided to take them all. The third and fourth floors mainly had food, such as salt, fruits, eggs, milk, snacks, grains, and oil. There was also meat, but unfortunately, it had already spoiled. The frozen meat, however, was still edible, though not very fresh. It might cause diarrhea or vomiting if consumed. The spoiled items were left behind, while the rest were taken. The frozen meat, even if he didn't eat it himself, could be traded with other awakened individuals, making it a decent deal. Including the goods in the supermarket's warehouse, the total came to about 100,000 tons. Dad, aren't we going to check out the 6th floor? Raven asked curiously. I'm still thinking about it. Furniture and general merchandise will definitely be useful when establishing a base in the future, right? Although we have wood-type ability users, ready-made items are definitely more convenient than making them ourselves. Raven said slowly. I think we can also take the clothes from the first and second floors. Even though we don't need them now, we'll definitely use them in the future, and clothes don't take up much space. Exactly. We can't miss these either. Zhang Hao weighed the pros and cons and decided to take everything. Although clothes aren't the most essential supplies, they will definitely be needed in the future. Washing clothes is out of the question since water resources are too precious. These items are essentially disposable. If the group grows and there aren't enough clothes, that would be really awkward, wouldn't it? Plus, the furniture and general merchandise are also very useful. Establishing a base in the future will definitely save a lot of trouble with these. So, let's get to work. On the 6th floor, what came into view was all kinds of furniture, leather sofas, silk quilts, solid wood tables, chairs, and beds, etc. Each item would have cost a good price before the apocalypse, with some even worth tens of thousands. No need to say more, take them all. On the next floor down, all kinds of branded clothes, pants, and shoes were taken care of. The sense of happiness was overwhelming, and the joy of stockpiling was intoxicating. It's about time to leave, Raven reminded. Let's go. Just as Zhang Hao was about to leave, he suddenly froze as hundreds of zombies surged toward him. Zombies are back? Finished sweeping so quickly? That doesn't make sense. Even if the sweep is over, the zombies should head to crowded places. Why would they come back? There's something wrong here, don't you think, Crow? Shocked, Zhang Hao realized the raven on his shoulder was gone. What on earth was happening? Just as he was dazed, a sudden dizziness hit him. The hundreds of zombies before him instantly vanished, and the raven's voice came from above. Those scenes are fake. It's a mental illusion. Illusion? Zhang Hao looked up and saw a raven confronting a parrot in the distance. A mutated parrot? No, it's a zombie parrot. This parrot's eyes were pitch black, it had no feathers, and its decayed body even exposed bones, occasionally letting out shrill screams, making it extremely terrifying. Is this a zombie parrot, or a rare psychic type? It cast an illusion on me from such a distance just now. If it weren't for Yaha also being a psychic type and helping me break the illusion, I might have been in real danger. Next one. Yaha, why didn't you blow its head off? Zhang Hao pressed. I can't blow it off. This zombie parrot is also level 3. How could I possibly take it down? The raven responded innocently. Level 3 zombie? Zhang Hao is stunned. This zombie is probably even more outrageous than the previous kitchen knife zombie, right? If it waits another 7 days, it might turn into a level 4 zombie. No way. It must be taken down. Zhang Hao raised his hand and flung the axe forcefully, but the opponent was quick too, spreading its wings and easily dodging the axe. The zombie parrot screeched wildly, can't hit me, so frustrating. Zhang Hao was so angry his blood pressure spiked again. This thing is just as sharp-tongued as Crow? How could the raven tolerate such provocation? Only I can annoy Dad. How could it be your turn, you little punk? The raven's eyes widened, launching a mental piercing attack. Although it couldn't directly kill the zombie parrot, it did leave it dazed for a second or two, causing it to start falling downward. Great chance. Dad, finish it off. Here you are. Go to hell. Zhang Hao locked onto his target, swung his right hand again, and with a crack, black blood splattered as the axe directly chopped off the zombie parrot's head. Acting all arrogant? Barbecued now, aren't you? Zhang Hao chuckled lightly, picked up the battle axe and slung it over his back, skillfully extracting the crystal core. A level 3 crystal core, and it was a mental type 1 too. Once he got back, he could feed it to Raven, and maybe there'd be a chance to unlock a third skill. After a brief rest, Zhang Hao set off on his way back with Raven. Along the way, he witnessed all kinds of horrors. Zombies roamed in hordes, breaking down doors to devour humans. Awakened ones fared better, at least able to put up some resistance, but ordinary people could only become food. Some middle-aged women, thinking zombies were similar to the ones in movies, donned Taoist robes, wielded copper coin swords, and shouted valiantly, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" The next second, he was overwhelmed by zombies. A few clever zombies let out mocking laughs, as if ridiculing the stupidity of humans. Zhang Hao shook his head helplessly, unsure whether to commend their bravery or question their sanity. Holding an umbrella in one hand and riding an electric scooter with the other, he suddenly heard an anxious voice from the walkie-talkie in his arms. "Boss, calling the boss. This is Fong Ping. There are a few awakened ahead who have occupied the road with many vehicles, and the electric scooter can't get through." Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow. "Are there many of them? Can't you just kill them and move the vehicles?" "There aren't many people, but they have hostages, elderly and children. If we take action, it might." "What do they want?" "They want some supplies, under the pretense of a toll fee." Fong Ping's response gave Zhang Hao a general understanding of the situation. It seemed to be a case of taking advantage of the chaos. Zhang Hao had encountered plenty of such people before. Those elderly and children might truly be hostages, or they could very well be in cahoots with those people. In such situations, most people would either fight back directly or give in to avoid further trouble. Zhang Hao definitely wouldn't choose the latter. Zhang Hao asked again, "Are there many zombies around you?" "Not many, but if we stay too long, it might attract more zombies." "Got it. Wait for me. Give me 5 minutes. I'll be there right away." Fong Ping, hold off those awakened ones for now. After the call ended, Zhang Hao's expression turned cold. "At a time like this, there are still people causing trouble for me. I can't let you off without a bloody lesson." On the other side, on the street, Fong Ping and the others were carrying backpacks. I got out of the car, stood by the roadside holding an umbrella, and reported the unexpected situation to the boss. Across the street, there were 4 awakened individuals, 2 of whom were holding an old man and a child. "Hostage," Lu Ermo said worriedly. "Big brother, these people don't seem to be from our area. Are we really going to make a move? They're reporting intel to their boss right now. What if we run into someone tough? Look at their team composition. 2 men, 1 woman, and a child. How could they possibly be tough?" I retorted disdainfully, curling my lip. "Besides, so what? If they are tough, at worst, we apologize. If that doesn't work, we can just give them a few cans of food to send them off. Who can resist food these days?" "You're right, but the zombies seem really agitated right now. Shouldn't we deal with this quickly?" Lu Ermo hesitated. "Yeah, we can't delay any longer." I nodded, stepped forward, and said impatiently, Hey, are you done talking? Has your boss boss replied. Yat, it's just a little toll fee. Is it worth being so stingy? Don't you understand the principle of spending money to avoid trouble? Fang Ping revealed a slight smile. My boss has replied. He said the toll fee is fine and will be here in about 5 minutes. By then, you can discuss it directly with my boss. You don't mind, do you? Not at all, not at all. That's even better. I felt a surge of joy in my heart. It seemed these awakened ones were quite sensible and definitely not tough nuts to crack. If that's the case, maybe we could even raise the toll fee a bit. After waiting for 5 minutes, a young man arrived on an electric scooter. Fang Ping walked over to help hold an umbrella, showing just the right amount of respect on his face. I chuckled and said, this must be Boss Zhang, right? Truly a man of striking appearance. It's the apocalypse now, and life isn't easy for anyone. We're just trying to make a living, so I hope you won't mind. Not at all. How much do you want for the toll fee? Zhang Hao asked calmly. Not much. Canned food or instant noodles with water will do. Just give me 20 buckets of each. This toll isn't expensive, right? Zhang Hao glanced at the hostages behind him and calmly said, not expensive, but I have one condition. As long as you kill the hostages, I'll give you the toll. Kill the hostages? Hearing this, both Lu Ermo and I were dumbfounded. We've seen people rescuing hostages, and we've seen people ignoring them, but we've never seen someone demanding hostages be killed in exchange for a toll. This is just too outrageous. Boss Zhang, if we kill the hostages, how are we supposed to collect tolls in the future? Isn't this a bit unreasonable? I said with an awkward smile. Kill the hostages, then just capture more. Isn't that easy? For an awakened, what's so difficult about that? Zhang Hao said nonchalantly. Lu Ermo and I were momentarily at a loss for words. Could this person have a problem with their brain? Why insist on killing the hostages? What? About the conscience from before the apocalypse? What? Unwilling? Or do these two hostages have a deep connection with you? Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. No, how could that be? How could we possibly have any connection with the hostages? You're just making things up. As the two of us were explaining, we suddenly realized we're the bandits here. Why do we have to listen to them? They tell us to kill the hostages, so we kill the hostages? Isn't this turning good and bad upside down? The more we thought about it, the angrier we got. Lu Ermo, furious, shouted, damn it, almost got tricked by you. What does whether I kill the hostages or not have to do with you? Exactly. Hurry up and hand over the toll fee, or I'll kill you right now, I said angrily. Heh, sure. Zhang Hao sneered. Wait here, I'll go get the toll fee for you. He couldn't be bothered to argue with us anymore, turned around and instructed Fang Ping to make us stand aside. Then he turned into the street behind and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Ran off alone? Lu Ermo asked suspiciously. This guy is so gutless, isn't he? Ha ha. We couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, the next second, a heavy truck suddenly appeared from around the corner, seemingly about to ram straight into our car. Fang Ping revealed a smile as if to say, just as expected. Lu Ermo and I stood in the middle of the road. When we saw the heavy truck appear, we were stunned. What? Why is there a heavy truck? Is this Shang's doing? Damn it, he's trying to force his way through the vehicles. Lu Ermo's expression changed drastically. Hey, they've got hostages in their hands. Even if you can drive, ramming through like this would directly kill ordinary people. This kind of action is way too inhumane. There's no way we'd be stupid enough to crash into them, so we quickly got out of the way. With a series of loud crashes, the obstructing vehicles were forcibly rammed aside. Zhang Hao's voice reached everyone's ears. Get in the car, let's go. Alright, boss. Everyone got into the car, unable to help but sigh with emotion. Indeed, they still had to rely on the boss. They directly rammed through with the truck, not wanting to say much more. However, apart from Fang Ping, Hu Xiaonan and the others completely failed to notice that the raven was missing from Zhang Hao's shoulder. Watching the truck gradually disappear into the distance, Lu Miao burned with rage. Damn it, we've been played. Lu Ermo was also furious. Big brother, what do we do now? How the hell should I know? Next time, don't let me find their hideout, or I'll kill him for sure. Stop pretending. Let my father and son go. The other two awakened also immediately released the hostages. The so-called hostages were actually fake. They were all relatives of the Lu brothers. After the apocalypse broke out, the surrounding supplies were completely scavenged, leaving them with no way to obtain food. They could only rob a bit of stuff on the road, but they were afraid of encountering powerful awakened, so they used fake hostages to gain sympathy. At the very least, the other party, worried about harming the hostages, wouldn't dare to go all out. Most of the time, they could be appeased with a bit of food. After all, such situations weren't common, and most people obediently handed over a toll fee. For awakened teams, this amount of supplies wasn't much. This time, they acted as usual. Who would have thought the other party would drive a heavy truck and directly smash through the roadblock? How could they not be angry? Just as they were fuming with resentment, suddenly, a crow landed in front of them, perched on the roof of the vehicle. Lu Ermo pointed at the crow and said, Big brother, there's a crow here. Well, it really is. This crow is pretty big, and it seems a bit different from the usual kind. How about we catch it and eat it? it. Lu Miao exchanged a glance with his younger brother, confirming their thoughts, and decided to use their abilities to capture the crow alive. However, just as they took a step forward, there was a loud bang, and Lu Ermao's head exploded. The sudden turn of events left Lu Miao stunned. Then, bang, 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 bang. The heads of Lu Miao and the other four also exploded one after another. Their bodies collapsed to the ground with dull thuds. The scene was utterly gruesome. Even at the moment of their deaths, they hadn't realized that Zhang Hao had already seen through their clumsy fake hostage act. In the heavy truck, Fang Ping and Zhang Hao sat in the driver and passenger seats, while Hu Xiaonan, Su Mo, and Su Mengyan sat on the small bed in the back. Su Mo sighed. No wonder he's the boss. He saw right through their fake hostage ploy in an instant. Hu Xiaonan chuckled. The boss really is incredible. Su Mengyan thought for a moment, then asked, Boss, what if they really had taken a hostage? Would you still have rammed the truck through anyway? Yes. Then aren't you afraid of hurting those ordinary people? Not at all. If they die, they die. It has nothing to do with me. Zhang Hao's indifferent attitude made the atmosphere in the car slightly tense. But even so, didn't the boss still let them go? This shows that the boss is still very magnanimous and doesn't hold grudges against these people, Su Mo said with a smile. Zhang Hao shook his head, his expression unchanging. I never said I was going to let them go. Haven't you all noticed by now that the raven has actually been gone for a while? I have never been a magnanimous person. My principle is to repay every grievance. No one can offend me without paying the price, and there are no exceptions for the elderly or children. Hearing this, they finally noticed that the raven was gone. The result was obvious, it had gone to kill. Su Mo and the others collectively fell silent. Fang Ping had already guessed it but had been holding back from saying anything. After all, they couldn't immediately change their pre-apocalypse mindset, especially the idea of protecting the weak. At that moment, the raven flew in through the window, carrying a small backpack, and cheerfully claimed credit. 6 people for awakened, 2 ordinary ones, all taken care of. Impressive, right? Impressive. Zhang Hao smiled and patted its head. Seeing that the others remained silent, the raven asked curiously, why is everyone so gloomy? Because they killed the elderly and children, these people are feeling sympathetic. Why? Aren't they on the same side as those people? Isn't killing them the right thing to do? Why feel so down? Shouldn't they be happy? Exactly, such a simple truth, yet they don't understand it. Zhang Hao glanced at them, his tone firm. This is the apocalypse. Killing is as simple as it gets. Since Lu Miao and his people are targeting us, they must pay the appropriate price. It doesn't matter whether they're elderly or children. Since they chose to involve ordinary people, they should be prepared for retaliation. There's absolutely nothing wrong with killing them. But boss, what if they're innocent? Should they be killed too? They're just caught up in an unwarranted disaster. There's no reason for them to pay the price with their lives, Su Mo said, frowning. Zhang Hao responded coldly, what does that have to do with me? Was it me who had them captured alive? We've never actively harmed others. If they die because of this, then Lu Miao and his people should bear the blame. Don't even think about solving the problem by giving away resources. These supplies were earned at the risk of our lives. Why should we give them away? They captured a few ordinary people who have nothing to do with us. Whether they live or die has nothing to do with me. Su Mengyan braced herself to speak, but Zhang Hao interrupted her directly, saying coldly, this is the apocalypse. If you can't even survive yourself, how can you have the luxury to care about others? My team doesn't need sympathy, nor do we want to meddle in others' affairs. If you can't change your mindset for now, that's fine, but I won't wait for you forever. This time, because Hu Xiaonan is still a minor, I had the raven act secretly. Next time, that won't be the case. I hope by then, I won't have to clean up your mess again. If there is a next time, then I'm sorry, but you and I are not on the same path. Let's part ways amicably. After speaking, everyone fell silent. The boss was truly angry, and his tone was so cold it sent chills down their spines. They began to reflect. Perhaps being a bit selfish wasn't entirely wrong. Fang Ping also felt anger on behalf of the boss. When he first encountered Lu Miao and his group, his initial reaction was to resolve everything immediately. However, because Su Mo and the others considered the feelings of the team members, he sought the boss's approval. As a result, they ended up angering the boss directly. Driving the heavy truck, they returned to the supermarket an hour later. Upon entering, Zhang Hao went straight upstairs without looking back. What's going on? Who made Brother Zhang angry? My goodness, it's the first time I've seen the boss this angry. Wu Yanfeng and the other 3 also became cautious. Su Mengyan briefly explained the situation to Wu Yanfeng and the others, and said with a hint of grievance, I just mentioned it. It's not like I said what would happen if those people were killed. Su Mo sighed. What do you think we should do? The boss is really angry this time. Wu Yanfeng shook his head and said, actually, you think too independently. Everyone has compassion. Isn't that how I felt about Xiaoya? But in the end, Xiaoya was harmed by me. Compassion isn't really needed in the apocalypse. Surviving is the most important thing. Feeling sympathy for the weak is normal, but even if you have your own thoughts, don't voice them. Just follow the boss's orders and trust that the boss can lead everyone to a better life. That's that's all that matters. What's the use of worrying too much? Alright, what you said makes sense. The Su siblings nodded in realization. But that's not enough. After all, you've upset the boss this time, so you need to sincerely apologize. Apologize? We must apologize. Just as the siblings were about to go upstairs, they heard Fong Ping relay the boss's instructions from above. The boss wants everyone to come to the second floor for a meeting. Gather quickly. Alright. Wu Yanfeng and the others understood that this was definitely a meeting targeting the Su siblings, and there might even be punishment involved. Su Mo and Su Mengyan gave a bitter smile, showing no other emotions. Punishment was fine. They indeed hadn't thought things through at the time and said some things they shouldn't have. Everyone went upstairs to the second floor and saw the boss with a blank expression. Fong Ping stood quietly to the side, saying nothing, looking extremely serious. Unlike the usual casual atmosphere, no one dared to sit down, and tension filled the air. After a full 10 minutes of silence, Zhang Hao finally swept his gaze across the group and coldly asked, I want to know, have I been feeding you too well? Is that why you have the leisure to ponder over others' life and death? Do you know how many people out there can't even get a meal? Not just ordinary people, even awakened ones are fighting tooth and nail over mere supplies. And you? Every day you eat and drink well, with the best food and meals, without ever worrying about food. Meanwhile, how many people out there are so thirsty they drink their own urine? Yet, you can still use clean water to bathe. I considered you all to be talented individuals and didn't want to use extreme measures to recruit you. Is it that I've been too merciful? These words made everyone flush with shame, especially the Su siblings, who recalled the days when they couldn't even get a meal and their sister was almost humiliated. Regret surged in their hearts. I'm sorry, boss. I was wrong. I was wrong too, and I won't do it again in the future. The siblings apologized, but Zhang Hao ignored them and instead looked at Wu Yanfeng, asking calmly, Old Wu, tell me, am I being too lenient? Should I deliberately withhold your food? Should I grant favors little by little, making you feel that this food is hard-earned, so you'll be grateful to me? It's not like that. Su Mo and the others were just momentarily confused. But if the boss wants to withhold food, that's fine too. We will work hard to prove ourselves and won't let you down. We are too. The others expressed their stance one after another. So, what you mean is, you will fully follow my orders? Yes, boss. There's a woman on the street now. Go kill her. Zhang Hao pointed out the window. On the street, a destitute woman was drinking rainwater. However, everyone present seemed hesitant. Fong Ping, you go kill her. Fong Ping picked up a short knife and walked out the door without looking back. However, he discovered that the woman had already died from drinking too much of the black rain. Nevertheless, he still cut off her head, returned to the second floor of the supermarket and bowed respectfully, saying, I'm sorry, boss, the woman died on her own. I couldn't kill her, but I brought back her head for you to handle. This scene left everyone stunned. Zhang Hao took the woman's head and threw it at their feet. This is what true unconditional obedience to orders looks like. What you just verbally agreed to isn't obedience, it's defiance. Fong Ping's actions shocked them deeply. The boss randomly pointed at someone, regardless of her identity or innocence, and Fong Ping killed her without hesitation. In that instant, they understood why, apart from the boss, Fong Ping was the only level 3 awakened present. Zhang Hao said calmly, you've only just joined, so it's understandable that you can't do this yet. But I don't want to have to step in and handle every problem we encounter during missions. I originally planned to wait until we had more members before setting rules, but now I realize that without rules, there can be no order. Even the most exceptional individuals need to be bound by rules. Considering that managing a larger group in the future will be more challenging, I've decided to establish everything in one go. I am naming our awakened organization the Dawn Society. I will serve as the lifelong president of the organization, and for now, no one will hold the position of vice president. There will be positions for legion commanders, with each legion consisting of a 100-member team of awakened. At this stage, no one will hold the position of legion commander. 5 positions for brigade leaders are established, with each brigade consisting of 4 squads. Currently, no one holds the position of brigade leader. 20 positions for squad leaders are established, with each squad consisting of 5 awakened individuals. Fong Ping temporarily serves as squad leader, with team members Su Mo, Su Mengyan, and Hu Xiaonan. Wu Yanfeng temporarily serves as squad leader, with team members Mao Su, Zheng Fei, and Mou. During mission execution, the squad leader's orders are absolute, and no one is allowed to disobey. Yes, President. Fong Ping and Wu Yanfeng's eyes were filled with excitement. Although the number of people was small for now, the ambition of Zhang Hao was evident. From the recent position allocations, they were also looking forward to seeing what kind of colossal entity the Dawn Society would grow into. The position of a 100-member regiment leader seemed far out of reach, but the position of brigade leader was still something to aspire to. A brigade leader oversees 4 squads, totaling 20 people, 20 awakened individuals. It shouldn't take long to gather that many, right? Next are the rules for using crystal cores. All crystal cores collected by the team from killing zombies must be handed over. Contribution points will will be awarded based on the tasks. Contribution. 1 contribution point can be exchanged for a level 1 crystal core. Level 2 crystal cores are in limited supply and are temporarily unavailable for exchange by regular members. If contribution points exceed 500, members can undergo an assessment to be promoted to a position above team leader, managing more awakened individuals. Higher positions allow access to higher level crystal cores. In the future, level 5 and level 6 crystal cores won't be an issue, and upgrades will become much faster. This is the principle of competition. It motivates the organization's members to kill zombies and collect crystal cores with all their might. Promotion not only increases the power of the awakened but also accelerates their strength enhancement. For example, after becoming a team leader and obtaining level 2 crystal cores, it takes only 1 month to advance to level 3. In contrast, regular members need more than 6 months to advance from level 1 to level 3 using level 1 crystal cores. Naturally, everyone will scramble to kill zombies and collect crystal cores. As for those regular members unwilling to hand over their crystal cores, that's much simpler. Contribution points can also be exchanged for food. If you don't hand over crystal cores, you'll have to eat dirt. Those with high contribution points not only get promoted but can also exchange for tastier food, such as fried chicken meals, hot pot dishes, or even Buddha jumps over the wall. When resources become scarce, no one will have enough to eat. A single delicious meal, even a sausage, can leave people savoring it for days. Faced with such tempting food, who could resist? Who wouldn't want to compete for crystal cores? Wu Yanfeng and his team are no exception. Food also requires exchange. After this incident, he realized he had been too lenient. Days of abundant food and drink had made people complacent. When there's no food to eat, who would still have the energy to think about others? Boss, if the squad scavenges supplies, can they also be exchanged for contribution points? Wu Yanfeng asked. Of course, but it definitely won't be as practical as crystal cores. These things will become hard currency in the future, almost equivalent to money. That's good. Meeting adjourned. The crowd dispersed and went to the first floor. Fang Ping casually threw the head out the door and said bluntly to Su Mo and Su Mengyan, "The boss saved you back then, and you should be grateful instead of constantly questioning him. You can't even handle small matters properly. You've truly disappointed the boss. From now on, as the team leader, I don't want to hear any voices of doubt. I hope my team can become the boss's number 1. We will do it, Captain." Su Mo and Su Mengyan nodded one after another. Seeing their agreement, Fang Ping turned to Wu Yanfeng beside him and said firmly, "Keep your team in check. Last time, you meddled unnecessarily and wasted one of the boss's second-level ice-type crystal cores. If it weren't for the boss, you'd have been dead long ago. Do your own duties and don't meddle in things you shouldn't. You just joined, and the boss might be too polite to punish you, but I won't go easy on you. My team doesn't need your guidance. We're equals," Wu Yanfeng responded with a frown. "Equal in position, but equal in strength? If you upset the boss, then I'll make sure you're upset too. If you're not convinced, then fight me and see whose fists are harder." Fang Ping's words were merciless. Although Wu Yanfeng felt displeased, he said nothing more. He realized that Fang Ping intended to play the villain for the boss, even if it meant souring relationships with everyone, just to ensure that everyone behaved and refrained from unnecessary actions. Fang Ping clearly didn't care about getting along with them, he only cared about the boss's mood. This incident suddenly made Wu Yanfeng understand Fang Ping's sense of duty. In the future, when the organization grew larger and disobedient new members appeared, Fang Ping would undoubtedly transform into a demon to teach them a lesson. On the second floor of the supermarket, Zhang Hao sat alone in the living room. Zhang Hao stroked the raven in his arms. "Do you think what I did was right? Dad did the right thing. Don't you have any doubts at all?" "Why doubt? Isn't it exhausting to think so much?" "What's wrong with being a couch potato?" the raven said without hesitation. It simply couldn't understand human thinking. Clearly, one could live a peaceful life, so why bother over trivial matters? Zhang Hao sighed. "No one sees things as clearly as you do, whether before or after the apocalypse. Who wouldn't want to be a carefree slacker? They, on the other hand, insist on meddling in everything." "It's not really meddling, they're just overthinking. Seems like they're just too full with nothing better to do. But when I'm full, I don't overthink. I just like to sleep," the raven said lazily. "That's why you're not human. Fang Ping is different from them. He hasn't thought that much about it. He has thought about it, but he doesn't say anything. He just listens to me. Why can't the others do it? Maybe the time spent together is too short, it still requires time." "Sigh, you humans are really troublesome," Zhang Hao said faintly. "Indeed troublesome. I hate trouble too. Let's hope that after this, they can face reality. This is the last time I'll tolerate it." The next morning, the zombies were no longer berserk and retreated one after another. Some wandered aimlessly in the streets, while others stood still in a daze. However, within 7 days, the rain continued to fall incessantly. In just one night, many zombies had already evolved to level 2. Many people realized the importance of level 2 crystal cores and started killing zombies under umbrellas. Zhang Hao, however, was completely completely indifferent. Although umbrellas could block the black rain, the rain would slowly evaporate. After hitting the ground and inhaling it would still weaken the body significantly. It was just less efficient compared to being directly drenched. For level 1 awakeners, their physical condition would deteriorate significantly within half a day. After a full day, while they wouldn't be completely debilitated, their combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. By midnight, if zombies broke into their rooms, they could only await death. Moreover, with tens of millions of zombies, it was simply impossible to kill them all. So Zhang Hao planned to have the two small teams act separately after the rain stopped, focusing on collecting crystal cores and handing them in. Then, he would be the first to advance to level 4. After reaching level 4, he could basically do as he pleased. Let's eat first, and then absorb the crystal cores after the meal, Zhang Hao instructed Raven, who then called Su Mengyan. Boss, what would you like for breakfast? Su Mengyan asked softly. Something simple. Can you make steamed buns? Yes, I can. Then steam a few baskets of buns, both vegetarian and meat ones. Also, prepare some porridge and a treasure kanji. Is that too much trouble? Not at all, not at all. Su Mengyan lowered her head, tears welling up as she apologized. I'm sorry, boss. You clearly saved me and my brother, but I still doubted you yesterday. Please don't be angry with me, okay? I'm not angry. I completely understand your thoughts, but in the apocalypse, you do need to harden your heart a bit. It's okay if you can't change immediately, just follow orders, Zhang Hao said. I will obey. You have our best interests at heart. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. Really? Then stick your butt out right now. Ha, ha, really? Su Mengyan's face turned red instantly. She hesitated, bent over, and then felt that such an action was a bit embarrassing. Alright, I was just joking. Zhang Hao looked Su Mengyan up and down, noticing that her face had visibly thinned, and her figure appeared taller and slimmer than before. Zhang Hao curiously asked, Pang, have you lost a lot of weight? You don't seem as chubby as you used to be. Yes, before the apocalypse, I weighed 160 pounds, but now I'm only 120 pounds. It might be because I've used light healing to treat many people, consuming a lot of my energy and gradually slimming down, Su Mengyan replied. Using abilities can help you lose weight? That doesn't sound right. Zhang Hao's gaze slightly sharpened as he fell into thought. He had encountered many light-type awakeners before, but he had never seen one who could lose weight using their abilities. Su Mengyan's light-based healing ability was exceptionally powerful. Even though she was only a level 2 awakener, she could restore Wu Yanfeng's nearly depleted body to its original state. The healing effects of the light element were indeed remarkable, but achieving this level of effectiveness typically required at least a mid-level awakener. For Su Mengyan to accomplish this at level 2 clearly meant she was overextending something. Could it be her vitality? Or something else? After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Hao asked, do you feel any discomfort after using light healing each time? Just felt a bit weak for a moment, but I was fine the next day. However, after treating Wu Yanfeng last time, I actually haven't fully recovered yet. Sometimes I still feel tired. Su Mengyan thought for a moment and said, in the future, don't treat injuries that are too severe. At this stage, you might be overexerting your body. Wait until you reach level 4 or 5 before trying again. It shouldn't be too much of a burden by then. Seeing the boss so serious, Su Mengyan quickly agreed repeatedly, then turned and went downstairs to the first floor to cook. However, as she was on the stairs, she recalled the way the boss had looked at her earlier, and her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. An hour later, everyone gathered in the living room on the second floor. The table was filled with various types of buns, such as pork buns, red bean paste buns, vermicelli buns, ham buns, tofu buns, and so on. There were also 2 large pots of porridge and a treasure kanji, all looking incredibly delicious. But no one picked up their chopsticks, nor did anyone dare to sit down and eat. After yesterday's lecture, everyone was a bit afraid the boss might get angry again, and now the food required contribution points. However, they didn't feel much resistance to this. Instead, they thought this method seemed much more organized. Yesterday, I did some calculations. Based on different contributions, each of you has more or less earned some contribution points. Fong Ping has been with me the longest and has killed the most zombies. After deducting the points corresponding to the daily consumption of crystal cores, his contribution points amount to 512. Hu Xiaonan has 102 points, Su Mo has 235 points, and Su Mengyan has 98 points. However, since Su Mengyan also needs to cook, she earns an additional point for each meal she prepares, so she currently has 119 points. Zhang Hao slowly said, in the future, when the organization grows larger, there might be people who don't like eating from the communal kitchen. In that case, they can ask Su Mengyan to prepare separate meals, but each member who opts for this will need to pay her an extra contribution point. If the food is too complicated to prepare, Su Mengyan can charge more contribution points. If anyone is unwilling, they can stick to the communal kitchen. Any objections? Su Mengyan said excitedly, no, whatever the boss decides is fine. This amount of points may not seem like much, but it's still earned effortlessly. Once the group grows larger in the future, the contribution points for special meals will be sufficient. Everyone else stared at Su Mengyan with wide eyes. Being able to cook really makes a difference. Although Zhang Fei in their group can cook too, it's simply not on the same level. She's a bona fide 5-star chef, effortlessly mastering both Chinese and Western cuisines. Next up are Wu Yinfeng, Mou, Zhang Fei, and Mao Su. Since they just joined yesterday afternoon, their contribution points are currently 0. These simple home-cooked dishes, such as buns, noodles, rice, stir-fried dishes, etc., are uniformly set at 5 contribution points per meal. Eat until you're full without any additional charges. Zhang Hao slowly said. However, Mou is the blacksmith of our group. Everyone can go to him to customize exclusive weapons and equipment, but it requires an additional payment of contribution points, 10 points per request. Since he previously helped with 5 creations, he currently has 50 points in hand. In the future, if there are more refined pieces of equipment, they will be divided into different tiers, and the prices will be negotiated separately. Does anyone have any opinions on this? No, Mou responded succinctly. 10 contribution points may not seem like much, but 5 times a day equals 50 level 1 crystal cores, and it can all be earned without going out, making a fortune effortlessly. Mou was quite pleased in his heart. Although the current small number of people meant he couldn't earn too much, and his ability was limited to making 5 items, once his strength improved and the organization grew, making a fortune daily would no longer be a dream. Others looked on enviously. The rise of the blacksmith was truly inspiring. Then for those of us without contribution points, can we exchange the materials and crystal cores we've previously collected? Wu Yanfeng asked further. That's good. Wu Yanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Without contribution points, he had almost been unable to afford food. Fortunately, he had killed quite a few zombies before and accumulated some supplies. He emptied his possessions and exchanged them for 65 points. Zhang Fei exchanged for 15 points, and Mao Su exchanged for 45 points. Xiao Fei, you'll run out after just 2 more meals. Why do you have so few contribution points? Mao Su asked in surprise. I don't have much ability for now, and I've killed few zombies. What else can I do? Zhang Fei said somewhat gloomily. I don't have much either. The next 7 days are going to be tough. Once the black rain stops, we'll have to go out and kill zombies, or we won't even have enough to eat. Alright, stop talking and eat quickly. Everyone buried their heads in their food, eating voraciously. Paying the price made a difference. Each person devoured their meal as if they wanted to eat 10 buns to make up for the contribution points they spent. Zhang Hao felt gratified. It seemed the rule of equivalent exchange had motivated them. 5 contribution points per meal wasn't expensive after all. 1 contribution point was equivalent to 1 level 1 crystal core. 5 level 1 zombies for a meal was already quite a bargain. In the future, when inflation hits, the price of meals will definitely have to go up. After finishing the meal, everyone dispersed, and Zhang Hao absorbed today's crystal core. Meanwhile, Raven was absorbing the level 3 psychic crystal core obtained last time. Dad, I've comprehended another ability, Raven said, opening her eyes. Oh, what ability? Mental marking. Simply put, I can mark anyone I've seen. Within a 10-kilometer radius, anyone I've marked cannot escape my pursuit. The limit is 10 people. Yo, this ability is pretty good. Very practical. Zhang Hao became curious about this ability, but what's the principle behind it? What do you use to mark? Just my mind. I can't explain it clearly, but it's basically the same principle as dogs marking with urine. They can smell the scent of urine from far away, and I can sense the mental marks I leave from a distance. Your analogy is really concise and to the point. Hee, am I impressive or what? Impressive. Can others discover it, or erase the mark, unless the other party is stronger than me or is of the mental type? For a mental type to erase the mark, they would at least need to be at the same level as me. If it's just a second-level mental type, they could probably detect it. Oh, it's still quite useful. Zhang Hao nodded. Currently, among the awakened, the number of mental types is extremely rare, and second-level awakened individuals are even harder to come by, so under normal circumstances, this ability is quite effective. In the following time, everyone focused on absorbing crystal cores to enhance their strength. For those whose contribution points were insufficient, Zhang Hao also allowed them to borrow privately. In this way, 5 days passed. During this period, Zhang Fei advanced to the second level and comprehended a control skill called Vine Entanglement. Mao Su also advanced to the second level and learned the defensive skill, Rock Wall, which, combined with his previous, Stone Throw, skill, made him well-rounded in both offense and defense. Mou, of the metal type, did not level up and remained at the second level. Wu Yanfeng advanced to the third level and acquired the Ice Pillar skill, which was highly effective in both control and lethality. At night, the torrential rain poured down, and the ferocious zombies attacked once again. Zombies broke through both the front and back doors, with an especially large number at the supermarket's front entrance, almost all of them being second-level zombies. However, the reinforced doors still couldn't withstand the frenzied assault of these zombies. By the second-floor window, the group watched the roaring zombies below, their faces relaxed relaxed and smiling. Zhang Hao sat in a chair, casually glanced over, and then instructed, clear out some of them, otherwise, if their numbers accumulate too much, the doors won't hold. We still have 2 more days to endure. Got it, boss. Fong Ping and Wu Yanfeng exchanged a glance, playfully flipped each other off, and then acted in unison. Fong Ping activated his ability, and countless earthen spikes emerged from the ground, wildly skewering the zombies' heads. Wu Yanfeng was not to be outdone, waving his hands as ice blades rained down, piercing through the heads of over a dozen zombies with a squelching sound, his efficiency remarkably high. The advantage of long-range awakeners was fully evident, as they could easily kill zombies from the second floor. Not good enough, your efficiency is slower than mine. I've already killed 15, and you've only taken down 12, Fong Ping deliberately taunted. Wu Yanfeng sneered, if your level up speed wasn't faster than mine, I could also kill 15 at once. Blaming me for leveling up slowly? Fong Ping retorted, just you wait. Wu Yanfeng's lips curled into a smile. The two seemed to be arguing endlessly, but in reality, it was more about the sparks of competition, as both wanted to prove their abilities in front of Zhang Hao. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up to finish collecting the crystal cores, Zhang Hao said helplessly. Got it, boss. Fong Ping smiled and activated Earth Spike again. Wu Yanfeng followed suit, and before long, the tier 2 zombies below were cleared out. Other members also participated actively, not for the sake of killing zombies, but to contribute to the team. The Raven, carrying a small bag, flew down and took advantage of the cleared area to collect all the crystal cores. Flapping its wings, it returned to the second floor. As a mutated creature, Black Rain posed no threat to the Raven, but it also offered no benefits. 102 pieces, not bad, Zhang Hao said with satisfaction, nodding. Hee, I'm awesome, aren't I? The Raven said proudly. Impressive. Zhang Hao smiled faintly. In just 5 short days, the team had accumulated 325 second-level crystal cores. Previously, they had 2,440 first-level crystal cores, and it was estimated that in another 10 days or so, they could advance to level 4. The reserves of second-level crystal cores were also quite substantial. The team members were full of enthusiasm, all eager to accumulate contribution points to strive for promotions and exchange for second-level crystal cores. It was well known that the gap between second-level and first-level crystal cores was significant, with the efficiency of upgrading being at least 3 times greater. Moreover, everyone's talents varied. Some could absorb first-level crystal cores and reach level 3 in just over 10 days, while others might take a month or even longer. With second-level crystal cores, the upgrade time could be shortened to just 5 or 6 days. Everyone was eager to end the battle within 7 days and take the opportunity to wipe out the zombies in one fell swoop. At 3 in the morning, Zhang Hao was already sound asleep, and the other members had also gradually gone to bed. The Raven on night watch let out a sharp cry, alerting everyone, wake up, a level 3 zombie is coming. Hearing the warning, everyone quickly rushed to the second floor. In front of the supermarket entrance, hundreds of zombies were roaring, and across the street, 2 level 3 zombies were charging over, exuding a ferocious aura. Zhang Hao's expression changed slightly. 2 level 3 zombies. Their strength is far beyond that of level 2 zombies. If they break through, they will definitely smash open the door. We must stop them. It seemed he could only make a move in the rain. Zhang Hao planned to leap down. This height was as simple as stepping off a stair for a level 3 awakened. He wanted to quickly deal with the 2 zombies, but Fong Ping stepped forward with a determined expression and said, Boss, let me handle this. You can't take care of everything, and I haven't fought a level 3 zombie yet. I think I can take it down. But these are 2 level 3 zombies. Zhang Hao hadn't finished speaking when Fong Ping turned to Wu Yanfeng beside him and said, the other one is yours. Got the guts? If not, then you're just a coward. Heh, what's there to be afraid of? Wu Yanfeng also stepped forward, showing no fear of the so-called level 3 zombies. They were all level 3 themselves. What was so hard about killing a level 3 zombie? Zhang Hao's expression shifted slightly, and he finally nodded. Go ahead, keep in touch via the walkie-talkie at all times. Alright, boss. The 2 of them leapt down, heading straight for the 2 zombies. Although the other team members couldn't join the fight, they were responsible for clearing out the nearby second-level zombies to ensure no interference. Zhang Hao asked, Crow, do you think they can succeed? Hard to say. Ordinary zombies are manageable, and even ability zombies are not too bad. But if they're intelligent ability zombies, then it's really hard to predict. Raven answered truthfully. Don't be fooled by how easily Zhang Hao killed the cleaver zombie of the same level back then. That was because he himself had rich combat experience from his previous life, coupled with Raven's mental attacks, which made success possible. Otherwise, any other second-level awakened individual would have met their demise. If these 2 zombies were intelligent ability zombies, the outcome would truly be uncertain. In his past life, Fong Ping and Wu Yanfeng's combat prowess was extraordinary, but that was honed through countless battles. However, the current Fong Ping and Wu Yanfeng seemed far too inexperienced, with no experience in dealing with ability zombies. Fortunately, with him holding the fort behind them, Their lives were not something to worry about too much. On the street, the two stood in the rain, quietly waiting for the zombies to arrive. Excitement flickered in their eyes, clearly betraying their inner turmoil. Fong Ping chuckled and said, "Old Wu, dare to make a bet with me? Let's see who can kill faster. What's there to be afraid of? What are we betting on? Let's bet 100 contribution points. You've saved up quite a bit by now, haven't you? Deal." Fong Ping suddenly thought of something. "I'll reach level 3 before you. You won't go back on your word if you lose, right? Do you really think battles rely solely on strength? Sometimes the restraint between different ability systems can be the key to victory. I don't believe my luck is that bad." Wu Yanfeng's words made Fong Ping take things a bit more seriously. Upon careful thought, it was indeed true. Just as the two finished their conversation, the two zombies approached. Their expressions instantly turned sharp as they moved in opposite directions, creating distance to avoid interfering with each other's performance. The zombies also split up, indicating that these two zombies didn't seem to be of the intelligent type. Fong Ping and Wu Yanfeng understood this but did not lower their guard. While creating distance, they launched their ranged skills, Earth Spike and Ice Blade. With the sound of whoosh whoosh, the Earth Spike and Ice Blade pierced through the air, aiming directly at the zombies' heads with decisive precision. However, the zombies moved swiftly, skillfully dodging these seemingly lethal attacks. Intelligent type? No, that's not right. But why didn't they care earlier when we lured them? Got it. This zombie has some intelligence, but not much. It's nothing compared to the cleaver-wielding zombie the boss encountered before. Fong Ping and Wu Yanfeng's pupils contracted slightly, and a guess instantly formed in their minds. In that moment, they figured everything out. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! The zombie roared frantically and charged in close. Fong Ping drew his refined dagger, sidestepped to evade, and at the same time slashed his own arm. With a tearing sound, blood splattered everywhere, but the injury was minor and did not affect the zombie's actions at all. Sure enough, not a physical type, the damage is still a bit lacking, but that's okay. Fong Ping no longer hesitated and quickly charged forward. The zombie roared, 3 bone spikes emerging from its fingertips, looking incredibly sharp. However, Fong Ping had no intention of dodging. The soil on the ground surged up rapidly, instantly covering his entire body. The powerful defense prevented the bone spikes from piercing through, while the short knife in his hand swiftly slashed at the zombie's neck. With a thud, the head fell off. Fong Ping let out a sigh of relief. He had finally taken down a zombie, but it was truly not easy. His gaze shifted to the side, where Wu Yanfeng's fighting style was completely different from his own. Wu Yanfeng continuously maneuvered to wear down the zombie, ensuring it couldn't attack him, while using ice blades for ranged attacks. The zombie spewed fireballs, which Wu Yanfeng blocked with ice. Finally, in a state of exhaustion, Wu Yanfeng shot an ice arrow that pierced through the zombie's head. Fong Ping couldn't help but mock. "So slow, far worse than me. What do you know? This method is the safest. Your desperate fighting style actually puts you at a disadvantage. TCH, that's just cowardice. What excuse are you making? Can't be bothered to argue with you. Hurry back, the boss is waiting. Don't forget the 100 contribution points. Can't do without you." The two collected the crystal cores and then returned to the second floor of the supermarket with their teammates. Zhang Hao looked at them and praised, "Well done. Hee, but I'm the best, right, boss?" Fong Ping took the opportunity to claim credit. "No, you're the worst." Fong Ping was somewhat sullen. Zhang Hao said sternly, "Although your earth armor has strong defensive capabilities, whether it can withstand the attack of a level 3 zombie is still unknown. If you get injured and infected, turning into a zombie, what is there to be proud of? You should be as steady and methodical as Wu Yanfeng, using long-range skills to control the situation, then slowly wearing down the zombie until it's killed, or using burial to finish it off, instead of fighting like this. Do you understand?" "Got it, I was wrong," Fong Ping said, pouting. However, Wu Yanfeng's fighting style also has its flaws. His battles drag on too long. He clearly has higher damage skills but doesn't use them. You're on the street, not fighting those two zombies one-on-one. Zhang Hao began criticizing Wu Yanfeng. When your team members are helping you clear out the nearby tier 2 zombies, the longer it drags on, the more likely it is to cause danger. And yet, you were leisurely luring zombies around? When your team members lose their lives because of your procrastination, you'll know to regret it. Do you understand? Understood, boss, Wu Yanfeng responded softly. However, both of you performed quite well. Achieving this on your first attempt is already impressive. Each of you will be rewarded with 50 contribution points, and the other team members will receive 20 points each. Keep up the good work next time. Everyone showed expressions of joy. Zhang Hao felt secretly pleased in his heart. This was the strategy of giving a date after a slap. This round of criticism not only made the team members more eager to compete but also strengthened their cohesion. They began to realize the importance of tactics. I really am a clever person. On the 6th morning, torrential rain poured down. The black rain grew heavier and heavier, and the water on the streets reached a depth of 5 centimeters. Although Zhang Hao had already closed the windows on the second floor, the evaporated black rain in the air still caused the team members members to inhale quite a bit. For third-level awakeners like Fong Ping and the others, it had almost no effect, but the second-level team members, who had been drenched the day before, showed a noticeable decline in physical condition. While they were not completely debilitated, their combat effectiveness had decreased by at least 30%. As for those struggling awakeners, their situation was even worse. Most first-level awakeners were in a state no better than ordinary people. Second-level awakeners didn't even have the strength to kill zombies, and while third-level awakeners still had some strength, only 1 or 2 remained active. In just 5 days, more than half of the nearly 20 awakener teams originally near the supermarket had been wiped out. Across from the supermarket, the atmosphere in the residential building was tense. This was the base of a small team of 10 awakeners, led by a rare third-level awakener. The team consisted of 4 second-level and 6 first-level members. Although their numbers seemed decent, everyone was in a weakened state. At first, they had no understanding of the Black Rain's properties. While the rain had killed many zombies, it had also significantly reduced their physical strength. The zombie horde outside was eyeing them menacingly, and if they didn't take action soon, they would be in serious trouble. Moreover, there were some mutated zombies among them. If the awakeners didn't unite, they would face total annihilation. Something had to be done. The team leader, Jiang Chang, gritted his teeth and said, "Xiao Wu, how's the intel collection going?" "It's done." Originally, there were 27 awakener teams in the vicinity. Over 5 days, more than half have perished. Now, including us, only 12 teams are barely hanging on, with a total of 65 people. Aside from that supermarket, no other team has any third-level awakeners, Manhwa said slowly. "How many people are in that supermarket? How many third-level awakeners do they have?" "There are 9 people, not sure exactly how many, but definitely more than 1. "Have all the invitations been sent?" "They've been sent." "Then let's wait, everyone will be restless." On the second floor of the supermarket, Fong Ping sat on the sofa, bored, watching a movie. It wasn't a serious film, but rather some martial arts scenes between men and women. The female lead was highly skilled, managing to hold her own against the attack of 5 men, even using water to splash her enemies' faces. Zhang Hao walked over from the window and casually asked, "Is it good?" "It's good." "What's good about it?" "Everything is good. I can learn their combat techniques." Zhang Hao rolled his eyes. "You don't even have a woman. What kind of experience are you trying to learn? Stop watching these kinds of videos. If it weren't for your contribution yesterday, I wouldn't have let you watch this kind of study material." "Hee, thanks, boss." Fong Ping didn't care at all, staring intently at the screen, unwilling to skip even a second of footage. Zhang Hao shook his head and was about to say something when suddenly a mouse appeared in front of him. The mouse emerged from a crack in the corner of the wall, its eyes gleaming with intelligence. Even more bizarre, the mouse was holding a metal card in its mouth. Zhang Hao curiously asked, "A mouse? Could it be a mutant mouse?" The mouse showed no fear of humans, hopping onto the coffee table and placing the card down before attempting to leave. However, it was pinned down by the raven. The mouse was clearly frightened, struggling a few times before realizing it couldn't escape. The gleam in its eyes gradually faded, and it became just like an ordinary mouse. Zhang Hao curiously asked, "Raven, is this a mutant creature?" "No, not a mutated creature." "Then what is it?" "This mouse is actually as ordinary as can be, but there's a psychic awakener controlling it from behind the scenes." "It was through brief mental control that it performed such an action just now," Raven said. "Controlling a mouse? Is it a beast taming type?" You could say that, but essentially, it's still a psychic type," Raven replied. "But why can he control the mouse, and you can't?" "Aren't you also a psychic type?" Zhang Hao asked, somewhat puzzled. "The abilities of the mental category are not the same for everyone. For example, the zombie crow we encountered earlier was also of the mental category, but it specialized in creating illusions to confuse enemies. Some people, however, are naturally adept at fine-tuned mental control and can manipulate small animals," Raven explained. Slowly. "However, the choice of animals also has its requirements. Rats are inherently intelligent creatures, so it's possible to temporarily implant mental energy into their brains to control their central nervous system. This is somewhat similar to my mental mark, but I can't achieve that level yet. I can only use it for marking." "I see, this person seems to be quite talented." Zhang Hao's eyes sparkled. Being able to control rats is no small feat. Although this ability isn't combat-oriented, if scaled up, it could form an intelligence network. Such talent must not be missed. He needed to poach them quickly. But before that, he decided to take a look at the contents of the card. The card mentioned the increasingly severe Black Rain and the worsening plight of humanity. It expressed hope for unity to establish a post-apocalyptic alliance family. Each team would still operate independently, but in the face of major dangers, everyone would need to help each other to overcome challenges together. The card was signed by an awakened individual named Jiang Chang, who also stated that he was a level 3 awakened, which slightly surprised Zhang Hao. "He wants us to go to the residential building diagonally across by 3 p.m. today to discuss forming the alliance. Are you going?" Zhang Hao asked. Fong Ping curled his lips. I don't think it's necessary to go. This kind of invitation makes it seem like he's already the leader of the alliance. Besides, I think this kind of alliance is completely unreliable. Ha, indeed, this kind of thing is quite unreliable. Zhang Hao shook his head. The organization is too loose. If one party encounters danger and the relationships aren't close enough, who would come to help? Even those with strong ties might not refrain from stabbing you in the back. As for the leader, why should a level 3 awakened be able to convince everyone? Such an alliance has no real purpose, at least not in the early stages. Unless everyone can unite as one and follow the orders of a single person, then it might have some feasibility. Otherwise, it's just a pile of loose sand. The Raven said nonchalantly, then don't go. Who has time to waste? Zhang Hao shook his head, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. We still have to go. It's just the right time for our Dawn Society to start recruiting new members, and this is a perfect opportunity to showcase our strength. By then, those awakened will understand who they should follow for a brighter future. Fong Ping asked, what if Jiang Cheng tries to stop us? Isn't that obvious? Zhang Hao said coldly, everyone's will is free. Why should he stop others from joining other organizations? Who does he think he is? If Jiang Cheng knows his place, then he can keep his life. If not, we'll send him to meet God. At 2:45 in the afternoon, Zhang Hao, along with Fong Ping and Wu Yanfeng, went to the residential building diagonally across the street with umbrellas. Naturally, they brought some supplies, aiming to attract awakened individuals. The other second-level team members did not bring supplies, not because they feared holding the team back, but to stay in the supermarket to guard the supplies in case zombies broke in. Entering the residential building, Zhang Hao and his team arrived on the third floor and knocked on the door to enter. The other party had pried open the walls between two units, making the space significantly more spacious. All 12 awakened teams were present, which surprised Zhang Hao. There wasn't a single absentee. Were they not afraid of betrayal among themselves? After a quick glance, Zhang Hao understood the reason. Some people were genuinely at their limit, with zombies having killed all but 2 or 3 of their team members. Others had gone several days without food and were starving. Killing zombies might make one stronger, but people need food to survive. How could they go on without eating? Thus, they came here hoping to exchange for some food. When Zhang Hao and his team entered, they saw others carrying travel bags, which immediately caught their attention. Although they had only come with 3 people, Jiang Cheng had already communicated with them beforehand, explaining that the supermarket group was the strongest among them, so they shouldn't entertain any thoughts of robbing supplies. Seeing the newcomers, Jiang Cheng stepped forward and enthusiastically said, this must be Zhang Hao, Boss Zhang, right? Ha ha, young and promising. My name is Jiang Cheng. I'm 32 years old. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Jiang. Seeing Jiang Cheng's enthusiasm, others who didn't receive such treatment felt a bit sour inside. However, unexpectedly, Zhang Hao calmly replied, sorry, I do mind. Yes, boss. This remark instantly made the atmosphere extremely awkward. Jiang Cheng's face showed a trace of displeasure, but he still forced himself to suppress his emotions. It's fine. If you don't want to call me that, then don't. Just sit wherever you like. Treat this place as your own home. No need to stand on ceremony. Zhang Hao calmly sat down. Behind him, Fong Ping felt somewhat annoyed. This guy was just too pretentious. Asking the boss to call him Brother Jiang? Everyone here was a person of status, all third-level awakened individuals. He wasn't even as handsome as the boss, nor did he have the same charisma. Why should anyone call him big brother? Wouldn't that be lowering oneself? The moment he met the boss, he pulled this stunt, clearly worried that their strength wouldn't be enough to hold the situation in trying to use his age to suppress others, delivering a show of dominance right at the door. But Zhang Hao wasn't someone who would indulge him so easily. Jiang Cheng seemed indifferent to this and spoke with great emotion. Everyone, the reason I gathered you here is because this black rain continues endlessly, and as you've all noticed, the zombies are evolving again under the catalysis of this black rain. Although second-level zombies are terrifying, they are not invincible. What is truly frightening is that the black rain will cause a decline in everyone's physical condition, and the zombies at night will become more frenzied and difficult to deal with. I don't know how long this black rain will last, nor can I be sure when it will stop, but we must prepare for the worst. According to the summary from my subordinate Xiao Wu, there were originally 27 teams in the vicinity, but now it's been reduced to the 12 teams present here. It's only been 6 days, and we've already suffered heavy losses. We must face reality and unite. We don't have grand ambitions, we just want to survive. So, I hope to establish an alliance, a big family where we can help each other, nothing more. Some team leaders seemed reluctant. Then who will the alliance listen to? No one needs to listen to anyone. Each team manages itself and only needs to follow the leader's directives in times of crisis. This isn't for personal gain, it's to bring everyone together, Jiang Cheng explained. Zhang Hao felt bored by this, stood up, and said disdainfully, to put it bluntly, you want to be the leader, right? Leaving aside whether you're qualified or not, based on what you just said, when there's danger, everyone listens to the leader. But what if that danger is for self-preservation? motivation. If others are in danger and everyone goes to help, would you, as the leader, go too? Moreover, you claim there's danger, but what if that danger is a trap you set up to betray us? What if all the other teams end up dead, and you conveniently blame it on a zombie attack? After all, dead men tell no tales. Who would know the truth? No system, no structure, and you still want to put on airs? What can such a disorganized group accomplish? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Do you really take everyone for fools? Jiang Chang was furious. You're slandering me. From the moment you walked in, you've been making things difficult for me. I'm only doing this for everyone's benefit. What did I do wrong? It's you who's judging a noble heart with the mindset of a petty person. Is that so? Since it's all for everyone, then give me the position of the leader. Zhang Hao responded with a cold laugh. Absolutely impossible. You have no understanding of zombies at all. The speed at which zombies evolve is unimaginable. Some zombies even possess supernatural abilities, and some even have intelligence beyond that of humans. Jiang Chang said proudly. Against zombies of this level, what do you, Zhang Hao, have to fight with? Only I can lead everyone into the future. Only I have this capability. Hearing this, Zhang Hao sneered disdainfully and was about to say something when sudden roars came from outside the door. Bang! The door was forcibly broken open, and 5 third-level zombies blocked the exit, opening their bloody mouths and mumbling lowly as if they wanted to devour all the humans. Everyone present was dumbfounded, their expressions filled with terror. Oh my god, Tier 3 zombie? And it can actually talk? Zombies have really evolved intelligence? Jiang Chang wasn't lying to us. How could we possibly kill a zombie of this level? Run! What are you standing there for? Waiting to die? Damn it! We'll have to jump out the window. Manhwa whispered a suggestion. Captain, kill these zombies, and you'll naturally take the lead. Smack! Jiang Chang slapped him and said in a panic, damn it, there are 5 of them, not 1. This is way off from the original plan. Kill my ass, I don't want to die. I'm running too. You're on your own now. That Zhang Hao is closest to the door. He's definitely doomed. Serves him right for deliberately targeting me. Just then, a mocking laugh sounded from up ahead. Zhang Hao strode forward, gripping his battle axe, the force of thunder crackling through the air as arcs of electricity danced from his hands. ZZZT, ZZZT. In a flash of lightning, those 5 seemingly formidable Tier 3 zombies didn't even have time to react before he severed their necks. His speed was utterly astonishing. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the 5 zombie heads rolled to their feet, and the atmosphere instantly fell into an eerie silence. Zhang Hao swept his cold gaze over the crowd, a look of disdain in his eyes. Tier 3 intelligent zombies? It's not like I haven't seen them before. What's there to be so afraid of? I've killed more than a few of them myself. Just look at how pathetic you all are. Jiang Chang, Meng Wu, and the others were left frozen in shock. Good grief. Turns out, the clown is me? 5 Tier 3 zombies. And all of them were intelligent ones, just casually killed in an instant? We're all Tier 3 awakened, so why are you so powerful? Jiang Chang felt very unbalanced in his heart, while the others were still in shock, unable to recover for a long time. At this moment, a thin young man walked over and cautiously said, can I join you? And you are? Zhang Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. My name is Meng Wu, and I am a level 2 psychic awakener. Oh, are you the one who controlled the rats to deliver the invitation this morning? Zhang Hao couldn't help but become intrigued. He had originally planned to poach Jiang Chang's team member, but he didn't expect this person to come to him on their own. Just as he was about to say something, Jiang Chang angrily said, Hey, Xiao Wu, don't forget you're one of my people. Without my permission, don't even think about joining another team. But didn't the captain just tell us to fend for ourselves? Doesn't that mean disbanding the team? Or did I misunderstand? Meng Wu chuckled lightly. I misspoke at the time. I meant for everyone to scatter and escape. That way there's a better chance of survival. Really? Then how do you explain the slap you gave me earlier? Jiang Chang, I'd been in your team working tirelessly, even when my spirit was pushed to its limits, still gathering intelligence for you. And now you expect me to come back with just a casual excuse of a slip of the tongue? Do you really take us for fools? Meng Wu's words came out one after another. The people present couldn't help but be moved, including other team members who also showed displeasure. The reason they endured the rain to kill zombies was to help Jiang Chang reach level 3, establish the alliance, and ensure better security, wasn't it? But as soon as it was established, zombies came, and he turned around and ran, not even caring about the team members? The captain at least took the team members and fled, but Jiang Chang didn't even glance at them? What does he take them for? How could this not make them feel disheartened? For a moment, they couldn't hold back anymore. Exactly, fifth brother is right. Do you think you can just brush it off with a slip of the tongue? No way. Everyone risked their lives for you, killing so many zombies to help you reach level 3, and this is how you treat your brothers? You must give us an explanation. The team members' accusations one after another made Jiang Chang's face extremely embarrassed, but he still endured it. Brothers, it was my fault just now. I neglected your feelings, but I know that mere words cannot calm your anger. How about this? I'll give you some compensation. I'll give each of you 3 cans and water, plus 5 5 level 2 crystal cores. What do you think? The team members exchanged glances and accepted the apology. The food wasn't much, but compared to other teams, it was already quite abundant. Each person received 5 crystal cores, totaling 45 for the 9 of them, which was quite considerable. Zhang Cheng took out the food and crystal cores and distributed them to the 9 brothers one by one. Manhwa, upon receiving the supplies, immediately turned around and handed them to Zhang Hao behind him. To Boss Zhang, this is my membership fee for joining you. Membership fee? Aren't you afraid I'll pocket these supplies? Not at all, I trust your character, Manhwa said with a determined expression. Well, thank you for your trust. Although joining our Dawn Society doesn't require a membership fee, I'll keep this for you. These items can all be converted into equivalent contribution points. This is the rule for all of us. You can redeem them later, and you won't lose anything. Zhang Hao's words brought a smile to Manhwa's face. Although he didn't understand what contribution value was, it was most likely a very fair rule. This was much more formal than the small team in Zhangcheng. When the other team members saw Manhwa doing this, they might not trust Zhang Hao, but they definitely trusted Brother Wu, so they all walked over. They eagerly handed over their supplies to the other party as the membership fee for joining Dawn Society. I want to join too. Me too. I don't understand what contribution points are, but since fifth brother trusts you, I trust you too. We people still have some skills, and I hope Boss Zhang won't look down on us. Zhang Hao naturally welcomed them with open arms and a smile. Awakened ones who could endure until the 5th day of the Black Rain must have some abilities, more or less. As for their character, it would need to be observed over time. To determine whether they might be undercover agents, he could simply ask Hu Xiaonan to help with a divination after returning. Seeing this scene, Zhang Cheng's face turned grim, and he said furiously, Manhwa, what do you mean by this? Didn't I give you supplies and crystal cores so you'd stay? How come you've turned to that idiot Zhang Hao instead? When did I ever say we were staying? Weren't the supplies and crystal cores just compensation for our mental distress earlier? What does it have to do with whether we join someone else or not? Manhwa chuckled. Ha ha ha, fifth brother is absolutely right. This is our compensation for emotional distress. If you want us to stay, you'll have to give 10 times what you just offered. No, make it 20 times. Ha ha ha, you all. Damn it. Rebelling, are you? Have you forgotten who the tier 3 awakened one is? Looks like I have to teach you a lesson. Jiang Chang was furious. Just as he took a step forward, Fong Ping walked up to him. Smack! A big slap was thrown out. Caught off guard, Jiang Chang had his teeth slapped right out. His face immediately swelled and turned red. Before he could get angry, Wu Yanfeng also walked over and delivered another slap. Teeth flew out, and both sides of his face swelled evenly. Fong Ping said calmly, dare to call my boss an idiot? This slap is payback for that. Wu Yanfeng sneered, dare to threaten a new member of the Dawn Society right in front of the boss? This slap is to teach you a lesson. You. Zhang Cheng pointed at them, trembling all over with anger. He was a dignified level 3 awakened, after all. 2 big slaps, what a tremendous blow to his spirit. What? You have a problem with that? Or do you want to fight back? We'll be ready. Seeing how arrogant these two in front of him were, he knew both of them were level 3 awakeners, and this time he could only admit defeat. Seeing their former captain being bullied like this, the other team members felt no sympathy at all. Instead, they found it utterly satisfying. Jiang Chang didn't just stop at scolding, he directly took action. Truly protective, no doubt about it. This kind of organization is what a good organization should be. Their hearts were filled with emotion, and they couldn't help but want to go up and give 2 big slaps as well. This scene fell into the eyes of other squads, and for a moment, they also felt a bit restless, hesitating whether to join in. In their eyes, a level 3 awakened was already in existence at the pinnacle. Even Jiang Cheng from before was someone they dared not offend in the slightest, but Zhang Hao had 2 strong individuals of the same level under his command, who seemed in no way weaker than Jiang Cheng himself. And Zhang Hao himself is an intimidating presence who can instantly kill 5 level 3 zombies in a single encounter. How could they not be tempted? A female team leader finally couldn't hold back and cautiously stepped forward to probe. Boss Zhang, our team would also like to join your Dawn Society. But we really don't have any supplies left. We only have a few level 1 crystal cores on us. Can the membership fee be delayed a bit? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Hao turned his head to look over. He saw a stunningly beautiful girl, her hands crossed, clutching the hem of her clothes. The expression was very tense and somewhat timid. Yes, her skin was very dark, but it differed slightly from her neck, clearly a deliberate attempt at ugly makeup. Moreover, this squad was very peculiar. All the members were women. Each female team member used makeup to conceal their appearance, evidently as a means of protecting themselves. Saw Zhang Hao observing them. Miao Xiaoxiao mustered up her courage and said with a pleading tone, Boss Zhang, we're not lying to you. We really don't have any supplies left. Our team members have been starving for 2 days. We can go out on the streets to kill zombies and collect crystal cores. We'll be able to gather the membership fee very soon. Please, could you be a little lenient with us, okay? No, I think you've misunderstood. Zhang Zhang Hao smiled faintly. Manhwa voluntarily handed over the supplies, but that doesn't mean it's some so-called membership fee. Joining our Dawn Society doesn't require any membership fee, and the supplies and crystal cores they hand over will all be equivalently converted into contribution points. The so-called contribution points in our organization serve as a universal currency. Whether it's crystal cores or food, they can all be purchased with contribution points. Got it? Got it. Sorry for the misunderstanding, Miao Xiaoxiao apologized. No problem. What's your name? What type of awakened ability do you have? My name is Miao Xiaoxiao. I'm a level 2 awakened of the mental system. Although I'm the team leader, I currently don't have much combat ability. My power allows me to communicate with plants and use my abilities to activate some plants. The activated plants can only be used to alert us to nearby enemies, but they don't have much offensive capability. Miao Xiaoxiao felt a bit guilty. For a moment, he became uneasy. His ability was quite unreliable. He was afraid that Zhang Hao might not allow the sisters to join because of their lack of strength, which would be troublesome. Who would have thought? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Another psychic awakener? So you're plant-based? You could say that. My ability is indeed quite useless, but my sisters are very powerful. I hope you won't mind. That's great. Your ability is amazing. Just as important as Manhwa's. I welcome you to join us. Ha? You mean you're letting us join? Miao Xiaoxiao was a bit confused. She had originally planned to step back and let other sisters join, but Boss Zhang agreed so readily and seemed to value her abilities a lot. What's going on? Zhang Hao's excitement is actually quite simple. It lies in the fact that this Miao Xiaoxiao has immense potential for the future. The plant system may not seem impressive at first, but in the future, she will not only be able to communicate with plants but also control them. But, in the early days of the apocalypse, all living beings underwent mutations. Instead of all animals, plants also have a probability of mutation, and some mutated plants are extremely powerful. In his impression, before achieving transcendence in his previous life, during his adventures outside the suburbs, he encountered a super willow tree that had reached advanced mutation. This tree was so powerful that it was almost impossible to approach, as every willow branch seemed alive. Many awakened individuals, greedy for the crystal cores, went one after another, but all had their brains pierced by willow branches and their brain matter drained. Zhang Hao fought against it for a while but ultimately returned empty-handed. These mutated plants are almost impossible to tame, and their movement speed is extremely fast. The most crucial point is that when they are not attacking, they are no different from ordinary plants, and only awakened individuals with psychic abilities can detect the anomaly. Only the very rare plant-based branch of the psychic system has the possibility of taming this, because these people's spirits are naturally highly compatible with plants. If a large number of mutant plants can be tamed in the future and stationed around the settlement, they could almost replace more than half of the guarding duties. If that giant willow tree could be tamed, a single tree could hold up half the sky. Of course, this is just one of the abilities of the plant system. In the future, as Miao Xiaoxiao's level increases, she might even awaken the ability to rapidly mature crops like rice and wheat, as well as double their yield. Such talent absolutely cannot be missed. In the future, when the organization grows larger, crop cultivation will definitely be indispensable. Moreover, the psychic system is already rare, and the beast taming and plant systems are even rarer. Manhwa is currently only controlling some ordinary animals, but in the future, he will likely be able to control powerful mutated animals as well. The phrase "one man equals 1,000 troops" is no joke. The talent for infrastructure is also basically complete. For example, Mao Su of the rock system, Zhang Fei of the wood system, Fang Ping of the earth system, and Mou of the metal system. The intelligence aspect can also be constructed quickly, such as Manhwa of the beast taming system. Agriculture no longer has any worries, such as Xiao Xiao Miao from the plant department. Now everything is basically ready. This time, we really have to thank Jiang Chang. Without him, it wouldn't have been possible to gather talents so quickly. When everyone heard there were no membership fees, they all eagerly joined. Apart from 3 small teams who were temporarily observing with a reserved attitude, the other 9 teams all joined the Dawn Society, totaling 46 people, 28 first-level awakeners and 18 second-level awakeners. Some awakeners were so hungry that they barely looked human. Zhang Hao instructed Fang Ping to distribute the bread, biscuits, and water from the 2 backpacks to everyone, further winning over their loyalty. Very soon, they devoured their food ravenously. Fearing that they might not have these foods tomorrow, they had no choice as their days had been too miserable. At first, those unaware of the black rain killed many zombies and grew stronger, but their physical condition deteriorated to the point where they didn't dare to go out and search for supplies. They could only endure their hunger, hoping for the black rain to stop. "Thank you, President, we are full," everyone said gratefully. This pitiful appearance left Zhang Hao feeling helpless. "Now that you're full, what about the welcome dinner this evening?" In the end, he still didn't say it, fearing the new members wouldn't be able to handle the disappointment and burst into tears. "You're welcome, let's go back." Zhang Hao waved his hand grandly, then led the group away. The other 3 teams that hadn't joined also returned to their own territory. laboratories, leaving Jiang Cheng alone in solitude. Everyone was holding umbrellas, walking along the road. Except for Fang Ping and Wu Yinfeng, everyone is present. Mengwu hesitated for a moment, a trace of ruthlessness in his eyes, and said, President, Jiang Cheng is someone who holds grudges. This time, you poached his people, and he will definitely harbor resentment. In the future, he might look for an opportunity to retaliate. Although we're not afraid of him, there's no need to deliberately leave a potential threat. Why not let Brother Fang and Brother Wu take care of him? Zhang Hao looked at him, his eyes filled with growing admiration. Good kid, not bad. The organization needs talents like you. It seems I didn't misjudge you. The president flatters me. So, when do we take action? Meng Wu asked. Zhang Hao pushed up imaginary glasses and said in a chilling tone, we'll act as soon as everyone steps out, of course. What did you think Fang Ping and Wu Yinfeng left to do? Unless something unexpected happens, Jiang Cheng is already a corpse by now. Meng Wu suddenly understood. No wonder Fang Ping and Wu Yinfeng are nowhere to be seen. It turns out they had already left to deal with the aftermath when they departed. Meng Wu lowered his head and apologized. President, you had already thought of this. I'm sorry, I overstepped and shouldn't have spoken out of turn. Zhang Hao looked at him with increasing satisfaction. No, this kind of speaking out of turn, I like very much. To be honest, it's been almost a month since the apocalypse broke out, and you're the only new member who has suggested the idea of eradicating the problem at its root. None of the veteran members have shown this attitude. At the welcome banquet later, I will commend you and give you an important position. This, President, I just joined, isn't it a bit inappropriate? Will the other members have any objections? Meng Wu was flattered. What's inappropriate about it? Power is something you have to fight for. Whether you're a new member or a veteran, if you don't have the ability, don't occupy a position and do nothing. Let capable people take the lead. Zhang Hao's words showed no concern for the presence of others. At this moment, Fang Ping and Wu Yanfeng also returned, carrying Jiang Cheng's head in their hands. This immediately made the other members roughly understand what kind of person the president was, though some felt it was a pity. It wasn't that no one shared the same thoughts as Meng Wu, they just weren't sure about the president's personality, so they didn't dare to suggest getting rid of Jiang Cheng. Now it seems, missed a perfect opportunity to catch the president's attention. Everyone looked at Meng Wu with envy in their eyes, but it wasn't enough to spark jealousy. After all, the organization has just been established, and there will be plenty of such opportunities in the future. It's not like they won't have chances for promotion. The only question is, what position will Meng Wu hold? Fang Ping and Wu Yanfeng exchanged a glance, feeling a sense of crisis to some extent. These newcomers are impressive. Winning the president's favor so quickly, we old members need to step up our game too. Fang Ping whispered, President, it's done. This is Jiang Cheng's crystal core. There aren't many supplies, just a dozen or so cans and some water, all in the bag. Just put it back in the warehouse. Throw away the head, it's not needed. Zhang Hao didn't comment on anything. Killing Jiang Cheng, who had just entered the third rank, was actually something Fang Ping could handle alone. But to be on the safe side, he still sent the two of them together. If they still let him escape, then they would truly be a bit useless. As for bringing back the head, it's just to let everyone take a look, to understand what kind of organization this really is. If you can't figure it out even after eliminating the root, it's better to quit early. After returning to the supermarket, with over 50 people on the first floor, it felt a bit crowded. Moreover, there are only 6 or 7 compartments, which definitely can't accommodate everyone. But it's not impossible, there are plenty of vacant shops next to the supermarket. Just clear them out and place some furniture inside. However, since the front and back doors of the neighboring shops haven't been reinforced and have already been broken through by zombies, they need to be repaired. After thinking it over, he called over Fang Ping, Mao Su, and Zhang Fei. What's wrong, President? I need to knock down the walls of several adjacent shops. Will there be a risk of collapse? Does anyone here know about this? Zhang Hao asked. Mao Su quickly raised his hand and said, I know. I used to work in construction. If the president wants to knock down an entire wall, it probably won't work. Knocking down the wall of one shop isn't too risky, but doing several definitely carries a risk of collapse. Then what should we do? Opening just one door is fine. Using rocks to support the beam won't pose any risks. Do we need to repair the broken door of the shop, or can we just block it directly with rocks? Can you and Fang Ping's earth abilities work together to withstand the zombies' destruction? Zhang Hao asked again. Absolutely, it's no different from building a wall. Awakened ones are not only faster but also more stable. That's good. First, instruct everyone to clear out the neighboring shop, then you and Fang Ping block the door. After that, break through the wall to allow members to interact, but there must still be privacy. We'll need Zhang Fei to make a wooden door. No problem, right? No problem, President. Zhang Fei nodded. Then let's start now and try to finish before nightfall. Yes, President. Everyone began to mobilize. 50 or so people quickly cleared out the shop. During this time, a few scattered zombies came to cause trouble, but they were easily dealt with. Building the wall wasn't too difficult, and by around 8 p.m., all the work was basically completed. Zhang Hao took some folding cots and furniture and placed them inside. A total of 5 shop-converted rooms were prepared, with each room housing 2 teams. More than enough space to accommodate over 100 people without any issue. Half of the first-floor supermarket was converted into a collective meeting hall, while the other half retained its original layout. In the center were 3 large rotating tables, used for communal dining. Zhang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Very nice, everyone, have a seat. Everyone took their seats, all wearing smiles on their faces. Although it was a bit troublesome just now, moving beds and chairs and all that, but everyone felt that this was a sign of the president valuing them. After all, who cared about having a bed before? People just slept wherever. Zhang Hao scanned the room and said loudly, although I gave a brief introduction earlier, I still need to clarify the rules and regulations of our Dawn Society. First of all, our organization has several positions. Besides the president, there is also the Legion commander who leads a 100-member awakening team, but we'll get to that later. The regiment leader has 5 captains under them, each managing 4 squads. Each squad consists of 5 awakened individuals. Typically, actions are carried out at the squad level. All crystal cores and supplies collected by the squads from killing zombies must be handed in and exchanged for corresponding contribution points. Depending on the rank, the exchange rates for crystal cores and supplies will differ. Ordinary members can exchange for level 1 crystal cores. Captains with contribution points exceeding 500 and who pass the promotion assessment can exchange for level 2 crystal cores. Battalion captains can exchange for level 3 crystal cores. It took about half an hour to finish explaining. Everyone roughly understood. The rules were fair, and there were no objections. It's just that. What about Manhwa? Didn't the president want to give him a position? Could it be the leader? No way, right? There aren't even 100 people, and Manhwa's combat ability is very poor. If he becomes the leader, they definitely won't accept it. Just now, the president divided everyone into 10 small teams. Fang Ping and Wu Yanfeng were appointed as the team leaders, each temporarily managing 5 teams. When there are more teams, outstanding members will be promoted to team leaders again. This gave them hope for promotion. Team leader, that's just a few steps away from being a regiment commander. It is not only a symbol of power but can also be exchanged for better resources. In addition, for some special members, I will set up some special positions. Zhang Hao continued. For example, Manhwa can control certain special animals, like using rats to gather intelligence for our organization. Therefore, I will establish an intelligence department, and Manhwa will temporarily serve as the head of the intelligence department. Head of the intelligence department? What kind of position is this? Everyone was very curious. How does it compare to Fang Ping and Wu Yanfeng's level? Manhwa was also curious. Could it be at the team leader level? He just joined. It's impossible for him to be at the same level as Fang Ping and Wu Yanfeng, right? Although he still held on to some hope. Zhang Hao said indifferently, according to the rank of positions, the minister and the regiment commander are on the same level. On the same level as the regiment commander? Doesn't that mean it's the highest position besides the president? Not to mention Manhwa and the others, even Fang Ping and Wu Yanfeng were stunned, and for a moment, a sense of crisis overwhelmed them. Have we already fallen out of favor? Ministerial level, second only to the president. That kid Manhwa just got here, and he's already above the 2 of them? How could there not be a sense of crisis about this? Especially Fang Ping, who originally prided himself on having a unique and unparalleled position in the president's heart. After all, which member could sit next to the president and watch action movies? And it was even a movie personally recommended by the president. But then this kid shows up and becomes the star? Even ranked higher than the 2 of them, the team captains? Damn it. Is this kid with the surname Mang going to become the new favorite? This can't happen. Fang Ping felt a little flustered inside. However, little did he know, Zhang Hao did it on purpose. It was to put pressure on Fang Ping and Wu Yanfeng, the veteran members, so they could compete with each other. This is the only way to create a good organizational atmosphere. Manhwa was also shocked and said nervously, President, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Other members might also be capable of taking on this position. Why don't you reconsider? Why would it be inappropriate? You're the only beast tamer in our organization. Could any other member possibly be more suitable for this position than you? Zhang Hao glanced around and explained, until a second beast tamer awakener appears, you are the most suitable candidate for the head of the intelligence department, without a doubt. Although the Minister of Intelligence and the captain are of the same rank, the powers of the 2 departments do not interfere with each other, and you do not have the authority to mobilize other members. Then thank you, President. After hearing the explanation, Manhwa also gladly accepted. The intelligence department is obviously a very important division, and in the future, once it is fully established, it may not necessarily belong to the Legion. Although the others were shocked, they did not feel any jealousy, because what the president said was indeed very true. Only Manhwa from the beast taming faction was most suitable for this position. The others simply couldn't handle it. Hearing that Manhwa couldn't interfere with the Legion, Fang Ping and Wu Yanfeng also breathed a sigh of relief. Additionally, I need need to emphasize something regarding the exchange of supplies. In order to prevent members from maliciously hoarding, the number of crystal cores exchanged per person per day cannot exceed the daily absorption limit of crystal cores. For example, a level 1 awakened can absorb up to 8 per day, so they can only exchange for 8. If someone is out on a mission and cannot return to the base that day, they can apply to me for an additional exchange. Zhang Hao continued, as for food, there will be 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. These 3 meals will be provided at the communal kitchen, with each meal costing 5 contribution points. I will also eat together with everyone. Our organization chef, Su Mengyan, will prepare the meals, and we eat whatever she makes. If it doesn't suit your taste, you can request a private meal from Su Mengyan, but you'll need to pay an additional amount of contribution points. These rules left the new members present completely stunned. What the heck? 3 meals a day? Is this the apocalypse? Is there such a good benefit? Everyone suddenly felt as if they were living in a dream. President, did you say 3 meals a day? Is that true? Do we have that much food? Wouldn't it be too extravagant? How about just 2 meals? 1 meal would be fine too. The new members like Manhwa were so excited that they could hardly contain their emotions. Each of them kept asking questions to get to the bottom of it. Some people were surprised, some were worried, and some even cried. Zhang Hao smiled and said, no need, it's just 3 meals. Everyone doesn't need to worry about the food. Oh wow. Long live the president. The president is amazing. I want to have your babies. Idiot, why would a man like you give birth to monkeys? Only I can give birth to monkeys for the president. None of you are good enough. I can offer my butt to the president. That's disgusting. Get lost. The members were all extremely excited. Many people were moved to tears. There's no other way. These people have had such a hard life. Forget about 3 meals a day. Even having 1 meal a day is considered extremely fortunate. Does this meal require contribution points? Isn't that to be expected? Only 5 contribution points? That's practically free. What a great organization. They suddenly felt that joining the Dawn Society was the right choice. Alright, since we've talked about almost everything, let's start our organization's first welcome dinner. Big fat, second fat, serve the dishes. Zhang Hao quietly waited for their emotions to settle and clapped his hands. Su Mengyan and Su Mo went to the kitchen and brought out dish after dish. There were both cold and hot dishes, with excellent color, aroma, and taste. For example, kung pao chicken, spicy shrimp, sweet and sour ribs, boiled sliced pork, braised lion's head meatballs, cold mixed 3 shreds, and so on. A total of 18 dishes, with over 20 plates served per table. There was also steaming hot rice, along with rib soup and egg soup. There's more food? Wasn't that meal in the afternoon just the bread we ate before leaving? Ah, what kind of divine food is this? Why was I eating bread back then? The members were dumbfounded. They never expected the daily food supply to be like this. They always thought that every meal was just nibbling on bread, and if they were lucky, eating some canned meat. Even Manhwa, who had always been mentally strong, was stunned and asked somewhat uncertainly, President, are you saying that the food every day is of this scale? Isn't it supposed to be instant noodles or compressed biscuits or something like that? More or less. Lunch and dinner are like this. Breakfast will be simpler, like steamed buns and fried dough sticks. Everyone shouldn't mind, right? Zhang Hao said in a very nonchalant manner. Don't mind, don't mind. Manhwa and the others swallowed their saliva. Is it like this every meal? Oh my goodness. The treatment in our organization is simply better than before the apocalypse, isn't it? Alright, everyone, dig in. Don't worry about wasting. Whatever's left can be reheated and eaten tomorrow. Thank you, President. Let's eat. Wow, this braised lion's head is amazing. So delicious. Is this supposed to be stir-fried pork with chili? This is clearly chili stir-fried with pork. Is meat free or something? Why are there ribs in the rib soup? Isn't the soup made from stewing the ribs? Slurp. Another bowl, please. This shrimp is amazing. So tender. What the heck? Zhang Hao waved his hand grandly, and everyone buried their heads in eating. The veteran members were the same. Although they usually ate a lot, it couldn't compare to today's feast. Fortunately, the new members had done a bunch of hard labor in the afternoon, so their stomachs were partially emptied. Could it be? So there was basically no food left. Mainly because Su Mengyan, the chef, did a great job, and the dishes came out quite quickly. After eating and drinking their fill, Zhang Hao said calmly, alright, get some rest. When the sun sets, the zombies will enter their berserk state again. By then, everyone can kill some zombies to digest. Yes, President. Manhwa and Miao Xiaoxiao, stay. The rest of you, leave. The crowd dispersed, and Zhang Hao led the 2 of them upstairs to the 2nd floor. Manhwa and Miao Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance, feeling uneasy inside. Why were they singled out? In usual films and TV dramas, those newly promoted underlings have to offer daisies to the boss. Could it be that the president has this kind of fetish too? Oh my gosh, my chastity is in danger. But such a handsome president, it doesn't seem impossible? Seems like I even made a small profit? Just as the 2 hadn't finished their mental scenarios, Zhang Hao interrupted their daydreaming. Xiao Xiao, have a seat. Ah, sitting down to do this? That doesn't seem right. It's fine, just be casual. In private, private, I'm a laid-back person. Laid-back? So does that mean both men and women are okay? As a man, I should set an example, right? Manhwa gritted his teeth and sat on the sofa. Just as he was about to take off his clothes, his skinny frame looked just like a monkey. Zhang Hao's face immediately turned sour. Wait, why are you taking off your clothes? I said to make yourself comfortable, but not this comfortable. Doing it without taking off clothes? Isn't that inconvenient? What are you talking about? I told you to sit. I'm doing it. Manhwa looked innocent, while Zhang Hao looked confused. The two of them stared at each other for a full 5 or 6 seconds. Coupled with Miao Xiaoxiao's blushing face, Zhang Hao immediately understood. Manhwa also realized that he had misunderstood. He quickly put his shirt back on, so embarrassed that he wished he could crawl into a hole. Sorry, President, it was my misunderstanding. You guys are something else, don't let it happen again. Manhwa breathed a sigh of relief. Miao Xiaoxiao blushed deeply, but she seemed a little disappointed. The president is really handsome. What a pity. Alright, let's get down to business. Zhang Hao slowly said, do you know why I want you to take the position of Minister of the Intelligence Department? Apart from being suitable in terms of ability, the president probably wants to stimulate competition, right? Not bad, you see things very clearly. You flatter me. Then aren't you worried about being envied by everyone? Or causing feelings of hostility? Zhang Hao asked again. Not to that extent. Although the head of the intelligence department is on the same level as a regiment commander, it actually poses no threat to them. Everyone wants to become a regiment commander to lead more awakened teams rather than join the intelligence department. Manhwa said confidently, besides, my combat ability is very poor. Even if the department has more Beastmaster type awakeners in the future, at most, I would help the organization handle some logistics or something. It's impossible to fight bravely like the Legion. They won't be jealous, let alone hostile. That's not necessarily true. You underestimate the potential of your ability. The Beastmaster type is not just a support system. Right now, you can only control some ordinary animals, but in the future, when your mental strength becomes stronger, you could control more powerful mutated animals, thereby forming a force that cannot be ignored. Zhang Hao's eyes gleamed as he said, this force is in no way weaker than the Awakeners Legion and even has certain advantages in some aspects. When the time is right, if your abilities are still up to par, I will appoint you as the leader of the Beastmaster Legion, one of the 6 major legions of our Dawn Society. In Zhang Hao's future plans, a legion must be at least on the scale of 10,000 people to be called a legion. It's not just a single legion, but a total of 6 major legions have been established. They are respectively Vanguard Legion, Justice Legion, Shadow Legion, Beastmaster Legion, Light Legion, and Guardian Legion. The so-called Vanguard Legion is an awakened legion that integrates offense, defense, support, and control. Its sole future duty is to enter cities occupied by millions of zombies, eliminate the zombies, and collect crystal cores and other strategic resources. This legion is destined to suffer heavy losses, accompanied by sacrifices. Hence, it is called the Vanguard. In the future, Fang Ping might be appointed as the leader. The responsibility of the Justice Legion is to annihilate enemy forces when the organization's gathering place is attacked by other factions. The Dawn Society will not provoke trouble, but it is absolutely unafraid of it. If you provoke us and are then wiped out by us, that is an act of justice. In the future, Wu Yanfeng might be appointed as the leader. Shadow Legion, as the name suggests, is a legion hidden in the shadows. It will be formed by elite awakeners skilled in assassination, and the numbers won't be too large. But when those small factions that don't know their place insist on provoking, there's no need for the Justice Legion to take action. It's like using a cannon to shoot a fly. The Shadow Legion moves out to directly assassinate the opposing leader. Then the Justice Legion uses force to intimidate, causing the enemy to collapse. Su Mo is a good candidate for Legion Commander, provided he can correct his previous shortcomings. The Beast Legion is a legion formed by the Beast Taming Department, responsible for basic intelligence gathering among other tasks. It is responsible for eliminating various mutated creatures in the mountains and forests. The Beast Taming system can navigate complex terrains like forests with ease, recruiting all that can be recruited and eliminating those that cannot. As for the Light Legion, it is composed of light-type awakened individuals. Not only is it responsible for purifying water resources, but it can also become a very strong support legion in the future. But there are very few light-type awakeners, so it will take a long time to assemble, and it cannot be rushed. The last, Guardian Legion, is composed of plant-type awakeners. In the future, building the new base far from the city will inevitably require mutant plants to defend the homeland. Of course, these are all plans for the future. Right now, we haven't even gathered 100 people yet, so we need to plan carefully. Moreover, the choice of the leader isn't necessarily fixed on them. If someone more outstanding appears in the future, Zhang Hao will also consider them. This means they need to work hard to become stronger themselves. Leader of the Beast Taming Legion? After hearing Zhang Hao's words, Manhwa's heart trembled continuously. Although he didn't quite understand the meaning of this title, he was greatly slightly shocked. He could clearly sense the president's vast, ocean-like ambition, and he didn't feel it was bragging at all. Instead, he felt a deep sense of conviction. President, I've seen mutant animals before, but I don't seem to be able to control them. Can I really do it? Manhwa asked with some concern. Absolutely, you have to believe in yourself. Okay, I won't let you down. Miao Xiaoxiao was also motivated by Zhang Hao's grand vision. The fighting spirit of the two became extremely high, and afterward, Zhang Hao briefly assessed their abilities. Mengwu could temporarily control 50 ordinary rats, with a range not exceeding 20 kilometers, which was more than enough to gather intelligence in the vicinity. Miao Xiaoxiao can activate 5 ordinary plants, such as pothos. These plants are alert to various abnormal behaviors. If there is a zombie attack, they will actively flap their leaves to give a warning, and the effect lasts for 3 days. At night, everyone is asleep. Suddenly, they are awakened by the sound of the plants flapping their leaves. A large number of zombies surged toward them, 5 or 6 times the previous amount. There were at least 400 to 500 zombies, over 70% of which were level 2. Standing by the window, Fong Ping said with a slightly serious expression, President, because our numbers have increased, we've attracted more zombies. If 400 to 500 zombies charge at us, they'll break through the main gate directly. I know, so we have to stop them, Zhang Hao said. Then should I bring people alone? No need, I'll go myself. Zhang Hao twisted his neck, his gaze indifferent as he said, these zombies can't break through my defenses. Later, you just need to take care of the remaining ones. It's been a long time since I last fought. It's time to stretch my muscles a bit. He put on a leather raincoat and leaped forward. He charged straight into the zombie horde, wielding dual battle axes in a frenzy. Squelch, squelch. Heads were severed one after another. The zombie bit frantically but couldn't break through the skin. Faint electric arcs flickered across his body, making him look like a war god, leaving everyone in awe. So fierce. The president is so strong. Did you see that? The zombie's teeth even broke off. The president's physique is also very strong. Could it be a dual ability of physique and lightning? For those new members, it was their first time seeing Zhang Hao in action, and just this once left them with an indelible impression. A considerable number of remaining zombies charged toward the supermarket, but they were easily wiped out by the team led by Fong Ping and Wu Yanfeng, leaving the other new members to merely watch helplessly. Looking at the imposing figure ahead, he chuckled speechlessly. It seems the president wants to show off in front of the newcomers. What show off? Clearly, it's about showing one's greatness in public, okay? Fong Ping corrected. The two of them weren't foolish either. The previous food had already attracted a wave of new members. By providing sufficient resources on the crystal core, their loyalty has increased significantly. Now is the time to show strength. Let everyone understand how powerful the leader of this organization is. The display of strength, material incentives, and promotion of members have already fostered a considerable sense of belonging among everyone. With a sense of belonging, loyalty is not far away. Fortunately, the new members, instead of just standing idly by, also began to contribute more. In no time, over 400 were easily wiped out. After collecting the crystal cores, everyone returned to the supermarket. Many first level awakened, although uninjured, still experienced a significant decline in their physical condition due to the black rain. Second level awakened, as long as they wore their raincoats properly and stayed out for no more than a few hours, were not greatly affected, while the impact on third level awakened was negligible. Zhang Hao no longer allowed first level awakened to go out and kill zombies. They were still too weak. Even wearing a leather raincoat, staying for a while will make one weak. Wait until the black rain ends, and at least upgrade everyone to level 2 before proceeding. The night grew deeper, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. A group of zombies appeared again, but this time there weren't many, only a little over 200. Among them, a male and a female zombie were particularly eye-catching. Their body shapes were similar to ordinary zombies, but some of their organs were extraordinarily massive. The male zombie wore shorts on his lower body, but they couldn't conceal the grandeur of his brothers between his legs, which were so long they coiled up to his waist. As for the female zombie, her enormous breasts completely covered her upper body, making her face entirely invisible. There is no aesthetic appeal, only ugliness and disgust. The visual impact is overwhelming. Seeing this scene, everyone started talking at once. Look at those two zombies, have they mutated? Why does it look so creepy? This male zombie's is so long. Wrapping it around the waist, is that even possible? The female zombie isn't bad either. I've seen G before, but this is outrageous. This must be Z, right? So freaking ridiculous. Zhang Hao patiently explained, these are level 3 zombies of the physical type. Unlike other types that can use various abilities, their physical bodies grow stronger based on the obsessions they had during their lifetime. Some people wish to run fast during their lifetime, so after becoming zombies, their movement speed becomes very fast. Others might have wanted to be like Wolverine, and after turning into zombies, they developed sharp claws. Fong Ping complained, how ridiculous must these two zombies' obsessions have been during their lifetime. Wu Yanfeng agreed wholeheartedly, you can tell one of them was flat as a board, and the other was a toothpick in their past life. This type of zombie, you two handle handle it. Be careful to avoid their attacks, the physical type zombies are very fast. Yes, President. The two of them leapt down. All the other second-level team members followed closely behind. They naturally took responsibility for clearing out the remaining zombies, ensuring they wouldn't interfere with the captain's battle. Looking at the two grotesque zombies in front of him, Fong Ping wore a look of disgust. How about you handle the male one? I'll take care of the female one? No way, the male one is too disgusting. Just the thought of being attacked by that thing. The two felt a chill run down their spines, utterly disgusted. How about we play rock paper scissors? The loser deals with the male zombie. Rock paper scissors. You lost, haha. Fong Ping threw a punch, and he threw paper. Overjoyed, he headed straight for the female zombie. Although the female zombie was somewhat disgusting, being attacked by a big chest might be a bit more acceptable, right? Seeing that he was just a few meters away, Fong Ping activated his ability. Earthen spikes shot up from the ground with a series of wet thuds, piercing through the female zombie's limbs and pinning her in place. Fong Ping drew his dagger. Seizing the opportunity, he swung it down toward her head. He thought victory was assured, but just then, the female zombie let out a furious roar. A broad chest was suddenly thrust forward, completely covering the face. A short dagger was plunged into the chest. The thick layer of fat only broke the surface and couldn't penetrate further. Damn, this toughness is insane. Fong Ping's eyes widened. He was just about to pull out the short knife, but he noticed the opponent's chest actually starting to squirm. The blade was firmly stuck inside, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. At the same time, the female zombie's body trembled. A tremendous force shattered the earthen spikes, and her hand swung toward his head. Won't let me pull it out? Damn it. So ruthless. Fine, I don't want it anymore. Fong Ping didn't dare to take that hit head on. Decisively abandoned the weapon and retreated several steps. But a solemn expression appeared on his face. This zombie was very strong. The defense in that area was extremely high, and it could even control fat to seize weapons, clearly showing intelligence. It should be said that it was even stronger than the last mutant zombie he killed, reaching the level of an elite monster. Roar! Roar! That female zombie actually took down the short knife. Holding the weapon in one hand, she shakily pounced again. She can use weapons? Just like the intelligent zombie the president encountered last time? Fong Ping's pupils contracted tightly, but he did not panic at all, pretending to fall. A second before the short knife in the female zombie's hand struck, he burrowed into the ground. The next second, he eerily appeared behind her. The dagger in the right hand suddenly stabbed, piercing into her head. People were talking animatedly. The female zombie let out a miserable scream, clearly still capable of struggling, and turned around as the two large pieces of flesh on her chest spread open. Die, human! Like a bloodthirsty maw, it was about to crush the human skull in front of her. Although unexpected, Fong Ping remained calm and unhurried. Layer upon layer of soil covered, perfectly concealing the head without leaving the slightest gap. At the same time, Fong Ping's right hand twisted the dagger chaotically. Even though everything before him was pitch black, he showed no trace of fear. Thud! The female zombie fell to the ground and died. The earthen armor on Fong Ping's head shattered into pieces, and thin streaks of blood seeped from his skin. It was obvious. He almost suffered a setback in an unexpected place, but fortunately, it was resolved. Fong Ping exhaled a heavy breath and suddenly grew worried. It's not easy to kill this zombie. I wonder how old Wu is doing. Could he have already been strangled to death by the male zombie's long thing? This female zombie is too tenacious. Even though her head was pierced through, she could still resist. If it weren't for my defensive abilities, it would have been truly dangerous. Being crushed to death by a Taro, that's just too humiliating. But this is enough to prove the strength of the physical system in the early stages, even more powerful than the ability system. Wu Yanfeng was indeed caught in a tough battle. He is a long-range type awakener, but this zombie is capable of both long-range and close-range attacks. Every time he tried to create some distance to wear the opponent down, the male zombie would fling his 10-meter-long appendage straight at his neck. Wu Yanfeng could only dodge to avoid being strangled to death. Even if it couldn't strangle him, being restrained would still be a huge problem. But in close combat, the opponent's physical strength was superior, and he simply couldn't win. But all he could do was scurry around like a rat, dodging back and forth in a thoroughly miserable state. You're really not cutting it, old Wu. Need me to give you a hand? Fong Ping jeered gleefully. Screw off. I don't need your help, I'm about to finish him off myself. Wu Yanfeng raised his hand and flung out 4 or 5 ice blades, but all were easily dodged, as the zombie twisted its legs. Whoosh! An indescribable stick flew over. This time, Wu Yanfeng did not dodge and directly used level 3, Ice Pillar. 5 icicles formed, directly freezing Gigi, rendering it completely immobile. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Yanfeng shot an ice arrow straight at the enemy's head. However, the zombie astonishingly sacrificed its Gigi, tearing off its lower body to avoid the deadly ice arrow. Black blood flowed from its lower body, leaving the spectators in shock. Wow! Impressive! It actually tore it off. A werewolf among zombies. I admire it. Fortunately, zombies don't feel pain, otherwise it would have fainted from the agony on the spot. Just as everyone Everyone was marveling. The male zombie charged forward at an incredible speed. Just as he was about to be bitten beyond recognition, Fong Ping's reinforcements arrived. Screech! The short knife slashed horizontally. The zombie's neck was severed, collapsing to the ground. Fong Ping said smugly, "Thank me, won't you? I could have killed it myself." "Mind your own business," Wu Yanfeng said arrogantly. "TCH, fine, don't thank me then." Fong Ping didn't care at all. Wu Yanfeng's potential is no less than his. Alright. However, since he entered the third rank a bit later, it's normal for his strength to be slightly inferior. Alright, let's go back. Just as the two of them were about to return to the supermarket, suddenly, two more level 3 zombies rushed out from the corner of the street. They were still of the physical type, but compared to the previous two, their physical development seemed much more normal. One of them was about 2.2 meters tall, with incredibly muscular arms. Another one climbed quickly on the wall with its 4 legs down. Die for me. Its posture was very much like a spider. Oh, interesting. Shall we continue? Bring it on. Fong Ping and Wu Yanfeng were filled with fighting spirit. Squelch! The zombie with thick arms suddenly smashed toward him. Even if your strength is immense, you're still just flesh and blood. Let your hand break for me. Fong Ping raised his short knife and slashed, his eyes showing a confident expression. His expression turned stiff. The moment the dagger touched the opponent, it unexpectedly emitted a metallic sound. A tremendous force was transmitted, causing the dagger to be directly flung away. Fong Ping spat out fresh blood. His whole body was sent flying, crashing hard against the wall. He could feel his internal organs churning, blood and energy surging chaotically. From just that light, seemingly effortless blow, he had at least broken several ribs. How is this possible? Why didn't I even break through its defense? What is this power? I've only ever witnessed something like this from the president. Fong Ping's pupils contracted sharply. Could it be a zombie at the president's level? Is the other one just as strong? The two were utterly horrified, finding it hard to believe for a moment. The crawling zombie on the wall opened its mouth and spat out a tongue over 10 meters long. The tongue was covered with barbs, looking extremely grotesque. At such a speed, Wu Yanfeng couldn't react at all and could only wait helplessly for death. A critical moment. A streak of silver light tore through the air. A battle axe was seen hurtling from the second floor of the supermarket, its speed equally astonishing. The crawling zombie, sensing the danger, swiftly retracted its tongue. A figure landed in front of them, dressed in a black raincoat and holding a battle axe. You two step back. The liquor and the giant arm are not something you can handle at your current level. Liquor? Giant arm? Fong Ping and Wu Yanfeng were a bit confused, but greatly shocked, also knowing that now is not the time to be curious. The two returned to the supermarket under the escort of the team members, watching the president fight two zombies alone under the black rain. These two zombies were, of course, not ordinary zombies. The degree of their evolution was already quite high, almost at the level of having one foot in the 4th tier, not something those two ridiculous zombies from earlier could compare to. Their physical bodies have also reached an incredible level. The arms of the giant arm zombie have already undergone extreme hardening, making them impervious to ordinary weapons. If it weren't for Fong Ping's short blade, which is a refined piece of equipment forged from metal, otherwise, it would have snapped in an instant. The strength of this zombie is almost unmatched among third-level zombies. The liquor, on the other hand, has highly evolved limbs, making it extremely agile and capable of climbing walls, with a tongue that can attack from a distance like a toad. The two zombies, working together, are virtually invincible in the early stages. The two zombies are clearly very intelligent and have noticed that Zhang Hao is not an ordinary human, so they are observing from a distance. But Zhang Hao was not so patient. I know you can understand what I'm saying. Leave my territory now, and I might spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me when you're dead later. Roar! Roar! His words were arrogant, provoking the giant-armed zombie to charge forward with a howl. Zhang Hao revealed a triumphant smile. The provocation tactic succeeded. The giant-armed zombie swung a punch. Zhang Hao swung his axe with one hand, and at the moment of contact, both took 2 steps back simultaneously. The giant-armed zombie scratched its head, clearly stunned. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, licked the corner of his mouth, revealing a rare excitement. Finally, a zombie that doesn't lose to me in strength. Let me have some fun with you. Clang, 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 clang. One man, one zombie, clashing endlessly. The concrete ground cracked. Zhang Hao grew more and more excited as he fought, while the giant-armed zombie became increasingly doubtful about its existence. Are you the zombie, or am I the zombie? Ha ha ha, keep dancing. Zhang Hao's dual battle axes whirled wildly. Lightning flickered on the axe blades as the thunder enchantment activated. The strength of the giant-armed zombie was completely suppressed, and its thick arms, as sturdy as utility poles, began to show numerous cracks. This creature actually chose to maneuver in fight, no longer clashing head-on with the human before it. Although it's very embarrassing, there's no other way. This human is simply outrageous. Such a strong body, and yet they can enhance weapons with lightning? Is this freaking cheating? Watching as it grew increasingly exhausted, the giant-armed zombie let out a roar. It grabbed Zhang Hao's axe with both hands, struggling struggling to prevent the opponent from breaking free of its restraint. Roar roar. Big hands. The liquor spat out its barbed long tongue, rushed straight to Zhang Hao's face. The situation seemed extremely critical. Zhang Hao decisively let go of his left hand. He tilted his head slightly to dodge easily and grabbed the long tongue with his bare hand. Been waiting for you, this time you won't escape. Zhang Hao revealed a faint smile. With a sudden pull, a tremendous force yanked the liquor over. At the same time, blue lightning flickered in his right hand, resembling a blue sun. The liquor showed a terrified expression, trying to sever its tongue to escape, but it was too late. The thunder blast pierced through its head. Then it exploded, and the crystal core fell to the ground. The giant-armed zombie took advantage of Zhang Hao loosening his grip and punched him, forcing him to stagger back more than 10 steps. Come on, shall we continue? A trace of blood seeped from the corner of Zhang Hao's mouth, but he didn't care at all. Without the interference of the liquor, he became even more excited. The giant-armed zombie was beaten back step by step and turned to flee. It was scared. This human is too strong. It couldn't understand why there would be such a powerful human at this stage. Previously, the third-level awakened humans they encountered were almost instantly killed in one blow. Why was it the other way around this time? But Zhang Hao would not let it escape. The giant-armed zombie flexed its arms, seemingly intending to fight to the death. However, Zhang Hao's hands crackled with lightning, and the twin thunderbolts directly pierced through its arms. Then, with a battle axe, he decapitated it, and the giant-armed zombie fell to the ground, dead. But in the next second, retrieving the crystal cores, Zhang Hao expressed his happiness. 2 nearly level 4 strength-type zombies should shorten my progress to level 4 by several days, right? Not bad at all. These 2 zombies specifically delivering crystal cores are really considerate. Having watched the entire battle, the members of the Dawn Society all swallowed nervously. Is our president this strong? Those 2 level 3 zombies could probably annihilate all of them without any problem, right? One can climb walls, the other can break doors. No human could escape their deadly grasp, yet today they fell at the hands of the president. They seemed to see an incredibly vast future. If there were a system, it would probably display these above their heads at this moment. Loyalty +1, loyalty +1. Zhang Hao returned to the supermarket and everyone respectfully bowed. President, you've worked hard. Not at all, not at all. Everyone has worked hard too. There shouldn't be many zombies left. Everyone, go take a rest. Yes, President. Everyone dispersed. But everyone's desire to become stronger is growing increasingly intense. Not to mention the new members, even the old members feel a strong sense of urgency. Such a promising organization can't afford to fall behind. Zhang Hao took off his slightly dirty black trench coat and gave it a quick clean. After finishing the cleaning, he sat on the chair feeling refreshed, stroking the raven in his hand. The raven chuckled and said, "Daddy, you're amazing." "Right? I think so too." "Then can I go take a bath with Miss Mengyan?" "Not allowed." "Don't you want to go too?" "No." Zhang Hao shook his head indifferently. "Women are uninteresting. Bathing with women is even more uninteresting." With no women in your heart, slaying zombies comes naturally. This supreme state is not something ordinary people can master. "So you praised me just to take a bath with a woman?" Zhang Hao was very displeased. "Of course not. Daddy is the best. If we don't bathe, then we don't bathe." Zhang Hao said a bit more seriously, "Didn't I ask you to go to the northern suburbs a few days ago? Did you find any clues?" "No, sorry. A few days ago, he sent the raven to the northern suburbs. It was to find the mutated big willow tree from his previous life. To be precise, it was a red willow, because after that big tree washed the brains of many people, it turned red. In any case, the style was the very eerie kind, and sending the raven to search was also to prepare for taming it as early as possible. If this red willow becomes too strong in the mid to late stages and its intelligence gradually matures, it might not be so easy to tame. But unfortunately, the raven didn't find it. "Dad, is that willow tree very strong?" The raven was very curious. "Of course, it's very strong. Compared to you? That depends on which stage of me you're comparing it to. If it's now, then it's definitely not as strong as me, because it probably hasn't grown up yet, and there's a high chance it hasn't even started mutating." Zhang Hao said confidently, "In the later stages, when it becomes a high-level mutated plant, it will be more troublesome. Those willow branches will be too many for me to get close. It's just that I don't want to get hurt, otherwise, I could deal with it at some cost." "That's really impressive. Should I go look for it again tomorrow?" the raven asked. "No need. On one hand, it's not easy to find. On the other hand, even if you find it, you can't move it, because early-stage mutant plants can't move on their own. If you transplant them, they are likely to wither. Let's wait a bit longer." "Alright, I'll listen to you." The two of them fell silent. Zhang Hao woke up peacefully, while the raven continued to keep watch. Even with Miao Xiaoxiao's plants on guard, it still didn't trust anyone completely. It had to ensure Dad's safety. Fortunately, it was a psychic type and didn't need much sleep each day. Black Rain, the 7th day. That night was the same as usual. However, there weren't any zombies as fierce as yesterday, so Zhang Hao didn't need to take action. During this time, one of the remaining 3 teams that hadn't joined perished, and the others, unable to hold on, joined the Dawn Society. Not far away, the members of the Dawn Society grew to 65. After 7 days, the black rain stopped. But everyone was cheering, but Zhang Hao showed no sign of joy. They believed that the end of the dreadful black rain meant humanity would one day see a new dawn. But little did they know, the black rain was merely the prelude to the apocalypse. The moment of true despair was still far from arriving. Zhang Hao wasn't afraid either. He had braved it alone in his previous life. Gathering so many elites in this lifetime, once the 6 major legions are fully formed, there's no reason we can't make it to the end, right? Hearing everyone's hopeful words just now, Zhang Hao murmured to himself, the dawn of humanity? No, their fate has nothing to do with me, Zhang Hao. Squelch, I only want to create a dawn that belongs to me. After the black rain ended, Zhang Hao began inventorying supplies in crystal cores. The food amounts to about 600,000 tons, with 2,400 first-level crystal cores and 950 second-level crystal cores. In just 7 days, nearly 1,000 second-level zombies were killed. Is that a lot? For the average person, it's certainly not a small number. But compared to the total number of zombies, it is just a drop in the ocean. The organization now has 65 people, with about 20 second-level awakened individuals, and only Fang Ping and Wu Yanfeng is third-level awakened individuals. The rest are all first-level awakened individuals, which is definitely not enough when facing a uniform group of second-level zombies. Moreover, the early stage of the apocalypse is the easiest time to obtain crystal cores. Low-level zombies are dumb, and killing them isn't difficult. By the mid to late stages, when large numbers of intelligent zombies appear, the difficulty of obtaining crystal cores will skyrocket. Should we use second-level crystal cores for first-level members? If we do, as long as their talents aren't lacking, the entire team could reach the second level within a few days. But would that be like forcing growth prematurely? Spies and such, Hu Xiaonan has already divined that they don't exist. Loyalty is also fine, especially since yesterday he dominated everywhere, and the various benefits he provided had some effect. Zhang Hao fell into deep thought, and soon he made a decision. The issue of forcing growth is actually very easy to solve. Let everyone gradually improve during the process of killing zombies. Those who have made it this far must have some foundation. Too powerful. The most critical issue is that the strength of the level 1 members is too weak. Although the black rain has passed, the zombies' berserk mode has not disappeared along with it. At night, when hundreds of zombies besiege the base, level 1 members can hardly hold their ground. If there are casualties, it would be a loss outweighing the gain. After all members have been promoted to level 2, they can also support the organization more quickly. After confirming the plan, Zhang Hao gathered everyone and announced the news. The black rain has ended, but all the zombies have been promoted to level 2. The berserk mode has not disappeared, and the crisis is not over. Considering everyone's good performance these days, the channel for exchanging level 2 crystal cores will be opened early for everyone. Members who need to exchange for level 2 crystal cores can apply to Fang Ping. The exchange period will last for 7 days. Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Can we exchange for level 2 crystal cores now? The president is truly kind. I can also advance to level 2 now. That's amazing. We can exchange without an assessment. The president is incredible. The first level members were all very happy. Previously, second level crystal cores were not allowed to be exchanged, and although they didn't have much resistance to this, everyone wanted to become stronger and kill zombies, but without second level crystal cores, upgrading was too slow, so they felt there was a bit of preferential treatment. Now with the second level crystal core, everyone's loyalty to Zhang Hao has soared to another level. Zhang Hao was pleased to see this. As for why it was set to 7 days, it's very simple. If one can't reach the second level in 7 days, then their talent is truly quite average. After all, it only took Fang Ping 2 or 3 days to advance to level 2 using a level 1 crystal core. If a level 2 crystal core were used, it would only take half a day to upgrade. For ordinary members, 7 days is already long enough. Zhang Hao is looking for elite members. Whoever can advance to level 2 faster proves that this member has greater talent. If their loyalty is good, then nurture them. The members exchanged about 200 second level crystal nuclei, leaving over 700. Alright, once everyone has absorbed the crystal nuclei, those who need to go out should head to the streets to kill zombies. Operate in 5-person teams and gradually clear the surrounding streets of zombies, but don't spread out too much and stay alert to support each other. Yes, President. Well, the rest of you can leave. Fang Ping, Wu Yanfeng, Moyu, Mao Su, Mengwu, Suemo, Su Mengyan, Hu Xiaonan, the 8 of you stay. With the order given, everyone returned to their rooms. Zhang Hao and the others went up to the second floor of the supermarket. Poof, have a seat. Thank you, Chairman Xia. It's okay. 8 people sat on the opposite sofa, quietly waiting. Zhang Hao looked at them and said slowly, I won't beat around the bush. The task for the rest of the organization members is to kill zombies and collect more crystal cores. If they can obtain supplies, that's even better, but if not, it's not mandatory. Currently, our Dawn Society has over 60 members, with 12 5-person teams. We need 3 major team leaders. Xiao Fang and Old Wu have already been confirmed for the positions, but we still need a 3rd major team leader. Do you have any suitable candidates to recommend? Hearing this, everyone fell into silence. This matter is really hard to discuss. If Fang Ping and Wu Yanfeng speak up, it might feel like they're trying to pull people into their own faction. If others recommend themselves, would it come across as overestimating their own abilities? What if we recommend someone else? That won't work. Who wouldn't want to be the team leader? And most importantly, they don't know if the president already has someone in mind. If there's already a target, wouldn't recommending someone else just cause unnecessary trouble? What? Don't you have anyone in mind? Or are you afraid to say it? Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. President, can I? Meng Wu asked. Not for now, Xiao Wu. You know the reason. Meng Wu didn't push further. He knows his current task. It is still mainly focused on intelligence, and he cannot interfere in other matters. When he advances to level 3 and can control powerful mutated creatures, then he might be able to make a slight effort. Anyone else? Self-recommendation is also acceptable. Zhang Hao glanced around. Mou and Mouse shook their heads together. One of them is a blacksmith, the other lacks strength. The former has no interest, while the latter has the interest but lacks the ability, so it's better to let someone else take it. Seeing that no one volunteered, Suemo finally mustered up the courage and raised his hand. President, I want to give it a try. The others saw Suemo raise his hand, which was also within their expectations. After all, Suemo was an old member, fully qualified in terms of experience, and could quickly advance to level 3 by absorbing a level 2 crystal core. It should be him, right? However, Zhang Hao shook his head. No. This sentence left everyone present stunned. No? Even the veteran member Suemo was rejected? Suemo was also taken aback, a bit unconvinced. President, my abilities are fully suited for this position, and I can quickly advance to level 3. Why can't I be the team leader? I said no, and that's final. Figure out the reason yourself. Everyone fell silent. Zhang Hao's tone was very firm, giving Suemo no leeway at all. Those in the know, Fang Ping and Wu Yanfeng, also dared not speak much. Was it probably because the siblings had contradicted the president last time? Suemo lowered his head, fists tightly clenched. Beside him, Su Mengyan also remained silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat suffocating. Zhang Hao paid no attention to his emotions and turned to look at Mao Su. 3rd squad leader, you take the position. Mao Su was instantly dumbfounded. Such a good opportunity actually fell on his head? Although he joined together with Wu Yanfeng, his own abilities were actually not very suitable. Mao Su was puzzled. Why did the president ask me to take on this role? Is it because of Sumo's previous reckless behavior? That can't be it, right? Mao Su braced himself and said, President, I think I might not be quite capable enough for this. It's you. I trust my judgment. Alright, thank you, President. The president's tone was very firm. There was no room for him to refuse, and no one else had expected it either. The position of the 3rd squad captain actually fell to the unremarkable Mao Su. Everyone looked at Suemo with eyes full of pity. As expected, whether before or after the apocalypse, you can't contradict your superiors. Little did he know, this was indeed not Zhang Hao targeting him, but rather the captain's role being extremely important. Sumo's behavior last time was overly self-sacrificing. Don't understand the principle of cutting the weeds without removing the roots, and they grow again with the spring breeze? Even if the enemy has a 1 in 10,000 chance of posing a threat, it must be nipped in the bud. If he still acts so self-righteous, it's fine if he gets himself killed, but if he drags down the entire team of 20 awakened, who will take responsibility? He needs to prove himself, to show that he is no longer who he used to be. If he can never prove it, Zhang Hao will never grant him power. Alright, the organization is now on the right track. Ordinary members will kill zombies and collect crystal cores, while we have more important tasks to handle. You don't need to know the specifics, but I need a few people to accompany me. Zhang Hao continued. Hu Xiaonan, Meng Wu, Mou, Wu Yanfeng, and I will set out at dawn tomorrow. The rest will stay at the base to manage the members. While I'm away, everyone will follow Fang Ping's orders, including the team leader. The others didn't quite understand. Only Fang Ping and Hu Xiaonan knew that the president was going to stockpile supplies again. But this time, Fang Ping, Suemo, and Su Mengyan weren't brought along, yet he took 2 newcomers? What's going on? And it's that Meng Wu again? Fang Ping felt a bit sour inside. Could it be that he had really fallen out of favor? After giving the instructions, Fang Ping stayed behind. What? Jealous? Are you? Zhang Hao teased. President, what's so great about Meng Wu? That kid? Why didn't you take me this time? None of these people are 3rd level awakened. If we really encounter danger, no one will be there to share your burden. Fang Ping said bluntly. Xiao Wu is pretty good, but I didn't intentionally leave you out. The organization has just started to get on track, but the members have only recently joined. Who can guarantee their loyalty? Wu Yanfeng has changed quite a bit, but how much of a sense of belonging he has to the organization is still uncertain. Hu Xiaonan is just a kid. Who would be convinced? Big Fat and Second Fat are decent people, but their personalities are too weak to take on major responsibilities. abilities. If something happens to the base, what then? Xiao Fang, you're the only one I trust the most, and you're the only one capable of keeping things steady in the rear. Do you understand? As soon as these words were spoken, Fang Ping was stunned, tears streaming down his face with emotion. Snot and tears mixed together, almost flung onto Zhang Hao's face. Zhang Hao patiently said, although Wu Xiaonan also knows my secret, that's merely speculation. Besides you and Raven, who else in the entire Dawn Society has seen it with their own eyes? Isn't that proof enough? President, please stop talking. I understand. The organization can't do without me. I will definitely help you guard the supermarket. Fang Ping spoke with firm conviction, his gaze resolute. He turned and left, his silhouette seeming even more imposing. Zhang Hao shook his head with a wry smile and sighed. This time, he set his sights on a grain supplier located on South Street. Its scale couldn't compare to the one in Highland, but it was decent, about 18 kilometers away from the supermarket. Not too far, but the supplier was in the direction of the city center, which meant the density of zombies there would inevitably be higher than here. Unfortunately, there are many people who can be used, but too few who can be trusted. Fortunately, this time the distance isn't far. Bringing a few people should be enough. The first floor of the supermarket. The Su siblings whispered to each other. Bro, this third squad leader position should have been yours, Su Mengyan said softly. Are you angry about it? A little, but more at myself. Angry at myself for being so muddle-headed back then, sigh. There will be opportunities in the future. The president isn't the kind of person to hold grudges. As long as you prove yourself, it'll be fine, Su Mengyan comforted. I know, I'm waiting. The siblings felt a bit helpless. Although the position of the third team captain didn't fall to him, they had no intention of blaming the president in the slightest. Alright, they are well aware of where the problem lies. But to prove oneself, there has to be an opportunity, right? It's impossible to just kill someone on the street to prove you're not overly compassionate, is it? That's unreasonable. Mao Su walked over, apologetically saying, sorry, Brother Su, I didn't mean to take the captain's position. It's fine. Since the president appointed you, just do your job well. I will. Mao Su nodded firmly. Although his abilities are not very strong, aren't abilities meant to be improved? At the beginning of the apocalypse, too many ordinary people have transformed. Since the squad leader position is in his hands, it cannot be lost. After absorbing the crystal core, the three squad leaders led their team members onto the streets to start killing zombies. It wasn't nighttime, and the zombies on the streets were quite sparse, with only 3 to 5 scattered here and there, so there was no need to worry about the team being too spread out. In less than half an hour, the 8 streets near the supermarket were cleared. At this moment, 2 dirty figures emerged from the corner of the street. It was a middle-aged couple in their 40s, rushing toward them. Suemo frowned and shouted, Stop! Who are you? What is your purpose? We have no purpose. My wife and I haven't eaten for 3 days. Could you give us some food? The middle-aged man pleaded. This food? Exchange it for crystal cores. We're just ordinary people. Where would we get crystal cores from? Oh, then go find someone else. There's no way the Dawn Society's food will be given away for free, Suemo directly refused. The middle-aged woman immediately became displeased. What? There are so many of you, right? You must have plenty of supplies. What's wrong with giving us a little food? Why won't you help us? Do you have no sense of morality? Morality? You're still talking about that in the apocalypse? Suemo laughed. Why can't I speak? The middle-aged woman said fiercely. The apocalypse can't end because of people like you. Clearly, you can help the weak, yet you stand by coldly, a bunch of heartless people. I hope you all go to hell. Me, wife, stop talking, let's go. The middle-aged man pulled his wife, ready to leave, but Suemo stepped forward with his team members and blocked them, his gaze gradually turning dangerous. Insult someone and still want to leave? What? You won't give supplies, and now you dare to kill people? Is there no law in this world anymore? Bullying ordinary people? What kind of skill is that? You parasites are truly disgusting. In the apocalypse, people like you are the ones who deserve to die. Help! Someone is harassing women. The middle-aged woman shouted curses at the top of her voice, but the next second, she was unable to make a sound. Suemo lifted his index finger slightly. The shadow behind her seemed to come alive, piercing through her body like a sharp blade. The middle-aged woman staggered and fell to the ground, her face still so disgusting. Why? Why did you kill my wife? We were just asking for some food. Why such a cruel act? The middle-aged man cried hysterically. Why? Sister, you explain, Suemo said. Su Mengyan, standing beside him, glanced up and down before saying, First of all, the two of you appeared too abruptly. Our group had just finished clearing the nearby streets of zombies, and then you came asking for food? It's hard not to question your motives at such a time. You claim you haven't eaten for 3 days, but aside from being filthy, your mental state isn't too bad. Clearly, you're lying. I suspect you're spies sent by another organization, so you must die. The middle-aged man was furious. You're killing innocent people based on mere speculation? No, the main reason for killing her is that her mouth is too foul. You're her husband, and although you haven't insulted us, you have enough reason to resent us, so you must die with her as well. Eradicating the roots is the principle of our Dawn society, Sumo said coldly. The middle-aged man was terrified and knelt down to beg for mercy. No, don't kill me. She and I are not a couple. We were hired by the South Street Blackheart gang. We were just here to gather some basic information about you. I only took a bit of food from them. It shouldn't warrant death, right? Please spare my life. I'm begging you. No, you must die. Sumo glanced at his sister. The younger sister understood and pulled out a dagger. She raised her hand and pierced his neck. An ordinary person could never deal with an awakened, let alone Su Mengyan, who was a level 2 awakened, even if she was a healer. Looking at the two ordinary couples lying lifeless on the ground, Sumo felt a ripple in his heart. But he had already hardened his heart. Since you have interfered in matters between the awakened, you must be prepared to pay the price, even if they really are just ordinary beggars. Just based on the way this woman is cursing and swearing, Sumo wouldn't let them off either. The president mentioned before that every awakened individual who survived the Black Rain is extraordinary, but ordinary people are even more remarkable. Nowadays, zombies are rampant, and countless people have died under the Black Rain. Not to mention ordinary people. Which ordinary person who has made it safely to this point is simple. These people are ordinary now, but what about the future? What if they are just slow to awaken? It's all possible. If they gain power in the future, they will inevitably pose a threat to the organization. So killing them is the only way to solve the problem once and for all. Su Mengyan grinned and said, "Hey, you did pretty well this time. The president might even promote you. Want me to go report it to him?" "No need. That would make my intentions too obvious." Sumo shook his head calmly. "The president will notice my progress sooner or later. I can afford to wait." "Then let's go back." The siblings took the team back. Before returning, the team threw the two bodies onto a street far from the supermarket. These bodies didn't have the chance to rot and stink, as nearby zombies would smell them and gnaw them clean. Members from other streets had almost finished collecting crystal cores and returned to the base. It was basically already afternoon. Night was about to fall. On the second floor of the supermarket, after listening to Mengwu's report, Zhang Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. "So there's an awakened organization in South Street too, called Black Heart Party? The name sounds awful." "It does sound awful. Our Dawn Society sounds much classier," Mengwu agreed. "I know. What about their numbers? How strong are they?" Zhang Hao asked. "Not many, only 25 people. No third-level awakened, most are second-level awakened, with fewer first-level awakened. The leader of the organization is a young man named Chi Wei," Mengwu replied. "Why? Oh, then there's nothing to worry about. But those people have blocked off the streets in the South District. I'm afraid they might deliberately cause trouble. Do you need me to bring people to deal with them? It's almost nightfall." "Forget it. I'll handle it myself tomorrow morning." "No need to make a big fuss," Zhang Hao said nonchalantly. "What about Brother Su? Performance is okay, but there aren't enough people to form a large team right now. Let's give him a position when there are more people." Sumo's actions in the afternoon, he already knew about them. Although this matter can't be fully proven for now, at least some changes have been made. It's just unexpected. The opportunity to prove oneself came so quickly. That very afternoon, two ordinary people were killed. That Blackheart Party really showed up at just the right time. Then simply give Sumo this chance. Whether he can seize it depends on him. If he still hesitates with compassion, then Zhang Hao, the future leader of the 6 Great Legions, Shadow Legion, will have to consider other candidates. The next day, at the break of dawn, Zhang Hao led Mengwu and the other 4 towards South Street. Sure enough, just before reaching South Street, several main roads were blocked by numerous vehicles, making it impossible for electric scooters to pass. Behind the vehicles, more than 20 people were acting arrogantly, as if they didn't take them seriously at all. "President Zhang, I've heard of you, the leader of the Awakeners on Central Street. I believe it's called the Dawn Society, right?" Chiwei said sarcastically. "You've gathered over a dozen teams. I, Xiaoqi, truly can't compare. Seeing you today, your reputation is well deserved. This aura is something ordinary people really don't have. I've long admired you." "Speak directly, I'm in a hurry," Zhang Hao said indifferently. "You're in a hurry? What a coincidence. So am I, a President Zhang. I see your family and business are thriving, and I truly envy you. My brothers and I can't even put food on the table. I just want to borrow a little food from you. Is that okay?" "I don't have the concept of lending here, only equivalent exchange. If you want food, exchange it for crystal cores." "Crystal cores? Sure, we've actually accumulated quite a few over these days. I have 200 second-level crystal cores to trade. How does President Zhang want to exchange? Name your price, and if it's sincere enough, I'll make the trade," Shiwei said casually. "I only have compressed biscuits here. 1 large pack of 5 kilograms for 40 crystal cores. I'll give you 5 large packs, totaling 25 kilograms. How about that?" Zhang Hao's price was very reasonable. A large bag weighs 5 kilograms, which doesn't seem like much. But inside, there are 20 small packs, each containing the energy equivalent of 4 large steamed buns buns, enough to sustain 20 people for an entire day. If rationed carefully, 25 kilograms would easily last a whole month. Moreover, he now has a full 300 tons of compressed biscuits. If exchanged at equivalent value, they could be traded for 2.4 million second-level crystal cores. This is absolutely a hugely profitable deal. So it's absolutely worth it. Strategic resources like crystal cores, stock up as much as you can. 25 kilograms? President Zhang, you're generous. I'll trade. He had his subordinates take out the crystal cores, and Hu Xiaonan also took compressed biscuits out of her backpack. After verifying everything, both parties exchanged crystals for biscuits. The transaction was completed. Zhang Hao was very satisfied. 5 packs of compressed biscuits got him 200 crystal cores. Rounding it up, it was basically a free profit. Shi Wei was also very happy, pointing at Hu Xiaonan with greed in his eyes. President Zhang, I am very satisfied with this deal. How about adding a little extra bonus? Why not give me this cute little girl? After all, women are everywhere in the apocalypse. To be honest, this is exactly my type. Why not fulfill my wish? Hearing this, Zhang Hao's expression turned strange. Splat. Next to him, Hu Xiaonan's face was so dark it had turned purple. Girl? And looks cute? Are you fucking blind? But I have to admit, Hu Xiaonan himself has delicate features. Young, with fair skin, and on top of that, nearly a month without a haircut. From a distance, he really does give off the vibe of a short-haired little girl, so it's no wonder Qi Wei mistook his gender. Wu Yanfeng, Meng Wu, and a few others held back their laughter. Zhang Hao was momentarily stunned as well. Just as he was about to explain, Hu Xiaonan exploded with curses. Are you fucking stupid? I'm a boy. A boy. The kind with a stick, you hear me? I bet if I whip it out, it's even bigger than yours. Are you blind or just an idiot? Are your eyes made of mung beans? Maybe I should just gouge them out and feed them to a dog, they're useless anyway. His insults were truly vicious. Deeply inheriting the true essence of the raven, Qi Wei's underlings were all furious. Before they could lose their temper, who would have thought Qi Wei licked the corner of his mouth, his fiery gaze fixed intently on Hu Xiaonan. Boy, a boy is even better, more thrilling. If you wore a Lolita outfit, it would excite me even more. Come on, follow brother Qi, I'll treat you well. I'll buy you all kinds of sexy stockings, like fishnet stockings, glossy stockings, sheer stockings, pink, nude, anything you want. From now on, you'll be the boss lady of my Blackheart gang. These words made Hu Xiaonan even angrier. Your mother. Let your old lady wear it. Do you believe I'll kill you? I'm so pissed off. Zhang Hao also found it a bit funny. But as the boss, he still had to take care of the members' feelings, so he stood up and refused. Don't even think about it. I won't hand over Hu Xiaonan to you. What's more, not to mention Hu Xiaonan's own value. Even an ordinary member, he couldn't possibly give away. People are not goods. How can there be any logic in trading them? No, brother Zhang, it's just an ordinary boy. Isn't that a bit much? I can add 50 more crystal cores. Will that do? Just consider it as me buying him, and give me, Qi Wei, some face. Qi Wei still wouldn't give up. In his view, 50 crystal cores are already considered a pretty good price. At this point, shouldn't you at least show some respect? But Zhang Hao's expression had already turned impatient. Wu Yanfeng could see this, so he sensibly stepped forward and said, I said no means no. Who do you think you are? Does our president need to give you face? Move aside and let us pass. Qi Wei's face darkened. Who do you think I am? Does your Dawn Society really think so little of me? Just the 5 of you dare to act so arrogantly? I'm giving you face by trading with you. What if I just take it from you instead? Bullying my boss? My boss has never failed to get the woman he wants. If you want to pass, hand over that little girl. Qi Wei's subordinates began to clamor. Zhang Hao sighed. Why insist on courting death? Since you don't want to make a deal, I'll just take it for free. Old Wu, kill them. Yes, President. With one command, Wu Yanfeng took action, raised his hand and flung out 5 ice blades, instantly killing 5 people. The remaining ones had no time to resist and were pierced through the head by the ice blades. It must be said, Old Wu's method of clearing enemies is indeed quite fast. Seeing his subordinates all tragically killed, Qi Wei gritted his teeth and said, you truly are level 3 awakeners. No wonder you, Zhang Hao, could gather so many squads and become the largest awakener organization on Central Street. Since you know, why still court death? Old Wu, send him on his way. Zhang Hao's expression was indifferent. Wu Yanfeng nodded and once again flung out an ice blade. Suddenly, a mutation occurred. Hadn't yet approached Qi Wei when the ice blade suddenly shattered. Wu Yanfeng looked vigilant, and at this moment, a red-haired girl, no older than 10, appeared in front of Qi Wei. The girl's face was dirty, and her clothes were barely scraps. Expressionless, her gaze appeared slightly dazed. Ha ha, did you really think I came unprepared? Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll wipe you all out, then take over your so-called Dawn Society. From now on, the biggest organization on South Street will be a Blackheart gang. Do it, kill them. Qi Wei stood with his hands on his hips, full of smug satisfaction. He really did have the air of a fox assuming the majesty of a tiger. The girl heard the order and lunged at them without hesitation. Just a girl, and you think you can turn the tables? Wu Yanfeng Feng let out a cold laugh. Then he tangled with the red-haired girl. After the sorrow he experienced last time, he can now be ruthless to anyone. Even if it's a minor, he won't show any mercy. Take this. Sky-shattering ice blade, tenfold strike. Wu Yanfeng clasped his hands in the air. 10 ice blades sliced through the air. His continuous movements completely blocked the girl's escape routes with the 10 ice blades. Even a level 3 awakened wouldn't escape unscathed from this move. If not dead, they'd be severely injured. He was very confident he could take her down. The red-haired girl remained motionless. With a gentle hook of the finger, the blood vessels of the corpses on the ground burst open. Scarlet blood swirled and flowed, enchanting yet eerie, deflecting all the ice blades. Immediately after, the flowing blood transformed into dozens of blood spikes, hurtling forward at incredible speed. Blood? What kind of ability is this? Wu Yanfeng's pupils contracted. Not daring to be negligent, he decisively used Ice Pillar. One ice pillar after another blocked in front of him, but the opponent's attack exceeded his expectations. Crack, crack, the icicles shattered inch by inch. It was a blood spike that fell on him, piercing through several bloody holes. Wu Yanfeng spat out fresh blood, his face turning pale. Damn it, it actually pierced through my icicles directly? Who on earth is this? Red-haired girl? How can she be so powerful? A third-level awakener of this caliber. Probably only the guild leader can subdue her, right? The red-haired girl was about to deliver the killing blow. At this moment, Zhang Hao's voice reached her ears. Red Lotus, that's enough. The red-haired girl stopped in her tracks. A look of confusion appeared on her face as she murmured softly, Red Lotus? So familiar, it feels like I've heard it somewhere before? Of course I'm familiar. It's your name. Don't you remember? Name? Yes, name. My name is Honglian. The red-haired girl's blank face showed a slight ripple of emotion. She turned to look at Zhang Hao and hesitated. Do you know me? Of course I know. Zhang Hao revealed a smile. Not only does he know, it's practically a household name, isn't it? The reason he dared to return alone to Linhai City in his previous life to seek revenge on Lu Yun was because he had advanced from level 9 to level 10. And level 10 represents transcendence. This level signifies that the awakened one has completed the first transformation of life. It is not something that can be defeated simply by numbers, and back then, transcendence, awakened ones also began to appear in Linhai City. However, their numbers were extremely few, not exceeding 10 people, one of whom was Red Lotus. Title, the Crimson Queen. Her awakened superpower is the rare bloodline ability. As the name suggests, Honglian can manipulate blood to attack enemies. Blood in all its forms, whether from humans, animals, plants, living or dead, is no exception. It can even make the enemy's blood flow backward. In her previous life, Honglian was just like Zhang Hao, a lone wolf. Her stunning beauty caused her quite a bit of trouble, as many awakened factions wanted to capture her alive, but they all ended up as dried corpses. Thus came the title of the Crimson Queen. Of course, in her past life, Honglian had also dealt with him quite a bit and gradually became friends. For example, that high-level mutated red willow tree bullied him several times, and Zhang Hao was unwilling to let it go just like that. But not wanting to get hurt, he asked Honglian to gang up on it together. In less than 10 minutes, Honglian had drawn a large amount of its blood from a distance, directly reducing its state to only half. Then Zhang Hao blasted its tree roots with thunder, not sparing a single willow branch, leaving barely any ashes. TSK, it died a miserable death. Later, as they got along harmoniously, Honglian gradually revealed her childhood. She grew up lonely in an orphanage, having no parents since childhood and suffering from mild autism, until she was adopted by Chi Wei at the age of 9. However, Chi Wei was not a good person. He adopted her to satisfy his perverse desires. Fortunately, in a law-abiding society before the apocalypse, he didn't dare to act inappropriately right away. After months of painstakingly building a relationship, he planned to molest her. But then the apocalypse suddenly broke out. Although both of them are superhumans, Honglian is much more powerful than him. Moreover, she has greater potential. Chi Wei can only slowly persuade her with emotion and reason. Gradually, Honglian was deceived into developing feelings, being young and ignorant of matters between men and women. Although she never let her guard down, she was still accidentally drugged and, in a daze, was taken advantage of. As Honglian grew up, she gradually became aware of the shadows from her childhood. After that, she tortured and killed Chi Wei 100 times over. Because of this, Honglian harbored deep hostility toward any man. Whenever she encountered a man with ill intentions, she would cruelly destroy his manhood, then slowly drain his blood, letting him die in agony. From then on, Honglian became the fearsome Crimson Queen. Zhang Hao was the only one who could enter Honglian's heart, and Zhang Hao also treated Honglian as a brother. In their past lives, whenever they encountered insurmountable obstacles, they joined forces to slay gods if gods stood in their way, and destroy demons if demons blocked their path. Although Lu Yun's awakened force initially did not have any extraordinary, awakened individuals, the large number of people inevitably led to some slipping through the cracks. So Zhang Hao called on Honglian to assist him, easily completing this revenge. Setting aside the matter of gratitude, just based on the close relationship from the previous life, he had to save Honglian. She doesn't even recognize him now. But, so Red Lotus looked at him, her expression puzzled, and asked, "You know me? Then what is your relationship with me?" This question left Zhang Hao stumped. How should he answer this? Could it be that he has to rely on bluffing? Honglian is a very smart child. Trying to fool her will only make her more vigilant, especially children with autism, who are very perceptive. If you harbor bad intentions, they can actually sense it to some extent. Zhang Hao took a deep breath and said, "I am your friend." Friend? But I haven't seen you before. Honglian shook her head. I don't really know how to explain this to you. Do you believe in reincarnation? In our past lives, we were the kind of brothers who shared both joy and hardship, but your childhood wasn't a happy one, Zhang Hao said seriously. In fact, you could even call it miserable. This time, I've come to save you. Come to my side, Honglian. I need you. Honglian fell silent. Not far away, Chi Wei was furious, shouting hysterically, "What are you doing, you little brat? Hurry up and kill them. I provide you with food and clothing, and this is how you treat me? Do you still want to eat meat?" Zhang Hao couldn't be bothered to respond to him. Honglian lowered her head and pointed at Chi Wei, saying, "Is my unhappiness because of him? Then can you let me eat meat? I don't eat much, just a little bit." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. "Sure, you can eat as much as you want, there's plenty of meat. Then I'll go with you." Honglian walked over. She reached out her dirty little hand. However, but Zhang Hao didn't care at all, gently holding her hand. Seeing this scene, Chi Wei was furious and shouted, "Bastard, this is outrageous," swayed by just a few words. "Are you an idiot? I should never have adopted you back then. Wasting my food, wasting my energy." But no one paid any attention to him. Honglian and Zhang Hao were affectionately gazing into each other's eyes. The red-haired girl's eyes gradually gained color, and a rare smile appeared on the black-haired young man's lips. "Honglian, shall we kill?" Zhang Hao, "Kill them." Honglian, "Alright, I'll listen to you." Another corpse exploded. The flowing blood transformed into sharp spikes, piercing through Chi Wei's head. The headless corpse staggered and fell to the ground. Even in death, Chi Wei couldn't understand why. Why was Zhang Hao able to win over Honglian with just a few words, while he had spent several months with Honglian and still couldn't get her to lower her guard? Little did he know, this was not abduction at all. In the hearts of children with autism, only sincerity can exchange for sincerity. Lies can ultimately only be met with lies. Who could tell that this seemingly false talk of reincarnation was actually true in the young heart of Honglian? Killing Chi Wei, the grudges of the past life are settled. Wu Yanfeng's injuries were not light, and he pleaded, "President, it seems like not bringing a healer this time was a mistake. If my wounds aren't treated soon, I'm done for. I don't want to die yet. I'm so handsome, and yet I'm still a virgin. This is practically the greatest insult to modern society. Please, President, save me." Zhang Hao rolled his eyes and looked at Honglian beside him. "Stop joking around, you won't die." "Honglian, can you treat him? Can you at least stop the bleeding for now?" "I can." The Crimson Lotus activated its superpower. Red light flickered in his eyes, and the bleeding holes on Wu Yanfeng's body surface were sealed, instantly stopping the injuries. As long as the penetrating wounds were gone, the remaining minor injuries could quickly heal thanks to the physique of a level 3 awakened. Wu Yanfeng stretched his muscles and bones, exclaiming in surprise, "President, Honglian is truly powerful. I couldn't even block a single move. Our Dawn Society has gained a great warrior. Isn't that obvious? Red Lotus can easily defeat 10 of you. Right now, you can still manage one move. Wait until Red Lotus's bloodline ability reaches its peak. Taking on thousands single-handedly won't be a problem, and they can effortlessly drain people into dried husks. Who among those who achieve the extraordinary isn't formidable? No matter how formidable you, Wu Yanfeng, were in your past life, you still didn't become extraordinary. At least during the time he returned to Linhai City, Wu Yanfeng was still a level 9 assassin. Fong Ping? This thing had long since perished. But in terms of potential, it definitely couldn't compare to Red Lotus. Zhang Hao felt very pleased. With Red Lotus, could the rise of the Dawn Society be far off? If I can persuade a few more extraordinaries, wouldn't becoming the uncrowned king of Linhai City be a sure thing? Zhang Hao had even thought of a name for the 7th Legion on behalf of Red Lotus. The name would be the Crimson Legion. Although bloodline awakeners are rare, they do exist. Moreover, after Red Lotus steps into the advanced awakened stage, she will gain a very powerful ability. Blood's Gift. This ability has no combat inclination, but it allows her to fuse her refined blood essence with ordinary people, enabling them to awaken bloodline abilities in a short time. It is also effective for awakened individuals, but it will replace their original ability system, requiring them to grow stronger again from level 1. That's just how twisted it is. That's just how unreasonable it is. It closely resembles the method used by high-ranking vampires in novels to grant ordinary people their bloodline. By then, mass-producing bloodline-powered individuals won't be a problem. If it weren't for being used to being a lone wolf in a past life, establishing a transcendent level force would have been ridiculously easy. After destroying the Blackheart gang, the supplies naturally couldn't be missed. Not only did they freeload over 300 second-level crystal cores, but they also reclaimed the previously taken compressed just biscuits. Freeloading is so delightful. It's just that Chiwei, that bastard, has abducted quite a few girls. Most of these girls are around 17 or 18 years old, naked, with vacant eyes, and not a single part of their bodies unscathed. They had clearly endured inhumane torment. Unlike Honglian, who was still naive, they resisted more fiercely, but that only meant the torment was even harsher. The Red Lotus didn't understand. Why are these big sisters not wearing clothes? And they neither cry nor scream. Do they also have autism? Zhang Hao said slowly, this is the darkness of the apocalypse. But the problem is, I don't understand. It's okay, you'll understand sooner or later. Wu Yanfeng asked, President, what should we do? Can he still speak? Or does he still have the will to survive in his eyes? Then set them free. Alright, President. Zhang Hao left with Han Lian. The scenes that followed are actually easy to imagine without guessing. Perhaps some people think we shouldn't decide life and death for them. If we kill them, how are we any different from demons? But if you don't kill them, then what can you do? Take them back with you? I see. These people have even lost their will to live. What's the point of bringing them back? Not taking her back, just leaving her like this? Such a result will only allow other malicious awakened to find them, and their painful lives will still continue. Is this what they want? Zhang Hao has never been someone who likes to meddle in others' affairs. Yes, in his view, sending them on their way was the kindest way to treat them. Zhang Hao never considered himself a good person. He was very selfish. If it were in the past, he might not have cared at all, because he had witnessed too many such tragedies. This time it was the young Honglian who touched the soft spot in his heart. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have cared. Clearing the obstacles on the road, Zhang Hao and the others continued on their way. Honglian couldn't drive, so of course she was with the president. Zhang Hao was behind, and Honglian was in front. Just now, I cleaned Honglian with some purified water and dressed her in a pink dress. Her little face was flushed. Her red hair is very striking. No need to look closely. This child has been a beauty since she was young. Those sisters look so miserable. Honglian pouted. Yeah, so I sent them to heaven. Squelch. Then you're a good person. I'm not. I've never been a good person. Seeing Zhang Hao's mood suddenly turned somber, Honglian pouted, not quite understanding why he suddenly became unhappy. Is it not okay to compliment someone? Honglian rolled her eyes and said, how did you know I have the ability to stop bleeding? We were good brothers in our past lives. I know all about your abilities, Zhang Hao said matter-of-factly. But I'm a girl. Honglian was a bit confused. Why would a girl and a boy together be called brothers? Zhang Hao almost forgot that Honglian was still a child. He patted her little head and said, that was my poor choice of words. I'm the older brother, and you're the younger sister. Is that better? Hee, now I have an older brother. I also have a younger sister. Are you happy? Happy. The two exchanged a smile. The scene was incredibly beautiful. In their past lives, they were brothers. In this life, they are siblings. Is there a difference? No difference, but it seems there is a slight difference. But in any case, the two reunited, and who can predict the direction of the future? Along the way, there were surprisingly few zombies. Every 100 meters, there were only 2 or 3, not even as many as around the Central Street supermarket. President, this isn't right. Although South Street isn't the city center, it's still closer than our Central Street. Why are there so few zombies? Wu Yanfeng frowned and said, it does seem a bit off. It looks like someone has already cleared them out. Maybe a fairly organized group has appeared in South Street. Everyone, be careful. Zhang Hao gave a reminder. The zombies in South Street have been cleared out so thoroughly. The greatest possibility is the emergence of a sizable organization of awakened individuals. These organizations, when facing smaller groups, might also take action to seize supplies. However, after passing through the main road of South Street and even seeing the suppliers building, no one made a move. President, no one made a move. Could it be that this group of people is more conscientious? Wu Yanfeng whispered. Not necessarily. Xiao Wu, use the mice to investigate. Zhang Hao turned to look at Manhwa. Okay, President. Manhwa lightly tapped the floor. 10 mice scattered from the corner, moving extremely quickly. Wow, this is the first time I've seen this. Truly impressive, Wu Yanfeng remarked. Everyone has their strengths. Brother Mo's metal abilities are even more remarkable, and I really admire them, Manhwa said modestly. Not worth mentioning, Mou replied succinctly. They chatted for over 10 minutes. 10 mice returned one after another, having completed their reconnaissance. That's right. Zhang Hao asked, how is it? There are no awakened ones nearby, neither in small nor medium-sized groups. Moreover, there isn't even a single ordinary person in those residential buildings. It's very strange, Manhwa replied. No awakened ones? And no ordinary people either? Zhang Hao's expression slightly tensed, his face turning serious. This is not a good sign. The zombies have been cleared out, and there isn't a single person around. This proves that there is something very dangerous here, making everyone too afraid to set foot in this place. Zombies have no brains, one comes, one dies. But people know how to avoid risks, so they simply evacuated from here. Gradually, a no man's land was formed. This is no simple matter, and ravens can smell the scent of decay from several kilometers away. Whether humans or zombies, none can escape, which proves that this dangerous existence is most likely some kind of mutated creature. What is this? But where is their lair? No need to think further, it must be the food supplier with the largest stockpile. Only here can they safely remain entrenched without worrying about survival issues. To confirm his suspicion, Zhang Hao instructed Manhwa to control the rats and infiltrate the supplier's warehouse. However, not a single rat returned, as all 10 rats were swiftly eliminated upon entering the warehouse door. Manhwa could only vaguely see a patch of white. It has upper and lower limbs, seemingly some kind of upright walking animal. No. Zhang Hao's expression changed dramatically, unable to hide his excitement. White, 4 limbs, and upright walking? Could it be it? My luck can't be this good, can it? The mouse was killed as soon as it went in. The creature inside must be very strong, most likely a level 3 mutant. President, what should we do next? Should we continue probing? Manhwa asked. No need, this mutated creature has a very strong territorial instinct. Zhang Hao instructed, ordinary rats can't scout thoroughly. The next action plan is simple. Xiao Wu, you and Mo you stay here. There are very few zombies nearby, and no awakened ones, so there are no safety concerns. Lao Wu, I, Hong Lian, and Raven will go in together. If that mutated creature can communicate, then we'll tentatively test its attitude. If a fight is inevitable, Lao Wu, you handle distraction and harassment. I'll focus on output. Hong Lian will hold the ground, and Raven will stay on standby from a distance. Understood, President. Mo Yu and Meng Wu nodded. Their combat ability was very poor, so they naturally wouldn't force their way in. Although they could also tell that the President seemed to have some additional matters to attend to, they tactfully did not ask further. Hong Lian blinked her beautiful eyes. What does holding the fort mean? Guarding the field means observing the battle from a distance and providing support whenever unexpected situations arise. What about damage dealers? Damage dealers are the ones responsible for the main combat. I can fight too, I'm very strong. Hong Lian's small face clenched her fists. Her small face was flushed red, looking extremely adorable. I know you're strong, but I'm worried you might accidentally kill it. Maybe next time. Alright then. Zhang Hao touched her forehead. Although Hong Lian was reluctant, she still pouted and nodded. That mutated creature, is it the one? Zhang Hao couldn't be sure, so he had to witness it personally no matter what. 3 people and a crow, fully prepared, stepped into the headquarters of the food supplier and found the location of the warehouse within 5 minutes. They had just opened the warehouse door. Whoosh! An iron rod came crashing down at an extremely fast speed. Wu Yanfeng, who had not yet shown himself, immediately became somewhat exasperated. Ambush me? Do you really think Wu Yanfeng is that easy to deal with? He activated his 3rd level skill once again. Icicles surrounded him, firmly protecting him. This move combined offense and defense, making it impossible for an ordinary 3rd level awakener to break through. Do you really think everyone is like that little pervert, Hong Lian? Old Wu once again showed a confident expression. Bang! The icicle was shattered with a single strike. The iron rod was about to come straight down on his head. What the heck? It broke again? Is my icicle a popsicle? So fragile? Wu Yanfeng was completely dumbfounded. He suddenly began to doubt his own abilities. The opponent's attack was swift, but Zhang Hao behind him reacted just as quickly. With one hand, he grabbed the iron rod that was about to strike old Wu, gripping it tightly to prevent the opponent from pulling it away. The creature before him had mostly white fur, with a distinctive pointed black crest on its head. The sides of the body, hands, feet, and tail are all gray-black. The area around the eyes and near the nose is bluish-gray, and the tip of the nose is upturned and deep blue. It stands about 1 meter tall. A face with a pointed mouth and monkey-like cheeks, its eyes reveal a spark of intelligence. This is no ordinary monkey, but it was a black and gold snub-nosed monkey, also known as the Yunnan snub-nosed monkey, Dian. Knocking me out the moment we meet? Looks like it really is you, huh? Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression calm, yet his heart was stirred with waves of emotion, along with an excitement he could hardly conceal. This black snub-nosed monkey is a level 3 mutated creature. It was once an animal in the South Street Circus, appearing quite ordinary, but in its previous life, this monkey was also extraordinary, and it is the most unique extraordinary, without exception. Because this monkey possesses a very rare dual-type ability, psychic and physical. Not long after the apocalypse broke out and mutations occurred, it instinctively learned the basics of human language on its own, and later, reading a large number of books allowed its intelligence to far surpass that of ordinary people. It was almost no different from a raven, except that ravens are lazy and don't bother to use their brains. Meanwhile, its physical strength allowed this black golden snub-nosed monkey to fear almost no danger in the early stages, and mental attacks were completely ineffective against it. In his previous life, this guy seemed very indignant and unwilling after watching Journey to the West, and his personality became violent. He believed that his fate was determined by himself, not by the heavens. What meaning is there in a life controlled by others? From then on, he named himself Sun Outyen and decided to become the Monkey King who reigns supreme in this apocalyptic world. Whether humans, animals, or zombies, in his eyes, they are are all monsters either dying under his club or submitting to him. Unfortunately, for some reason, he later failed. But Sun Outyan's dual ability combat power is no exaggeration. Even at the peak of Red Lotus, it could only barely manage a 40 to 60 split against him, which shows just how formidable he was. Met two extraordinary beings in just one day. How could I miss that? I must coax them in and train them slowly. Sun Outyan gritted his teeth and tugged hard on the iron rod, shouting, "Let go of me, old son. You stinking monster. Not letting go? What can you do about it? I'll smash your head with a stick, believe it or not. You can try." Zhang Hao's expression remained calm. Old Wu regained his composure, and a cold gleam suddenly appeared in his right hand. 10 ice blades shot straight toward Sun Outyan's head, but his head seemed as tough as diamond and steel. As soon as they made contact, the ice blades shattered into pieces. Haha, scratching an itch for old Sun? Feels really nice. Then why don't you try mine? Sun Outyan grinned, but hadn't finished speaking. Zhang Hao swung his battle axe with his left hand, slashing down fiercely. Sun Outyan raised an eyebrow, a strong sense of danger surging in his heart. He decisively abandoned the iron rod to dodge the strike. You're not so tough, are you? Didn't you still shy away from the president's attack? Do you really think you're Sun Wukong? Wu Yanfeng mocked. What do you know? Even Sun Wukong, with his indestructible body, fears pain. Otherwise, why would he dodge? Sun Outyan felt slightly embarrassed, but his gaze gradually became serious. If he can hurt me now, of course I have to avoid it. Stop talking nonsense. Who are you people? Why have you trespassed into my territory? Zhang Hao said calmly, who we are doesn't matter. What matters is that you need to come with me. Follow you? Why? Just because your staff is bigger than mine? No, wait, you don't even have a staff. You're a staffless monster. Ha, how pathetic. Sun Outyan mocked. Zhang Hao coaxed patiently, your staff is too lousy. If I chop it a few times, it'll break, believe me. I have someone under me who can forge metal. He can help you create a perfect staff, and in the future, it might even be like Sun Wukong's golden cudgel, able to stretch, shrink, grow bigger, or smaller. Is there really such a person? Sun Outyan asked in surprise. Then what are your terms? The terms are that you join us and become a member of the Dawn Society. Daydreaming. Sun Outyan suddenly lost his temper. The hair on his body bristled, and deep within his pitch-black pupils seemed to be a restrained golden light. You want to put a collar on me? Just like the inescapable fate of the golden circlet on Sun Wukong's head? You really are a bunch of damnable evil monsters. Take this strike from old Sun. Sun Outyan picked up another iron rod. With a leap, he soared into the air, his momentum like a rainbow piercing the sun. This strike seemed as if it could pierce through the earth. Zhang Hao shook his head helplessly. At this stage, Sun Outyan simply wouldn't listen to advice. He's completely stubborn like a mule. Better to use force to persuade him for now. Clang! Zhang Hao raised his battle axe to block horizontally. The weapons of the man and the monkey collided, producing a violent sound. The floor shattered, but Zhang Hao stood firm like a mountain. Blocking my full force strike with just one hand? This human monster is indeed very strong. Completely on a different level from those humans I've defeated before. Sun Outyan was startled. That female little demon beside him is no simple character either. Probably not someone to be trifled with. I must strike decisively and win in one blow, or I'll surely lose if they team up. Without hesitation, its eyes suddenly widened fiercely. In the depths of the black pupils, a glimmer of golden light flickered. A powerful mental invasion struck Zhang Hao's mind, leaving him dazed for a few seconds. Ha ha ha, go to hell. Sun Outyan, full of pride, was about to deliver the fatal blow. His expression froze, because he also fell into a dazed state. The other side has psychic support too? Damn it. Sun Outyan looked in the direction of the raven and said angrily, we are all of the demon race, so why are you helping these humans? Traitor to your ancestors, just you wait. However, an idiot. The raven rolled its eyes. This guy is completely out of his mind. Got too obsessed with Journey to the West, huh? Who is a demon clan with you? Who's trying to claim kinship? Shameless. Alright, let's continue. Zhang Hao started fighting with Sun Outyan again, and decisively enchanted the battle axe with thunder, instantly increasing its power. Sun Outyan's ordinary iron rod was chopped into several pieces in just a few strikes. Without a weapon, it was even less of a match for Zhang Hao and quickly fell into a disadvantage, being captured alive. What restrained it was a pair of handcuffs. It's nothing more than refined handcuffs reforged by Mou the blacksmith. Sun Outyan was very unconvinced and shouted, you cheated. Your weapon is better than mine, otherwise I, old Sun, wouldn't have lost. You, cunning human monster, if you have the guts, unlock me, give me a better staff, and I'll definitely fight you for 300 rounds. Give me a break, 300 rounds? Even 3 rounds are too much, Wu Yanfeng mocked from the side. As I said before, join our Dawn Society, and I'll give you weapons, as well as the chance to challenge me, Zhang Hao repeated. Don't even think about it. Daydreaming. Sun Outyan still refused. Zhang Hao frowned slightly, planning to take it back first and deal with it later. The reason Sun Outyan was so extreme actually had little to do with watching Journey to the West. It is not inherently violent, it is most likely due to the awakening of dual abilities, which caused some mental abnormalities. This is not something that cannot be recovered. Isn't it just a monkey? Zhang Hao truly doesn't believe he can't handle it. Red Lotus squatted down, curiously examining it. Brother Hao, it's so ugly. Sun Aotian angrily retorted. You're the ugly one, your whole family is ugly. I'm the most handsome in our tribe, no exceptions. You have no taste, you little demoness. Red Lotus innocently said. Anyway, it's ugly. Can I eat it? Eat? No, absolutely not. Zhang Hao was startled. Is Honglian really this fierce? But I'm so hungry, Brother Hao. I'm starving. I'll get you some meat when we go back. Have some bread to fill your stomach for now, okay? Red Lotus nodded obediently. She took the bread and began nibbling on it silently. Seeing Red Lotus calm down, Zhang Hao sent the others away, leaving Raven in charge of keeping watch. Then he began his stockpiling activities. The warehouse of this food supplier is not as large as the last one, but it's not too small either. It covers an area of about 8,000 square meters, but since this supplier mainly provides snacks, there aren't many staple foods. It's mostly dried fruits, such as raisins, dried apples, dried kiwis, dried mangoes, and so on. Nuts and roasted seeds, like peanuts, walnuts, pistachios, sunflower seeds, almonds, etc. Puffed and fried foods, such as potato chips, shrimp sticks, popcorn, rustic rice crackers, kang shui fu instant noodles, self-heating hot pot rice, onion rings, etc. Drink mixes, such as orange powder, cola, Sprite, sesame paste, lotus root powder, mengyo milk, eel yogurt, oatmeal, etc. A total of about 130,000 tons. Although these supplies are not staple foods, they are still quite useful. If the Vanguard Corps goes on long-term missions in the future, bringing these will definitely be more convenient and can completely serve as rations. Adding the previous 600,000 tons of supplies, a total of 750,000 tons has been accumulated. About to break the 1 million mark. Not bad, not bad. The feeling of stockpiling is really satisfying. I just can't stop. Let's continue tomorrow. However, it's about time to head back. It's almost afternoon, and it'll be troublesome once the zombies go berserk again at night. Zhang Hao sighed after saying this. He led his team members back to the supermarket base. Everyone was a bit surprised that the president actually brought back a talking monkey. But they weren't too shocked either. After all, they had already witnessed the crows. The second floor of the supermarket. The monkey was locked in a sturdy iron cage but didn't stay still for a moment. Dare to imprison me, the great sage? Do you believe I can kick over this 8 trigrams furnace and burn you all to death? Sun Outyen shouted and sang. Ha, ha, ha. One somersault, 80,000 miles, fiery eyes, copper head and iron shoulders, majestic and awe-inspiring, the great sage equal to heaven. None of you can subdue me. Of course. Fong Ping complained. Is this monkey crazy? He's even started singing, and he's treating the iron cage as the 8 trigrams furnace? Hearing this, is he considering himself the monkey king? It's indeed a bit unusual, but it needs to be trained gradually. Does anyone have any ideas? Zhang Hao asked. That's a bit difficult. Everyone was in a tough spot. If this guy were just an incompetent monkey, it wouldn't matter. But having strength and being mentally unstable, how do you train that? Wouldn't it be easy to get killed? Is there really no way? Zhang Hao felt a bit disappointed. Just as he was about to say something, Manhwa stepped forward, his gaze unwavering. President, I want to give it a try. You're not at level 3 yet, is that okay? Zhang Hao asked. I can do it. After getting permission, Manhwa stepped into the large iron cage, standing a meter away and looking at Sun Outyen. The expression was very calm, showing no signs of joy or sorrow. Although Sun Outyen's limbs were restrained, he provocatively said with a fierce glare, do you dare to come over? If you dare to take even half a step closer, I'll bite through your throat and make you die in agony. Do you dare to come over? Do you dare? Fong Ping and Old Wu frowned. Such an obvious provocation. Manhwa wouldn't fall for it, right? But in the next second, even Zhang Hao gave a slight reminder. Xiao Wu, don't get close to it. This monkey is very aggressive. It really will attack. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Manhwa lifted his foot and walked over, taking just 2 steps, directly facing the monkey at close range. No one expected Manhwa to be so brave. Ha ha, idiot. Go to hell. Sun Outyen laughed grimly. As if transformed into a hungry wolf, it pounced forward, baring its fangs, ready to cruelly tear his neck apart. How dare you? Zhang Hao's face darkened, about to step into the iron cage to save someone. However, something completely unexpected happened. Manhwa remained calm and suddenly shouted loudly. Vile beast, how dare you kill your master? Kneel down now. This sound was plain and unremarkable, without any power. But the strange thing is, Sun Outyen actually froze in place. A trace of fear appeared on his face, but his gaze quickly turned fierce again. I, old son, am not Sun Wukong, and you are not Tang Sanzang. I don't have a golden circlet on my head, and you think you can subdue me with just words? Even the Buddha himself wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. You don't have a golden headband, but you have one in your heart. Manhwa said calmly. What is this golden headband? Is it that tragic experience from your time in the circus? It should be, right? Shut up. Shut your mouth. Those humans abused you? Other animals bullied you too, so so that's why you hate everything, isn't it? Bastard, I'll kill you right now. Do you really think killing can solve your problems? It can't. The president said your dual ability awakening caused some mental instability, but I know you're fine. Your mental state is perfectly normal, you're just using killing to cover up your past pain. It's your way of protecting yourself, isn't it? Manhwa pressed on. Didn't those people deserve to die? Why did they treat me like that? Sun Outyen gritted his teeth. They did deserve it, and you weren't wrong to do what you did. But not all humans are bad. The president wants you to join us, not to imprison you, but to heal the wounds in your heart. I don't believe it. He just wants to use me. Sun Outyen was stunned. This human in front of him was someone he was seeing for the first time. But his spirit was as peaceful as the morning sun, and he didn't sense the slightest malice. Only infinite warmth. That feeling is like entering a mother's embrace, making it hard to let go. I can trust you, but I can't trust anyone else, and I don't want to follow anyone else's orders, Sun Outyen said bluntly. That's enough. You don't need to follow anyone's orders, but you can't intentionally harm anyone in the organization. I promise you. Can I stay by your side then? Sure. Then can I call you master? We're friends. You don't need to call me master. But I want to. That's fine, as long as you're happy. Master, hello. Outyen, hello. Manhwa unlocked Sun Outyen's iron chains. Then holding its monkey hand, he walked down to the first floor, their backs resembling a father and his obedient son. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. What's going on? No way, old Mang is impressive. He actually managed to tame this unruly monkey? Is this the beast taming system? A level 2 can subdue a level 3? And such a powerful level 3 monkey at that. This is simply like a cow flying on a plane. It's ridiculously amazing. Fong Ping, Old Wu, and Suemo couldn't help but marvel repeatedly. To be honest, Zhang Hao hadn't expected it either. In fact, he was just giving it a try earlier without much hope. After all, Manhwa is from the beast taming system, making it the most suitable. But Sun Outyen is a level 3 psychic, which gives him significant immunity to the abilities of the beast taming system. It was almost impossible to succeed. Who would have thought that Comrade Xiao Wu actually succeeded? From this perspective, Manhwa's talent in the beast taming system is undoubtedly among the best. For someone with such talent awakened, how is it that Zhang Hao had never heard of Manhwa's name in his previous life? This is truly strange. Could it be that Manhwa died young in his previous life? Dismissed the others, leaving only Fong Ping and Hu Xiaonan. Fong Ping said worriedly, President, is this really okay? Keeping such a dangerous being in the organization, what if that monkey suddenly goes berserk and kills someone? Isn't it simple? Just have Hu Xiaonan do a divination, Zhang Hao said calmly. Oh, right, then I'll give it a try. From now on, will it be dangerous to keep Sun Outyen in the Dawn Society? Hu Xiaonan raised her hand and tossed a coin. The coin spun and landed in her palm. A glow shimmered, revealing yellow. The danger level is very low? That means Xiao's method just now was effective, so there's no need to worry too much. I'm just curious about how he managed to do it. Zhang Hao's eyes flickered as he turned to look at the raven. Yada, where are Xiao Wu and Sun Outyen? They're strolling around the nearby shops. Strolling? Let them continue then. The nearby zombies have already been cleared, and with Sun Outyen's protection, there's no real danger. Dad, what do you think they're doing? What else can a man and a monkey do? Probably just teaching the monkey how to behave like a human. Inside a clothing store, a man and a monkey are strolling around, chatting with each other. Master, why are we going shopping? Because I want to teach you your first lesson, etiquette. Etiquette? I think I already have good manners. No need to teach me, Sun Outyen said arrogantly. Alright, but you're barely dressed, and that's not etiquette at all. You need to first learn how to dress properly. Don't worry too much about gender styles, just prioritize comfort, Manhwa said patiently. Why do I still have to wear clothes like humans? I feel so awkward and uncomfortable. Even if you're not used to it, you have to get used to it. You're so careless, you'll scare the female members. I don't want to get scolded by the president. Fine, I'll wear it. I don't want master to get scolded. Sun Outyen pouted. Alright, I'll find some children's clothes that suit you. You can also take a look yourself and see if there's any style you like. Manhwa said a sentence and then started looking for children's clothing, while Sun Outyen also began examining human clothes. After a while, it seemed to have found a type of clothing it liked. Master, can I wear this? It has so little fabric, it won't make my fur uncomfortable, and it should fit my chest well. However, Sun Outyen held up a lace bra and an A cup, in a very soft pink color, with a look of sheer delight on his face. Manhwa's forehead twitched with a black line. This is freaking women's underwear. So what if it's women's underwear? Master, didn't you just say earlier not to care about gender as long as it's comfortable? I really like this piece of clothing. I have to try it on. Sun Outyen put it on and felt it, eagerly exclaiming, wow, my chest seems to have become firmer. This feels amazing. It's as if my entire monkey life has gained confidence. I think I might really be in love with it. Can you grant my wish, master? I also want to grant your wish, but I really can't, because with you like this, everyone will think I'm a big pervert. Sun Outyen said seriously, what's wrong with being a pervert? I don't mind if master master is a pervert. Manhwa couldn't hold it in. You don't mind, but I do. Never would anyone have thought that this naive monkey would fall in love with a bra at first sight. The key is, does this guy like those pinkish, lace, semi-transparent sexy bras? This thing doesn't seem like something you'd wear on a proper occasion, right? Manhwa was a bit puzzled. Aotion, putting aside why you like lace, I don't understand why it has to be semi-transparent, so it can show off my strong chest muscles. The female monkeys will be totally infatuated, son Aotion said confidently. Why don't I remember male and female monkeys being attracted to each other like this? Manhwa asked in surprise. Of course not. Ordinary monkeys attract each other by grooming and scratching each other's fur. If the technique is good and the female monkey feels comfortable, she'll naturally raise her rear. Alternatively, the male monkey might offer the female monkey some fruit, and then they can mate. Sun Outyen said proudly, but am I an ordinary monkey? I am destined to become the monkey king of this post-apocalyptic world. How can I showcase my masculine qualities in such a primitive way? Humans are progressing, and so should monkeys. What you said makes a lot of sense, but a bra doesn't really showcase any masculine qualities. You should take it off. Really not possible. Manhwa patiently guided. I know you've always looked up to Sun Myokong as a role model. Just look at the great sage equal to heaven wearing a purple gold 7-star crown, stepping on lotus silk cloud walking shoes, draped in a golden chainmail armor, and wielding the Rui Jingu Bang. How imposing is that? How much does it exude masculine charm? If there's a chance in the future, I'll get you a set like that too. Isn't that 10 or even 100 times better than a pink bra? Wow, really? Sun Outyen was tempted. Why not? It's the apocalypse now. Nothing is surprising anymore. Manhwa chuckled and said, besides, our Dawn Society has a master blacksmith who can craft all kinds of refined weapons. No matter what, I'll first help you get a fine iron rod. It's definitely better than your pile of scrap metal, right? What about me then? You? That's great. Master, you're so good to me. It's what I should do. Sun Outyen put down the bra. Although still a bit reluctant, he was more eager to anticipate his new weapon. Sun Outyen thought viciously to himself, with the new stick, I should be able to beat that Zheng monster, right? Oomph, just wait. The beating I took last time will definitely be avenged. I'll make sure to smack your butt until it's swollen. He returned to the first floor of the supermarket. Everyone is either resting or chatting. Manhwa found MOU in the corner and got straight to the point. Brother MO, I need a refined iron rod, roughly matching Outyen's height. Can you forge a weapon like that for me? Brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, but our Dawn Society has over 60 members now, and the orders are almost booked up for the next half month. You'll need to make a reservation in advance, MOU said with difficulty. What should we do? Master, I want it. Sun Outyen whined, tugging at his sleeve. Don't worry, Aotion. Manhwa calmed the monkey's emotions, then turned to MOU and said, Brother MO, we at least completed a mission together yesterday. Surely you wouldn't deny me this small favor, right? Other brothers are brothers too. There's no prioritization here, unless you add money. How much? After all, you skipped over too many people. How about just 30 contribution points? 30 points? Manhwa felt a bit of heartache. For ordinary members, 30 contribution points actually isn't much. But the problem is, he's not a combatant. Altogether, he only has 30 contribution points. What will he eat after spending them? Brother, you know me, I can't earn much contribution points. Can you make it a bit cheaper? Alright, 25 points then. I'll earn a little less. Thanks, brother. Manhwa was deeply moved with gratitude. MOU waved his hand, indicating it was nothing. Manhwa thought MOU had given him a special privilege, but little did he know that everyone had it. As long as you give enough contribution points, it will be made for you immediately. What if it's just 5 points? But, then you'll have to wait in line slowly. The entire Dawn Society has only him as a blacksmith. It's completely a monopoly industry. What if there are objections? Even if the president comes, the price still has to go up. Ahem, that was an exaggeration. Of course, the president is free of charge. He's really making a fortune now, earning over 100 contribution points in just 3 days. This is even more lucrative than being a combatant. We really have to thank the guild leader for this. MOU looked at Sun Outyen and asked, Little monkey, what kind of style do you need? For example, color, design, or maybe some text? It can have a design? Then I want it like the golden cudgel, with gold on both ends, black in the middle, and the words Monkey King Sun Outyen on the surface. Got it. One moment. He took out more than 20 iron rods, with a piece of gold placed beside them. Then, touching them with both hands, the iron rods and gold transformed into molten iron, which flowed and formed into a slender rod. The molten gold coated the upper and lower surfaces, with the remaining gold revealing the 5 large characters Monkey King Sun Outyen, looking quite impressive. Now, although he is still a level 2 awakener, his mastery of metallurgy has become more proficient, allowing him to manipulate a greater variety of metals simultaneously. This makes the weapons no longer monotonous, with colors becoming more vibrant and diverse. After getting it in his hands, Sun Outyen started to dance with it. Ha ha ha, amazing. The feel, the size, and and style are all flawless. I, old son, absolutely love it. Truly worthy of being called a master blacksmith. As long as you like it. Outyen, aren't you going to say thank you? Although Sun Outyen was reluctant, he still nodded in gratitude. This MOU is also a good person, which slightly changed some of its original views. Why not write about the Rui Jingubang? Aren't you quite a fan of Sun Wukong? Mengwu asked curiously. Admiration is one thing, but I don't want to be Sun Wukong. I am who I am, a unique spark. Sun Wukong may be a legend among the people, but I, Sun Outyen, will create my own legend. Sun Outyen revealed a confident smile. I know you can do it, Mengwu smiled. Thank you, master. Don't worry about the contribution points. When the zombie horde attacks tonight, watch me earn them back tenfold or even 100-fold for you. Ha ha ha. Then I'll be looking forward to it. Mengwu revealed a gratified smile. Now that you have the golden cudgel, what do you plan to do? Do you even need to ask? This old son is going to settle the score. Dare to hit me? Zhang the monster, you're finished. Sun Outyen's eyes turned sharp. With a flourish of his staff in one hand and a few agile leaps, he charged aggressively straight toward the second floor of the supermarket. You're really going to beat up the president? Mengwu's smile froze on his face as he looked at the departing figure and shouted furiously, "You ungrateful disciple, get your ass back here." Mengwu certainly wasn't worried about the president's safety. Why? But the problem was, this would offend the president. He finally managed to become the head of the intelligence department, and he's only been in office for a few days. Don't mess this up for me. Seeing that Sun Outyen was ignoring him, Mengwu hurriedly chased after him. Ungrateful disciple, you're driving me mad. Second floor of the supermarket. On the living room sofa, Zhang Hao had just finished absorbing the crystal core. With the boost from the level 3 crystal core, he should be able to reach level 4 in about 5 days. A level 4 awakened. Now that's a different story. His physical strength would increase significantly, and the dual defenses of the thunder armor and his body would soon be achieved. Moreover, it is possible to use lightning to initially stimulate brain cells, thereby accelerating one's neural response speed and surpassing the limits of a level 4 awakener. According to the experience from the previous life, level 4 will comprehend a very powerful skill, named Thunder Fury. This skill can release and diffuse high-voltage lightning through the pores of the entire body. Is it really not possible? It can also cover a range of hundreds of meters nearby, indiscriminately attacking everyone. With this skill, it compensates for the weakness in long-range attacks. Simply put, it's like having an ultimate move. Once you reach level 4, you don't need to be overly cautious anymore. What about the other members? Having everyone at level 2 is already enough to hold the fort, and a few level 3s are more than sufficient. But as for level 4, that's out of the question. After all, the organization was only established 3 days ago. Fang Ping and Hong Lian can be considered for some cultivation. As for the others, forget it. Su Mo, Old Wu, and those people simply lack sufficient loyalty. One cannot rely solely on their personalities from the previous life to feel at ease. Human nature is ever-changing. Just as he was still pondering, a mischievous monkey burst through the door. "Zhang monster, it's time to settle the score with me. Take this." Feel the strike of old Sun's staff. Sun Outyen brandished the golden cudgel and swung it down with a raised hand. But Zhang Hao remained calm. He raised the battle axe with one hand, blocking the opponent's iron rod. "Oh, got a new weapon? No wonder you're so arrogant. But you'll still lose. Do you believe that?" Zhang Hao said with a light laugh. "How about we take this outside? It wouldn't be good to damage the furniture. A few pieces of broken furniture, I, old son, can afford to pay for them. Let's fight now." "You said it, don't go back on your word later." "I won't go back on my word." "Bring it on." Clang, 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 clang. Sun Outyen picked up the stick. A tyrannical aura spread out, and the golden cudgel struck repeatedly. But Zhang Hao easily neutralized them, either deflecting or dodging. In the process, most of the sofa and floor were shattered, and the coffee table was overturned onto the ground. "This time, you will surely lose." Sun Outyen's eyes sparkled with golden light. However, it was no longer the sluggishness of the last time, but a different kind of ability. As the golden light flickered and disappeared, his physique kept growing taller, rising from 1 meter to 1.5 meters. The muscles on his body bulged piece by piece, filled with strength. Compared to his previously thin figure, he was like a completely different monkey. "Take this move, Qitian staff technique, sweeping thousands." Sun Outyen picked up the stick. A horizontal swing suddenly swept across, and the airwave shattered all the glass. Zhang Hao crossed his battle axes to block, and the immense force transmitted over, causing both to retreat 5 steps simultaneously. The strength has increased? Is it related to the golden light just now? It should be some kind of skill that stimulates the body through mental energy. In his previous life, Sun Outyen was very famous, but Zhang Hao had hardly interacted with him, so he didn't know much about the other party. Although it was very unexpected, but Zhang Hao was not flustered at all, because he still had many cards up his sleeve. What's more, his combat experience from his previous life was no joke. Sun Outyen charged forward once again. Zhang Hao decisively covered the axe blade with lightning and thrust it fiercely with a raised hand. Sizzle! He jammed the stick into the ground with one motion. Sun Outyen panicked and tried to pull out the golden cudgel, but Zhang Hao's axe in his right hand had already struck, forcing him to dodge once again. As expected, Sun Outyen, who had lost his weapon, was defeated once more. What's wrong? Not convinced? Zhang Hao laughed. Unfair. You disarmed me without adhering to martial ethics, Sun Ao said angrily. Didn't you just call me a monster? What martial ethics does a monster need to follow? I've already gone easy on you. Otherwise, with my lightning 5-strike whip, you'd be on your knees instantly. Lightning 5-strike whip? You're bluffing, aren't you? Believe it or not. Thank you. He might not have the 5-fold lightning whip yet, but he still had Thunderblast, and his lightning armor was usable now, too. Even though, before reaching level 4, he could only maintain it for less than a minute, it was more than enough to teach Sun Outyen, that arrogant monkey, a lesson. So what if he was an extraordinary seed? Isn't it still the case that he's no match for him? But what's slightly surprising is that this guy actually didn't listen to Manhwa and came upstairs directly to fight. It seems Manhwa's beast taming skills are still a bit lacking. If I can level up to 3, it should be a little better, right? This monkey coming every day to get beaten up is quite troublesome for Zhang Hao as well. Manhwa anxiously walked upstairs at this moment. Seeing the mess on the second floor, he apologized to Zhang Hao. I'm sorry, President. It's my fault. I should have taken better care of it and caused you such a big trouble. It's not important. The monkey said it would compensate for the damaged items. Since you're its guardian, the responsibility falls on you. Do you have any objections? Zhang Hao said calmly. What the heck? No, President. Alright, then let's talk about compensation for the damages. The sofa, coffee table, and door are all broken, estimated at 100 contribution points. 8 pieces of glass shattered, estimated at 40 contribution points. 25 floor tiles are damaged, estimated at 120 contribution points. Miscellaneous other damages are estimated at 60 contribution points, for a total compensation of 320 contribution points. After hearing this, Sun Outyen immediately exploded, cursing and swearing as he spoke. So many? My golden cudgel is only worth 25 points, and these worthless things are worth 320 contribution points? This is outright extortion. I refuse to accept it. Who told you to fight here? Is that my fault? But your pricing is unreasonable. Why do you care if it's reasonable or not? My stuff, I decide how much it's worth. You Zhang Skinflayer. Sun Outyen was just about to curse angrily, but Manhwa stopped him with a stern expression and said, enough. You mischievous monkey, haven't you had enough of fooling around? Will you only be satisfied if you truly make your master angry? Master, Sun Outyen felt guilty. He lowered his head guiltily and said nothing. Manhwa sighed and said, I'm sorry, President. I accept all these compensations. Outyen's unruly nature is my fault. I didn't teach him well. He won't speak disrespectfully to you again in the future. After all, it's only the first day. I understand. Let this monkey leave. I have something to ask you, Zhang Hao said slowly. Yes, President. Manhwa glanced at the monkey. Sun Outyen left the second floor unwillingly. Alright, I think you should know what I want to ask. Why were you able to subdue him? Zhang Hao asked curiously. I didn't actually subdue him. I just said a few words to him as a close friend. Oh, what do you mean? Recently, I've gained a new ability called Beast Affinity. For example, the things I say casually or the actions I take can create a sense of closeness with mutated animals. But this only works if I treat them sincerely. Otherwise, even if someone from the beast taming class has a similar skill, it would be absolutely impossible to succeed. Manhwa's explanation made Zhang Hao suddenly understand. He is very familiar with this ability. The so-called Beast Affinity is a standard skill for beast tamers. Every beast tamer's mind naturally has a sense of closeness to mutated animals, but that doesn't mean every beast tamer can be free of distractions. However, to be as free of distractions as Manhwa is rare. There are truly very few people who possess a pure and innocent heart. In his previous life, he knew a beast master who accidentally encountered the unruly Sun Outyen. Bang! After a heartfelt exchange, Sun Outyen and that master became close friends, and Sun Outyen gradually changed his once hostile attitude toward everything. Later, with Sun Outyen's help, they established a transcendent level force, the Beast Alliance. That beast master himself had extraordinary potential and soon achieved transcendence, just like Sun Outyen. Naturally, he became the leader of the Beast Master Alliance. Afterward, he recruited a large number of elite beast masters, commanding tens of thousands of powerful mutated animals, making everyone wary. In his previous life, Zhang Hao had dealt with that Beast Master Alliance once. I don't believe it. At first, in order to investigate whether Lu Yun's faction had any extraordinary beings, some beast tamers were hired to gather relevant information. Only then did they recklessly seek revenge with Hong Lian. Although he had never met him in person, Zhang Hao knew that the leader of the alliance also had the surname Meng and was called Meng Hui. Meng Wu, of course, had nothing to do with him, but he always felt that something was off. In his previous life, so many advanced beast tamers tried to tame Sun Outyen, but without without exception, they all failed. Manhwa succeeded because of his pure heart, and Manhwa was the same. But is a pure heart really that common? Am I a luck god? Just happened to encounter one? Zhang Hao hesitated for a moment and said, Xiao Wu, is your real name Manhwa? No, it's not. Not? Then what's your real name? My name is Manhwa. Zhang Hao was stunned. My goodness, your name is Manhwa? Is there really such a coincidence in the world? Then why does everyone call you Brother Wu? Back then, Jiang Cheng also called you Xiao Wu? Isn't it unreasonable not to use your real name? Because I'm the fifth in my family. After entering society, I started hustling with Jiang Cheng on Central Street. As we got closer, they started calling me Brother Wu and Xiao Wu. Later, when the apocalypse broke out, we gathered together. The Black Rain was truly terrifying. Initially, we hoped to unite everyone, but Jiang Cheng just couldn't live up to expectations. Manhwa shrugged and said, I was so scared by the zombie that I almost wet myself. Luckily, the president showed up and took care of the zombie, so I decisively joined our Dawn Society. Because of the last invitation gathering, everyone knows my name is Manhwa. I don't have any objections, so I just let everyone call me that. Zhang Hao didn't know what to say for a moment. Now it's confirmed. Manhwa is Manhwa, and he is also one of the extraordinary seeds. And Dawn will add Red Lotus, himself, Sun Outnin, and Manhwa, making a total of 4 transcendents. In the previous life at that stage, how many transcendents were there in total? This already gathers nearly half of them? How lucky is that? This settles it. The leader of the Beast Legion can only be Manhwa. What's wrong, President? Why aren't you saying anything? Manhwa asked, puzzled. It's nothing. So, should I call you Manhwa or Manhwa from now on? Let's go with Manhwa. I'm used to it. Alright, take your time disciplining Sun Outyin. No need to rush. Contribution points will be earned for you. With his abilities, he might even get it done in a day. Go ahead. Yes, President. Manhwa laughed. Zhang Hao was in a great mood. Hong Lian blinked her beautiful eyes. What are you so happy about? I'm happy to have met you. Hee. I'm also happy to have met Brother Hao. But when you say that, could you put down the braised pork in your mouth first? It makes you seem very insincere. Why? The meat is so delicious O_O. Are you following me just because there's meat to eat? Of course not. Meat can't even compare to Brother Hao. You're the most important family to me. Hong Lian giggled. But at the same time, she opened her mouth and stuffed the remaining braised pork into it. Her cheeks puffed up, looking extremely adorable. Zhang Hao shook his head with a helpless smile, looking at her slightly darkened neck. Little Hong Lian, I only had time to wash your face earlier. How about taking a hot bath? You're indeed a bit dirty. Then I want Hao Ji to bathe me, Hong Lian said coquettishly. Can't you do it yourself? I can't. Then how about I find a big sister to help you? Like Sister Sue, the one who made you braised pork. How about that? Zhang Hao replied patiently. I don't want to. Hong Lian was very resistant. Although her mild autism was almost cured, it was clear that she still didn't like being around strangers. Brother Hao, are you disgusted by me? I've washed myself clean, and I smell nice too. Hong Lian pouted, her eyes brimming with tears. Feeling so wrong that she was about to cry, Zhang Hao really couldn't handle the little one's tantrum. What else could he do? He could only agree. Alright, I'll wash it for you, okay? Hee, thanks for the hard work. It's not hard work. Hong Lian was very quiet. No crying, no fuss, so the bath went smoothly, and Zhang Hao was fully focused, without any unnecessary thoughts. Although they are siblings in this life, he still holds onto the mindset of being good brothers from the previous life. A brother giving a brother a bath. This makes sense, right? And besides, it's already the apocalypse. Sometimes being too particular can come off as a bit pretentious. Zhang Hao and the others go out during the day to scavenge for supplies. At night, they come back to joke around with Hong Lian. As for the frenzied zombie attacks after nightfall, the nearby zombies had already been cleared out significantly, and even though zombies have a sharper sense of smell at night, it is still limited in range. So each time, only about 200 to 300 zombies are attracted daily. At most, there are just over 400. With Fang Ping, Old Wu, and the cooperation of the organization members, these zombies pose no threat at all. It took him 5 days to collect approximately 250,000 tons of supplies, bringing the total to over 1 million tons. Most of these were food items, obtained from various food supplier warehouses and 2 small-scale granaries. There were also quite a few semi-finished food products. For example, chicken skewers, tenderloin, bone-in pork chops, chicken burger patties, creamy steamed buns, and Shishan cold noodles. Of course, there are also some semi-prepared instant meals. For example, king oyster mushroom stir-fried with beef strips, crispy salted pork bites, roasted chicken and braised duck, braised pork ribs, and so on. These dishes are packaged in vacuum-sealed bags and ready to eat after heating. They may not be as nutritious as freshly cooked meals, but the focus is on convenience and ease of consumption. In the future, they can serve as rations for the Vanguard Corps. In terms of crystal cores, there are still more than 2,000 level 1 crystal cores and approximately over 2,300 level 2 crystal cores. These 5 days, all members of the Dawn Society advanced to level 2. Su Mo and Mao Su to advance to level 3, becoming core team members. During this period, Zhang Hao gathered 7 squads from other streets, and the Dawn Society finally exceeded 100 members. Suemo successfully became the captain of the 4th squad. The captain of the 1st squad is Fang Ping, the captain of the 2nd squad is Wu Yanfeng, and the captain of the 3rd squad is Mao Su. However, for some reason, Zhang Hao reduced the number of squad captains from 5 to 4. Each squad leader leads 5 small teams, with each awakened team consisting of 5 members. Nightfall. The berserk zombies arrived as expected. Sun Outyen wielded the golden cudgel, swinging it fiercely and wildly. Smack! Smack! One zombie after another had their head smashed, dying in a rather miserable state. Zombie monsters, all of you go to hell for your grandpa son. This staff isn't quite good enough. If it could change size at will, I could crush 1,000 zombies with just one strike. Sun Outyen charged recklessly, rambling non-stop. With its killing intent surging, how could it bother to cooperate? Just go all out and get it done. Everyone killed more than 300 zombies in total. Surprisingly, the number of zombies hasn't decreased yet. This is strange. Something's wrong. The number of zombies isn't right. Outyen, come back. Manhwa stood at the rear, shouting loudly. Sun Outyen felt very annoyed, but after all, it was his master calling, so he obediently retreated. Fang Ping frowned. The number is a bit too much. We clearly killed over 300, yet the scale of the zombies hasn't decreased. Could it be that there are just too many attacking this time? That's possible. If this continues, we might have to retreat, Mao Su said. I'll go consult the president. Wu Yanfeng made a prompt decision. He turned around and left, while the others remained calm. They didn't feel there was any danger at all. Wasn't it just a few more zombies? There was no problem the president couldn't solve. The 2nd floor of the supermarket. After hearing Wu Yanfeng's report, Zhang Hao frowned. The number of zombies has increased? How many exactly? An estimated over 700, and the number is still growing. 700? This is indeed unusual. Recently cleared so many zombies on Central Street. How can there still be so many zombies? Could they be from other streets? But that shouldn't be the case. The Central Street refers to the main road where the supermarket is located. As for North Street, South Street, West Street, and East Street, they are at least 8 or 9 kilometers away from here. No matter how keen the sense of smell of a 2nd-level zombie is, it's impossible for them to catch the scent of humans on the Central Street from such a distance. It must be seen with one's own eyes to be sure. Old Wu, take me to have a look. Yes, Chairman. Zhang Hao, Wu Yanfeng, and Hong Lian left the supermarket. Riding an electric scooter, they arrived at the southern end of the main street in a few minutes. At this moment, nearly 200 zombies are relentlessly attempting to break through the defenses. Ordinary 2nd-level members cannot resist infection. Everyone is holding a riot shield in one hand and a weapon in the other. This is just one direction of the main street. In the other 3 directions, east, west, and north, the number of zombies is even greater. Each direction has a battalion responsible for defense. Fang Ping is in charge of the east, Suemo is in charge of the north, Mao Su is in charge of the west, and Wu Yanfeng is in charge of the south. It's indeed zombies coming from South Street. The other battalions should be facing the same situation. Zhang Hao held up the binoculars. After taking a quick look, a conclusion was reached. Although it's unclear what's going on, if the number of zombies continues to increase, the defensive line will definitely need to be pulled back. Concentrating everyone's strength together is definitely stronger than being scattered. It's just that. Zhang Hao was worried about what would happen if the zombies couldn't all be killed. President, what should we do now? Wu Yanfeng asked. Are there any tier 3 elite zombies, like the Broodarm and Liquor we encountered last time? Not for now, but I estimate it won't be long. Wu Yanfeng had just finished speaking when a panicked voice from Mao Selyu came through the walkie-talkie. 3rd squad reporting an emergency. We've encountered a level 3 flesh-type zombie. In addition to the Nai and GG zombies, there are also 2 zombies with highly mutated heads and legs. Report complete, awaiting instructions. Send out Sun Outyen to eliminate them, Zhang Hao said. After more than 10 seconds, a joyful voice came through the walkie-talkie from Mao Su. Elimination complete. Trash zombies, trying to wrap me up with their chirping? One big swing smashes them to pieces, one elbow strike dents their heads. Sun Outyen grabbed the walkie-talkie arrogantly and said, is your head tougher than my golden cudgel? Is your speed faster than my steps? Trash zombies like this? Old Sun, can still take on 100 of them. The next few days, Zhang Hao was not surprised at all. Although Mao Su was also a 3rd-level awakener, he had only recently been promoted, and while his combat power was not weak, it still couldn't compare to Fang Ping and Wu Yanfeng. He can only be considered near 1st-tier combat strength, while Fang Ping and the others were 1st-tier, and Hong Lian and Sun Outyen were considered super 1st-tier. To be on the safe side, Zhang Hao placed Sun Outyen and Manhwa in Mao Su's team, which could also mitigate most crisis situations. Anxious voices from Fang Ping came through the walkie-talkie. 1st squad, emergency report. A giant arm and a Liquor have appeared 200 meters from my location. Requesting support. Repeating, requesting support. With your current strength, dealing with 2 of them them shouldn't be a problem, right? Zhang Hao frowned. After a few seconds, Fong Ping's tone gradually became anxious. President, the key point is that I don't have just 2 here, but 10. 10? Zhang Hao was stunned. How could there be so many? Level 3 zombies were already rare. Those with partial physical mutations in their flesh were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. And Tyrant and Liquor are almost among the top-tier existences in level 3, yet 10 of them appeared at once? Although there are tens of millions of zombies, and with such a large base, they are certainly far more numerous than level 3 humans. But this supermarket is in a remote area. How could it be this outrageous? 10 tyrants and liquors? President, requesting support. They're very fast. They'll be here in a few minutes. Fong Ping shouted again. I'm heading out right now. Hold on. Zhang Hao ended the call and was just about to act. Hong Lian said seriously with her small face, let me go. Brother Hao, I can help you too. But Zhang Hao was very hesitant. You know my strength. They can't do anything to me. Alright, I'll have someone drive you there. No time to hesitate anymore. After the nearby streets were cleared, vehicles could already pass through. So Zhang Hao had an ordinary member driver there. It should be in time. South of the supermarket, the giant arm and the liquor have arrived. But Fong Ping wielded a short knife, coordinating with a squad to maneuver and attack. But he quickly fell into a disadvantage. If it were just these 10 zombies, it wouldn't be a big deal. The key is the large number of ordinary zombies. He couldn't possibly deploy all his team members to kill the elite zombies, which left him with almost no chance to maneuver and wear them down. Damn it! Even if I die, I'll take someone down with me. Fong Ping's earth armor for protection quietly appeared from behind a giant armed zombie. Screech! The short knife in hand swept across, severing its head. However, the other 4 giant armed zombies reacted quickly, their fists several times larger than sandbags smashing down. Snap! Snap! Fong Ping endured a heavy blow. Cracks appeared on the earth armor. He burrowed into the ground again and delivered another decapitating strike. The second giant armed creature collapsed dead to the ground. Just as he was about to strike again, whoosh! The liquors lashed out with their tongues. They wrapped tightly around Fong Ping's limbs, restraining him completely so that he couldn't break free at all. The giant armed zombie's fist came crashing down. The earth armor suddenly shattered, turning into fragments of soil. The residual force made him spit blood, looking extremely miserable. The earth armor actually broke? I really am weak. If it were the president's robust body, it could have completely withstood this, right? I'm sorry, it seems I won't be able to continue following you in the future. Fong Ping closed his eyes, letting the giant armed zombie's massive fist smash toward his head. At this very moment, suddenly, the blood vessels of the giant arm's corpse on the ground burst open. The black blood transformed into 3 scythe blades, which were flung out at high speed. Splat! Splat! The black scythe blades turned into black light. At an extremely fast speed, the 3 giant armed zombies were severed. Then 3 pitch-black scythe blades once again tore through the air, about to help Fong Ping break free from his restraints. The liquor was also very clever. It quickly retracted its tongue and climbed onto the wall to observe from a distance. Humans, very strong, go. The leading liquor rasped after speaking. The others followed suit, about to climb the walls and leave this place. A faint hint of killing intent appeared on Hong Lian's youthful face. How can I explain to brother how if I let you escape? Stay here, all of you. Hong Lian clasped her hands in the air. The 5 liquors suddenly trembled and froze in place. Confused face, the liquors were dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? As expected, why did my body suddenly stop moving? The leading liquor tried to break free, but despite using all its strength, it only managed to move its tongue slightly. Want to break free from my control? It's not that easy. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Hong Lian's lips. Yes, with a hook of her right index finger, the black scythe blade tore through the air. In just a few swift moves, those liquors, like lambs to the slaughter, were sliced into pieces. Fong Ping, who had watched the entire process, was instantly dumbfounded. So strong. So strong. What was that skill just now? Why did their bodies suddenly stop moving? I just controlled the blood of the liquors, immobilizing them in place, and then killed them. Hong Lian chuckled and said, liquors are also zombies. Their bodies are essentially dead, and their blood doesn't circulate. So even if you extract their blood, it won't cause fatal damage. This is actually one of the best ways to deal with them. Extract their blood? Then wouldn't it be even easier for you to deal with awakened ones? Fong Ping swallowed hard. It's not too bad. The fresh blood of living people isn't easy to extract, and I can only control a few individuals. But once I reach level 4, I should be even stronger. Fong Ping took a sharp breath. This ability is way too powerful, isn't it? At that moment, how did the president go out once and bring back a freak? That mischievous monkey is also ridiculously fierce, killing level 3 elite zombies as if bullying little kids. It made these team captains feel very unconfident. After learning that Fong Ping was rescued, Zhang Hao simply had Hong Lian stay stationed with the first squad. As for himself, he stayed stationed with the second squad, leaving only the fourth squad under Su Mo without any top-tier combat power to guard it. Manhwa will be extraordinary in the the future, but he is still very weak now. Moreover, over at the third squad with Mao Su, Manhwa is needed to discipline that arrogant monkey, or else no one will be able to command Sun Out Yin. Fortunately, no incidents have occurred over at the fourth squad. The number of zombies in each direction continues to increase. Fong Ping anxiously reported, President, the number of zombies is growing rapidly. We estimate there are nearly 300 zombies here, which is 12 times the total number of our first squad. If we don't retreat, casualties may occur. Mao Su added, it's about the same on our side. Sun Out Yin is already exhausted from killing and needs to rest. Su Mo said, the fourth squad also has no fewer than 300 zombies. President, requesting instructions. Wu Yinfeng's second squad is almost the same. Zhang Hao faced a dense crowd of zombies, his expression slightly darkened. From nightfall until now, they had killed 600 to 700 zombies alone, but there were still at least over 1,000 continuing to besiege them. The key issue was that the number of zombies was still increasing. Zhang Hao made a swift decision and quickly ordered, immediately shrink the defensive line. Logistics personnel, push idle vehicles to a spot 300 meters outside the supermarket to form a semicircular barricade to block the zombies. All members of the Dawn Society retreat behind the vehicles to defend. Yes, President. Everyone began to take action. The new defensive line was quickly deployed, and forces were concentrated. But Zhang Hao couldn't feel happy at all, because in just this short time, the number of zombies had already accumulated to 1,500. Everyone was doing their utmost to hack and slash the zombies, but there was still no sign of their numbers decreasing. Why exactly is this happening? Zombies from the four major districts of Southeast, Southwest, Northwest, and Northeast suddenly went crazy and swarmed over? It's absolutely impossible that the zombie's sense of smell has been enhanced. He couldn't be more familiar with the details of second-level zombies in berserk mode from his previous life. It must be some kind of special thing that's attracting the zombies to continuously flood into Central Street. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression solemn. Could it be you? Randing. It's also a type of zombie. Unlike other systems, it belongs to the psychic type zombies. Moreover, it is a very special kind of psychic type with almost no combat ability to speak of. In the early stages, it is even inferior to ordinary zombies. But the problem lies in the fact that it often carries an ever-burning kerosene lamp in its hand. It has neither fuel nor a wick. Instead, it relies on the spirit of the lamp zombie as fuel. This is its only and bizarre ability. As long as the kerosene lamp is lit with the spirit fire, any zombie within a 10-kilometer radius will be irresistibly drawn to it, rushing forward madly in droves. Some might think, since this type of zombie has almost no combat power, why not just kill it directly? The problem lies in the fact that the lantern zombies are highly intelligent and extremely cautious. Even the dumbest ones know to hide themselves among zombie hordes, while the slightly smarter ones conceal themselves in nearby residential buildings, making them extremely hard to detect. Some individual lantern zombies even have bodyguards from other types of zombie systems. As soon as someone approaches, they immediately abandon their bodyguards and flee. If the beacon is hidden among the zombie horde, that would be relatively easier. If it's hidden in a residential building, searching each of the nearby buildings would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Low-level beacon zombies can only attract zombies within a 10-kilometer radius, but those of intermediate level or higher can even attract zombies from dozens of kilometers away, causing hundreds of thousands of zombies to surround the settlement completely. No matter how powerful an awakened one is, they would have to retreat in the face of such a situation. In the previous life, after the zombie groups underwent high-level mutations, the reason why people dared not establish settlements within cities was also due to a certain fear of the lantern zombies. Not among the zombies? Then what do we do now? Zhang Hao's gaze kept sweeping around. He didn't spot any special zombie carrying a kerosene lamp. What should we do now? Do we really have to search the residential buildings door to door? Zhang Hao explained his hypothesis, immediately shocking everyone. Hiss. Mao Su gasped. What? There's actually such a rogue zombie? It can attract zombies from a 10-kilometer radius? No wonder the number of zombies around us suddenly increased so much. A psychic-type zombie? This kind of psychic ability is way too unique, isn't it? It can ignite a spiritual flame with a kerosene lamp? This kerosene lamp must not be an ordinary one, right? Otherwise, how could it bear the spirit? Manhwa exclaimed in amazement. Hey, that's not the point. The question now is how to find Randall. Fong Ping said in a low voice. I think we should just retreat, right? There's no need to fight these zombies to the death. Let's leave now while there are only about 1,000 of them. If we wait until there are 4,000 or 5,000, we really won't be able to leave, Hu Xiaonan said fearfully. Hearing this, everyone fell into silence. Hu Xiaonan's words were a bit demoralizing, but they were honest. The Randall zombie is hiding in a residential building. Even if we know exactly which building it is, searching each one would still take a lot of time. By the time it's found, the daylilies will have cooled. What's more, it's impossible to confirm where the lantern zombie is right now. How can we even search for it? At that moment, the raven on the shoulder grinned and said, finding a zombie is no big deal. Let me help you. Yeah, do you have a way? Zhang Hao asked excitedly. Of course, ravens can smell the scent of carrion within a range of several kilometers. Even the slightest hint of decay from a freshly dead body won't escape our sense of smell. Zombies' bodies are also decayed, so why wouldn't I be able to find them? What's so difficult about that? The raven said confidently. That's amazing. Yaya is truly the best. Zhang Hao praised. Ha, just average, third best in the world. The raven spoke modestly, but as it raised its proud head, it revealed its smugness. Not bad. Little black chicken, I didn't expect a salted fish like you to actually be useful at times. Hu Shaonan chuckled lightly. Idiot, you're the chicken, your whole family are chickens. Getting anxious. You son of a b asterisk. Alright, now's not the time to mess around. Zhang Hao stopped the two of them, his expression serious as he said, although Crow has a way to smell the scent of zombies, the zombies in the nearby residential buildings might not have been completely cleared out, so it's impossible to find lantern right away. Hu Shaonan, you do a divination to determine the level of danger after Raven and I leave. Alright, President. Zhang Hao and Raven leaving the supermarket to search for the lantern zombie. Will it bring danger to all members of the Dawn Society? Hu Shaonan flicked a coin. While muttering, the coin fell into the palm. Splat. Emitting yellow light, the danger level is negligible. At this moment, it highlights how important Hu Shaonan is within the organization. When facing any dangerous situation, a divination can roughly reveal the outcome. If it's dangerous, then retreat immediately. If it's not, then deal with the lamp lighting. Isn't this equivalent to indirectly enabling a god's perspective? Hu Shaonan is still at level 2. This is just the most basic divination ability. After the level increases, there will be even more outrageous prophecy abilities. If he gets dreaming of the future, that would be even better. It seems necessary to properly nurture the future prophet. Let's first get him to level 3. Alright, Raven and I will go and return quickly. Fong Ping, you handle everything here. Remember to focus on defense. As long as the zombie horde can't break through the line, there won't be any risk. Yes, President. Fong Ping replied solemnly. I'll head out with Raven now. Stay in touch via the walkie-talkie at all times. Zhang Hao left through the back door. One person and one crow appeared in the alley. Because Zhang Hao had blocked the roads on both sides of the supermarket with a large number of vehicles, there were currently only a dozen or so scattered zombies here. After easily dealing with them, Zhang Hao said, Crow, it's up to you now. Okay, Dad. The raven closed its eyes. Using its exceptionally keen sense of smell, it continuously scanned the surroundings. Then it opened its eyes and slowly said, first of all, there is the scent of zombies in the Jinhua residential area behind our supermarket. Although most of them have been cleared out by the previous awakened ones, there are still a few zombies scattered here and there in the dozen or so buildings, and each zombie is located quite far apart. What should we do then? That's definitely going to take a lot of time, right? Zhang Hao frowned. Don't rush, let me finish. Although there is a zombie smell in Jinhua community, I don't think that lamp-bearing zombie is there, because I also smelled the zombie scent in the old unit building above our supermarket. Our supermarket rooftop? That's right. We had already cleaned this building thoroughly, but now there's another one, and it happens to be right above us in Unit 1, roughly between the 5th and 7th floors. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao was momentarily stunned, a chill flashing in his eyes. Right above us. So bold? This Randing has some nerve. Does he really think I'm an easy target to bully? Actually, the Randing zombie dared to do this. It's not really bravery, but rather confidence that they won't be found. Because in the early stages, mutated creatures were extremely rare, and ones like the raven with psychic abilities were even rarer. If it were an ordinary person, they really wouldn't be able to handle it. Fortunately, the raven has an exceptionally keen sense of smell, capable of detecting the scent of decay, which happens to naturally counteract the lantern zombies. But the zombie was right on top of his own supermarket, which made Zhang Hao a bit annoyed. It gave the feeling as if it was arrogantly peeing on his head, and it definitely needed to be taught a lesson. Zhang Hao turned left directly and entered the apartment building. Following the raven's hint, head straight to the 5th and 6th floors. The security doors of the two units had already been broken open, and after searching, there was no trace of any zombies. Then it must be the 7th floor, and specifically 702. Such a close distance. The raven has already clearly confirmed that the zombie is in this room. What a coincidence, it's the room where Zhao Hai was killed. Walk up to the 7th floor, and there it is, a zombie sitting on the sofa, dressed in a black tailcoat, with no black liquid flowing from the mouth. If not for the pupils focusing into black dots and the distinct dark veins on the neck, it would be hard to tell this was a zombie. This guy's posture was extremely relaxed, even crossing one leg over the other. In his right hand, he held a kerosene lamp with nothing inside the lampshade. But in the eyes of the raven, it was different. Inside the lampshade, black flames were burning. This was the fire of the spirit. Next to it stood a massive zombie. It was nearly 3 meters tall, with its head almost reaching the ceiling. Its entire right hand was an enormous piece of metal, resembling a claw, delivering an overwhelming overwhelming visual impact. The giant arm seemed like child's play compared to this zombie. The lantern zombie was momentarily stunned when it saw the humans appear at the door. Humans? Impossible. It was obvious. It simply couldn't believe that anyone could find it. Go to hell. Ran Dang. Zhang Hao attacked the moment they met. The silver battle axe in his hand was thrown, transforming into a silver light heading straight for its head. However, clang! The giant zombie raised its metal claw and deflected the flying battle axe. Iron Hand, kill it. I'm retreating first. The lantern zombie immediately reacted. After casually saying a sentence, it actually chose to jump out of the window directly. Even if the zombie protecting itself is very strong, it might not be impossible to kill the human in front of it, but it still chose to flee immediately. What if this human is very powerful? To be able to find it, they must have some very impressive methods. The 7th floor is very high, it might break a leg. But for zombies, a broken leg is nothing? Surviving is the most important thing. It had finally grasped the fire of spirit and didn't want to perish so soon, so it would endure as much as it could. Heard the command. The iron-clawed zombie charged forward and engaged in battle with Zhang Hao. Clang! Clang! The massive metal pincers swung wildly without pause. They clashed repeatedly with Zhang Hao's battle axe, showing no signs of being at a disadvantage. Iron Hand? Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression showing surprise. This lamp zombie actually has a bodyguard? And it's not just some ordinary type, but a metal type, Iron Hand. The zombie with arms mutated into metal has a body covered in bronze-like skin, boasting extremely high defense and strength. Both giant arm and liquor are slightly inferior. If it were under normal circumstances, Zhang Hao could still play around with him, but it was hard enough to find this scoundrel Randang, so I can't let it escape. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Zhang Hao made a decisive move. Lightning suddenly flashed in both hands, and electricity burst out from the pores of his body. Dazzling lightning armor covers the entire body, with arcs constantly flickering. Super cool, full marks for special effects. The sound of thunder echoes. Zhang Hao sprinted forward, lunging toward him. The metal arm of the Iron Hand zombie smashed down with ferocious momentum. Clang! Zhang Hao suddenly thrust both battle axes. Unexpectedly, it used brute force to jam its metal arm in place. Immediately after, Zhang Hao leaped. Arcs of electricity continuously gathered in his hands, forming a dazzling thunderball. Die for me, twin thunder blast. Roar! The iron-handed zombie let out a wild scream. The crisis of death descended upon him. It could only fight desperately, its left hand swelling as it prepared a powerful strike. Bang! Zhang Hao had no intention of dodging. The thunder blast pierced through his bronze-like skin, blowing his opponent's head to pieces. Iron Hand's fist landed squarely on his chest, but the combined defense of the lightning armor and his physical body made it impossible to penetrate even an inch. Zhang Hao was completely unscathed, instantly killing Iron Hand. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Dad, your amazing raven praised repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. What about Randing? Zhang Hao asked. It's really unlucky. Jumping down here leads directly to our base camp. It's still motionless at the bottom of the building, most likely captured alive. Even if it escapes, it's not a big deal because I planted a mental mark on it. That's good. Zhang Hao let out a sigh of relief. This burning lamp zombie really has bad luck. If you hadn't been so blatant about causing trouble in the old apartment building, you might have had a chance to escape even by jumping off the building. Now look what happened. The base camp is just downstairs, right in the perfect spot. After confirming that Randang couldn't escape, Zhang Hao found the crystal core of the Iron Hand. After thinking for a moment, he also chopped off the metallic arm of the Iron Hand. This thing is a highly mutated metal with extremely high hardness. Even Zhang Hao's refined battle axe couldn't compare. Perhaps you could use it to forge higher level weapons. Better take it back. At this moment, Fong Ping's voice came through the walkie-talkie. President, we found the zombie of Randang who broke its leg jumping off a building. It was captured alive by Hong Lian. Should we kill it? Not for now. Wait until I come downstairs. Alright. How many zombies have gathered so far? There are 1,700 and the number is still increasing. It's expected to reach 2,000 within 10 minutes. Can we hold them off? If not, take out Randang first. We can hold them off for now. That's good. Zhang Hao went downstairs. He entered the first floor of the supermarket and discovered Randang, who had been captured alive. There was clearly resentment and unwillingness on his face, but unlike those irritable zombies, even though it was completely captured, it still tried to maintain its composure, wearing a proper smile. Hello, Randing. Zhang Hao smiled. Hello, human, Randing the zombie said. Human, how did you find me? I'm quite curious about that. This has nothing to do with you, and I won't tell you. I don't have the patience to beat around the bush with you. Tell me the method to extinguish and ignite the spiritual flame, and I'll spare your life. Ha ha ha, you delusional fool. The lamp zombie laughed mockingly and said, your intentions are too obvious. You want to use this to attract just the right number of zombies, so that humans can evolve faster? It's a good plan, but I'm sorry to tell you this. The spiritual flame cannot be preserved apart from me, let alone reignited or extinguished. Once I die, the spiritual flame of this lamp will go out. I suggest you just wash up and go to sleep. In dreams, anything is possible. Facing the ridicule of the oil lamp, Zhang Hao didn't care. Many people believed that this lamp was no ordinary object, but in reality, it was nothing more than an extremely ordinary kerosene lamp. What is extraordinary is the flame of spirit, which can be said to be a very powerful skill, capable of being carried on ordinary objects. What it said is very true. Once the lamp bearer dies, the flame of spirit will extinguish. But in a past life, someone actually managed to achieve it, preserving the flame of spirit even after the lamp bearer's death, and it can also be extinguished and reignited. This is completely a monster-attracting artifact. With a little control, you can maximize the collection of crystal cores every day. How could Zhang Hao not be tempted? Do you really not know? Or are you pretending not to know? Zhang Hao pressed. What meaning does your question have? Whether I know or not, I won't tell you. You're human, I'm a zombie, our positions are different. What makes you think I would tell you? Randang laughed. I see. Zhang Hao's probing was almost over. He more or less understood that Randang the zombie probably had a solution. In a previous life, someone was highly likely to obtain the method to preserve the spiritual flame from its mouth. As for what was sacrificed, that's hard to say. Being able to make the lamp zombie speak must have been quite a formidable figure. Of course, it's also possible that they figured it out on their own, which would be even more impressive. This creature may be cowardly, but it does not fear death, because every time it attracts zombies, it is to eliminate human elites. It is only natural for Dawn, as the largest awakened organization in Central Street, to be targeted. Looks like you don't intend to talk, so I'll send you on your way. Zhang Hao said indifferently. Ha ha ha, do as you please. Kill me, Randang. There will be a second Randang, a third Randang. What's the point of struggling? The shackles of fate have long gripped your throats. Humanity is destined to perish. Screech. Zhang Hao's axe fell. Randang's head dropped, and its crystal core was extracted. The crystal core was semi-transparent in color, while the one from the iron hand earlier was golden. At the moment the Randang zombie died, as the raven had warned, the flame in the nearby kerosene lamp had already gone out. Zhang Hao didn't feel it was a pity. It's not like there's only one lantern. There will be opportunities sooner or later. Feng Ping, how many zombies are there now? Are there many zombies like the giant armed ones? Zhang Hao turned and asked. Over 1,900, expected to exceed 2,000. Not many, only 2 or 3, and they were all dealt with by Hong Lian and Sun Outyan. Are there any casualties? Not for now, but everyone is already very exhausted, and a significant amount of their abilities have been consumed. They are unable to use long-range skills anymore. Next, I'm afraid we'll have to engage in close combat with the zombies, which will likely result in some casualties. Zhang Hao said succinctly, leave it to me. President, are you sure? These are 2,000 zombies. What if you're scratched by a level 3 zombie? You could get infected and turn into a zombie, Feng Ping said worriedly. Level 3 zombies can no longer break through my defense. Zhang Hao revealed a confident smile. Before leaving the old apartment building, the clock had already passed midnight. He absorbed another crystal core and finally stepped into level 4, becoming an intermediate awakened one, and also mastered a powerful move. So what if it's level 3? So what if there are 2,000 zombies? Now he can basically do whatever he wants. In his previous life, he single-handedly charged through tens of thousands of zombies and was respectfully called the God of Thunder. Today, it's about time to complete 1/5 of the small goal. Isn't it just 2,000 zombies? Today, I, Zhang Hao, will see whether it's you who dies or me who survives. He walked out of the first-floor entrance of the supermarket, staring at the zombies surging toward the barricade, gripping his battle axes tightly. Without any prelude, he plunged directly into the horde of zombies. Brutal and straightforward. Splat, splat. The battle axes swung, and one zombie after another fell. Either they'd be cut in half, or their heads would be lopped off. His aura was fierce and overwhelming, like a god of war descending. He stood there alone, holding the line, as if a single man could keep back 10,000 enemies. The president is so fierce. These zombies are like tofu, falling apart so easily. It's not that the zombies are weak, it's that the president is amazing. Didn't you see? Those giant arms and lickers were so scared they ran away. Haha. The most crucial thing is that these zombies can't even break through the president's defense. This is unbelievable. Is this still level 3? Could the president already be at level 4? Isn't that obvious? Of course. TSK. This is like a young cow getting her period. Absolutely incredible. Everyone was exclaiming in amazement. It's not like everyone was completely indifferent. Use remote attacks whenever possible. Hong Lian and Sun Outyan are also providing support. In less than 10 minutes, the number of zombies was suddenly reduced by half, leaving just over 1,000. But Zhang Hao was not satisfied with this level of efficiency. Too slow, too slow. This quantity can be used for this move. Everyone, retreat 100 meters away. Zhang Hao gave the order. Feng Ping and the others were puzzled but still complied. When the crowd stepped back, Zhang Hao's eyes suddenly flashed with blue light. ZZZ. zzz. At this moment, he seemed to transform into the god of thunder. Thunderous fury. Boom! With a low shout echoing out. A large amount of lightning spread out from the pores. Each bolt of lightning was thick and long, striking fear into people. A large number of zombies had their heads smashed, or their bodies blown to pieces. Within a 100-meter radius, all the zombies were completely wiped out. Only a few weak zombies remained outside the skill's range, which could be considered almost total annihilation. Quiet. The scene was utterly silent. The people of Dawn were completely stunned by this move. My goodness, is this a superpower that humans can wield? Hundreds of lightning bolts released from the body, instantly clearing out almost all the zombies? This is practically the god of thunder reborn. Forgive me for being blunt. Besides being impressive, the president deserves even higher praise. And that is absolutely awesome. In the afternoon, Shinshin was too sleepy and took a nap for a while. Sorry about that. Waking up, my brain might be a bit fried. I'll give everyone 10,000 words tomorrow, so rest early too. Good night? Not just an ordinary member. Even Hong Lian and Sun Outyan were dumbfounded. 1,000 remaining zombies, solved with just one ultimate move? This is amazing. Is this the power of a level 4 awakened? Truly terrifying. Hong Lian grinned and said, as expected of Brother Hao, you're really incredible. Sun Outyan secretly grew nervous in his heart. Zhang the monster's strength is improving so quickly. When will I, old son, be able to beat him? But no matter what, I must quickly reach level 4. Even if I can't defeat Zhang the monster by then, I should at least injure him once, right? Otherwise, where would old son's dignity go? But this guy's strength is improving so quickly. What if I finally manage to reach level 4, and he advances to level 5? That's entirely possible. Suddenly, Sun Outyan became worried. How much sorrow can one have? It's like a eunuch visiting a brothel. Zhang Hao glanced at everyone in Sun Outyan, then instructed, alright, the crisis has been resolved. The other members should return to the supermarket to rest and recover. Monkey, you take care of the remaining zombies and stand guard overnight to keep watch on the surroundings. Yes, Chairman. Everyone responded. But Sun Outyan was displeased. Why should I be the one to stand guard? Old Sun is tired too and needs rest. Because it's my order. I told you to stand guard, understand? Why should I obey your orders? Who do you think you are? Monkey, are you not considering yourself a member of the Dawn Society anymore? When did I ever join you? I'm staying here for my master, not for your Dawn Society, Sun Outyan said with a grin. You eat the food of the Dawn Society, use the weapons of the Dawn Society, and now you claim you're not a member of the Dawn Society? Do you have no shame? These are all things I got in exchange for killing zombies. I earned them with my own skills. What does it have to do with you? But these are supplies we worked hard to scavenge. I let you trade because I recognize you as a member of the Dawn Society. Do you really think just any random person can exchange for weapons and food? Zhang Hao's face darkened. Do you think in other organizations, killing zombies can get you enough food and weapons? They don't even have enough for themselves. Why would they trade food with others? Only my Dawn Society is wealthy and well-stocked. Otherwise, what would you use to trade? Monkey, do you dare repeat again that you're not part of the Dawn Society? I, old Sun, am not. Although Sun Outyan was in the wrong. With his defiant personality, how could he possibly admit defeat? Just as he was about to retort, Manhwa stepped forward and shouted, Enough, Outyan, haven't I told you before? Stop contradicting the president. Why do you keep making the same mistakes over and over again? When will you change your stubborn ways? Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Am I mischievous? Am I annoying you? Sun Outyan felt more and more aggrieved as he thought about it, biting his lip and arguing, what did I do wrong? I don't even want to stay in this ridiculous Dawn Society. That Zhang monster has ulterior motives and just wants to put a collar on me. If it weren't for you, master, I would have left long ago. Why do you always have to listen to that Zhang monster? The two of us, master and disciple, wouldn't starve even if we left them. I have confidence that I can help you form an organization no less than theirs. Why should we have to live under someone else's thumb? Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. No one ever expected that this monkey would truly lose its temper. But can the president, who always keeps his word, really tolerate this monkey? It's definitely impossible. No one can publicly embarrass the president and come out unscathed. The atmosphere at the scene grew tense. Sure enough, as Sun Outyan uttered those words, Zhang Hao walked straight up to it and kicked it flying with one swift motion. Sun Outyan coughed up blood. The whole monkey was sent flying, crashing hard into the wall. Against opponents of the same level, it could at least exchange a few blows, but facing someone a whole tier above, it didn't stand a chance. This time, Zhang Hao was truly enraged. He can tolerate Sun Outyan's unruliness, and he can also tolerate him disrespecting him in private. Even if he curses a few times, calling him Zhang the Skinner, Zhang Hao has never minded. He still has that bit of magnanimity. But he is the president of the organization, the sole leader. In front of hundreds of Dawn Society members, if you don't give me, Zhang Hao, any respect, then why should I give you respect? You insolent monkey, do you think I have ulterior motives? That I want to put a collar on you? You really think you're that important? important? Even without you, I, Li Minghui, can still rise to power and become the uncrowned king of Linhai City. Zhang Hao walked forward step by step, his tone growing colder. You keep testing my patience again and again, repeatedly embarrassing me. If it weren't for Xiao Wu's sake, you'd have been dead 800 times over by now. Do you really take someone else's tolerance as the basis for your arrogance? Sun Outyan indeed has immense potential. He may become extraordinary in the future, but so what? Without the extraordinary seed, does it mean Zhang Hao can't move forward? Having the extraordinary is better, but it's no big deal if it's not there. Although Manhwa had tamed Sun Outyan, this guy had no loyalty to the Dawn Society. Being loyal to one person is not acceptable, because with such loyalty, the cost of betrayal is too small. Perhaps if Manhwa faced danger, it might cause this monkey to turn against the Dawn Society, which is something he does not want to see. At first, he gave Manhwa some time, but after a few days, Sun Hozi showed no change at all and was still acting cowardly. Since this guy was unwilling to accept the Dawn Society and was even full of hostility toward him personally, he might become a potential threat in the future. Then Zhang Hao had no reason to insist on anything anymore. Might as well finish it off once and for all. He strode forward slowly. Arcs of electricity crackled across his body, murderous intent surging to the heavens. Sun Outyan, having been severely wounded by a single blow, had no ability to resist at all. All the members held their breath. Suddenly, thud, someone knelt before Zhang Hao. Manhwa pleaded, President, I beg you to spare its life. Seeing Manhwa plead for him, Zhang Hao was not surprised. After all, bonds grow over time between master and disciple. Xiao Wu, I've already given this unruly monkey too many chances. I can tolerate his private antics, but in such public settings, he still acts recklessly, treating my words like they're meaningless. This is absolutely intolerable. Zhang Hao said indifferently, if Sun Outyan can disregard me today, then new members will follow suit. Dawn Society is an organization that demands unconditional obedience to orders. If that happens, won't everything fall into chaos? Don't you agree? President, you are right. Manhwa said bitterly, I can understand all the reasons. Ao Tian was indeed in the wrong, but he is inherently kind. The reason he is so unruly now is because of that tragic experience in his early years, which has made him deeply hostile toward humans. Give me some time. I can bring about change. I can make him accept our Dawn Society as a family. How long exactly? I can't wait forever. Once I reach level 3 tomorrow, it will be possible. Please give Ao Tian one last chance. Manhwa's attitude was very sincere. His gaze was firm, and it seemed like he really had a solution. So Zhang Hao agreed and said lightly, I agree with you, but you must remember, this opportunity is not for him, but for you. If you can't accomplish it, then you shouldn't remain the head of the intelligence department. Thank you, Chairman Xia. Disperse now, everyone go and rest. Everyone dispersed. The logistics personnel stayed behind to begin cleaning up the scene. Collect all the crystal cores. This time is destined to be an unprecedented harvest. Manhwa also helped Sun Outyan back to the first floor of the supermarket. Since the monkey relied heavily on its master, the two of them shared a room. It hurt so much. Zhang Yaogui was really ruthless this time. Ouch, it hurts so bad. Master, be gentler, you're hurting me. Sun Outyan cried out in pain. Manhwa had just used a pink electric pot to brew him some medicinal soup. The monkey had just finished drinking the medicine and was now applying a medicinal plaster, but wasn't paying attention to his strength. Manhwa rolled his eyes. If the president really wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead from that kick earlier. But the anger at the end was real. If it weren't for me, your master, swallowing my pride and kneeling, do you really think the president would have forgiven you? Still complaining about the pain? Why don't you apply it yourself then? Master, I was wrong. Sun Outyan said with some displeasure. Didn't they say that Su the monster could heal? I saw her fix a fracture in no time. She seemed really skilled. Why do I have to use this ordinary medicine? The recovery will be so slow, won't it? Why should she treat you? I can pay her with contribution points. Contribution points? The president already cleared out your contribution points long ago. Are you planning to treat her with air? Why? That skinflint is too shameless. Shameless? Didn't you say you're not part of the Dawn Society? Why wouldn't they clear out your contribution points? Sometimes you're really smart, but other times you're so foolish that not even 10 mules could pull you back. I don't even know what to say to you. Manhwa sighed. Then I have crystal cores. I can use them to get some demons to treat me, Sun Outyan said, his eyes darting around. You have crystal cores, but they also have to be willing. You keep talking about promising demons, but why would they treat your injuries? Manhwa said irritably, what's more, the entire Dawn Society sees the president as their spiritual pillar. No one dares to disobey the president's orders, and no one dares to offend him. Now that you've angered the president, Su Mengyan won't be willing to treat you either. Ah, this. Sun Outyan instantly lost his spirit. These people, why? Why do they have to listen to Zhang Yaogui? Just because that guy is strong? Sun Outyan was somewhat puzzled. Master, why do you have to obey Zhang the monster? Master, you will also become very powerful in the future. The two of us, master and disciple, could completely dominate dominate this post-apocalyptic world. Perhaps we could even tame more mutated animals in the future, and we wouldn't be any worse off than the Dawn Society. Why must we live under someone else's roof? This isn't obedience, it's repaying a debt of gratitude. Repaying a debt of gratitude? What do you mean? Because the president showed me kindness. Back when the small-scale Awakened struggled to survive under the Black Rain, my captain, Jiang Chang, saw that the team he led was on the verge of collapse. I gave him a suggestion, which was to gather nearby small teams and form a collective for mutual aid and support. Manhwa revealed a look of reminiscence and said, if a level 3 zombie had appeared at that time, Jiang Chang killing it would have naturally made him the leader. But unfortunately, there were 5 level 3 zombies, and Jiang Chang, lacking both strength and courage, fled in panic. Later, the president easily dealt with them. Jiang Chang is so lame. Why didn't Master betray him earlier? Sun Outyen asked. Because before the apocalypse broke out, Jiang Chang led a few of us to make our way in society. I remember that kindness, so I couldn't betray him. It wasn't until he abandoned us in the end that I chose to side with the president. Manhwa's gaze turned peculiar as he said, at that time, because the president valued my abilities, he exceptionally promoted me to the position of department head. Although it was meant to encourage competition among the members, it's still a kindness I can't let go of. You want me to leave the Dawn Society and create my own organization? Wouldn't that be ungrateful? Do you want your master to become such a person? Sun Outyen lowered his head. I don't want that, but Zhang Yaogui really has ulterior motives. My intuition is very sharp, and I can vaguely sense it. Other members also have more or less some negative thoughts about me. That's not ulterior motives. The president is only thinking about the collective good of the Dawn Society. Manhwa said earnestly, he sees your potential, but that doesn't mean he wants to harm you. On the contrary, as long as someone contributes to the Dawn Society, he will promote and favor them without reservation. As for the other members, that's easy to explain. You call everyone you meet a monster. How could they be happy about that? Isn't it natural for them to have an issue with you? Doesn't what I said make sense? Makes sense. Sun Outyen nodded in a daze. Oh, right, humans definitely don't like being called monsters. But he was used to doing this, so he didn't even notice that he was the one being impolite first. Master, what should I do then? Sun Outyen asked. First, get rid of the habit of calling others monsters, and stop baring your teeth at every turn. This will gradually change how the organization views you. Manhwa said slowly, in the future, when killing zombies, if any members need help, don't hesitate to use your abilities. They are not commanding you, but asking for your help because you are strong. Then, the most important thing is to show respect to the president. In private, you can be as mischievous as you want, and he might treat you like a child. But at least in public, you need to give the president enough face. This is the key to integrating into the Dawn Society. Sun Outyen expressed his difficulty. Respect? I feel that's hard. He's not my master, so I can't genuinely respect him from the bottom of my heart. Then just put on an act. The president won't deliberately make things difficult for you. That works. Sun Outyen compromised. After all, his master was the most important person to him. Since he couldn't leave the Dawn Society, he could only try to integrate into it. It was also for his master. He also didn't want his master to be unhappy because of him. Isn't it just about integrating into the Dawn Society? What's so difficult about that? Sun Outyen, can become the most popular kid in no time. After a tiring day, Sun Outyen fell asleep. In the past, he had to hold his weapon in his arms to prevent bad people from approaching him. Now, the ever-present golden cudgel was hung on the coat rack. Only in his master's room could he sleep so defenselessly. Outyen, I'm sorry. I hope you won't blame me. Manhwa looked at its youthful face. He sighed softly in his heart and absorbed 15 crystal cores. Afterward, he rose to the level of a tier 3 awakened, with a faint golden light shimmering in his eyes. Gently touched its forehead. Golden light emerged, and a mark appeared on Sun Outyen's forehead. The overall shape was circular, with 2 curved lines above, resembling a golden hoop. It disappeared after half a second. Sun Outyen didn't notice a thing. What is this golden hoop mark? It's Manhwa's new skill upon reaching level 3, Beast Control Seal. This mark is a kind of spiritual imprint and won't cause any harm to his body. Under normal circumstances, this mental imprint would be implanted with terms of non-betrayal by the Beast Master to prevent the controlled mutant animals from temporarily turning against them. But Manhwa is different. He implanted the term non-betrayal of the Dawn Society. Manhwa was well aware that the president values loyalty highly. If Sun Outyen only obeys him, it won't work. As long as he remains loyal to the Dawn Society, Zhang Hao will definitely not put him in an important position. With this mark, there will be no room for error. Even if one day he finds himself in a crisis, Sun Outyen will never have the possibility of betrayal. Originally, he didn't want to use this, because in his view, taming beasts is not about enslavement but about truly making friends. But today, Outyen almost died. With this mark, it indirectly protects him. Gently stroking the hair on his brow, Manhwa lay down beside Sun Outyen and also drifted into a dream. One man and one monkey, sharing a bed but but dreaming different dreams. It does have a unique charm. The next day, Zhang Hao began to inventory the supplies. This time, 2,800 level 2 crystal cores were harvested. Adding the previous total, there are a full 4,800 cores. 1,500 level 1 crystal cores, far fewer than the level 2 crystal cores. But there's no other way, after all, almost all zombies are level 2 now. Only those humans who were just infected are still level 1. With so many level 2 crystal cores, once the level 1 crystal cores are used up, the exchange channel for level 2 crystal cores can be permanently opened. Moreover, after this battle, many members showcased their unique talents, and a few of them, once they reach level 3, would be more than qualified to become squad leaders. The cohesion of the Dawn Society is also growing stronger. This also means that everyone's loyalty is skyrocketing. Zhang Hao handed the metal arm of the Iron Hand to Mou, but he said the metal arm's level was too high. He needs to reach level 3 to forge a new battle axe, so Zhang Hao could only wait patiently. Later, Manhwa privately told him that he had used the Beast Taming seal, which finally put Zhang Hao at ease about Sun Outyan. On this day, everyone was on vacation. All members stayed in their own rooms, either resting or watching short films. Zhang Hao took out his phone and opened his favorite anime. On the screen is a female knight, fiercely battling an evil monster. He is watching intently. Beside him, Holian asked curiously, "Brother Hao, what are you watching?" "Watching anime." "What's it called?" "HS. I don't understand. This elf young lady is so pitiful." "Indeed, pitiful." Zhang Hao deeply agreed. "Wow, what's going on, miss?" Hong Lian asked again. "Probably a cramp." Zhang Hao made up an excuse. "The water magic of the elf miss is really amazing." Hong Lian blinked her beautiful eyes. "Ahem, can I do it too?" I don't know." "Then give it a try?" Seeing the topic veering further off track, Zhang Hao could only turn off his phone, while Hong Lian's little face was full of curiosity. Zhang Hao could only say helplessly, "This isn't a proper anime. Don't learn things from it, understand?" Hong Lian blinked and blurted out, "Then why is Brother Hao watching it?" "So, you're an improper person?" "Improper?" He never expected to be called improper by Hong Lian. Although he doesn't yearn for love, it doesn't mean he has completely lost his desires. Sometimes, he watches a little movie to pass the time. This makes sense, right? Zhang Hao blushed and retorted, "No way. I'm an adult. I can watch these anime. I don't believe you, unless you let me see." "But you're just a kid." "I don't care, or I'll cry." Hey, this is completely unreasonable, isn't it? Little Hong Lian, you're being so shameless right now, you know that? Wow. 3. Alright, go ahead, and watch. Zhang Hao gave in. This little guy always uses this to threaten him. Sometimes, even knowing that Hong Lian is fake crying, when the tears roll down, he still can't bear it. It's your own child. What else can you do? You can only spoil them. Will it affect physical and mental health? Just watching a little anime? Could it possibly affect physical and mental health more than this lousy apocalypse? It can also be considered as a preview of knowledge in advance, to prevent little Hong Lian from being deceived by some scumbag in the future. No longer paying attention to Little Red Lotus, Zhang Hao plans to send out the Raven again to search for a red willow. Now that a month has passed since the apocalypse, it should be about time for awakening, right? But after scanning around, he still couldn't find the Raven. Even after calling several times, there was no response. Where did he go to play? Why does he disappear at this time every time? What's this guy up to? Zhang Hao was puzzled. I'm back. Dad, what are your orders?" At this moment, the Raven flew back through the window. Unlike usual, Zhang Hao became alert. "Where did you go? Why are you not around every day at noon, and only come back after half an hour? Didn't Dad ask me to look for the mutated red willow? So I went." "You go every day?" The Raven nodded. "Going every day? How is your fur so smooth?" Zhang Hao squinted slightly. "I bet you didn't even fly 3 kilometers, did you? Be honest. What exactly were you doing? Otherwise, I'll confiscate your phone, and you won't be able to look at pretty girls' pictures anymore." "No, please. I just watched a bit of The Legend of Jinhuan." "That show again? Didn't I tell you not to watch it? Why don't you listen to me? Are you looking for a beating?" "I didn't watch it. I watched Legend of Jinhuan too. It's not the same show," Raven retorted. "What's the difference? Are you messing with me? I'm confiscating your phone right now. Don't even think about playing with it for the next 3 months." Zhang Hao was about to pull open its small backpack. He took out the phone from inside. The Raven crawled on the ground, crying out, "Dad, I was wrong. Really wrong. I can't live without my phone. I still need to study the serious materials on it, and I'm really into it right now." "Don't you want me to become a Raven encyclopedia? How can I do that without a phone? I truly know I was wrong. Please don't banish my phone to the cold palace. I'm begging you, Dad." Zhang Hao thought for a moment. He felt the Raven was absolutely right. This little one's tiny head is very clever. It picks up a lot of knowledge at a glance, almost like having a photographic memory. In the future, it will inevitably come in handy. Confiscating it for 3 months does seem a bit excessive. "Then not a week, but you have to promise me not to watch Jinhuan 1 and Jinhuan 2 again." "I definitely won't look anymore." "That's more like it. Go to the the northern outskirts and check if the red willow has appeared. If it has, don't alert anyone. Come back and report to me immediately. Understood, I'm on my way. The raven flew out of the window. Spread your wings and soar, with a smug smile on your lips. Not letting me watch? How is that possible? Jinhuan 1 and 2 are over, but there are still 34 more episodes. As for being caught next time, at worst, just admit the mistake, right? If it really doesn't work, just be ruthless. Dad will forgive me. Hee hee, this crow is really a genius. Northern suburbs. Everything outside the loop is considered the northern suburbs. There are not completely no buildings here. It's just relatively sparse, with most being some low-rise old buildings, or some private villas. Further north in the suburbs lies the truly desolate wilderness, devoid of any human presence. Detached villa, in the center of the courtyard. An 8-meter-tall willow tree stands tall, surrounded by 7 or 8 awakened individuals sitting with worried expressions. Boss, there's really too little food. Yeah, I estimate we can only hold out for 3 more days. We've already scavenged all the nearby residential buildings, either the food is expired or there are too many zombies. I think we should head into the city center, there's definitely more food there. Exactly. As long as we don't enter the city center, there shouldn't be any problems. Boss, give us an idea, will you? The leader, Lu Guang, scanned the group and pondered for a moment before saying, you're right, we do need to go into the city. The supplies near the outskirts are too scarce. But I've been thinking about one issue. What issue? Lu Guang pointed at the willow tree above his head. Don't you think there's something off about this willow tree? I always feel like something's strange. What's the problem? It's just an ordinary willow tree. Could it turn into a zombie or something? That's impossible if you think about it. Boss, you're being too sensitive, Wang San said nonchalantly. Really? Lu Guang's brows were still slightly furrowed. He was different from the others, even though he wasn't from the beast taming class. But it possesses a mental skill, though its effect is quite ordinary. It can roughly sense the mental fluctuations of living beings. This willow tree looks ordinary, but he always feels something is off, as if there are mental fluctuations, almost as if it were alive. Unfortunately, it's too faint, so he can't be too sure. People turning into zombies is somewhat understandable. Plants turning into zombies? This just doesn't feel scientific at all. Then let's go. Let's set off now. There's no time to lose. Yes, boss. The crowd was just about to stand up. Suddenly, the willow branches above rustled softly. Splat! A willow branch suddenly pierced into Wang San's head. What is that? Ah! Mother % Yuan. Wang San let out a miserable scream. He was just about to struggle, but was suspended in midair. The willow branch kept wriggling, his brain matter continuously being sucked out, and he soon kicked the bucket. Lu Guang was dumbfounded. Mamma mia, has this willow tree really come to life? There's no time to react. The surrounding brothers are also screaming in agony. One by one, their heads were pierced by willow branches, their brains drained, and they were left hanging in the air. Without a second thought, Lu Guang turned and fled. Although he was a level 2 awakened, he dared not resist such a bizarre living willow tree. Little did he know, the willow tree had only just mutated. It's just a level 1 mutant plant. If he resisted, he might still have a chance to escape. But unfortunately, he had completely lost the courage to resist. Screech! A willow branch swiftly shot forward, directly pierced into the back of his head, struggling and hanging in midair. He just didn't die on the spot. After all, he was a level 2 awakened, and the opponent needed some time to absorb. At this very moment, a seemingly ordinary crow landed on the wall. Looking at the frenzied willow tree in front of it, the raven was surprised. Wow, just mutated and already able to kill so many awakened? And even capable of killing a level 2 awakened? That's really impressive. No wonder Dad sent me to find you. Rustle! The willow tree kept making strange noises. Each willow branch danced wildly, looking extremely fierce. Are you trying to intimidate me? But you can't reach me, and you might not even be a match for me. After all, I'm a level 3 mutant creature. The raven chuckled. At this moment, the willow tree suddenly fell silent. Lu Guang opened his eyes and saw a talking raven. The instinctive desire to survive made him cry out, despite the immense pain. Help me, save me. However, the next second, bang! Lu Guang's head exploded. The raven had burst his skull from a distance, grinning as it said, feeling relieved now? No need to thank me, having your brains sucked out must be pretty painful, right? Ending your suffering is the least I can do. Consider it a little good karma for Dad. Relying on it to save you? You're not family, not even friends, why should it save you? Killing you, considering that I found the willow tree today and am in a good mood. I'll take your crystal core as a token of gratitude. It was just about to snatch the crystal core, but a willow branch swept away the crystal core, absorbing the alien energy inside. The brain matter that fell to the ground was not missed by the willow tree either. Soon, more than a dozen of its willow branches were glowing red. Stealing my crystal core? Do you really think you can bully me like a pushover? Watch me glare and blow your brains out. The raven was a bit angry. It decisively activated mental pierce, but this time, the all-pervasive spirit seemed to hit a wall and returned without success. success. The red willow was completely unaffected. Failed? Is it because your mutation level is very low? Although you have a crystal core, you basically have no brain? Barely any mental fluctuations, but it's like a rootless duckweed. Wait until you absorb more crystal cores and level up to tier 2. At least then you should be able to communicate, right? 2 tier 2 crystal cores should be enough, right? Let's give it a try. The raven unzipped the backpack. It tossed over 2 level 2 crystal cores with its beak. After receiving the level 2 crystal cores, the red willow quickly absorbed them. Half an hour later, more than 30 of its willow branches had turned red, and its level had risen to level 2. The raven relies on its powerful spirit. It keenly perceived that the other party seemed to have developed a special core, similar to a brain, but entirely different from a brain. Dad calls it a tree heart? This is the core of the mutant plant, the crystallization of the mutant plant's intelligence. With it, mutant plants can think and communicate. Without the tree heart, the red willow would just be an empty shell of a mutant creature. It would only know slaughter, not much different from those mindless zombies. Although it cannot speak now, it can convey its thoughts through mental waves. Honglu asked, "Hello, may I ask who you are?" "I am the raven messenger responsible for guarding you. I have been searching for you for more than half a month. According to my master's prophecy, you would gain enlightenment today, so I was sent to check on your situation and ensure your safety," the raven said earnestly, bluffing. "I don't quite understand." Honglu was very confused. It has just mutated, which is equivalent to just being born. It can't understand overly complex words, it can only roughly guess their meaning. This black chicken is here to protect it, preventing outsiders from interfering. Why is it mistaken for a chicken? Because there were only chickens in the yard, it had never seen other birds. "You don't need to understand. I am your guardian and won't harm you," said the raven. "Then are you my mother?" "I am not." The raven wanted to answer yes. After all, getting closer would be great. But the problem is, it's not a willow tree, which would easily give it away. "What? You ask why Zhang Hao and I look different. Why not question whether he is your father? Is there even a need to question it? He has long known that biologically he isn't. After all, Zhang Hao isn't a crow either. But if you look at it psychologically, then he is. After all, Dad takes such good care of me. Being able to laze around every day and watch Legend of Xinhuan every day, isn't it all thanks to such an amazing dad? Where in the world could there be a better dad than this? Questioning that would surely mean there's something wrong with your brain, wouldn't it? But plants and animals are different. They rely on external characteristics, so there's no way to impersonate them. Unless it's an awakened one from the plant system. They would need a unique talent to get close to the red willow, otherwise, it would be impossible to succeed. The most crucial thing now is to ensure the red willow protects itself and doesn't get tricked by other plant system awakened ones. You can't move right now, and there might be bad people nearby who will try to bully you. No matter what they say, don't believe them. The raven continued to coax. "Once I return to report to my master, I'll have your mom come to find you." "Why isn't mom by my side?" Hong Lu didn't understand. "That's right. Why isn't she by my side?" This question really stumped the raven. But with his intelligence, he quickly came up with a solution. "Because your mom doesn't just have you as her child, she has more children to take care of, so of course, she can't handle it all." "More children? So I'm not the only baby of mom? Nor the one mom loves the most? Otherwise, why didn't mom come when I was born? She just sent a black chicken to comfort me?" Thinking of this, Hong Lu completely lost it. Smack! Smack! Countless willow branches lashed about ceaselessly, smashing the corpses into pulp, a scene of utter brutality. "No! I'm going to kill all the other brothers and sisters. I want to create a world with only mother in it." The raven was baffled. What's wrong with this tree? Is it acting crazy? Why did it suddenly go berserk? Talking about creating a mother's world? Hey, you don't even have a mother. But the raven really doesn't dare to tell the truth. After all, this tree has just been born. It's quite normal to have a bit of a mood, but if it really ends up making Honlu full of hostility and causes Miao Xiaoxiao to fail in taming, that would be troublesome. The task assigned by Dad must not be messed up. Mom! I want mom! Honlu kept waving its willow branches. The wooden chairs and benches were smashed, and the table was overturned on the ground. The courtyard quickly became a complete mess. The raven had to change its tone and say, "I was just joking with you earlier. Your mother has only one child, and she loves obedient children the most. If you're not obedient, she'll get upset. Then why doesn't mom come to see me? Why did she only send you, this black chicken, to guard me?" "Black chicken? Hey, I'm a crow." "A crow? A crow? What's a crow?" "A crow is another kind of bird. Don't understand." The raven felt exhausted. As expected, mutant creatures as intelligent as him are indeed very rare. Red Willow started calling for her mother again, and the raven had no choice. Can only plant a mental marker to prevent it from being stolen, give a few reminders, and leave a phone before returning the same way. The purpose of the phone, of course, is to provide reassurance. Upon learning that the raven found the Red Willow, Zhang Hao, Hong Lian, and Miao Xiaoxiao immediately set off for the standalone villa in the northern suburbs. Along the way, Yaha kept chattering non-stop. "Oh, Dad, you just didn't see it. it. The raven said with a look of disdain, that tree has such a bad temper, just like a naughty little brat. It doesn't listen to a single word of raven talk, just keeps shouting mom, mom. I really couldn't stand it. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. Not every mutated creature can be like you. Besides, the chances of plants mutating are much smaller than those of animals, since you have brain structures, and they don't. Zhang Hao replied, even if they mutate at first, they will only follow their instincts. Even when they develop a tree heart, it still requires gradual nurturing to slowly unlock their intelligence and ensure they don't go astray. So the initial guidance is crucial. In her previous life, Honglu had no one to guide her. It seems she was misled by some unscrupulous individuals, which filled her with hostility toward humans. In the end, she killed countless people, and the entire willow tree turned blood red, indiscriminately attacking everyone. When it became a high-level mutant plant, its intelligence was already fully developed. Many outstanding plant-type awakeners tried to tame it, but all failed, having their brains drained and being hung in mid-air. Now is the best time to tame it. But even at the start, shouldn't it be less aggressive? Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. Yeah, you didn't provoke it, did you? Did you say something you shouldn't have? I didn't. The raven shook its head vigorously. How could such a thing possibly be admitted? Incorrect. It has nothing to do with me, the crow. It's its own immature mind. How can it blame me? Although Zhang Hao guessed it, he did not blame. Miao Xiaoxiao has already become a level 3 awakened. Taming a red willow shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? You'll know once you go. Soon, the two of them and the crow arrived at their destination on the electric scooter. Mom, is it Mom who's here? Not even inside the door yet. Red Willow eagerly started calling for her mother. They went back inside again, and Miao Xiaoxiao walked to the front gate. Seeing the 8-meter-tall willow tree, her emotions became complicated for a moment. To be honest, at first, she thought her abilities were quite useless. Although the president encouraged her once, she still felt a bit uneasy. Such a powerful mutated plant, can she really tame it? What if she fails? Will the president no longer value her, or just kick her out of the Dawn Society? But worrying is useless. You can only bite the bullet and go for it. Although she has never raised a child, she has watched quite a few TV dramas. Isn't comforting a child just those few tricks? Toys, storytelling, singing lullabies, etc. Yes, it's me, Miao Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Mom, why did you come so late? When I was born, you weren't by my side. I was so scared at the time, scared to the point that I was trembling. Hong Lu said softly. Goodness, scared to the point of trembling? You took down 7 or 8 awakened all at once. Did they even directly suck out the brain marrow and crush the corpse? Miao Xiaoxiao chose to avoid the question and directly comforted. It's okay, don't be afraid. With Mom here, no one will bully you anymore. Mom, do you have other children? No. Will you have any in the future? It's hard to say, there might be or there might not be. Miao Xiaoxiao couldn't give it a definite answer. After all, the president said that in the future, when the plant system becomes stronger, it can control multiple mutated plants. What if there are good seedlings in the future? Should they just be abandoned? This is obviously impossible. Upon hearing the response, Hong Lu fell silent. The atmosphere seemed a bit tense. Miao Xiaoxiao glanced at Zhang Hao, feeling slightly guilty, but the encouraging look from the latter, combined with that handsome face, gave Miao Xiaoxiao the courage once again. Although you were just born, I can't lie to you. Miao Xiaoxiao slowly said, every child wants their mother's complete love, but this world has more than just one child in need of saving. Without a mother's guidance, they might go astray and become bad children, used by those bad people, and might even cause their mother's death in the future. Would you want that? I don't want to. I don't want Mom to die. Hong Lu took a step back. Then can Mom promise to treat me the best? In the future, if I have other siblings, I'll be their only big brother, and they all have to listen to me. Of course, no problem. Mom promises you. Hee, Mom is the best. Come hug me quickly. I can't move. Zhang Hao frowned. Could this red willow be bluffing? Deliberately letting Miao Xiaoxiao get close so it can strike and take her out? But what if it isn't? What if this red willow just wants a hug? It's better to let her decide for herself on such matters. Alright. Miao Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. Without any hesitation, she walked to the tree. With both hands, she hugged its thick and sturdy trunk, and the red willow's branches drooped one by one. It actually lifted Miao Xiaoxiao up and kept swaying, just like a swing. She experienced a brief moment of panic, but in the end, she calmed down, realizing that the red willow just wanted to play with her. And Miao Xiaoxiao also used her incredibly harmonious plant-based spirit to establish an emotional bond with the heart of the red willow tree. At this moment, they could truly be considered successful. Mom, isn't it fun? Yes, it's fun. Mom, my willow branch is a bit tired and needs some nutritional replenishment. Then do you want something to drink? Should I pour you some water? Miao Xiaoxiao asked with concern. I don't want water. Then what do you want to drink? Mom, I want nai. Miao Xiaoxiao blushed instantly, but hearing Honglio's voice, it was full of childlike innocence and curiosity. Miao Xiaoxiao was very confused. You want to drink my milk? Are you sure? Little Honglu, have you forgotten that you're a tree? Trees don't drink milk, do they? okay? I know, but don't all humans drink their mom's milk when they're born? Mom, you're human, so why can't I drink milk? Hong Lu said innocently. Where did you see it? I saw it on my phone. That black chicken gave it to me. Raven, it's a raven. The raven emphasized from the side. Not really, but you just got born and you're already drinking milk. Isn't that not so good? Why not? I'm really fast at absorbing brain matter, so drinking milk shouldn't take long either. Does mom have a lot of milk? Then I can keep drinking until mom runs out of milk. Confused face, even though there was nothing wrong with Hong Liu's words. But in the ears of these adults, it really sounds a bit explicit. What does it mean to keep sucking? Suck until there's no taro left? Wow, you're really strong. I'm scared. I'm afraid you'll drain me completely. It seems that Miao Xiaoxiao looks very troubled. Hong Lu said pitifully, actually, I'm not just curious. It's just that when I think about having siblings in the future who will take away mom's love, I feel very sad. So I wanted to be the first child to taste mom's milk. Can't mom even fulfill such a small request for me? This, Miao Xiaoxiao found herself in a dilemma. Zhang Hao glared at the raven and muttered under his breath, look at what you've done. You left the phone behind and poisoned the newborn Hong Lu. So young and already knows how to suck nectar. Won't they be unstoppable when they grow up? The raven curled its lips. If there weren't videos of feeding nectar on this phone, would Hong Lu be like this? Blame me, huh? Aren't these materials in hand hoarded by dad? And it's not even this kind of video. There are even more shocking and unexpected videos. Swearing is considered the lowest level. Still dare to talk back? Your phone is confiscated for 2 weeks. I was wrong, Dad. Poof. The two were arguing. Hong Lu also started acting out, just like a little child. I don't care. I want nai nai. I want to eat nai nai. Mom won't give me nai nai. Does that mean she doesn't love me anymore? It's not that mom won't give it to you, it's that mom really doesn't have any. No tuber? I saw it clearly. It's so big. How could there be no tuber? Let me take a look. Hong Lu was about to get handsy. One willow branch after another swayed, ready to untie and investigate. Goodness, it looked just like a scene from some kind of tentacle monster. Stop fooling around. Hands off. I'm your mom. You need to respect me. Miao Xiaoxiao felt flustered. Ha, this is disrespectful? I just wanted to take a look. Hong Lu was puzzled. This is disrespectful. At the very least, you need to get someone else's permission before you can look. Oh, then can I look at mom's nai? Not allowed. Why? Because it's too big. I'm afraid it will scare you. Oh, then big melons must have a lot of melon juice. Little red willow wants to drink. Big doesn't necessarily mean there will be juice. I won't have any until 3 days after giving birth, and everyone's body is different. Maybe I might never have any. Miao Xiaoxiao's face turned red with embarrassment, helpless and resigned. She was only 20 years old and couldn't discuss this topic as calmly as a pregnant woman. 3 days after pregnancy? Didn't mom already give birth to me? This is different. You were nurtured spiritually, but I'm referring to physically. Ha, I don't get it. You'll understand in the future. It's not that mom doesn't want to give it to you, it's that there's really no way. Miao Xiaoxiao said earnestly. But I want to drink it. Shall I get you some formula? This flavor is fine too. Formula? Is it tasty? Compared to mom's milk, which one is more delicious? This question left Miao Xiaoxiao completely stumped. I have no idea. After all, no one has ever tried it. Slightly blushed and glanced at the president, then abandoned this dreamlike thought. The president is so handsome, so amazing. He probably wouldn't be interested in me, right? You can't blame her for being infatuated. In the Dawn Society, which female member isn't? Who wouldn't want to give him milk to drink? But one must have self-awareness. They are not worthy of the president. It should be the milk powder that tastes good. Usually, human milk is very fishy. Miao Xiaoxiao took out her backpack, mixed the pre-prepared milk powder with a battery-powered water heater, then pour some at the roots of the red willow. But the red willow seemed very unsatisfied. Several willow branches plunged in, and with a slurp, it drank it all up. Mom, this milk powder is so delicious. I want more. Alright, here you go. Miao Xiaoxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, she managed to fool them. Taking care of a child is really not easy. However, Hong Lian, who had watched the entire process, now showed a curious expression on her face. What's wrong, little Hong Lian? Zhang Hao asked. Hong Lian blinked her beautiful eyes and licked the corner of her mouth. Brother Hao, I also want to drink your nai nai. Why? Because you're my brother. Isn't it only natural to let your sister have some? What you said makes so much sense. I actually have no way to refute it. Xiao Hong Lian, the key is that there are no men, Zhang Hao said with a laugh. But the boys in anime can. In anime? What have you been watching? Time-stop series, Black Beast Tetralogy, Man and Nai. Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. It's only been an hour. This little silly girl, she actually watched 3 of them? And they're this type? Although he downloaded them, he probably didn't watch them at all. The main purpose was to preserve humanity's spiritual sustenance and its diversity. That's not true. Anime is all fake. Zhang Hao argued. No way. I've looked it up. Boys can do it too, as long as there's an excess of estrogen. Hong Lian said indignantly. But my estrogen levels are normal. Can't you just take take a bit of hormones? You think you can just fight whenever you want? Your body will get hurt. Ha, then forget it. Upon hearing that it might harm Brother Hao's body, Honglian gave up. Zhang Hao is not exaggerating. Drinking too much estrogen can cause breast development. Body hair growth will also slow down, and the voice will become sharper. Everyone must avoid doing this. How could such a handsome and manly guy like him do something like that? Zhang Hao laughed and said, "What's wrong? Feeling upset? Don't be upset. It's all fake in anime. That stuff doesn't taste good at all. What about the girls one? Does it not taste good either? That I don't know. Haven't tried it, so no comment." Red Lotus grinned and said, "Brother Hao, do you want to give it a try?" Ah, this. What kind of outrageous words are these? Oh my gosh. These words were spoken. Even the thick-skinned Zhang Hao felt a bit shy. What's wrong? Brother Hao, don't you want to? Do you not like me anymore? Hong Lian pouted and said with grievance, "No, I didn't say I don't like you, but you didn't say you liked me either." Well, how do you even say something like this? Saying it out loud would be way too embarrassing. You really don't like me anymore, do you? Do you like the big-breasted sister instead? Hong Lian asked again. Nothing at all. I don't believe it. The older sisters in those anime all have big boobs. Really, there's nothing. I'm not lying to you. Then why are you unwilling? Anime says men can't be trusted, and it turns out to be true. How is that? I'm willing, alright? That's more like it. The tears of the Red Lotus disappeared instantly. A happy smile appeared on her little face. Zhang Hao sighed leisurely. I hope that when you grow up, you can still say such things. In that case, I, Zhang, will truly admire you. After subduing it, Niao Xiaoxiao asked, President, what should we do now? The red willow can't be moved for the time being, and transplanting it might damage its newly formed tree core. Then leave it as it is. Stay here and keep it company. Although this is the outskirts, danger can't be ruled out. I'll send a team to protect you both. Zhang Hao instructed. There shouldn't be too many zombies nearby. I'll give you a batch of crystal cores to help Honglu grow quickly. We'll talk about transplantation when the time comes. Yes, President, Miao Xiaoxiao replied. Zhang Hao also had other ideas. Moreover, this place is very remote, and the old apartment buildings nearby are quite sparse. About 40 kilometers from the city center, the villa is very large and can be used after some cleaning. There's no problem using it as a transit station for evacuation when the time comes, but the new gathering place definitely cannot be built here, because this distance is nothing for mid to late stage zombies. If it's discovered by glowing zombies and attracts thousands of zombies, that would be a huge problem, so it must be established deep in the mountains and forests. It's far enough away to avoid being easily discovered. As for the construction, it's actually quite simple. As long as there are enough materials, the efficiency of the awakened is greatly enhanced. Riding the electric scooter, the two of them and a crow returned the same way. They hadn't walked far, was blocked by 5 people, stopping the way. Get out of the car. Get out of the car for me. But Zhang Hao couldn't be bothered to respond. He planned to ram through directly, but the ground suddenly rose up. A clump of dirt flipped the motorcycle over, but fortunately, Zhang Hao was agile. With a backflip, he landed steadily while holding Honglian. The 4 subordinates were not alarmed but rather delighted, itching to say, "Boss, this guy's got some skills. Looks like we've caught a big fish this time. We can make a killing. There should be plenty of good stuff in their bags." Don't these 2 newcomers know they can't take the main road? Are they delivering themselves to us on purpose? This little loli isn't bad either. She can satisfy our cravings. Heh, what good luck. These 3 subordinates were very arrogant. But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Hao's figure disappeared from the spot. Splat, splat. The battle axe in his hand swung continuously, easily taking care of his 4 subordinates. Looking for death. Do you really think we're rookies? Zhang Hao said disdainfully. The 4 subordinates were instantly defeated, but Zhao Wu remained calm. Interesting, a level 3 awakened? No wonder you dare to walk so recklessly on this main road. Are you not afraid of death? Could it be that you're a level 4 awakened? I'm not. Then why are you so brave? Because. Before finishing the sentence, Zhao Wu raised his hand and made a swift motion. A faint, inexplicable wave blade surged from his palm toward the opponent. Zhang Hao raised his battle axe to block. However, crack, the indestructible axe was unexpectedly cut in half. That eerie wave blade continued unimpeded, heading straight for his head. What's this? Zhang Hao sensed something was wrong. He stepped back, dodging the opponent's attack. The swift blade surged forward, slicing the electric scooter parked behind him clean in half. The scratch is very neat, as if it were cut. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hao raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a look of surprise. It's actually a space blade. Are you a space-type awakener? That move just now. There is no doubt that it is the skill of a spatial awakener, Blade of Space. The Blade of Space is an ultimate attack triggered by spatial abilities, causing immense destructive power. Unless it is a force of the same level, or the level far surpasses the opponent, no one can withstand it. Moreover, the Blade of Space is considered a very practical skill for space-type awakeners. Because the form of this skill is almost invisible, if a person's mind isn't sharp enough, they won't even even notice it before being sliced in half. As for why Zhang Hao was able to dodge it, it's because he had dealt with many space-type individuals in his previous life. Also killed quite a few self-righteous space-type awakeners who believed themselves to be the chosen ones of the apocalypse. There aren't many space-type awakeners, but they do exist. However, there are very few with true extraordinary potential, as the space-type is not only dangerous to enemies but also poses significant risks to the user. Except for someone like Zhang Hao, who had experience from a past life and whose comprehension ability is akin to gaining corresponding skills as their level increases in a game. Other awakeners have to slowly figure it out on their own. Those with insufficient talent might only reach level 3 or 4 and have just one skill, especially those in the spatial category. They might accidentally kill themselves while trying to harness spatial power. So most space-type awakeners initially comprehend abilities that are mostly auxiliary, and only after gradually mastering their powers do they begin to explore offensive capabilities. For example, the pocket space that can store a small number of items, or telekinesis that allows retrieving items over short distances, and so on. But this Zhao Wu in front of us, at only level 3, has already comprehended Blade of Space. Clearly, in terms of talent, he is among the best. Zhang Hao could tell this person definitely had the makings of the extraordinary. Oh, so you've figured it out? Then I'll cut to the chase. Drop your supplies, and I'll let you go, Zhao Wu said confidently. Let us go? I just killed one of your men a moment ago, and you don't even care? Cannon fodder, that's all they are. Those useless idiots deserve to die anyway. Zhao Wu was completely indifferent. His expression was entirely genuine, making him seem like a tough guy. Just dropping off the supplies, is that all? I think we can delve a bit deeper into this, Zhang Hao said with a smile. Delve deeper? What exactly are you trying to say, kid? Zhao Wu frowned. You probably haven't had a full meal in a long time, right? After all, resources are too scarce in the suburbs. So what? Let me introduce myself first. I am Zhang Hao, the president of the Dawn Society on North 5th Ring Central Street. Zhang Hao said calmly. Currently, I have about 100 people under me, with 7 or 8 third-level awakened ones. Your talent is quite impressive. Would you like to join our organization? I can make sure you have enough to eat, not just this meal, but every meal in the future. Are you interested? Every meal is filling? You sure know how to brag. Even if what you said is true, why should I join you? Zhao Wu sneered. We're all level 3 awakeners, and I'm the one and only spatial type. Are you really stronger than me? I doubt it. So why should I follow you? So what you're saying is, as long as I can beat you, you'll join my Dawn Society? Of course, but only if what you said earlier is true. If you let me go hungry even once, I'll quit. Alright, it's a deal. A promise is a promise. The two exchanged a glance. Zhang Hao remained motionless and gestured with one hand. Full of provocation, Zhao Wu sneered and raised his hand with a swift motion. Screech! The blade of space tore through the air. Its speed was so fast that it was hard for anyone to notice. But Zhang Hao easily dodged by withdrawing his left foot. Then he quickly approached the opponent and kicked out. Bang! Zhang Hao's kick was blocked. There was nothing in front of him, as if an invisible wall had appeared. Spatial barrier? Zhang Hao's eyes slightly narrowed. He felt increasingly delighted inside. Zhao Wu, this guy, is definitely a top-notch genius. Can spatial barriers work? This move, although defensive in nature, is indeed a skill with the same level of practicality as the Blade of Space, and it is equally difficult to comprehend. Moreover, the later the stage, the more powerful this skill becomes. In his previous life, he vaguely remembered zombies in the city evolving to very high levels, with mutant zombies emerging one after another. It has already reached the point where numerous awakened had to evacuate the city. At that time, hundreds of thousands of zombies swarmed like a tidal wave. They easily engulfed one small to medium-sized awakened faction after another. Even large factions could only stand by helplessly. Some of them could slightly hinder the zombie tide, but the cost was too great. And at that time, a high-level spatial awakener exerted full effort to create a sky-like spatial barrier, blocking the zombies behind for 3 minutes. It was these mere 3 minutes that gave the weak a chance to escape. It can be said, turned the tide. The spatial barrier in front is very weak, although somewhat unstable, but it is enough to prove Zhao Wu's exceptional talent. This is why Zhang Hao developed an admiration for talent. This spatial barrier, no one can break it. I advise you not to waste your efforts. We're all level 3 awakeners. If you give me the position of vice president, I might consider joining you, Zhao Wu said smugly. Level 3? I never said from the beginning that I was a level 3 awakener. Isn't it just a spatial barrier? I wonder if you've heard, no defense is absolute. When power surpasses its limits, all defensive measures become meaningless. Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Lightning flickered in his eyes, arcs of electricity flashing and vanishing. Dazzling lightning suddenly appeared on his fist, like a small blue sun. Bang! The spatial barrier trembled violently. Immediately after, it shattered completely, like a broken mirror, fragmented into pieces. My spatial barrier has been broken? How is this possible? Zhao Wu's pupils contracted, his expression filled with shock. Is this the the terror of a level 4 awakened? Moreover, he could tell Zhang Hao hadn't even used his full strength. It seems that the extra spreading force might hurt oneself. For a moment, Zhao Wu was struck down. He originally thought that after awakening the spatial system and becoming a level 3 awakened, he was the strongest. Who would have thought that he would lose today? What skill is this? Thunder Fist? Thunder Strike? Or something else? Zhao Wu asked unwillingly. Zhang Hao smiled calmly. This is not any skill, just an ordinary punch, commonly known as one force breaking 10,000 techniques. Indeed, just now, Zhang Hao simply let the pores release electricity, then cover it on the fist, merely increasing the power of the punch. It is far from matching the power of Thunder Explosion, let alone Thunder Fury. This is actually quite normal. After all, Zhao Wu is merely a level 3 awakener. Even Sun Outyen, regarded as an extraordinary seed, cannot withstand a single move in his hands now. In contrast, Zhao Wu, relying on spatial skills, has managed to hold out for so long in his hands, which already demonstrates an exceptionally high level of talent. You didn't use any skills? So I'm really this weak, huh? Zhao Wu said dejectedly. You're actually not weak. The gap between level 4 and level 3 is already a significant dividing line. I've fought many level 3 awakeners, and you're the only one who has managed to hold out against me for so long. Isn't that impressive enough? Really? Then if I reach level 4, can I beat you? That's hard to say, but probably not. Even if I can't beat you, I definitely can't lose as miserably as I did today. If I, at the same level, can last half an hour against you, can you let me take the position of vice president? Zhao Wu asked eagerly. Half an hour? Of course. No matter what, just agree to it first. As for whether it can be achieved by then, that depends on the situation. If Zhao Wu can really hold out for more than half an hour, then why not give him the position of vice president? However, the premise is that they are of the same rank. By the time he reaches level 4, I'll probably be at level 5, right? By the time he reaches level 5, I'll be at level 6. I'm afraid there's no hope for him in this lifetime. That's great. Then I'll join you. Do I have a position? With such a big organization, there's no way you haven't set up any positions, right? Zhao Wu said excitedly. Of course we do. We've now formed a 100-member legion, with 20 squads and 4 battalions. Apart from the legion commander, we already have squad leaders and battalion leaders, Zhang Hao explained. Then I can be the legion commander. No, you're not suitable. Why? My strength is enough to be the commander, isn't it? But you don't care if your subordinates live or die. I can't let you lead so many people. Then at least give me a position, right? There's no rush for now. Anyway, you'll definitely be on the same level as the commander in the future, but the team will be very special. Very special? How special? Keep it a secret for now. You'll find out when the time comes. It will definitely meet your expectations. Alright. Zhang Hao had a faint smile, his expression carrying a hint of meaning. Zhao Wu's indifference toward his subordinates actually aligned perfectly with the concept of a new legion he envisioned for the future, and that is the Death Corps. In the future, the post-apocalyptic world is fraught with crises, among which the threat of marine life is immense. The mutations on the blue planet are not limited to terrestrial creatures. The number of mutated marine organisms alone is countless. By the mid to late stages, marine life no longer fears the terrestrial environment. As a major city bordering the sea, Linhai City will be the first to face a massive crisis. This calls for a legion to act as a suicide squad to deplete them. To put it bluntly, they are cannon fodder. As for the selection of the legion, that's even simpler. When the Dawn Society becomes a behemoth, there will inevitably be some heinous scum, or prisoners from other hostile forces can completely fill the ranks of the Death Guard Legion. This legion will be very special, and the commander will need to have a very hardened heart. Zhao Wu is just the right kind of person, but it definitely can't be told to him now. After all, he just joined, and they don't know each other well yet. There's no need to hail a cab like before the apocalypse. They casually found 3 motorcycles on the road, and the 3 of them returned to the supermarket. Zhao Wu felt very uneasy. It's not about worrying about fitting in, it's about concerns over food. He was just trying it out with a casual mindset, never expecting to eat his fill every day. After all, having food every day in the apocalypse is already a challenge. Going hungry every few days is the norm, isn't it? He also figured it out. Having such a powerful president makes gathering supplies much easier. Moreover, he wouldn't have to live in constant fear every day, worrying about running into tough opponents during a robbery. As long as the guild leader gave him food every day, he'd be fine. His demands weren't high. 2 steamed buns should suffice, right? It would be even better if there were some pickled vegetables. Otherwise, eating plain steamed buns is truly miserable. The 2 of them walked into the supermarket. On the first floor of the supermarket, at the rotating dining table. Although the dishes hadn't been served yet, it was clearly mealtime. Seeing Zhang Hao walk in, all the members stood up, showing respect. Hello, President. President, you're back? Wu Yanfeng said. Who is this? Fong Ping asked curiously. Let me introduce everyone. This is Zhao Wu, a level 3 awakener of the space system, and he's incredibly powerful. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Space system? Very powerful? Everyone was shocked. A newcomer with spatial abilities? And at level 3? Since the president acknowledged it, they must be really impressive. My name is Feng Ping, a level 3 Earth Element Awakener. My name is Wu Yanfeng, a level 3 Ice Element Awakener. My name is Meng Wu, a level 3 Beast Taming Element Awakener. My name is Su Mo, a level 3 Dark Element Awakener. Hello, I'm Zhao Wu, a newcomer. Please take care of me. Zhao Wu shook hands one by one. Underneath the smile, there was inevitably some surprise. So many third-level awakeners? The Dawn Society is quite strong. The president actually wasn't bragging at the time? It seems quite promising. Such a big table, the food must be decent, right? Sitting around a large round table, eating steamed buns together? That would be too ridiculous. At the very least, it should be instant noodles with a sausage, right? If you're lucky, maybe you'll get an extra egg? Imagining it for a moment, Zhao Wu's stomach unexpectedly let out a rumbling sound. He suddenly blushed. Sorry, President, I didn't eat yesterday. I really couldn't hold it in, Zhao Wu said apologetically. It's fine, hurry up and let Air Pang and the others serve the food. Alright. Su Mo quickly went to the kitchen. He called a few people and started serving the dishes. First came a large iron basin filled with liangfen, glistening and translucent. Next to it, there was a plate of dipping sauce, including chili oil, chopped green onions, black vinegar, and more, full of aroma. My sister made this cold jelly. Please enjoy it to fill your stomachs a bit, Su Mo said with a smile. Oh my goodness, there's even cold jelly? This is my favorite food back home. Thank you for the hospitality, and thanks to your sister for the effort. She even made cold jelly just for me. I'm so grateful. Zhao Wu couldn't stay calm. Overwhelmed with favor and gratitude, the other members immediately stifled their laughter. Su Mo cleared his throat a few times and said, it wasn't made specifically for you. It's been hot lately, and my sister just thought of making this. And it's not just liangfen, you know, not just liangfen? Zhao Wu was stunned. Watching Su Mo head to the kitchen again, he brought out several dishes one after another, all of them cold dishes. For example, rolled noodles, sour soup fish, cold shredded potato, sweet and sour ice jelly, and chilled sour plum juice to beat the heat. My sister thought just having cold jelly was too plain, so she made a bit of each of these. Enjoy the food and drinks, everyone. Ha, thank you, Air Pang's little sister. Your cooking is amazing. Everyone burst into hearty laughter. Seeing these dishes, Zhao Wu was dumbfounded. Do you eat this lavishly? Every meal like this? Unlimited? Of course, we eat like this every meal, Su Mo said with a smile. Feng Ping smiled and said, Brother Zhao Wu, since you're hungry, eat more. Every meal we have is great. Let's dig in. Alright, I'll start with a bowl of this cold jelly. This chili oil is so authentic, it's amazing. The grated potato is perfectly steamed. The sweet and sour jelly has just the right level of tanginess. The chilled plum juice is so delicious, I feel like I'm floating. Woohoo. Zhao Wu devoured the food ravenously. As he ate, he was so moved that he started crying. What kind of earthly delicacy is this? Is this still the apocalypse? At first, he thought about quitting if the conditions were really bad. Now you want me to quit? Sorry, even if I have to jump off a cliff or be forced to eat shit, there's no way I'm quitting. I'm sticking with this Dawn Society. I'm Zhao Wu, and not even Jesus can change that. I said it. Seeing Zhao Wu crying like a tearful mess, everyone neither mocked him nor seemed surprised. Wasn't their first time like this too? The president is handsome, strong, and the benefits are so good. Who would want to leave such an organization? Unless there's something wrong with your brain. After eating almost enough, Zhao Wu felt a bit embarrassed. Everyone, sorry to make you laugh. It's okay, many newcomers are like this, we understand. Is the food free? Not free, you need contribution points. Killing zombies and turning in crystal cores, as well as handing over collected supplies from outside, can all be exchanged for contribution points. A level 1 crystal core is worth 1 contribution point, a level 2 crystal core is worth 2 contribution points, and 1 meal only costs 5 contribution points. How is this any different from being free? Zhao Wu was stunned. Exactly, the president is very kind. Now everyone is a level 2 awakened. Abilities zombies and intelligent zombies are ultimately a minority, so killing zombies is not difficult. Especially during the last attack of over 3,000 zombies, they accumulated quite a lot of contribution points, and the cost of meals is just a drop in the bucket. For level 3 awakened, level 2 zombies are just easy pickings. Seeing that everyone thought so, Zhang Hao fell into deep thought. Is 5 contribution points too cheap? Should I raise the price? But it doesn't seem that cheap either. 5 points for 1 meal, 15 points for 3 meals, 450 points a month, equivalent to over 200 level 2 crystal cores. Isn't that a lot? It's just that everyone couldn't get enough to eat and lived a very hard life. Even eating instant noodles felt delicious after all. What's the point of killing zombies if you're still going to starve? No matter how many zombies other organizations kill, it's useless without food. Now, killing zombies isn't hard, and you can enjoy delicious meals, so in their eyes, it's not expensive at all. The value of food before and after the apocalypse cannot be generalized. After eating, Zhang Hao and Honglian went up to the second floor. A little exercise to aid digestion. As for what kind of exercise? Isn't that obvious? After the workout, Hong Lian panted with a flushed face. Oh my, I'm so tired. How GE, don't you feel tired? Maybe my body is just too strong? This bit of exercise is nothing at all. Zhang Hao flexed his muscles. So, is the workout over now? It's over, huh? Hee hee, then I'll go watch anime. What are you planning to watch? Zhang Hao asked curiously. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Better not to watch it. Why? Is it bad? It's not about whether it's bad or not, it's just too heavy and not suitable for you. What is she talking about? How should I put it? Anyway, it's not very suitable for you, Zhang Hao explained. Alright, underscore. Seeing Hong Lian's enthusiastic expression, Zhang Hao suspected that this little girl might have unlocked some strange attribute. At this age, you shouldn't say you're so scared. Why not just throw yourself into brother's arms? Or simply, not watch the other two at all? What's with being so excited? At this moment, the sound of knocking came, and the blacksmith arrived. Mou carried a large box, revealing an excited expression as he said, President, I've reached level 3. The level 3 metal arm you entrusted to me has been fully smelted, and a new weapon has been born. Oh ho, let me take a look quickly. Opening the box, inside lay 2 brand new battle axes. Unlike the previous silver battle axe which was so monotonous, this time the battle axe is mostly gold. There are black decorations in the middle, and the axe handle is surrounded by black and gold. The golden dragon pattern on it is very striking, exuding a distinctly cold aura. The size is the same as before, but the level is absolutely different. Zhang Hao casually swung it and found that the weapon had become heavier, but it felt more handy. The new weapon was named Dragon Pattern Battle Axe. Very good. The battle axe feels great, and the style is just what I wanted. Mo Yu, you've worked hard, Zhang Hao praised. Not at all, not at all, Mo Yu replied with an awkward smile. I'll give you 50 contribution points. This weapon is worth that price. No, President, how could I accept contribution points for the weapon you want? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to make such a significant contribution to our Dawn Society. I really can't accept these contribution points. Mou's words were very sincere. There wasn't the slightest pretense. He was genuinely grateful to the president. He now lives a life free from worries about food and clothing, spending his days either making weapons or studying smelting techniques. He doesn't even need to kill zombies. It's practically easier than before the apocalypse. Alright, if I give it to you, it would mean not giving you face. But your words did remind me of something. Zhang Hao said with a faint smile. Someone reported to me these past few days, saying that you deliberately overcharge their contribution points for every weapon you make. Is there any truth to this? No, absolutely not. Mou repeatedly denied. Then why are so many people reporting it? This can't just be baseless rumors, right? Because the members all want to get their weapons as soon as possible. The number of weapons I can forge each day is limited, so I have to charge them a bit more contribution points. Otherwise, it would be chaos. Oh, that makes sense. Do you charge a lot for those cutting in line? Not much, just a dozen or so. That's fine, they're all our people, don't take advantage of them too much. Of course not, Mou promised. Then you go ahead. Okay, President. Mou left. Zhang Hao fell into deep thought. There are still some loopholes in the rules regarding weapons. Currently, the metal used for weapon crafting by the members all comes from what he previously obtained during his outings. But what the members actually pay is just the production cost. The materials are actually free. Currently, the members are focused on improving their skills, so there's no need to charge even for the material costs. Once the organization grows larger, material costs will definitely have to be charged. After all, things like metal materials require quite a bit of time to collect. The more weapons the organization needs, the higher the costs will be, so the rules will definitely have to be adjusted by then. Members can't just freeload on the material costs. Pulling back his thoughts, Zhang Hao called Manhwa over. How's the investigation going? Pretty much done. In the North Fourth Ring area, there are about 60 or so awakened organizations, ranging from small to large. However, due to the recent threat of the Black Rain, everyone has united, so most of the organizations have at least 50 members, and there are even some with over 100 members, totaling around 20 or so, Manhwa replied. How many organizations are closest to Jingnan e-commerce? What are their names? What are their sizes? Who are their leaders? And what are their specific compositions? Zhang Hao asked consecutively. Recently, there are 4 organizations, namely, Dali Gang, Brotherhood, Women's Cross Society, and Shiklang. They are all large organizations with a scale of around 100 people. Manhwa said slowly. Among them, Dali Gang is similar in structure to our organization, but not as organized as us. Its leader is called Zhou Dali. Brotherhood is formed by a group of male fitness club members from before the apocalypse, and its leader is called Shachima. Women's Cross Society is mostly composed of women. They seem to often provide aid to ordinary people, and their leader is called Deng Xia. Shiklang was established by a group of relatively young students, led by Tang Jian. It includes high school, middle school, and university students, but ironically, it is the most organized among the 4 groups. That's to be expected. Regardless of the era, students are the most straightforward and have the highest level of organization. They have read apocalyptic novels and understand many common sense issues that others don't. In the apocalypse, if they see hope, they will quickly unite and fight desperately to survive, Zhang Hao said slowly. Oh, so the scenario in novels where one bad apple spoils the whole barrel is fake? Manhwa asked curiously. Not exactly fake. It's just that if there's someone very capable among the students, then those troublemakers wouldn't dare to act out. After all, students understand the taboos of the apocalypse better than anyone. If they do act out, they'll just be waiting to be attacked by everyone else. That's how it usually goes, Zhang Hao explained. Oh, right. President, these 4 organizations are all in the office buildings on the outskirts of the Jingnan e-commerce warehouse. This e-commerce company is huge. Just one warehouse covers an area of 15,000 square meters. Meng Wu frowned and said, but there are 5,000 zombies just inside the warehouse. Every time they run out of supplies, they go in together to scavenge some. There should still be a lot of leftover supplies. How should we deal with them? No need to resolve it, just showcase the strength of our Dawn society, win over some and suppress others. Zhang Hao revealed a confident smile. Then, join forces with 2 of the organizations to enter the warehouse together, eliminate the zombies, and loot the abundant supplies inside. If the other 2 organizations cause trouble, we'll wipe them out completely. Who should we ally with? The Mighty Gang and the Dung Beetles. These 4 organizations, Zhang Hao had heard of in his previous life. The Women's Cross Society was a saintly organization that believed it could save everyone, but it was eventually dragged down by ordinary people. The Mighty Gang was relatively better, as its leader had some capability. However, they failed to realize that cities would eventually become unsuitable for human gatherings. By the time they discovered this, it was too late, and they were ultimately overwhelmed by the zombie horde. The Brotherhood was quite unremarkable and seemed to have fallen apart due to some internal reasons, though he wasn't very clear on the specifics. In contrast, the organization named Dung Beetles sounded ridiculous, but it was the one developing the best. That Tang Jian was just an 18-year-old high school student, yet he managed to train the nearby students to be very disciplined, and he realized early on that the city couldn't serve as a long-term base. He then sent people to the northern suburbs in advance and initially established a settlement. Immediately afterward, they took advantage of the fact that the zombies had not yet become powerful to collect crystal cores and food with all their might, and then left the area before the zombie tide broke out. It can be said that they were very foresight. In just a few years, they became one of the few top forces. But later, because the name was too difficult and the members didn't like it, Tang Jian reluctantly changed it to Kalang. This time, Zhang Hao's goal is not just e-commerce warehouses. It's also to bring this dung beetle under his command, and Dolly Gang can be reluctantly considered as well. As for the method, straightforward and direct. First, distinguish between enemies and potential partners, then proceed with collaboration. As long as the cooperation shows some promise, the next step will naturally follow. Do they know about our Dawn Society? Zhang Hao asked. Only the name and the fact that you, the president, exist. Apart from Dung Beetle, the intelligence systems of the other 3 organizations are practically non-existent. Tang Jian, however, has realized the importance of intelligence and has a second-tier awakened beast tamer under his command, so he should have a preliminary understanding of our Dawn Society. Not bad, as expected of someone I have my eye on. Indeed, this 18-year-old boy is quite extraordinary. President, what should we do now? Zhang Hao looked at Meng Wu and instructed, control the rats to send a cooperation proposal from our Dawn Society to the 4 leaders of the organization. Test their attitudes first. If they are willing to talk face-to-face, that would be even better, as this is no small matter. Yes, Chairman. Meng Wu nodded respectfully. North 4th Ring, Jingnan E-Commerce. Office Building A, 7th floor. An 18-year-old black-haired boy sat on a chair. Holding a metal card in his hand, he faced 3 trusted subordinates sitting in front of him, all in their early 20s, 2 men and 1 woman. What do you think about the letter of intent for cooperation sent by the Dawn Society? Tang Jian asked. I think we better not go. This might be a trap. It's hard to say if it's a trap or not, but we don't need to take the risk. The warehouse is right next to us. Why not let the Brotherhood go get the supplies? Both boys felt they shouldn't go. On one hand, they were worried it might be a trap. On the other hand, they were concerned it was too dangerous. There's no need for traps or anything like that. You might not be aware of the strength of the Dawn Society. According to the intel, they recently faced a large-scale zombie siege. The exact number is unclear, but it was definitely over 2,000. Yet, they remain completely intact, which clearly shows their strength. Xin Jiao held a different opinion. Besides, the Brotherhood has been dealing with internal conflicts recently, so they might not send people to the warehouse next time. The Women's Cross Society is too slow and sometimes deliberately drags out the retreat, claiming it's to save team members bitten by zombies. They've lost their minds. Organizations like that will only drag us down. The Mighty Gang is slightly better, but their methods are too conservative. None of us can cooperate openly, and sooner or later there will be fighting fights over uneven resource distribution. Instead of that, why not bring in some outside support? Sword brother, I think even if we don't cooperate, we should at least meet and talk face to face first. Tang Jian nodded slightly. Ajiao is right. There are as many as 4 or 5,000 zombies in the e-commerce warehouse. Every time we join forces to enter the warehouse, it's only to scavenge supplies, and there are always some losses along the way. The zombies in the warehouse will have to be wiped out sooner or later. Rely on Dolly Gang and their group? Forget it, they don't have the guts. They just think scavenging some supplies each time to eat and drink is enough, so why take any risks? Heh, a bunch of short-sighted fools. He had observed the zombies. The ordinary evolution speed of those zombies is not considered fast, but after experiencing the Black Rain, could they all evolve into level 2 zombies? This might still not seem like much, but how many zombies are there in total? Tens of millions of zombies. If all the zombies in the entire city were to gather, it would be an overwhelming crisis. Not to mention, has the Black Rain passed, never to return? He always had a hunch that next time, there might be something even fiercer than the Black Rain. As for when exactly, who could know? Tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? If zombies evolve again by then, how terrifying will it be? Moreover, recently there have been more and more mutant zombies, and intelligent zombies have also started to appear one after another. This further reminds us that zombies will inevitably become very powerful sooner or later. At this stage, zombies are easy to kill, as they don't have much brain power after all. But what if they are all mutant zombies? What about an ambush by intelligent zombies? What will we use to counter them then? So in the future, cities will undoubtedly be uninhabitable. If we can eliminate the zombies in the e-commerce warehouse this time and secure enough supplies, we might be able to start considering sending people to the northern suburbs to find a suitable gathering place. We must secure a retreat route first, or things will get chaotic when the time comes. Brother Jian, what's your plan then? Xun Jiao asked. Tang Jian's eyes gleamed as he said, immediately reply to the Dawn Society that we, Shit Wolf, are interested in cooperating. The specifics can be discussed in detail when we meet.